Lin Yang, traversing with a system, gazes skyward in silence. Why has he been thrust directly into the nightmarish realm of the perfect world? Fortunately, he can continue to traverse. There is no need for alarm. He shall bide his time for now. He never anticipated that he would commence from the chaotic ancient times, witnessing the chronicles of antiquity, traversing forbidden zones, enduring endless epics, and surviving into the latter days of the ancient era, even further still into the past. Lin Yang, my cultivation is certainly not for the sake of ostentation. It is solely for the pursuit of mastery, to benefit all living beings, with the myriad souls of heaven and earth as witnesses. Perfect world, one supreme being, Panlong, Do Po Song Xiong, Lord of Mysteries, record of the annihilation of fate, after ascension, martial Dao Master, Wild Wilderness Chronicle, swallowing the starry sky. Chapter 800, Fragments of the Primordial Desolation. We invite the Sun Emperor to the banquet. A voice, both delicate and commanding, resonated, gradually spreading and permeating the realm. The ocean of energy surged tumultuously, forming clouds that shaped a ladder extending from the lofty ship to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. In the Heavenly Emperor's palace, observing the magnificent and ethereal ship anchored outside Jade Emperor Mountain, Lin Yang stepped forth, ascending the cloud ladder step by step to board the towering vessel. I pay my respects to the Sun Emperor. The exquisitely featured fairy in feathered attire nodded gently. A celestial being endowed with an unparalleled divine weapon and destined to regain legendary traits, warranted her to slightly lower her stance and make an unprecedented change. Lin Yang inclined his head and surveyed the assembly aboard the ship. He beheld Chong He, who had indeed transformed into a celestial being of the pure Yang sect, while the Monk Kong one, the Emperor Zhao Wuyan of the Great Jin, and others like Chui Qinghe, suffused with purple energy, were also present. Meng Qi crossed his arms, tapping his left hand against his right, engaging in light-hearted banter with Gao Lan. During Lin Yang's year of wandering the world, Meng Qi had become acquainted with Gao Lan, forging a bond of brotherhood, and now both had attained the status of Fakin, deepening their camaraderie further. Upon noticing Lin Yang boarding, Meng Qi paused briefly and exchanged a glance, while Gao Lan's expression grew somewhat frigid, his thin lips pressed together, suppressing the urge to unsheathe the Emperor's sword. For Gao Lan, this moment presented an excellent opportunity to eliminate Lin Yang. Without Lin Yang's interference, the Great Jin would no longer withstand the brilliance of the Northern Zhou, destined to be consumed. However, Lin Yang's loss of legendary traits ultimately stemmed from the struggle between righteousness and evil at Yaoqi, and his fall to such depths was to vanquish Guldur. The vast majority of Fashun present would not wish to witness Gao Lan strike against Lin Yang, fearing a drastic upheaval in the state of the world. Coupled with the looming threat of Golden Ao Island, Gao Lan was not one to resort to any means necessary. Ultimately, he severed the illusions in his heart, though his countenance grew slightly colder as he turned to gaze at the scenery beyond the ship. All are gathered, dear friends. We shall now return to Golden Ao Island, so as not to keep the island master waiting. The delicate voice of the fairy in feathered attire resonated. The grand and magnificent ship altered its course and continued forward, parting the energy ocean imperceptible to ordinary beings, heading towards the eastern sea's edge. Almost simultaneously with the ship's return to Golden Ao Island, several other imposing vessels were also making their way back. The ship on which Lin Yang resided was accompanied by Fashun from the Central Plains, while other vessels Boryang and Fashun from the western regions, the southern wilderness, and beyond, including those from the Seven Seas and 28 Realms. Each vessel harbored a celestial being as an envoy. Prior to departure, the speed of the ships had been meticulously calculated, ensuring that the return times of the several vessels to Golden Ao Island would not differ significantly. The layers of clouds sea parted, revealing the boundless expanse of the eastern sea to Lin Yang's sight. This was not due to the existence of a horizon obscuring the view of the edges. Rather, the true realm was simply vast beyond measure. Even though the scale of the true realm in this era was far less than before the fall of the Heavenly Court, the sheer breadth of the eastern sea surpassed the limits of a celestial being's vision. It has not been many years since the Azure Emperor liberated himself from the sea of suffering. Lin Yang's eyes shimmered as he beheld the very waters where he first encountered the Azure Emperor. The opportunity to return to the Middle Ages during this journey to Golden Ao Island arose because the Azure Emperor had set foot on Golden Ao Island to engage in battle with the great sage of Maishan, Yuan Han. Even though both of these formidable beings were not at their peak state, and despite Golden Ao Island being but a fragment of the ancient primordial world, its essence still surpassed that of the true realm. A full power strike from a celestial being capable of annihilating galaxies could create a substantial crater upon the Earth. Yet, it also stirred the currents of time, crafting the opportunity for Meng Qi and the others to return to the Middle Ages. The true realm serves as the central hub of the multiverse. The river of time is not merely a tributary of the time rivers within myriad universes, but is rather the mother river of time within a singular multiverse, thus offering a glimpse into the formidable power of those with great transcendent abilities. The ability to engage in battle invokes the mother river of time across the multiverse. In the original timeline, Yuan Hong would invite Alpha Shun to a banquet, primarily to engage in clandestine dealings with the mother of the unborn, allowing the worldly Law King to evade the attention of hidden powers, seizing the chance to accompany the various Fashun to Golden Ao Island to complete the transaction. Though the worldly Law King has now been slain by me, the mother of the unborn will not relinquish her covert dealings with Yuan Hong. She will certainly subdue other Fashun to fulfill the task in place of the worldly Law King. After all, the clandestine transaction with Yuan Hong is merely a facade. The core objective remains to create an opportunity for Meng Qi to return to the Middle Ages, achieving one of the 3 historical milestones. Even the Azure Emperor's arrival at Golden Ao Island to clash with Yuan Hong at that time is likely the heavenly will of the mother of the unborn, aimed at awakening the Azure Emperor's Buddhist nature, transforming him into a historical milestone and facilitating his passage at the critical juncture of his future ascent. Lin Yang pondered in silence. Had he not possessed knowledge of the events occurring in the original timeline, he would have been unable to discern the true essence of the banquet at Golden Ao Island. Who would have imagined that the West Queen Mother, whose heart was set on slaying Meng Qi, would subtly aid the Azure Emperor while simultaneously assisting Meng Qi? Perhaps it is not that no one can fathom this. The mother of the unborn has obtained the doctrines of both the primordial heavenly sovereign and the spiritual treasure heavenly sovereign, initially and ultimately cultivating together. The chaotic and boundless is most adept at concealing the myriad possibilities of the future, to the extent that even such possibilities are obscured. Thus, the paths of speculation and calculation leading to this possibility are naturally blocked, rendering it impossible to conceive in that direction. Moreover, it is needless to mention that the performance of the mother of all things has consistently been nothing short of exceptional. While the illustrious figures from the other shore remain oblivious to her silent transformation into an ancient one, it is only natural that none would expend significant effort to focus on an ordinary being from the other shore, who is devoid of hope for attaining the Tao fruit in this era and thus poses no threat. Lin Yang emptied his mind, choosing not to contemplate matters concerning the mother of all things any longer. Understanding the trajectory of the original timeline allows for an insight into the heavenly will of the mother of all things. Yet how much can it truly reveal? The moral deities and the heavenly emperor of this timeline have accessed fragments of the original timeline through his memories, though it remains uncertain whether they possess the entirety or merely a portion of it. This system lacks a system spirit to elucidate matters. If I were aware of the extent of the information known by the entity within the Time Blade, and that of the one from the Doshuai Palace, I could formulate a comprehensive plan tailored to them. Instead, I find myself grappling with 2 great mysteries, unable to fathom the thoughts of these 2 formidable figures. However, upon reflection, if there were indeed a system spirit prattling incessantly, I would likely be suffering from a headache by now. Amidst the fluctuations of Lin Yang's emotions, he sensed a shift in the heavens and the earth, a vast desolation washing over him, as if he had departed from the realm of reality and returned to the primordial chaos of antiquity. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at Golden Tortoise Island, the feathered garment fairy gently announced. Lin Yang turned his gaze and observed that several other boats had nearly simultaneously entered this location. Chapter 801, The Azure Pool Palace. At the bow of one of the boats, Lin Yang beheld the Peacock Demon King, Tai Li, adorned in a robe of 5 colors, exuding an air of pride that seemed almost tangible. Tai Li instinctively sensed something, peering over and spotting Lin Yang on the deck. His countenance darkened instantly, and through clenched teeth, he murmured, "Sun Emperor." The humiliation from that time, despite having transpired over a decade ago, remained etched in his memory. Though the other had spared his life, the animosity he bore towards Lin Yang was undeniably real. It was precisely the pressure exerted by Lin Yang that had compelled Tai Li to remain relentless for over a decade, allowing him to ascend to the rank of Earth Immortal, now approaching the threshold of celestial immortality. However, he never anticipated that upon encountering his adversary again, the chasm between them would not only remain but grow ever wider. "Peacock Demon King, are you well?" Lin Yang smiled. Upon returning from the Middle Ages, Tai Li was on the verge of obtaining the 5 elements divine feather from Kong Xian, at which point the techniques he had left upon Tai Li would transform him into an avatar. After years of lurking, during which he had achieved a deeper integration with Tai Li as the latter reached the Earth Immortal level, the hidden influences he had left behind could only be discerned inch by a celestial immortal who had mastered 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities. Otherwise, even legendary powers would not detect a hint of anomaly. Thus, Lin Yang rarely displayed a smile towards his enemies. Thanks to you, my cultivation has significantly advanced, Ty Li huffed. While Lin Yang conversed with Ty Li, the avatars and demon kings aboard the several boats were scrutinizing the other powerful beings on the remaining vessels, hailing from the 28 realms of the seven seas, and were left in silent astonishment by the multitude of avatars that had never before engaged with the outside world. Not to mention the numerous celestial immortal envoys of Golden Tortoise Island. The hidden avatars in this world were far too many, including 2 celestial immortals. Among them, 2 Earth immortals possessed extraordinary abilities that exceeded their understanding of Earth immortals. Gao Lan did not pay attention to the powerful beings on the other boats. Instead, he admired the scenery of Golden Tortoise Island, seemingly speaking to himself. The rosy clouds and auspicious light gather, forming land, with cloud platforms connected. This is a celestial sight, aimed at great aspirations. His words bore an implication, seemingly intended for Lin Yang's ears. The feathered garment fairy subtly furrowed her brow. Should Lin Yang suddenly erupt in hostility, even the combined efforts of the celestial immortal envoys present might not suffice to subdue him, and chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Problems had already arisen before the banquet at Golden Tortoise Island had even commenced, and they would inevitably face the ire of the island's master. Just as the celestial immortal envoys kept a discreet watch on Lin Yang, he spoke calmly. The master of Golden Tortoise Island reminisces about the grandeur of the heavenly court, and I naturally comprehend this. In the competition for the imperial path, if there were no worthy adversaries, would it not be excessively lonely? The former heavenly emperor had vanquished all his foes, ultimately dominating an entire era. Initially, there were the Golden Crow, the 6 heavenly ancestral dragons, and King Tang of the Shang dynasty. Who among them was not a figure of formidable renown? The first 2 were born legends, even embodiments of celestial creation. As for the yet unnamed enemies of the heavenly emperor, countless remained, the least of whom were also formidable practitioners. Otherwise, how could they dare to covet the dominion over the myriad realms at the dawn of the era? Hearing Lin Yang's words, which bore no hint of concealment or trepidation, the myriad powerful beings present felt a tremor within their hearts. The enigma of Golden Tortoise Island drew even the celestial immortals to willingly serve as envoys. Yet Lin Yang, despite being a mere celestial immortal, no matter how formidable his strength, could hardly compare to the inscrutable master of Golden Tortoise Island. Could he truly have the confidence to catch up with such a figure in a brief span? This is impossible, mused an esteemed avatar from the 28 realms of the 7 seas, shaking his head. Though he inwardly scoffed, he dared not reveal his disdain, fearing the resentment of the celestial immortals. With the current situation unclear, even if one were to step forward to belittle Lin Yang and elevate Golden Tortoise Island, it might not guarantee the latter's favor. A young celestial immortal, also adorned in a feathered crown, felt a flicker of anger at Lin Yang's remarks. However, after much contemplation, he decided to hold his tongue, preferring not to unveil his true intentions before the avatars and demon kings from the outside world arrived at the Azure Pool Palace. I kindly request all to disembark and accompany us to the Azure Pool Palace, where the banquet will be held. The feather garment fairy lowered a cloud ladder and, having spoken, descended first. The remaining celestial immortal envoys from the other 3 boats followed suit. Lin Yang closely trailed behind, stepping onto the cloud ladder, observing the primordial and desolate sights of Golden Tortoise Island, paying little heed to the 4 celestial immortal envoys. Compared to the other avatars, and even the 4 celestial immortal envoys, he possessed a deeper understanding of the identities of the 4 envoys of Golden Tortoise Island. Though they appear to have their own complete lives, every detail was not fabricated. In truth, the 4 celestial immortal envoys were merely the 4 strands of white fur transformed from the great sage of Maishan, employed to traverse the world while he remained dormant, managing trivial matters. As each esteemed avatar descended the cloud ladder, the proximity to the ground intensified the sense of vast desolation. Upon stepping off the ladder and truly setting foot on Golden Tortoise Island, the scene before them had drastically transformed. Fierce and exotic beasts roared across the land, each one exhibiting an extraordinary strength, not falling short of Earth immortals, with the strongest among them nearing celestial immortal levels. The great sun hanging in the sky stirred, emitting a cry as the true fire of the sun surged forth, transforming into the 3-legged golden crow. The 3-legged golden crow soared high, rising into the upper layers of the cloud sea, while the light of the world rapidly dimmed, drawing ever closer to night. In the more distant expanse, a young Zhu Jiuyin, entwined with the power of time, drifted through the cycles of winter and summer, as if wandering within the river of time, its eyes blinking between day and night in rapid succession. The beings of Golden Tortoise Island, apart from Su Daji, are all transformations of Yuan Hong's white fur. Is this an experience of a deeper level of transformation? Has he cultivated the 8-9 profound art, or a similar transformative technique? If it is indeed the former, then the creation chapter of the 8-9 profound art need not trouble me, and even should it be the latter, it could provide me with considerable enlightenment, Lin Yang murmured to himself. He had set his sights on Yuan Hong. However, the latter's method of slumber was unusual. Furthermore, being concealed within this fragment of primordial chaos and largely isolated from the myriad realms, the influence he experienced was not comparable to that of the great practitioners from the outside world, who could reveal more of their power. Otherwise, he could not have transformed so many beasts to the level of avatars. As the avatars marveled at the spectacle of Golden Tortoise Island, after a period of rapid flight, they finally beheld the end of their line of sight. A palace. Majestic and ancient, it exhibited an extraordinary grandeur, evoking an indescribable feeling, as if one could witness the magnificent scene of myriad immortals paying their respects. The plaque on the palace bore 3 ancient characters, though none could recognize them. Their meaning was immediately understood. Azure Pool Palace. Chongyi's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated encountering another Azure Pool Palace deep within Golden Tortoise Island, and one far grander than the one he had discovered. Is this the true abode of the celestial treasure deity? Meng Qi's countenance grew solemn. In comparison to the Azure Pool Palace that bore the marks of the Immortal Trail, this one deep within Golden Tortoise Island undoubtedly resembled the Azure Pool Palace as he understood it. An assembly place for myriad immortals before the War of the Gods, its glory spanning countless epochs. Esteemed guests, we have reached the Azure Pool Palace. The Island Master has been awaiting you for a considerable time. The 4 celestial immortal envoys formed a line, blocking the path of the assembled avatars and demon kings. Chapter 802, Daji. Accompanied by 4 celestial messengers, the assembled avatars and demon kings made their way toward the towering and majestic Bio Palace. As they traversed through dimly lit pavilions, Lin Yang beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman seated at the forefront. Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, her cheeks faintly flushed, and with a mere glance, she radiated 100 charms, illuminating the hall that ought to have remained shrouded in darkness. The woman smiled, her voice sweet and melodious. Introducing herself, I am Su Daji, honored to meet you, esteemed ones. Unlike the narrative of Investiture of the Gods, where Hong Jun plays a pivotal role, the outcome of the divine conflict has altered. The once fated demise of Daji in the text is transformed into her composed escape to Golden Ao Island, thus evading her destined downfall. In that time, the true realm was shattered amidst the confrontations of formidable beings, and the once boundless land was reduced to mere fragments drifting through the cosmos. Presently, the land is but a remnant of its former core, a mere fraction of its millionth part. Celestial beings. Lin Yang said silently. The brilliance emanating from the hall was a manifestation of Su Daji's own celestial essence reflecting the external world. Time had elapsed since the divine conflict, and the once unknown Daji had now become a veritable celestial being. The mere mention of Su Daji's name caused a shift in the countenance of the avatars from the 28 realms of the 7 seas. Unlike the Central Plains, where the historical records of the divine conflict had been severed, the 7 seas and 28 realms retained remnants of the chronicles surrounding the investiture of the gods, as they were isolated regions governed by enigmatic powers. Su Daji was the consort of the last ruler of the ancient Shang dynasty, a dynasty that once commanded dominion over the land, with countless gods, demons, humans, and immortals under its sway, exhibiting unparalleled might. A voice from one of the avatars, the Red Emperor's son Chusi, spoke in a hushed tone. Lin Yang discreetly conveyed, the founder of the Shang dynasty, Cheng Tang, is among the few great powers across the myriad realms, having once been an adversary of the heavenly emperor. The rulers of the Shang dynasty were all celestial beings, and under the protection of the authority of humanity, even legendary powers would not dare to act recklessly. Zhao Wuyan's gaze flickered, and he too communicated telepathically. Is it possible that the ancient dynasty was this formidable? A sense of yearning arose within him, despite the uncertainty regarding the overall strength of the Shang. The cultivation of its successive rulers suggested that there were numerous celestial beings in service to the Shang, capable of easily overpowering any contemporary faction. Lin Yang perceived Zhao Wuyan's thoughts and reflected, let alone celestial beings. Even Kong Xian was once the commander of the Shang, his powers exceeding those of the former Randang, while even Liu Ye dared not confront him directly. If the Shang were not this powerful, how could Cheng Tang, transformed into the Ghost Emperor, so boldly oppose the heavenly court? As the Avatar's emotions surged, the four celestial messengers took their positions flanking Su Daji, who, with an enchanting smile, invited, "Esteemed ones, please take your seats. I have summoned you here for a purpose." She gradually articulated the intent behind the banquet at Golden Ao Island. With calamity looming, various great beings and powerful practitioners were on the verge of returning to prevent the Avatars and Demon Kings from being unjustly implicated. Su Daji had organized this gathering to invite the world's strongest, seeking their allegiance to the Shan. Verbal assurances held little weight, for Su Daji lacked the means to bind them with a karmic contract. Thus, she produced a highly toxic elixir, preparing to have them consume it, with the promise of annual antidotes. Should they accumulate sufficient merit, they could even earn a cure to eliminate the poison entirely. The 9 transformation leaving Xian pill could corrupt true spirits and strip away celestial forms, though it bore no effect on legendary powers. Yet none beneath such status could evade its consequences. After a brief pause to allow the assembled strong ones time to ponder, she continued, "Among you, there are those destined to face calamity, entangling many powerful beings. I dare not sever all paths, lest I jeopardize my own future. Therefore, I shall offer 5 exemptions, allowing you to leave Golden Ao Island without consuming the 9 transformation leaving Xian pill." With a captivating gaze, she surveyed the crowd, her allure radiating an innate charm. It was evident that her beauty was not a mere artifice. Everything about her exuded a natural grace. Given that all present were at least avatars of considerable strength, some may have already revealed their vulnerabilities, ensnared by Su Daji's mesmerizing beauty, becoming her loyal subjects. The initially tense atmosphere shifted with Su Daji's words, becoming strange as the would-be allies distanced themselves, wary of one another, fearful of becoming stepping stones for another's ascent. Indeed, with nearly 20 avatars present and close to 10 demon kings, along with 2 celestial beings and several powerful earth immortals, their combined might would scarcely be inferior to that of the 4 celestial messengers and Su Daji. However, the estrangement between the avatars from the central plains and those from the western regions, compounded by the inherent divide between humans and demons, rendered impossible for the assembly to unite. The intensity of their confrontation guaranteed casualties, and none could assure their own safety. Observing the suspicion and division among the crowd, Su Daji's smile grew ever more radiant as she declared, "I intend to determine the 5 exemptions through a chaotic melee. The strength and realm of those destined for calamity may not appear formidable, yet their luck shall surely surpass that of ordinary individuals. Thus, amidst the chaos, even one of modest strength may seize an exemption through extraordinary fortune. History has shown this to be true. 2 guests of remarkable power, both celestial beings, would not perish even if besieged by numerous formidable earth immortals. I shall refrain from imposing my will upon them, granting them the exemptions to leave Golden Ao Island, lest it diminish their exceptional stature." Su Daji's gaze fell upon Lin Yang and Chong He, then shifted to Meng Qi and Gao Lan, who wielded the Overlord's blade and the Emperor's sword, respectively. Lin Yang maintained a tranquil expression, revealing no signs of joy or anger, offering no objections. Chong He mirrored this demeanor, concealing all emotional fluctuations beneath a facade of calm. After a moment, Su Daji declared, "Since you all have no objections, it shall be as I have stated." As her voice resonated, the Bo Palace was enveloped in a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a nebulous realm. The very fabric of reality swirling and shifting. The battleground would be among the fragmented wilderness outside, where the esteemed ones would be randomly transported to various locales. In the face of life-threatening peril, they could shatter the Golden Ao restriction talisman to return to the Bo Palace, thereby forfeiting their claim. And the last 5 remaining would be free to depart, without consuming the 9 transformation leaving Xian pill. As her enchanting voice faded into an ethereal echo, Lin Yang felt a slight weight in his hand, a new object manifesting. It was an ancient, weathered yellow talisman, exuding an aura of legend. Faintly connected to the Bo Palace, its power to traverse the void unobstructed unless hindered by an extraordinary formation. As the Golden Ao restriction talisman emerged, the distorted void before Lin Yang transformed into a resplendent and radiant wilderness. Chapter 803, The False Emperor Yang. Alongside Lin Yang appeared a woman, ethereal and graceful. Her flowing white gown swirling gently, her eyes sparkling with intelligence, exuding an indescribable aura of the extraordinary. This was the Hunyuan Fairy by Jingxian, a prominent earth immortal from the 28 realms of the 7 seas. whose lineage traced back to the three heavens. Upon realizing she had materialized in the same location as Lin Yang, Bai Jingxian was taken aback, her expression turning solemn. She had not anticipated such ill fortune, encountering one of the most formidable opponents right from the start. Even though she stood on the brink of celestial ascendance and was one of the foremost powers in the 7 seas and 28 realms, facing a celestial being was no trivial matter. Celestial beings, having emerged from the realms of the void, were sovereigns of their domains. Just as Bai Jingxian prepared to speak, she witnessed the celestial figure opposite her extend a hand in her direction. Time twisted, and the fabric of reality collapsed, all existence converging towards that radiant jade-like hand. While the elements of heaven and earth reversed, the stable world disintegrating in an instant. Bai Jingxian felt as though she were ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate herself, being drawn towards her opponent, along with the very essence of time and space. It became evident to her that she was not among those destined for calamity. A thought flashed through her mind, accompanied by horror. This mysterious celestial being possessed overwhelming strength, far surpassing the celestial beings chronicled in ancient texts, rendering her utterly defenseless. Ultimately, her consciousness succumbed to darkness. Lin Yang observed as Bai Jingxian lost her awareness, effortlessly drawing her into the realm of his cave. With the power of his cave transformed into chains that firmly bound her, preventing her from launching a devastating strike upon regaining consciousness that might severely injure his domain. The great sage of Meishan glanced towards the direction of the Bayou Palace before Lin Yang turned and discreetly departed from the location. Unlike the vast world outside, the Bayou Palace allowed Yuan Hong to continue his slumber even if he awakened prematurely, rendering any irreversible consequences avoidable. Should he dare to act within the palace, he would likely confront a formidable transcendent being, thus forfeiting his opportunity to return to the Middle Ages. Following Lin Yang's capture of Bai Jingxian, various incarnations and demon kings engaged in battle, each experiencing victories and defeats, while several white-haired doppelgangers launched assaults on the incoming powerful adversaries. Meng Qi retracted the purple lightning-imbued Overlord's absolute blade, as the chaotic cloud enveloping him returned to the Naiwan Palace. After dispatching his immediate foe, he released the overseas incarnation Yin ancestor Su Bei, who, after a faint smile, inquired fellow Taoist Su as a denizen of Golden Ao Island. "Did you foresee the events of today?" The Yin ancestor, clad in black robes, fell silent. After a moment, he feigned ignorance. "What do you mean, fellow Taoist? I'm not from Golden Ao Island." Meng Qi remained unfazed, articulating his thoughts while subtly demonstrating some of his capabilities. The Yin ancestor's expression shifted repeatedly, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "Very well." He shook his head and continued. "Golden Ao Island is governed by 5 emperors, emulating the 5 sovereigns of ancient mythology. To this day, the enigmatic island master assumes the role of the central heavenly emperor, while the remaining figures, the Azure Emperor, Black Emperor, White Emperor, and Blood Emperor, are known to be secret members from the outside world, yet their specific identities remain unknown. Before the demon sage ascended to the other shore, he was also one of the ancient 5 emperors, revered by numerous demon sovereigns. Although Yuan Hong harbors grand ambitions and considers himself the central heavenly emperor, adopting the title of the 5 emperors for certain mysterious members of Golden Ao Island, he refrained from duplicating the name of the demon sage. Hence he designated himself as the Blood Emperor. While Meng Qi pondered this, he noticed a familiar aura approaching from the distance, exclaiming with mild surprise, "Senior Brother Lin?" He sensed the familiar energy of Lin Yang approaching. However, in the next instant, Meng Qi's heart quivered subtly, issuing an inner warning. It was not Senior Brother Lin. Although the aura was identical, the time blade fell off. Doubt crept into Meng Qi's mind. During his battle with the demonic Buddha Anan in the depths of Ling Mountain, he had borrowed the time blade and wielded this unparalleled divine weapon, granting him an understanding that far surpassed that of outsiders. In his perception, the approaching Lin Yang wielded a time blade that, while appearing normal, emanated an unsettling essence. Was it an impersonator? Yet, to disguise oneself as a celestial being, one must be incredibly adept, suggesting they were at least one step away from true celestial status and proficient in transformation, perhaps even possessing skills akin to the 8th or 9th level of mastery. No, if they could even replicate the time blade, they were undoubtedly a celestial being, and certainly not a novice. Meng Qi's heart sank further as he prepared for the duplicity of a serpent. The impersonator approaching him as Senior Brother Lin, exuding no hostility, clearly understood the bond between them, indicating they were not merely from the 28 realms of the seven seas. Who could it be? The battle intensified, and more incarnations and demon kings, compelled by necessity, activated the golden AO forbidden talisman and returned to the Bayou Palace. Forced to consume the 9-turn Li Xian pill. Accompanying Lin Yang, Meng-Chi utilized the minor manipulation of fate characteristic of the other shore, fortuitously avoiding a multitude of enemies, astonishing some of the departing incarnations observing the chaotic melee within the Bayou Palace. Whether it was the false Chui Qinghe, the false Hunyuan Fairy, or the false Gao Lan, none encountered Meng-Chi. As if by some uncanny coincidence, they all narrowly evaded him. As a human celestial, even with the characteristics of the other shore, he could not influence beings far beyond himself. Otherwise, he would not have been fortuitously spotted by the false Yang Emperor. While the reasons for the false Yang Emperor's distinctiveness from ordinary celestial beings played a role, the vast disparity in their strengths was also significant. Su Daji spoke with a smile. During the War of Gods, I accompanied King Zhou to witness numerous great powers and transcendent beings. Even though the characteristics of the other shore are exceedingly rare, I have heard of them. Thus, under my arrangement, the false Yang Emperor will seek Meng-Chi, aiming to leverage his identity to accomplish tasks that would be inconvenient for outsiders to know. Senior Brother Lin, what are your intentions? Meng-Chi expressed his confusion, discreetly guarding his heart, concealing his myriad emotions and thoughts, fearful that the impersonator might discern his realization of the ruse, further complicating the unfolding events. You all continually avoid battle. It is quite a waste of time. Soon, celestial envoys will enter indiscriminately attacking until only 5 remain. A resounding voice echoed from the heavens as Su Daji spoke at an opportune moment. At this juncture, Lin Yang replied coolly, with the Overlord's absolute blade in hand. Since the celestial envoys have entered this domain, I shall eliminate them one by one, diminishing the strength of Golden Ao Island. As long as the Overlord's absolute blade is handled with care, the treasure bestowed by the Island Master can temporarily suppress this unparalleled divine weapon. I will then bring it back to the Bayou Palace for the Island Master to comprehend its mysteries. Considering Lin Yang's temperament, you would not speak as you do. Just as Meng-Chi reflected on this, he suddenly displayed an expression of astonishment, feigning ignorance. Senior Brother Lin, who is that? From several dozen miles away, the void rippled, as another Lin Yang reappeared. The Lin Yang near Meng-Chi remained impassive, coldly stating, "Humph, how intriguing. A counterfeit, after all, is merely a counterfeit. It cannot bear the weight of the genuine." Following the resonance of the incarnation token, Lin Yang arrived at this location, observing the impostor standing alongside Meng-Chi. Saying little, he drew the time blade, brandishing the shimmering, ancient sword. Chapter 804. The reappearance of the heavenly venerable of great compassion. The glimmering blade light spread like ripples on water, transforming the entire realm into a vast lake, with ripples expanding outward, devoid of any trace of mundane strife. The cold-eyed false Yang Emperor's gaze revealed a hint of incredulity as he extended his hand, murmuring in astonishment, "Your mastery of the time. Being a celestial being, if one dared to transform into the body of the heavenly emperor, proficient in the path of time, their expertise in that domain could not possibly be inferior." In his mind, he believed that the genuine article, having attained their incarnation merely a few years ago, might not match his own mastery in this field. Even with the time blade in the opponent's possession, its awakening had not reached the legendary level. He possessed a celestial-grade replica of the time blade, and combining the two, he felt assured that he could fulfill his mission, even in the presence of the authentic item. However, all assumptions and certainties transformed into nothingness the moment Lin Yang swung the time blade. The opponent, a celestial being reputed to be the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor, was far beyond his expectations. With his command over time, he found himself utterly defenseless against this strike. Rather, due to his own mastery in the path of time, he suffered an even more severe and unavoidable injury. The blade light, resembling water waves, spread forth, drawing upon the temporal energy the false Yang Emperor had gathered, igniting it like a powder keg. The temporal energy erupted violently. As time sped by, his lifespan diminished rapidly, 1,000 years in a single breath. In the current vast world, where the path of lifespan was compromised, the false Yang Emperor had yet to utter a final word before his incarnation lost its essence, disintegrating into fine ash that scattered with the wind. Did the master of Golden Ao Island intend to seize the Overlord's absolute blade? Lin Yang expressed cette mille surprise. He had overheard the impostor's earlier words and could easily deduce their intentions. Yuan Hong, being a transcendent being, could not possess the shallow insights of a weaker individual. Believing he could leave a mark before the other shore-level, unparalleled divine weapon fully awakened. Such an act would only provoke the divine weapon, prompting it to restore its peak state prematurely. By then, even if the other shore-level, unparalleled weapon was weaker than a significant figure of the other shore, it would be more than sufficient to deal with any non-other shore individual. Lin Yang fell into contemplation. Thus, he refrained from forcibly detaining the heavenly punishment axe. Otherwise, it would only sow the seeds of future calamities. Had the axe been captivated by his charm, the circumstances would have been quite different. Is it not true that history has undergone alterations? Hence Yuan Hong's covetousness for the supreme blade of the Overlord was thwarted? Or was it that from the very first instance history began to shift? Yuan Hong had already been transformed, clandestinely eyeing the supreme blade. With his capabilities, during the years when the supreme blade was enshrined by the Tao, he could have effortlessly seized it. Why wait until now? One by one, doubts surged within Lin Yang's mind. At this current juncture, a multitude of eminent figures from the other shore had yet to return to the river of time. With only the remnants of history's imprint persisting, no one could alter the past without consequence. Similarly, the Celestial Emperor, due to a slight anomaly in his state, had not transcended the river of time to slumber within the true chaos and void, nor had the moral celestial sovereign departed from the realm of existence. Not to mention the demon Buddha suppressed deep within Ling Mountain. The only figures capable of influencing the past in this world were the Celestial Emperor and the moral celestial sovereign. All current historical changes stemmed from these two eminent beings of the other shore. Could it be that they have engaged in conflict? Thus, history would manifest anomalies? However, the entity within the Time Blade, despite possessing formidable might, is not an ancient being from the other shore. How could it contend with the one from the Doshui Palace? Even if the latter is the foundation of existence, and somewhat weakened by the imminent calamity, they remain one of the most ancient entities, their power far surpassing the former. The eminent beings of the other shore can traverse time without limitation, measured in epochs. Ordinarily, they can revert to the nascent moments of this current epoch, while ancient beings can go back to the origins of all epochs. Yet, the moral celestial sovereign, as the most ancient of beings, can revert to the time before all epochs came into being, reaching the very roots of time. Although the extent of their time reversal ability and the power of the eminent beings do not directly correlate, it nonetheless indirectly illustrates the disparity between the moral celestial sovereign and the celestial emperor. Even if one suspects that the two eminent beings currently existing in this world may have clashed, it remains undetectable, only graspable through my understanding of the original timeline, leading to vague conjectures. After contemplating, Lin Yang diverted his thoughts from the two other shore beings. He gazed towards the northwestern expanse and spoke. The celestial beings of Golden Ao Island have retreated. Originally en route to this location, the celestial emissaries halted upon sensing the instantaneous demise of the false Yang Emperor, altering their trajectory. If Lin Yang's conjecture holds true, had he not arrived in time, this celestial emissary would have performed a play with the false Yang Emperor, deceiving Meng Qi into relinquishing the supreme blade of the Overlord. As for how to suppress the supreme blade, Lin Yang was uncertain, only able to speculate it involved Yuan Hong's unique methods. Shall we seek out Senior Chonghe? Meng Qi inquired. Prior to entering the Yao Pool, Lin Yang, Meng Qi, Luda, and Chonghe had delved into the portion of the Exterminate Immortals sword array shared by Chonghe. The four of them, joining forces, could indeed set up this array. The Exterminate Immortals sword array laid by two celestial beings, one Earth Celestial and one Human Celestial, would surpass the array established by Chonghe alone, despite his astonishing prowess. Not to mention Lin Yang's own strength. Merely the combination of the supreme blade of the Overlord and the characteristics of the other shore would amplify the Exterminate Immortals sword array beyond Chonghe's own celestial level 3 purities. The only flaw in coordination had been rectified after several rehearsals, enabling them to tackle most challenges. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded, and the two then vanished into the void, hastening towards Chonghe's location. Their mastery over the Tao of causality was remarkable, even though the fragments of the primordial chaos were exceptionally unique. Capable of obstructing various perceptions, a faint thread of causal connection persisted in the cosmos. With this connection, finding the remaining avatars from the central planes would not pose a challenge. Within a concealed chamber deep in the Bo Palace, Yuan Hong, surrounded by countless lives, was engaged in conversation with an overseas avatar, discernible as a messenger of the Luo sect, representing the mother of non-being to negotiate an alliance. Just as the discussions reached a critical juncture, the chamber door was suddenly pushed open. Yuan Hong felt a slight heaviness in his heart. His prior senses had indicated that no one was present outside. And even though this chamber was extraordinarily unique, isolating life and death, it should not have rendered him incapable of sensing the external world. The newcomer was a master of great powers. As Yuan Hong pondered this, he beheld the visage of the one who had entered. A young Taoist, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura, bore a faint smile. His eyes containing multitudes of universes, encompassing realms of cultivation, magic, technology, qi refinement, witchcraft, the wilds and divinity, all manner of civilizations and myriad cultivation systems. Yuan Hong's expression uncontrollably shifted, incredulously querying, Tai, the celestial sovereign of deliverance? Chapter 805, The Clash of Great Powers. Boom! A silent tremor reverberated throughout the fragments of the primordial chaos. Lin Yang and Meng Qi, who had traversed the void, simultaneously altered their expressions, as they materialized upon a majestic mountain peak, turning to gaze towards the Bo Palace. The avatars and demon kings were all on high alert, their fur standing on end in alarm. An overwhelming force, surpassing comprehension, akin to the explosion of countless universes, was brewing and escalating at an unfathomable speed. In mere moments, an indescribably immense power vanished from the senses of the assembled avatars. Has it vanished? Cui Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to the suddenly appearing Lin Yang and Meng Qi, cupping his hands in greetings to both of you, as fellow avatars of the great Jin's righteous path. Their appearance undoubtedly eased Cui Qinghe's tension. While Meng Qi harbored suspicions, Lin Yang, rarely seen in such a grave demeanor, spoke solemnly. That force has not dissipated. The reason we cannot perceive it now is that it has transcended our comprehension and senses, akin to mortals gazing up at the vast starry sky. No, the disparity is even greater by unfathomable degrees. No matter how powerful an avatar may be, even the most supreme among celestial beings, their destructive capacity at most equates to that of a large star cluster. Yet, the force that has erupted now, even described in cosmic terms, likely approaches infinity. Such immense power is naturally beyond the perception of avatars, and even legendary beings would find themselves bewildered. A magnitude that exceeds comprehension. Cui Qinghe's expression twitched. In the next moment, the three avatars moved in unison, retreating beyond the fragments of the primordial chaos. The other scattered powerful beings followed suit. At this point, they could no longer concern themselves with how Golden Ao Island would deal with their flight. Given the current situation, Golden Ao Island was clearly incapable of self-preservation. The Bo Palace, under the weight of such a confrontation, would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness, and this ancient fragment of the primordial chaos would likely vanish entirely. Now was the time to escape, for the consequences of delay were all too clear. They would surely become mere dust of history alongside Golden Ao Island. Unlike Coiling, who had not yet grasped the situation, the surviving avatars and demon kings possessed remarkable heritage, at the very least tracing back to legendary beings, with some records of the current events. Thus, even without perceiving the rising force, they could infer the nature of the happenings at the Bo Palace. How could it be that I am reduced to merely a strand of white fur? A celestial messenger, reeking of demonic energy, lamented, witnessing the avatars disintegrate into specks of white light, ultimately coalescing into a single white hair. Hundreds of miles away, the celestial maiden adorned in feathered garments experienced a similar fate, transforming into a strand of white fur. Howl! Powerful, ferocious beasts emitted mournful cries, following suit behind the celestial messenger, consecutively morphing into strands of white fur. In an instant, before the might of the great powers could fully erupt, the fragments of the primordial chaos fell into silence. Within the Bo Palace, all was eerily quiet. Everything transpiring within the fragments of the primordial chaos was witnessed by the avatars using the Golden Ao forbidden talisman to return, and they were all struck with horror. Who could have imagined that the immensely powerful four celestial messengers, along with countless ferocious beasts of the primordial chaos, had all transformed into mere strands of white fur? Flee! As the thought arose, several avatars were about to escape when a grand, ancient bell tolled resoundingly. Zong! Time froze at that moment. The cosmos, in its entirety, has been rendered into shades of black and white, and the delicate smile that Su Daji forced upon her visage has become rigid. All thoughts have come to a standstill. The celestial Master Tai, in a moment of dire necessity, has summoned a fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell that he possesses. This piece, undoubtedly, is the core component, far surpassing the fragment located in the Yao Pool, and is potent enough to be wielded in battles between great powers. Within the secluded chamber of the Bo Palace, a space that transcends life and death, Yuan Hong, forcibly awakened, stands as a formidable adversary, nearly on par with the celestial master Tai, who is not in his prime. It is only after the core fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell is activated that the celestial master Tai decisively suppresses Yuan Hong. Azure Emperor, Yuan Hua, fully aware that the celestial master Tai is none other than the embodiment of the Azure Emperor. In a fit of rage, Yuan Hong's powers surged, conjuring an infinite expanse of cosmos that bore down upon the Eastern Emperor Bell. The fragments of the primordial era, remnants of the ancient realm, while differing in regulations from the present world, retain their intrinsic essence, causing any normal universe that falls within them to be reduced to mere galaxies. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Hong effortlessly crafted a vast universe within those primordial fragments, exuding an unfathomable might. Were it not for the fact that he was within the primordial fragments, deep within the Bo Palace, the birth of countless universes would have been inevitable. The young Taoist maintained his serene smile, unhurriedly raising his sleeve once more to strike the ancient bell in his grasp. With a resounding clang, the ripples of time unfurled, revealing a ceaseless, ethereal river of illusion. The multiverse, the 9 heavens and the 9 netherworlds, the realms of reality, the various strongholds of powerful beings, and the pure lands of the Buddhas, all manifested within this illusory river, encompassing all without exception. The ethereal river surged forth, engulfing all potential futures, leaving only a singular fixed trajectory, solidifying into history. Within this process of being consumed by the illusory river lies the present moment, with the past behind and an infinite array of futures ahead. Only by successfully traversing the sea of suffering at this juncture and ultimately reaching the other shore can one be deemed a great figure, whose existence is woven into a timeline that simultaneously encompasses the past, present, and future, perceiving all from an elevated perspective beyond the flow of time. The illusory river enveloped everything, including Yuan Hong and the boundless universe he had created. Yet, a mere embodiment of the Tao could not act with impunity. Yuan Hong's form underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from a lithe youth into a snow-white behemoth. With a swift motion, he summoned a heavy iron staff, from which apertures across his body expelled torrents of genuine cosmic force, infusing the staff with unimaginable power. Open, the iron staff descended, collapsing both void and time. Even in such a wondrous location, the earth began to cave in at that moment, and the primordial fragments started to fracture inch by inch. Faced with Yuan Hong's cataclysmic strike, capable of unsettling the entire multiverse, only a fully realized and perfected being could withstand it. Otherwise, none could endure. The celestial master Tai hurled the Eastern Emperor Bell into the fray to counter the onslaught. Bang! The tumultuous iron staff struck the Eastern Emperor Bell, causing the illusory river to tremble violently. A nearly imperceptible fissure appeared on the surface of the bell's core, only to be swiftly mended as if time itself were reversing. Chaotic whirlpools materialized upon the surface of the illusory river, blurring the boundaries between reality and illusion. As countless avatars and demon kings trapped within the shattering primordial fragments were momentarily dazed, drawn toward a whirlpool upstream in the illusory river. Note: the original time-space fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell is in Yuan Hong's possession. Chapter 806, Transcendence. Lin Yang was unable to witness the clash between the celestial master Tai and Yuan Hong. Otherwise, he would have discerned that the core fragment of the Eastern Emperor Bell, which should have been in Yuan Hong's possession, had inexplicably ended up with the celestial master Tai. Furthermore, it was not the true Azure Emperor who had arrived at Golden Turtle Island, but rather this embodiment of the Tao. This was merely one of the many alterations from the original time-space, with countless other discrepancies yet to be revealed. His consciousness seemed to fracture, and when he finally emerged from his stupor, the world he beheld was no longer the ancient primordial landscape. As he felt the reconnection with his myriad projections of self sever once more, the essence of his being did not diminish with their loss. He retained the legendary attributes that permeated his existence. Lin Yang came to a realization, silently acknowledging, "Indeed, I have returned to the past." Only by returning to the temporal juncture where he had not yet communicated or enlightened his projections of self could such an occurrence manifest. The disappearance of the time blade further corroborated this notion. The unparalleled divine weapon of the other shore, transcending past, present, and future, would not simply appear alongside Lin Yang in this moment of return. It would reside in its original temporal domain. As long as he required it, he could summon the time blade with mere thought, without needing to leave a mark anew, as only matters beneath the other shore necessitated such actions. In the Middle Ages, before the true emergence of the Heavenly Court's ruins, the Time Blade would remain ensconced within the ruins of Jade Emperor Mountain, awaiting the serendipitous arrival of the founding patriarch of the Shintian sect, allowing him to acquire the Jade Register of the Celestial Emperor, which would lead to the establishment of the Shintian sect. With a shift in his thoughts, the historical accounts of the Shintian sect, which he had long since memorized, surfaced in his mind. It was a century after the calamity of the demon Buddha that the initial patriarch of the Shintian sect discovered the Jade Register of the Celestial Emperor atop Jade Emperor Mountain, along with the Time Blade. If the temporal juncture to which he had returned coincided with that of Meng Qi and others in the original time-space, then nearly 10 millennia would remain before the birth of the Shintian sect. I must first gather information regarding the current circumstances to ascertain precisely which era I have entered. Lin Yang resolved. Having attained the Celestial Emperor's corporeal form, his resistance, or rather adaptability to time, far surpassed that of an ordinary avatar. Even if he were to lose consciousness due to the clash of great powers, it would be unlikely for him to appear in the past simultaneously with the myriad avatars within the primordial fragments. Whether he arrived at this temporal juncture ahead of them, or was delayed, would depend entirely on fortune. Half a day later, in Pa City, Lin Yang sat by the window in a tea house, listening to the nearby discussions, with a steaming cup of tea before him, its aroma a blend of bitterness and sweetness. Several days prior, a transcendent figure had emerged, critiquing the world's swordsmanship and ranking the various sword arts, an act that reportedly incited the ire of the 5 foremost sword sects, who sought an audience for his evaluation. Ultimately, this transcendent, with the body of a human immortal, triumphed over the earth immortals of the 5 sword sects solely through swordplay, causing a sensation. A spirited young man, his expression brimming with aspiration, bore a sword sheath upon his back, marking him as a swordsman. The latent sword energy surrounding him flowed like water, exuding the might of an ocean. A human immortal's swordsmanship surpassing that of an earth immortal? Questioned a bronze-skinned giant, his muscles coiling like iron, embodying a formidable exterior. Even lacking expertise in swordplay, he comprehended the implications of such an event. The earth immortals of the 5 sword sects were undoubtedly masters of swordsmanship, their prowess in the sword path rivaling their own realms. For a mere human immortal to claim victory through swordsmanship, it could only mean that his swordsmanship surpassed that of the 5 sects sword immortals. The bronze giant, intrigued, inquired, what is the name of this transcendent figure? Still within the realm of human immortals, yet possessing swordsmanship rivaling that of the heavenly immortals? The young swordsman replied, Su Meng. Thus, Lin Yang realized the time period he had returned to. He reached out and grasped a fallen leaf, transmuting it into gold, altering its material structure at the most intricate level, transforming the leaf into a coin. While the legendary powers are widely recognized for their 3 distinct characteristics, they possess an exquisite mastery over their own strength. Unless severely wounded and unable to exert complete control, the destructive force they wield appears as gentle as a breeze. Achieving such mastery over power enables one to perform actions that might seem miraculous to mortals, completely transforming a substance with minimal extraordinary traits into an entirely different form indistinguishable from that which is born of nature, thus representing the 4th characteristic of the legendary realm. Upon discarding a copper coin and stepping out of the tea house, he mused inwardly, it seems I have arrived slightly later than them. Meng Qi has already gained some renown. The Middle Ages, also known as the Age of Saints, stands in stark contrast to the current realm, where the number of true physical manifestations is exceedingly scarce. In that bygone era, the recorded manifestations number in the hundreds, with ascendants occasionally emerging from myriad universes. To be bestowed with a title of saint is beyond the qualification of an ordinary celestial immortal. Such a title must belong to those celestial immortals who have forged entirely new paths. Their combat prowess may not necessarily surpass that of conventional celestial immortals, yet without exception, each saint is extraordinarily talented, for otherwise they could not have traversed their newly opened paths to the realm of celestial immortals. Were it not for the significant changes in the heavens and earth between the Middle Ages and the mythological age, attaining legendary status would be exceedingly difficult. Eventually, every saint would self-validate their legendary status. As time progressed to the moment Lin Yang first traversed, proving one's physical manifestation became infinitely more challenging than in the Middle Ages. After recalling Meng Qi's experiences in that era, Lin Yang discerned the direction and sped towards Mount Yuhuang. Should a future individual who possesses knowledge of the Xintian sect harbor ill intentions towards him, attempting to alter history at Mount Yuhuang and disrupt the birth of a Xintian sect, Lin Yang would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, potentially leading to the erasure of his very existence. Although altering history invites the rejection of historical corrective forces, resulting in unbearable consequences, one must remain vigilant against those who may be mad enough to seek to obliterate the Xintian sect's existence at any cost, thus indirectly eliminating him, the sect master. With the protection of a transcendent being of unparalleled caliber, he could, to some extent, counteract the historical corrective forces, setting aside the rift between Gao Lan and himself. The human emperor's sword could shield him. Merely relying on Tai Li, if all had gone as it should, he ought to have borrowed the Demon Saint Spear. The Demon Saint Spear, heralded as the Destroyer. Although Tai Li is not the master of the Demon Saint Spear, having merely borrowed it from the yet-to-be-formed master, this nonetheless signifies a crucial point. Tai Li can wield the Demon Saint Spear, thus using it to protect himself and mitigate the historical corrective forces. While Lin Yang currently appears to have gained the recognition of the Blade of Time, and the Heavenly Emperor seems to have placed his bets on him, if he does not strive for greatness and perishes along his path of growth, the likelihood of the Heavenly Emperor simply selecting another candidate vastly outweighs the prospect of resurrecting him, even though the latter would be but a thought for a being of such stature. As he penetrated through layers of void, a grand and towering peak, piercing the vast sea of clouds, came into view, more than the Mount Yuhuang of the Middle Ages. What captured Lin Yang's attention were the four figures at the foot of the mountain. Among them was Meng Qi, who had been appraising the sword techniques of the world. Bai Jingxian, who had regained her freedom due to her return to the Middle Ages, the ancestor of the Wang clan from Jiangdong, the arrival of several saints, and the sorrowful gray-robed monk, Ananda. Chapter 807, The Imprint of Ananda. Lin Yang's appearance drew the attention of the four present. Meng Qi's inner vigilance slightly relaxed, while Bai Jingxuan's willow-like brows furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated that the death she thought certain would lead her inexplicably to the Middle Ages, nor that she would meet Lin Yang once more in just over 10 days. This left her momentarily uncertain about how to face him. If Lin Yang harbored malice towards her, she would have long since perished, leaving no opportunity for such a miraculous experience. Yet they were not friends. For how could he have acted against her upon their first encounter, not even allowing her to finish speaking? Yet another being of chaotic destiny. And he is a celestial immortal. The arrival of the saints led the Wang ancestor to ponder the origins of Lin Yang and his companions. A total of 5 manifestations were present. Apart from himself and the monk, the rest were high beings of chaotic destiny. And even though he excelled in the art of divination, he could not penetrate the chaotic destiny to discern the origins of Lin Yang and the others. If it were but one person, one might attribute it to the concealment of treasures. Yet when multiple individuals exhibit such traits, all being manifestations, how can one not be curious? Though the world is vast, it cannot conceal so many mysterious, chaotic beings. Rather, those manifestations ascending from the multiverse, albeit having peculiar destinies, are not beyond calculation, leaving him feeling utterly at a loss. Ananda's frame was thin, resembling a withered husk, his golden body concealed, appearing like any common monk. He seemed unfazed by Lin Yang's arrival, continuing along the rugged mountain path towards the summit of Mount Yuhuang, undistracted by external matters. Lin Yang gazed intently at his frail silhouette, feeling a profound stirring within. Had the demonic Buddha, Ananda, not been suppressed by the Buddha, the Ananda he beheld would be the demonic Buddha who had already attained the other shore, an ancient being of the other shore. The gray-robed monk he now observed was merely a historical imprint, the reincarnation of the demonic Buddha, Ananda, formed through the entering the world reincarnation method before he had fully succumbed to the demonic path. Although the demonic Buddha was repressed by the Buddha, the reincarnation seal he wielded was a weapon of the other shore, untouched by the Buddha's suppression. Thus, should he desire, he could directly influence this current reincarnated form through the reincarnation seal. Even if the seal's awakening was not profound, the power it could reveal was nonetheless formidable. Lin Yang Muset. Before this epoch, the myriad realms of heaven and earth did not possess reincarnation. It was only when the Earth Mother ascended to the other shore, sacrificing herself to become the reincarnation seal, that billions of beings were granted the opportunity for rebirth, preventing total dissolution into the world upon death, allowing for the chance to return. Humans possess 3 souls, each reincarnation replacing one, until after 3 cycles, The three souls no longer resemble their former selves, losing their original countenance. Logically, Ananda, who had yet to transcend the sea of suffering, should adhere to this principle. No matter how miraculous the entering the world reincarnation method, it could not entirely defy the laws of nature, undergoing repeated reincarnations while maintaining the integrity of the three souls. Yet Ananda seemingly mastered the reincarnation seal at some point. Possessing this core of reincarnation from the myriad realms, combined with the entering the world reincarnation method he defied reason, maintaining the three souls unchanged, seeking opportunities for transcendence through repeated reincarnations. However, there lay a hidden danger. Each reincarnation diminished in strength, and by the Middle Ages, the once revered Ananda, one of the 10 disciples beneath the Buddha, was now merely a celestial immortal, equivalent to a great bodhisattva or an arhat in the Buddhist hierarchy. Hence, Lin Yang was well aware that Ananda would appear at Mount Yuhuang, and that the demonic Buddha could reveal his power through the reincarnation seal, striking across time. Yet he harbored no concerns. Unlike the typically slumbering great powers, the demonic Buddha, Ananda, even if he wished to unleash more power, would find the Buddha's seal restrictive, relying solely on the meager power conveyed through the reincarnation seal before it could awaken to legendary levels. The demonic Buddha's interference with the external world could not reach such heights. Thus, what fear did Lin Yang have? As the saints scrutinized the group in silence, Bai Jingxuan's melodious voice rang out. Jingxian wishes to express her gratitude to the Sun Emperor for his previous leniency. The situation on Golden Turtle Island is intricate. To prevent complications, I initially intended to capture you, planning to release you only after departing. I did not expect to inadvertently arrive at this place. Lin Yang replied, knowing he could not openly admit that he had chosen to act first out of trepidation regarding the formidable treasure in Bai Jingxuan's possession, the renowned primordial golden dipper. Although the primordial golden dipper is not of the other shore's caliber, it is undoubtedly a supreme, divine weapon of the creation level, even among the finest of the creation level weapons, approaching the threshold of the other shore. Otherwise, with the cultivation and path of the three heavens, merely positioned amongst the mid-tier of the 12 golden immortals of the Yushu Palace, how could one accomplish the feat of annihilating all 12 of them, reducing them from the creation and legendary levels to mere mortals? By Jingxian, a near-celestial immortal earth immortal, far surpassed Gord, and when their awakening levels were comparable, the primordial golden dipper, even if inferior to the heavenly execution axe, would not be vastly different in power. Lin Yang dared to withstand the power of the fallen celestial unleashed by Gord wielding the heavenly execution axe. Yet he did not wish to test whether he could withstand the primordial golden dipper. A moment of carelessness could lead to a fall from grace, reducing him to a mere mortal with his 9 orifices sealed, although the future may hold the promise of reopening them to once again validate his true form. The time for any negligence was not on his side. Bai Jingxian nodded gently, appearing to accept this without doubt. The mention of Jinao Island stirred the expressions of the three saints, igniting a flicker of speculation within them. The Wang clan of Jiangdong boasts a lineage steeped in antiquity, with ancestral ties that suggest a connection to the primordial, even with the primordial Tianzuan having unlocked the roots of time, extracting the historical evolution of the investiture of the gods into an alternate reality. Remnants of Jinao Island are faintly recorded within their clan's lore. Had they truly ventured to Jinao Island, the sacred ground of the Lingbao, Tianzuan? The three saints, filled with suspicion, could not help but secretly calculate the heavenly mysteries in an attempt to uncover the truth. Yet, no matter how profound their divination, they could not foresee that these individuals hailed from a future tens of thousands of years hence. Nor could they grasp that the present moment had already become a relic of the past. As Meng Qi observed Ananda traverse the mountainside, he spoke up. He seeks the remnants of the heavenly court. Compared to Lin Yang, his concern lay more with Ananda's movements, for he was his lifelong adversary, and their enmity was profound. Lin Yang stepped forth, following Ananda towards the mountaintop. In this era, the ruins of the heavenly court lay concealed, and the special method to access them remained elusive. Originally, Lin Yang had intended to summon the Sword of Time to facilitate his entry, but with Ananda's arrival, who possessed the knowledge of the entrance, he chose to follow closely behind, thereby saving himself considerable effort. Had Gao Lan and Tai Li not visited this place, or had they already departed? Lin Yang's thoughts turned, his eyes reflecting the myriad past occurrences of this site. Chapter 808, The Overlord. As Lin Yang, Meng Qi, and the others accompanied Ananda towards the remnants of the heavenly court in Jiangdong, at Coiling. A splendid, multi-tiered ship, isolated from the world, was graced by the enchanting presence of Su Daji, who smiled sweetly at the overlord seated across from her. She inquired, "Overlord, as you sweep through the world unmatched, do you not feel a sense of loneliness over time?" The overlord, with his sharply defined features, reclined in his prominent seat, cradling the fifth-generation Xiannu in his right arm. With an air of superiority, he replied, "In a world where celestial beings, demons, and powerful entities yet linger, how can one speak of invincibility and solitude?" An overwhelming aura of dominance permeated the air, casting a shadow over all, such that merely his presence stifled any hostile thoughts, as if he were an invincible entity destined never to be defeated. The supreme demon, Wu Daoming, wielded the claws of the demon sovereign. In an effort to elevate him to your level, you assisted the supreme demon in evading the pursuit of the righteous beings just days prior. Su Daji began to recount a recent event. The overlord's proud demeanor remained unchanged as he continued to gaze down at Su Daji, eager to hear what she had to say. After a brief pause, she continued, "You wish for the supreme demon to successfully achieve this rebirth and attain the status of a celestial immortal, thereby testing whether the absolute blade is sharper or the claw of the demon sovereign more formidable." At this temporal juncture, the overlord had yet to validate his legendary status. Thus, the absolute blade remained a celestial-level weapon, regarded as such by the people of the Middle Ages. To prevent significant alterations to history, the overlord's absolute blade indirectly influenced Meng Qi, and given its low level of awakening, its formidable powers had not yet been fully revealed, appearing no different from its historical prowess. Nonetheless, the overlord harbored a desire to test the sharpness of the claw of the demon sovereign. Therefore, when Wu Daoming faced a life-and-death crisis, the overlord had intervened, intending to confront this heir to the demon sovereign's claws after Wu Daoming ascended to celestial status. The overlord regarded Su Daji with indifference, his eyes betraying no emotion in the presence of such a captivating beauty. The fifth-generation Xiannu nestled quietly in his embrace, seemingly unaffected by Su Daji's words. Observing their interaction, Su Daji maintained her smile, saying, "Rather than waiting for the supreme demon to become a celestial immortal, why not pursue a rival of mine? With his remarkable talents, I believe he would greatly satisfy you, possessing strength that undoubtedly surpasses that of the supreme demon." Only upon hearing this did a flicker of intrigue cross the overlord's expression. He replied coolly, "Wu Daoming possesses the claw of the demon sovereign and stands but a half-step from becoming a celestial immortal. If your enemy truly possesses such power, why have I not heard of him?" His situation was unique. Lacking a name known in the world, he was already a celestial immortal and wielded the Sword of Time. Having attained the form of the Heavenly Emperor, Su Daji narrowed her eyes slightly, resembling a crescent moon. Although she and Lin Yang had not engaged in direct conflict, the grandeur of the heavenly court at Jinao Island undoubtedly suggested her, or rather Yuan Hong behind her, aimed at the position of dominion over the myriad realms. Even amidst the vastness of the world, with countless powerful beings coveting such dominion, Lin Yang, despite not having validated his legendary status, carried the title of the reincarnated Heavenly Emperor, making him a thorn in the side of many who aspired to that position. Although unforeseen events had caused numerous incarnations of the primordial fragments to return to the Middle Ages, disrupting the original plan, Su Daji quickly devised a new scheme, intending to use others as instruments of demise. The fall of the contemporary incarnations would, according to rumor, see the overlord, the only one to validate his legend in the Middle Ages, become her weapon. Based on her understanding of the overlord, she knew that as long as the opponent was sufficiently formidable to please him, he would not concern himself with the finer details. Furthermore, Lin Yang, according to her inquiries, did not strike her as one who would plead for mercy. Faced with the overlord's sudden assault, who stood but a half-step from legend, the only outcome possible for him was demise. A thunderous roar erupted as the pervasive aura of dominance surged forth like a tsunami, crashing into the external world. The overlord fixed his gaze upon Su Daji, speaking with utmost seriousness. The Sword of Time? Could it be that legendary blade forged by the Heavenly Emperor himself when the Heavenly Court fell? Since the remnants of the Heavenly Court plummeted deep into Yu Huang Mountain, although it had not yet emerged into the world, those powerful beings who witnessed that battle knew well where the core of the Heavenly Court had fallen and had sought knowledge of the Sword of Time's existence. Consequently, even without it manifesting, its name had already circulated among the mighty and the transcendent. Thus, the overlord was not entirely ignorant of the Sword of Time. Su Daji's complexion paled slightly, Even as a great demon of celestial caliber, she found it difficult to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Overlord, who had redefined the limits of celestial strength. With great difficulty, she replied, "Indeed, it is the unparalleled divine weapon forged by the Heavenly Emperor himself, currently wielded by my formidable foe, revered as the Sun Emperor." Simultaneously, Su Daji mused inwardly, lamenting that she could not venture to Jineo Island to seek Yuan Hong's assistance. Otherwise, the resultant changes in history would affect her far more profoundly than the Overlord's slaying of the Sun Emperor, potentially leading to her own demise. Lost in the torrents of altered history, the Overlord did not pursue why an obscure incarnation would be honored with the title of Sun Emperor, merely attributing it to some ascendant of an unknown universe. This explanation sufficed to clarify why such a powerful being, possessing the Sword of Time, had previously lacked renown in the realm. The number of universes beyond the real realm is boundless, not merely a fanciful notion. Within countless universes, there are always realms that incarnations have yet to explore, even legendary beings, who can automatically generate their projections with the birth of new universes, cannot claim their projections exist in every infinite universe. The Overlord rose from his seat, his imposing figure radiating an aura of supremacy. He declared, "Where is he? The movements of the Sun Emperor are shrouded in secrecy. I am currently unaware. However, I do know that he will inevitably head towards Yuhuang Mountain." Su Daji replied with a smile, her allure captivating, each gesture enchanting. Yuhuang Mountain? The Overlord turned, gazing into the distance. At that moment, the fifth generation Xian Nu whispered, "In the ancient era, the sovereign of heaven and the earth were both extraordinary figures who exerted pressure across the universe. The former left behind the Sword of Time, while the latter bequeathed the Cycle Seal. Within the annals of the sect's ancient texts, there exists sparse documentation, which suggests that the very heart of the celestial court plummeted upon the peaks of Jade Emperor Mountain, thus bestowing the mountain with its illustrious name. The tumultuous upheaval at that time unleashed clouds of dust, enveloping the mortal realm for 7 days and nights. A spectacle so formidable that even the most powerful beings could not disperse it, evoking a semblance of apocalyptic finality. During the discourse of the fifth generation Xian Nu, her gaze fixated on Su Daji, her heart brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 809, The Relics of the Celestial Court. The Su Nu path is the lineage of the nine heavens Xian Nu, a goddess presiding over celestial conflicts and wielding immense authority, naturally favored by the Celestial Emperor. Regardless of who the young emperor mentioned by Su Daji may be, the fact that he garnered the recognition of the Time Blade indicates that he is a successor of the Celestial Emperor, intricately linked to her sect. Were it not for the immense gap of several 100,000 years from the prophesied reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor as foretold by the Patriarch, the fifth generation Xian Nu might have pondered further. This vixen, the fifth generation Xian Nu mused, her head bowed, nestled within the embrace of the Overlord. The grand vessel gradually receded, vanishing upon the vast river. Jade Emperor Mountain. Lin Yang and his companions followed Ananda to the mountain summit, where they heard him intone a Buddhist chant, Namo the original teacher, Shakyamuni Buddha. Subsequently, the gray-robed monk stepped forth, traversing invisible steps as he descended into the depths of the sea of clouds. He appeared utterly indifferent to the presence of Lin Yang and his companions, as if they were mere phantoms. Lin Yang mirrored this indifference, following Ananda down the ethereal steps. After a while, the scene before his eyes transformed, with the rippling waves of the sea of clouds shifting dramatically. Crumbling pavilions and palatial remnants lay scattered like mountains of debris, revealing faint traces of existence. Yet only a solitary vermilion gate stood resolute amid the ruins. A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over Lin Yang, as if illusory visions cascaded before his eyes. The grand hall that had vanished beyond the vermilion gate seemed to persist in this world, albeit in a different form, never truly ceasing to exist. The Time Blade. Lin Yang discerned with clarity. The grand hall beyond the vermilion gate was indeed the heart of the celestial court at the moment of its descent. The Celestial Emperor had utilized it as one of the materials to forge the Time Blade. Though it appeared that the core of the celestial court had perished alongside its fall, it had merely transformed into another manifestation of the Time Blade. Even if one were to journey back to a time before the celestial court's descent, at the juncture where it had yet to fall, the heart of the celestial court would have already become the Time Blade, and what one perceived would merely be the historical imprint of the Time Blade. Surrounding the vermilion gate, time flowed like a gentle stream, capable of diminishing the lifespans of living beings and entombing all of creation. Upon entering the relics of the celestial court, Ananda's pace quickened slightly. He passed through the Vermilion Gate and stood quietly before the vanished celestial palace. His expression steeped in sorrow and compassion, seemingly lamenting the fate of the celestial court. At that moment, time became disordered, swirling around the gate like a vortex. Mengqi, perceiving the threads of causality, caught a fleeting glimpse of a hazy figure clothed in imperial robes emerging behind the Vermilion Gate, instantaneously overlapping with Lin Yang, who stood not far ahead. A sensation of indescribable ease washed over Lin Yang as his thoughts shifted. Ananda's betrayal of the Celestial Emperor stemmed not only from various reasons, but also from his unwillingness to let an outsider ascend to the dominion of the myriad realms. Thus, Thunder God, a voice of authority resonated from Lin Yang, his tone markedly different from his usual self, imbued with an ethereal nobility. As he spoke, Lin Yang stepped forward, his aura undergoing a dramatic transformation. Boom! The myriad realms fractured, and the heavens re-emerged, as if an unparalleled being had returned from the river of time, causing the multiverse to tremble under the weight of his existence, on the brink of annihilation. The numerous saints and Bai Jingxian felt a jolt within, awestruck by the unfolding spectacle. Though merely a manifestation of energy connected to the celestial phenomena, it surpassed all imagination, prompting questions to arise. Thunder God? Is it the nine heavens Thunder God of the celestial court, or someone else? Mengqi, caught in a moment of realization, pondered. It is said that Senior Lin is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. In Ananda's previous incarnation as the Thunder God betrayed the Celestial Emperor. Could it be that arriving at the relics of the Celestial Court awakened Senior Lin's memories of his past? Was that fleeting shadow a remnant of the Celestial Emperor's unfulfilled desires? He felt little concern. In light of the current circumstances, Lin Yang appeared to be more than merely the reincarnated vessel of the Celestial Emperor. After all, regardless of perspective, the true sovereign of the myriad realms had genuinely fallen, not merely subdued by demonic Buddhas. Contemplating Ananda's true identity as the sovereign of the previous epoch, the Heavenly Emperor, Mengqi mused. It seems that Senior Lin has gradually restored his memories from years past. He must have conducted extensive inquiries prior to his fall, for it would be impossible to comprehend such monumental secrets otherwise. The advancing gray-robed monk halted abruptly upon hearing this, his compassion fading to reveal a more sinister essence. As the truth within the historical imprint was unleashed, no longer the simple Ananda revered by all, a smile crept upon his lips as he proclaimed, Celestial Emperor. His crystalline golden form emerged, enshrined in lapis lazuli and encompassing the 3 realms and 6 paths, his Buddha palms striking forth, layer upon layer of the Buddha realm materializing. An endless pure land spanning eons. The ruins of the Celestial Court were enveloped by this palm, the lapis lazuli darkening, myriad Buddhist symbols reversing as the cauliflower bloomed, with numerous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas seated above, reciting scriptures. A strange hue appeared upon the faces of all Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. They ceased their recitation and collectively struck forth with a palm, resonating in an extraordinary harmony with Ananda's dark golden Buddha palm. Countless petals danced, each flower a world, each leaf a universe. In the blink of an eye, worlds were obliterated and the universe faced its end. A colossal force of termination coalesced, surrounding the dark golden Buddha palm, striking towards the lofty and majestic Lin Yang, revealed as the Celestial Emperor. Traitor! The crown obscured his face. The imperial robes enveloped his form, and Lin Yang grasped with an ephemeral hand as the vacuous expanse behind the Vermilion Gate shimmered and transformed into an ancient, glimmering long blade, now held firmly in his grasp. With a resounding crash, the illusory waves erupted, illuminating a boundless brilliance as supreme beings ruling over diverse universes emerged. The ethereal river of time was aglow, and the intricate connections between Lin Yang and his myriad projections became lucid. After absorbing the Celestial Emperor's essence, his true spirit experienced an elevation, enabling him to sense numerous projections existing in the distant future. With a swift slash, the ancient blade cleaved through time. The powers of future projections transcending temporal constraints, transmitting into the medieval era as the might of this strike reached its zenith in an instant. Boom! The Buddhist realm collapsed. The pure land tainted. What was meant to transcend the world, the Buddhist realm and pure land, had succumbed to the relentless erosion of time. The passage of ages had withered all. Even the immaculate golden form of Ananda gradually became imbued with a sense of antiquity, as if it were to wither away. Crack! At the moment the ancient blade clashed with the Buddha palm, A barely perceptible sound of fracture resonated, and the already crumbling pavilions and palatial structures collapsed entirely. Lin Yang felt the time blade, which should have been invincible, become ensnared in a quagmire, ultimately striking against an ancient seal of unfathomable strength. The Cycle Seal. Chapter 810. The Unfathomable and the Mysterious. The Cycle Seal stood before the time blade, seemingly rotating at a pace both slow and swift, reflecting every facet of reality before the eyes of all. Immortal beings of the nine heavens, malevolent spirits of the nine hells, countless lives, and demonic creatures. All beings, all realms, all paths, and the celestial heavens were enveloped by the Cycle Seal, encapsulating all and accommodating everything. The sovereign of heaven and the earth. The former left behind the time blade, deemed the unfathomable first, while the latter transformed into the Cycle Seal, the mysterious first. The time of their ascendance to the other shore seemed to coincide, yet eons have passed, for the first time. The extraordinary divine weapons left behind by these two titans encountered each other, now positioned at opposition. Boom! An indescribable sensation of buzzing permeated the air, causing the remnants of the celestial court to tremble faintly. Time and reincarnation intertwined endlessly, as vibrant bolts of divine lightning manifested across the vast expanse. A seemingly ethereal ancient pond materialized, elevated above the heavens, enveloped in a nebulous mist, exuding an ineffable profundity. At the pinnacle of this illusory pool, three peculiar inscriptions were etched: the exiled immortal pool. The exiled immortal pool? The expressions of the several saints subtly shifted, astonished to witness not only an unforeseen spectacle today, but also the reappearance of the exiled immortal pool. A sight of punishment for celestial beings from the bygone era of the celestial court. Even with boundless divine prowess capable of absorbing infinite divine essence to refine the celestial body, should one fall into the exiled immortal pool for but a moment, all would dissipate, becoming a part of the pool itself. Even if it were merely a phantom at present, my celestial form quivered in response. As the saints whispered among themselves, a sudden brilliance illuminated their surroundings. At the point where the blade of time clashed with the seal of reincarnation, it appeared as if a passage to an extraordinary realm had been unlocked, with an inscrutable aura swirling. The shadowy golden palm that was meant to strike halted abruptly, revealing a faint smile on the sorrowful countenance of Ananda. With a deft motion, he grasped the seal of reincarnation and remarked, "Thank you for your assistance." Without granting Lin Yang a moment to ponder, the figure of the gray-robed monk gradually turned to ash, the shadowy golden palm, having endured the passage of eons, transformed to a pale hue, revealing numerous cracks before ultimately shattering into countless starlit remnants. Crack! The seal of reincarnation trembled slightly, transforming into a stream of light that vanished into the passageway leading to the unfathomable realm. In an instant, the passage closed, and the spectral image of the exiled immortal pool dissipated, followed closely by the disappearance of the vibrant divine lightning. With a splash, Lin Yang perceived the illusory sound of flowing water by his ear. As he delved deeper into the intricate path of time, he found himself momentarily gazing upon an unceasing river that enveloped all of time. Yet, what drew his attention was a section of this river, which should have revealed the past, becoming disturbingly blurred, seemingly obscured by some peculiar force. The pathway of proximity. Ananda had evidently discerned the method to open another pathway. Lin Yang's expression tightened. Upon opening the passage to the proximity, the peculiar force within would disrupt everything from the outside, most evidently affecting the flow of time. Even extraordinary beings from the other shore, despite their incredible abilities, could not fully grasp the happenings within that area unless they were present at the moment of the passage's activation. Otherwise, the various proximity pathways throughout the realms would have been thoroughly examined by those eminent figures, unveiling the means to access them through the actions of others. Unless one could seize the past, transforming those who entered the proximity into their own avatars. The point of life and death could disturb the past. But how many moments into the future would this particular proximity that Ananda was headed toward disrupt? Lin Yang's thoughts settled, and a new notion arose. Pondering, the collision of the blade of time and the seal of reincarnation, the clash of the remnants of heaven and earth, could indeed unlock a proximity known to no one. Shaking his head, Lin Yang reflected. Perhaps other eminent figures from the other shore are aware of the proximity Ananda is heading toward, yet my understanding remains limited, knowing numerous secrets while countless others elude me. The lack of substantial alteration in history, only slight deviations, suggests that even if Ananda enters the proximity, his impact on history would be negligible. The true changes would depend on the current juncture. Contemplating the potential alterations, Lin Yang turned to Meng Qi and stated, Ananda's journey to a certain proximity will undoubtedly herald monumental changes in the future. Initially, I was reluctant to interfere with your growth trajectory, but it seems I must intervene now, otherwise. Even without Lin Yang explicitly stating it, Meng Qi could sense the unspoken implications. Temporarily setting aside thoughts of Lin Yang's intended actions, he inquired curiously, what is the proximity? The myriad realms exist in accordance with the Tao, allowing all things to evolve, and certain exceedingly unique places closely aligned with the Tao are precisely the proximities, manifestations of a portion of the Tao. After a brief explanation, Lin Yang continued, Ananda has been suppressed by the Buddha. Even though he is an eminent figure from the other shore, capable of revealing some powers through the seal of reincarnation, it is improbable that he could swiftly break free from the seal. However, it is anticipated that he could reveal more strength. Pausing for a moment, he added, After all, that particular proximity was opened through the collision of the blade of time and the seal of reincarnation. Thus, the inherent aspect of the Tao within undoubtedly offers some assistance to the seal, enabling it to awaken to a higher level. Moreover, Lin Yang believed that neither the inscrutable nature of the blade of time nor the mystery of the seal alone could have opened that proximity. Otherwise, Ananda would have entered it when Meng Qi attained his Dharmakaya in Ling Mountain, rather than waiting for over a decade. I specialize in the way of time, and this place, being a remnant of the celestial court, resonates with me exceptionally. Thus, I shall lend you my assistance to elevate you to celestial status. Lin Yang's words left the three in astonishment. Even during the prime of the 9 heavens, celestial beings were permitted to traverse the 9 heavens, no longer merely terrestrial immortals. Despite the multitude of Dharmakayas during the Middle Ages, the celestial beings scarcely exceeded 50. A celestial adept in the way of time could assist others in attaining celestial status. Furthermore, that gray-robed monk was the thunder god of the celestial court, one of the 10 disciples of the Buddha, revered Ananda. Was that not the lingering obsession of the heavenly emperor? Considering the relationship between the thunder god and the heavenly emperor, the fall of the celestial court perhaps concealed further secrets. The questions within the hearts of the saints surged one after another. Without a doubt, the most shocking revelation was that Ananda had transcended the sea of suffering and ascended to the other shore, only to be personally suppressed by the Buddha. Was what they had just witnessed not? Just as the saints pondered, Lin Yang had already raised his hand, gathering myriad colors into his palm. The shimmering waves of light cascading over Meng Qi, distorting the flow of time in his vicinity. Simultaneously, the Overlord and his companions arrived at the foot of Jade Emperor Mountain. Chapter 8:11. The Overlord and the Sun Emperor. The Blade of Time. The Overlord stood at the mountain's base, gazing towards the depths of the cloud sea. An inexplicable sense guided him, revealing that his objective lay somewhere within the vast expanse of Jade Emperor Mountain. Unbeknownst to anyone, a hint of purple flickered from the absolute blade at his waist, as if countless divine lightning bolts rained down within, transforming into a sea of thunder that connected the myriad realms, the source of all lightning. Some insignificant divine lightning from within cascaded down upon the remnants of the celestial court. It seems you have already sensed him. Sudaki Smaid, fully aware that the Overlord's absolute blade was a peerless weapon of the other shore, and knowing that Meng Qi was her adversary. However, the Overlord's absolute blade would never relinquish its hold on this favorable historical trajectory, and she would turn a strike at her. Moreover, at this juncture, having only awakened to the earthly, immortal level, even if he could exert the historical might that was supposed to be present in the Middle Ages due to the fabric of history, it would not be sufficient to slay her decisively. This would undoubtedly arouse the Overlord's suspicions, leading to a significant alteration in history, pushing him into a future that might be less favorable than the original timeline. Having gained the recognition of the Blade of Time, he was qualified to compete with me in battle. I must see whether the Blade of Time left by the Heavenly Emperor is mightier, or if the blade in my hand is sharper. The Overlord stood resolute at the mountain's foot, yet felt as if he were atop a summit, surveying all of existence. His gaze was fixed solely on the vastness of the heavens, devoid of any other presence. One could only wonder how proud and confident he must be to dare to compare his self-forged absolute blade with a weapon left by an eminent figure from the other shore. Were it not for Su Daji's knowledge of history's intricacies, one might mistake him for a madman. Let us go. The Overlord strode forward, making his way toward the mountain's peak. In the remnants of the celestial court, Lin Yang observed as Meng Qi began to hone his Dharmakaya within the distorted realm of time, opening various orifices to the world. He withdrew his gaze and turned to Bai Jingxian and the saints, saying, "Aside from the teachings of my sect, there is nothing else of significance here. If you wish to explore, you may depart, but do not disturb him." In the realm of ordinary earth immortals, the celestial beings naturally lack the ability to influence Meng Qi. However, with the Hunyuan Golden Dipper in her possession by Jingxian, along with the Sage of Numbers who wields the unparalleled divine weapon, the Luo Shu, could indeed disrupt Meng Qi's cultivation if they so desired. Only Lin Yang understood that the two had no reason to oppose him and Meng Qi, which is why he refrained from taking preemptive action to eliminate potential threats. As he turned to depart from the remnants of the heavenly court, Bai Jingxian inquired, "Where are you headed?" Without glancing back, Lin Yang's voice resonated, "The Overlord has arrived." While he was not the root cause of all fruits, in terms of mastery over the path of causality, he was on par with the ancient Buddha of Lamp, who had already crystallized his understanding of causality into a tangible form. Were it not for the presence of the primordial heavenly sovereign obstructing the path, the ancient Buddha would have already attempted to ascend to the other shore. During her conversations with the Overlord, Su Daji frequently mentioned Lin Yang, and the Overlord, wielding the Supreme Blade, was aware of the connection between Lin Yang and Meng Qi, which prevented him from severing this unseen bond. This left Lin Yang fully aware of the Overlord's intentions, yearning for a confrontation to test the sharpness of the blade. It was fortuitous before proving his legendary status. He could engage in a thrilling battle. Lin Yang's figure gradually faded into the remnants of the heavenly court, stepping into the sea of clouds. After merging with the will of the heavenly emperor, Lin Yang's true spirit attained a certain elevation, allowing him to sense the myriad existences at the current juncture. Now, in the Middle Ages, not all great powers and transcendent beings were entirely dormant. Even if he were to certify his legend at this moment, it would not hasten the return of numerous great powers and transcendent beings, for they still struggled in the sea of suffering. Without guidance, they would fail to recognize that the current juncture was no longer theirs, but a fragment of history. The mention of the Overlord caused both Bai Jingxian and the Sage of Numbers to tremble. Not to mention the Sage of Numbers, even Bai Jingxian, who had not spent much time in the Middle Ages, had heard of the Overlord's name. The foremost celestial being of the era, just days prior, had forcefully cleaved through the grand formation established by numerous celestials of the Middle Ages, rescuing the supreme heavenly demon, Wu Daoming, from peril. The Overlord and the Sun Emperor. Was that the legendary divine weapon recorded by their ancestors, the Time Blade? The Sage of Numbers pondered. He had previously learned Lin Yang's title during his exchanges with Bai Jingxian. Hunyuan Fairy, my purpose in visiting the heavenly court's ruins has been fulfilled. I shall take my leave. If you seek something further, you may explore at your leisure. With that, the Sage of Numbers turned and departed, lingering no longer. Bi Yingwen, after a moment's contemplation and casting a glance at the desolate heavenly court ruins, followed suit. In an instant, only Meng Qi remained within the heavenly court's remnants. Atop Jade Emperor Mountain, Lin Yang sat cross-legged upon a blue stone, feeling the currents of historical correction. In history, Ananda had retrieved the upper and lower volumes of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Register from the Heavenly Court's ruins, leading to its appearance on the exchange list of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Now, with historical changes, Ananda had retreated into an unknown near path and did not take the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Register. Under the spontaneous correction of history, the fates of reincarnators who had previously exchanged for the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Register underwent a dramatic transformation. This bore little relation to Lin Yang himself. Even without the protection of the Time Blade, he would not be directly erased by historical correction. After all, it was a spontaneous correction under the maintenance of the original history, where the butterfly effect would be minimized, unless one actively sought to alter major historical events. Impacting the main thoroughfare of time, Lin Yang used. Should someone traverse time to influence the main thoroughfare of time and alter significant historical events? The most severe consequence would be the complete collapse of the original timeline, leading to a reformation of everything that followed that point. Aside from the great beings on the other shore remaining unaffected, looking down from a transcendent perspective upon the occurrences within the river of time, even the most formidable transcendent beings, having attained complete realization, could face dire consequences with a single misstep. What was once a successfully navigated calamity might become insurmountable. The Overlord and his two companions traversed through the clouds, gradually ascending the winding path to the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain. Their eyes fell upon Lin Yang, seated upon the blue stone, clad in ancient crown and Taoist robe, exuding the ripples of time, imbued with an indescribable ancient essence. As if he were an ancient celestial being meditating at the river's end, gazing at them with a gaze that encompassed all yet lacked emotion. The overlord's eyes gleamed with disdain, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloping him, casting a shadow upon the hearts of those present. The heir of the Time Blade? He questioned. Not quite. Lin Yang rose, revealing the form of the heavenly emperor, adorned in imperial robes and a crown, the sense of indifference dissipating, replaced by an indescribable majesty. The sovereign of all realms. Master of the Time Blade. Chapter 812, The Cosmic Battlefield. Master of the Time Blade? A smile broke upon the overlord's sharply defined features. His gaze piercing, radiating a fierce aura. Excellent, very well. Thunderous roars erupted as purple lightning struck down, scorching the mountain peak shrouded in clouds. Melting the rocks where once great powers had stood, deep violet sparks dancing. You two have reached celestial perfection. Not bad. The overlord's keen eyes discerned Lin Yang's realm, recognizing their shared proximity to the legendary threshold. Since you've been awaiting me, I presume you are aware of my intentions. At this point, the overlord's battle fervor surged suddenly, manifesting as a palpable force that swept through the vast sea of clouds, transforming Jade Emperor Mountain into a realm of tranquility, a terrifying aura enveloping the area. Within a bustling city, a celestial being, seated in a palace and quietly perusing ancient texts, was startled, their gaze seemingly piercing through layers of void to behold the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain, ensconced in the overlord's oppressive aura. It is the overlord, murmured the celestial in an ancient crown and robe. In this world, who else can incite the overlord's battle spirit to such heights? Contemplating the overlord's terrifying prowess, capable of effortlessly cleaving through the grand formations of numerous celestials, the celestial's heart grew heavy. To command the overlord's serious attention, one must possess strength on par with his. Otherwise, an ordinary celestial would be slain by the overlord with but a few strikes. As these thoughts surged, the celestial in the ancient crown and robe immediately vanished into the void, making his way toward Jade Emperor Mountain. In the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, within a chamber entwined with malevolent forces, a blood-red cocoon writhed, veins coursing with varied hues of divine blood, converging toward the cocoon. The supreme heavenly demon, Wu Daoming, in the midst of his final transformation, appeared in a childlike form. Curled within the blood cocoon, his orifices opened wide, devouring everything. Whether it be the divine blood of various celestial bodies, or the laws of heaven and earth, or the energy seas woven from diverse vitalities, all were consumed, nourishing the foundation of the 9 transformations of the Demon Emperor, ushering in an era of the end of methods, achieving an indestructible demonic body. Overlord Wu Daoming whispered, the fearsome claws of the Demon Emperor on his right arm twitching, a miasma of tainted power intermingling, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Soon, in half an hour, I shall complete my final transformation and ascend to celestial status. With the Demon Emperor's claws in hand, even the extraordinary blade, nearly a divine weapon, will find it difficult to withstand me. Wu Daoming's thoughts whirled. The true realm is the heart of the multiverse, a place where human excellence and the spirit of the land cannot even begin to convey a fraction of its essence. In the Middle Ages, it was also known as the Age of the Middle Saints, a period of great prosperity for humanity, where mortals could wield objects to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, and a multitude of divergent thoughts clashed. Hence, many sages arose, not merely replicating the paths of their predecessors, but using them as references to pursue their own paths. Numerous sages took to teaching, enlightening the masses, and propagating their ideals, seeking the practice of all sentient beings. Wherever mortals congregated, there echoed the words of the sages. Wu Daoming's recognition by the Demon Emperor's claw, thus becoming its successor, undoubtedly reveals an extraordinary facet of his character. Initially, he followed the teachings of the sage of benevolence, only to find them discordant with his own ideals, leading to a profound sense of confusion. In secret, he overheard the principles of another sage from the Confucian school, which further deepened his internal dilemmas. The more he listened, the more perplexed he became. Eventually, Wu Daoming immersed himself in the philosophies of Taoism, Buddhism, and numerous other doctrines, allowing his convictions to become increasingly radical. No sage's teachings could alleviate his inner turmoil until he finally obtained the Demon Emperor's claw, which granted him a profound clarity of spirit. Due to his inability to transition to demonic cultivation because of his unyielding resolve, Wu Daoming destroyed his original body and reformed his spiritual aperture. In merely 6 decades, He transformed from an ordinary mortal into one who stands but a half-step away from celestial immortality, even having ventured into the legendary realms, surpassing the contemporary sages. With half an hour remaining, Wu Daoming's thoughts began to soar with excitement. Upon achieving mastery of my demonic arts, the sages will likely be drawn to the tyrant, eager to witness the unfolding of events, thus allowing me to exact my revenge from our previous encounter. At Mount Yuhuang, several sages, including Bai Jingxian, emerged from the celestial ruins, feeling the pervasive and omnipresent aura of overwhelming dominance. The already towering figure of the tyrant appeared to them as a colossal deity, instilling awe and reverence, leaving no room for resistance. The two formidable beings each employed secret techniques to dispel the mental residues of dust, thereby mitigating the influence of the tyrant's overpowering aura. Such formidable strength, indeed, befits the most powerful celestial of this age, who in the medieval era had compelled all sages to bow their heads. Bai Jingxian was filled with astonishment. Although the legacy of Sanshao Island is ancient, even were she to ascend to celestial immortality, it would be characterized more by ethereal ideals than by the unparalleled might of the tyrant, which instills a sense of trepidation before battle. In the vicinity of Mount Yuhuang, various embodiments of spiritual beings emerged from the void, gazing toward the mountain's peak. Among them were human immortals, earth immortals, and relatively ordinary celestial beings, all drawn by the soaring aura of dominance. Lin Yang, feeling the overwhelming tide of power washing over him from all directions, spoke. The tyrant has traveled from afar. Shall we engage in battle here, or venture into the myriad universes to clash? His tone, though ostensibly mundane, was imbued with the unique gravitas of the emperor's physical form, as if questioning from the very end of time rather than from the present world. Upon utterance, the previously oppressive aura surrounding Mount Yuhuang was immediately disrupted, as the waves of time rippled, carving out a unique realm within this dominion of might, eternally timeless. A celestial being, startled, recognized the essence of the path of time and light in his cultivation. Yet he had never heard of anyone capable of contending with the tyrant in the domain of time. The imperial robe and crown, features of an unfamiliar embodiment, alongside the profound path of time, led him to speculate whether the legacy of the ruler of the heavens had manifested in the present. Reflecting on the ancient five emperors, of whom only the central one, the heavenly emperor, excelled in the mastery of time, his curiosity intensified. At our level, we can open the cosmos with a single leaf, possessing great means to battle across the cosmic sea, as well as more subtle techniques for combat within the minutiae of existence, the tyrant declared, then shifted his words. Let us engage in battle within a certain universe. Lin Yang nodded gently, deeming this a wise decision to prevent their conflict from escalating uncontrollably and obliterating Mount Yuhuang, thus altering the course of history. Once their words concluded, their spiritual embodiments revealed their attributes, penetrating the barriers of the real realm. And together, they arrived in a particular universe. In the world of the Supreme One, the universe stretched infinitely, beyond measurement by light years, as it was boundlessly vast. This was a boundless expanse composed of layer upon layer of infinite universes, forming a multiverse beyond the real realm. The birth of countless universes did not occur uniformly. Some emerged shortly after the real realm's inception, while others were birthed more recently. The universe to which Lin Yang and the tyrant had arrived was a newly born one, chaotic with primordial energy, where laws and principles had yet to stabilize, occasionally witnessing the explosive birth of nascent stars, akin to inconsequential fireworks in the cosmos. This realm lacked any trace of sentient beings. All was in its nascent state, allowing for unfettered exertion without concern. The tyrant stood amidst the sea of stars, revealing his formidable physique. Having departed from the essence-rich real realm, the terror of the tyrant was no longer constrained. Merely his aura dimmed the vast starry expanse, while the boundless brilliance of the universe beyond was also affected by his presence. The overwhelming aura permeated numerous star systems, causing the unsteady laws and principles to gradually shift in alignment with the tyrant's path. Many powerful beings traversing the space could not help but change countenance. Despite their unchanged strength, the transition to a different realm magnified the chasm between them and the tyrant. Those able to accompany Lin Yang and the tyrant to this universe were celestial beings, or earth immortals like Bai Jingxian, who possessed special means. Back in the real realm, even if they were briefly affected by the tyrant's overwhelming aura, they would not feel the same insurmountable distance that now separated them from the tyrant's vicinity, where their own embodiments experienced sharp pangs of discomfort. by Jingxian, compelled to summon her primordial golden cauldron, lowered it to envelop herself in a shroud of dark light, dissipating the encroaching aura of dominance and rendering the intangible energy bereft of its extraordinary qualities. She stood far away, only able to vaguely perceive the tyrant, the distance between them reaching the limits of her observation. I draw my blade. Suddenly, the tyrant's imperious voice, unforgettable and arrogant, transcended the confines of space. Resonating in every ear, I arrive at the heavenly court, causing celestial beings to tremble. Grasping the unparalleled blade, the tyrant became utterly still, and in the blink of an eye, the blade cleaved through all bindings, severing laws and principles as the void rent open, revealing a dazzlingly brilliant and overwhelmingly potent purple light. The sea of stars quaked, countless stars flickering erratically and violently. Under this resplendent purple light, the starry expanse and many galaxies appeared to shrink, transforming into an inescapable prison. The cleaving of the purple light pierced through the prison, akin to cutting through even the most minute structures within. The tyrant's sixth slash, Lin Yang thought to himself, as time seemed to stretch infinitely, the moment nearly transforming into eternity. He observed the all-encompassing, nearly motionless purple light descending upon everything, and through its brilliance, he glimpsed the formidable, unparalleled blade of dominance. Arriving at the heavenly court, causing celestial beings to tremble, was indeed the first strike of the tyrant's famed sixth slash, which upon full mastery, would possess legendary characteristics, enabling it to encompass all forms of attack from the perspective of legendary powers. Without special means, artifacts, or unparalleled formations, even a multitude of celestial beings would find themselves helpless against the first strike of the tyrant. Even my omnipresence felt the effects, as if stepping into the ninth heaven. Yet I did not strengthen connections with many of my projections. The target of celestial beings tremble was indeed aimed at the legendary realm's powers. Otherwise, the intent of the tyrant's sixth slash would not be so explicit. As these thoughts arose, Lin Yang extended his right hand from beneath the imperial robe, grasping the ancient knife of time. Since you seek to invoke celestial beings' trepidation, let us see how it unfolds. With a gentle smile, numerous stars ignited on the imperial robe, and deities and celestial beings within those stars opened their eyes, distant and lofty, devoid of humanity. The shimmering blade descended, bridging the ancient imprints along the river of time. Under the dominion of the celestial emperor's authority, all celestial beings in the heavenly court emanated an ephemeral aura that transcended eons, merging with the myriad stars and gods, thus elevating their essence. Bang! The stars erupted, and countless deities manifested in a singular point, yet they seemed to exist within disparate realms of time and space, completely devoid of intersection. Each celestial being unleashed their utmost strength, converging upon the blade of time, perfectly governed by the celestial emperor's formidable form. Wielding a power capable of annihilating countless star systems, transformed into waves of radiant light, the heavenly court re-emerged, the celestial beings returning. Echoes of time, steeped in the vicissitudes of ages and the majesty of emperors, resonated. In an instant, the blade's radiance expanded, morphing into a realm of ethereal purity. Transcending the confines of this universe, were magnificent palaces aligned in succession, adorned with billowing clouds and celestial cranes soaring gracefully. Creak, creak, creak. The prison, housing innumerable star systems, trembled as inexplicable fissures appeared upon its unnameable boundaries, seemingly on the verge of being breached by the realm of ethereal purity. The blade, shimmering with violet light, emitted a soft chime, its pervasive brilliance dimming slightly. Before the prison could rupture, the warlike sovereign, his eyes aglow with violet lightning, struck once more. Ascend the spirit mountain, and let the Buddhas attain nirvana. The second strike of the sovereign's 6 cuts, the violet luminescence surrounding the blade danced, transforming into serpentine bolts of electricity, countless and uncountable, plunging into the prison, shattering every fragment of matter, extinguishing every vestige of life, heralding the end of all existence and the Buddha's rebirth. The legendary characteristics, detailed to the utmost, manifested. Even the most minuscule entities existing within this void-like prison could not evade the leaping electric serpents, destined to meet their demise eventually. Boom! Countless vast star domains resonated at this moment. All that was meant to take form disintegrated instantaneously, dissipating into nothingness, save for the innumerable thunders stirred by the sovereign's aura. Raging through the cosmos, an expanse that would take hundreds of billions of years to traverse. Even in the more distant reaches, Within the infinite expanse of the starry sea, anomalies began to stir, the yet-to-be-established laws and truths shifting towards the path of thunder, halting the evolution of certain entities, reshaping them into new forms. The sovereign's gaze, imbued with disdain for all, gradually became solemn. He paid no heed to whether the second strike had shattered the realm of ethereal purity and vanquished the celestial beings. Instead, he withdrew and unleashed the third strike. Entering the 9 hells, the demons shall behead. Chapter 8:14, Eternal Calamity. The sovereign unleashed 3 strikes, each an unparalleled technique. Powerful beyond compare, surpassing mortal imagination. The vast starry sea, stretching for trillions of light years, quivered, countless thunders roared, transforming the prison where Lin Yang resided into an expansive ocean of thunder. For a moment, the scene resembled the re-emergence of an ancient thunderpool. The sovereign's formidable reputation was indeed well-deserved. A celestial being bearing a divine sword squinted, the ultimate sword intent soaring into the heavens, carving out a realm of pure swordsmanship at the edge of the thunderous sea, so pure that nothing but swords could exist, exerting pressure across the galaxies. The strength of that individual was unfathomable. Even at their peak, no ordinary celestial could rival the terrifying prowess of the two. The ancient robed youth with flowing black hair spoke with a voice laden with the weight of ages. As he concluded, a smile broke forth, exclaiming, "The first move of the sovereign's 6 cuts is to descend upon the heavenly court, causing the celestial beings to tremble. Now, facing a successor of the celestial emperor. This truly is a worthy opponent." From the celestial emperor's formidable form and the unprecedented technique he crafted, the ancient robed youth surmised Lin Yang's identity. Before the legends were even spoken, he had already devised a technique embodying certain legendary traits. Should both of them survive, they would undoubtedly possess a tremendous chance to authenticate their legends and become unparalleled powerhouses across the realms. The sword immortal radiated sword energy, his thoughts complex. As the celestial beings pondered, the sovereign's imperious voice resounded simultaneously throughout this expanse. The past, all that was, has vanished into nothingness. The sovereign's 6 cuts, the 5th strike, observing that the previous 3 strikes had failed to forcibly obliterate the realm of ethereal purity and eradicate the celestial beings. The sovereign ultimately chose the most appropriate course of action. The violet light reflected from the blade became hazy as bolts of violet lightning retracted into the blade, rendering the already fierce weapon even more formidable and terrifying. Merely existing, it could collapse the void, returning all to nothingness. The hazy violet light flickered, slicing through the impending rupture of the thunderous sea, directing towards the heavenly court, towards the central palace. Each celestial being, illuminated by the violet light, felt immense impact. Becoming ethereal, their emitted power gradually waning. Splash! The sound of ephemeral waters echoed. Lin Yang's vision was engulfed by the light of the blade. He sensed time subtly shifting. The ephemeral aura transmitted from the upstream of the temporal river by the celestial beings severed its mystical connection with the present. This strike, aptly named, rendered the past all that was in a mere smoke. The realm of ethereal purity became increasingly ethereal, hazy, and illusory, as if it would dissipate at any moment, becoming mere phantoms. The sovereign, having forged his unparalleled blade from the remnants of the ancient thunderpool and the legacy of the thunder god, had not yet achieved the ultimate form. Yet the blade had undeniably undergone a transformation, its power surpassing the pinnacle of celestial weaponry. Otherwise, even the most wondrous of the sovereign's 6 cuts, no matter how powerful, could not influence the connection of this strike. Beneath the crown, Lin Yang's eyes flowed with the tides of time. Through the violet light, he beheld those eyes, aglow with violet lightning, surveying the world with disdain. With a step, Lin Yang emerged from the central palace, which was on the verge of becoming entirely illusory. At this moment, the presence of the celestial emperor's form swelled immensely, encompassing all, becoming the core of the universe, absorbing the projections of countless celestial beings. The illusory heavenly court assimilating everything into the divine body. The brilliance coalesced, and innumerable celestial imprints floated within Lin Yang's grasp. The blade of time chimed, merging with the light in his hand, spinning at an unfathomable speed, transforming the surrounding time into swirling vortices of distortion. Eternal calamity. With a gentle push of one hand, the rotating light traversed time, defying the void, directly descending before the sovereign, enveloping the surrounding void. Whoosh! The sovereign seemed to perceive the sound of time severing. The radiant light before him spun with such brilliance and allure that it could ensnare one in eternal fascination. It opened a stream of time, without beginning or end, an eternal tributary of time, seeking to exhaust one's lifespan, while time beyond the reach of this light remained utterly unchanged. Within the time stream shrouded in light, there existed distorted and altered principles of time, alongside myriad celestial auras and legalities interfering with all, simultaneously repelling any energy and matter, forming a realm of absolute law. The sovereign's expression shifted slightly, and his fighting spirit surged even more. Even in the face of despair, his pride remained unyielded. The posture of wielding the blade, with one hand transformed into a two-handed grip. An illusory river of time manifested behind the sovereign, as figures emerged from its depths. Some stood upon divine swords, some piloted mechanical gods, some fused with the heavens and earth, some grasped the essence of arcane truths, and others wielded invincible halberds. The forms of these figures bore a resemblance to the sovereign, as if they were reflections of his potential futures. Stepping into the river, destiny is not predetermined. The sovereign roared, and the figures unleashed their pinnacle strikes in unison, converging into an immense force beyond description, capable of crushing all, reducing the cosmos to naught. Crack! The rotating light of eternal calamity momentarily faltered, revealing a slight flaw in the otherwise flawless stream of time. Boom! The sovereign seized the fleeting moment, bursting forth from the confines of the eternal calamity prison. With the blade in hand, the absolute blade descended, aimed at Lin Yang, who stood resolute amidst the boundless starry sea. From the depths of the ethereal river, a solitary figure emerged to deliver a formidable strike, sealing off the 8 desolate realms and enveloping the past, present, and future. No escape was possible, whether in the spatial or temporal domains, from this onslaught. Unlike the legendary mighty beings who summoned projections of themselves for an attack, this entity stepped into the river, defying fate itself to summon the projection of the Overlord, even calling forth his past incarnation into this time and space for a most splendid and terrifying assault. Although the destructive power of this blow surpassed the collective strength of many, it came at the cost of temporarily losing the indestructibility of his essence. Placing himself in a perilous predicament, Lin Yang discerned the profound intricacies of the Overlord's strike and couldn't help but marvel. To devise such a no-retreat maneuver required not only character, but also innate talent and intellect. No wonder that in the original timeline, Su Daji remarked that had the Overlord not fallen, he would undoubtedly have achieved ultimate transformation. Faced with the overwhelming strike that spanned the universe and time, Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, and he manifested the epic blade of eternal light, halting its rotation. Instead, he reversed the previously created temporal tributary and transformed it into the most lethal blade of time. He refrained from engaging in futile defense, seizing the fleeting moment to wield the time blade directly against the Overlord's form. So long as the Overlord sustained injury, even the most flawless technique would reveal flaws, crumbling under its own weight. Why prolong this battle any further? Chapter 8:15. The Celestial Realm unfolds. The time blade adhered to the principles of time, cleaving through the eternal and immovable fabric of space, and in an instant, it breached the ethereal river that loomed behind the Overlord, striking his corporeal form. A sharp sound echoed as the Overlord's body split open, blood gushing forth. Deep purple blood flowed profusely, intertwining with the ancient essence of time. Yet before its terrifying power and sublime principles could affect the external world, it succumbed to the encroachment of time, losing its original divinity. Even the blade that swallowed the light of eternity could not be disregarded by one as formidable as the Overlord, though it appeared as a mere featherlight strike in reality. The injury inflicted upon the Overlord was akin to Lin Yang's full-powered blow. Had it not been for the Overlord's immense strength, he would have been reduced to ashes by Lin Yang's strike. With a thunderous roar, the prominent ethereal river collapsed, causing the myriad projections of self and past incarnations to lose their support and be thrust back to their original locations. The vast force that had nearly reached Lin Yang dissipated into nothingness. The Overlord, clutching his absolute blade, staggered back a few steps, one hand pressing against the wound that spanned his body, suppressing the temporal onslaught, while he remarked, "You are impressive, exceedingly powerful. Even a mighty being in person would be slain by you on the spot." In the brief encounter, the Overlord had already discerned the nature of Lin Yang's teleportation, coupled with the extraordinary nature of his techniques. He recognized that, unlike ordinary celestial beings who could offer no resistance, Lin Yang possessed the capability to vanquish many projections of mighty beings and could potentially exhaust a legendary entity's manifestations entirely. Unfazed by his own defeat, the Overlord continued. This time, I was somewhat lacking in my weaponry. The Absolute Blade is not an unparalleled divine weapon. Once I forge it into such a weapon, I shall seek you out for another battle. In his estimation, once the Absolute Blade was transformed into a supreme weapon, he would be able to break through the endless confines of time and inflict wounds upon Lin Yang. When the prison was shattered and his Dharma body injured, Lin Yang would be unable to absorb that realm with his time blade, delivering a strike from which he could not evade. The outcome of their battle would be rewritten. As both combatants reached the limits defined by celestial theory, the outcome would depend on external factors. The Overlord had a moment of clarity. Previously, he had looked down upon the world. Even the saints had not earned much of his concern. Wu Daoming, who had inherited the Magic Emperor's claw, was no exception. He cared more for the claw than for the tainted celestial being himself. Who would have expected that a chance encounter with a powerful figure would reveal that his innate talent, intellect, understanding, and the strength and number of projections were not inferior to his own? Not only did this figure possess multiple legendary traits, but he also exhibited characteristics from the other shore, capable of summoning the essence and imprints of celestial beings from the river of history, wielding formidable power. Although the Overlord also possessed some traits of the legendary realm, and a few from the other shore, he ultimately fell short in the realm of divine weapons, leading to his defeat. As the crown faded and the imperial robe became ethereal, Lin Yang revealed his true form. He gazed at the Overlord, who had initially suppressed the power of eternity, and spoke, "Then I shall await your return." Not sensing any severe historical correction power, Lin Yang understood that this defeat had not significantly impacted the Overlord, leaving no irreparable rifts in his spirit. The source of the correction power was more attributable to the impact of defeating the Overlord among the myriad Dharma bodies. Had the battle not been witnessed by outsiders, perhaps there would be little to no historical correction power at all. As Lin Yang contemplated, the Overlord's formidable gaze shifted away from him, focusing instead on the vast sea of stars, observing the celestial beings who had watched the battle unfold. The Sword Immortal's heart raced as he waved his sleeve, slicing through the barrier of void, transcending layers of the universe with the characteristics of his Dharma body, and returned to his sect using coordinates left in the material realm. The youth in the ancient robe followed suit. Upon noticing the Overlord's gaze, he promptly departed from this nascent universe and returned to the material realm. The Overlord, ever proud and difficult to fathom, thought differently than ordinary minds. Although he showed no sign of concern for the one who had defeated him, the celestial beings who had intruded upon his battle were another matter altogether. Even in a state that was not at his peak, few celestial beings were willing to test the sharpness of the Absolute Blade. One by one, the celestial beings departed, and even the Earth Immortal, by Jingxian, who possessed a special treasure, seized the opportunity to leave this realm, wishing to avoid a confrontation with the Overlord. Upon witnessing the Overlord vanish into the void, unsure of his destination, Lin Yang mused, the typical peak celestial beings devoid of high-level characteristics, wielding techniques that were not unparalleled, barely crossed into the realm of supreme beings. Some are even inferior to the peak celestial beings. In contrast, the Overlord's power was at least that of the destined supreme. With such a vast disparity in strength, and the Overlord possessing even a few traits of the legendary realm, it was no wonder that none among the ancient celestial beings dared confront him directly. Lin Yang did not hasten to leave. Instead, he sat amidst the cold expanse of the starry sky, beginning to adjust his state. During this encounter with the Overlord, both the celestial court's resurgence and the concept of eternity were hastily crafted by Lin Yang, lacking further refinement. Had they been more polished, the Overlord would have found it considerably more challenging to breach his two techniques. Using such hastily conceived maneuvers against the strongest celestial being of the ancient era. Even with Lin Yang's numerous advantages in divine weaponry, his own consumption was substantial. Once he reached his peak state, it would also be the moment to re-enter the legendary realm. In the material realm, the Overlord was defeated by a mere stroke. The Sun Emperor? As the news of that battle spread, all who heard it were left dumbfounded, far more so than when numerous celestial beings had besieged the celestial demon. A sage gazed towards the horizon, contemplating. Since the fall of the celestial court, a successor to the Sun Emperor has finally emerged. One wonders what changes this will bring to the world. At the height of the Overlord's battle spirit, attracting many Dharma bodies, he happened to be imparting teachings in a certain layer of the universe, feeling a tinge of regret. On Jade Emperor Mountain, Wu Daoming's expression shifted repeatedly before he ultimately turned to leave, filled with trepidation. while he indeed possessed the magic Emperor's claw. The Sun Emperor wielded the time blade. Both were unparalleled at the other shore. And how could his nascent celestial cultivation hope to contend with the fully realized power of the Sun Emperor? Wu Daoming would never believe that the Dharma body of the Sun Emperor would be inferior to his own 9-turn golden body of the Magic Emperor. In a desolate, uninhabited forest, Su Daji, having altered her appearance and aura, felt a twinge of gloom as she thought to herself, could it be that the Overlord has lost? Regardless of the circumstances, she could not fathom that the formidable Overlord, who had carved an indelible mark upon history, could face defeat. Just as her tumultuous thoughts surged, her heart suddenly fluttered, prompting her gaze to the heavens. There, a nebulous apparition emerged, layered and dense, revealing nothing but desolation and decay. A fragmented world materialized before her. The celestial realm unveiled? A legendary phenomenon. Sudaji gasped in astonishment. Chapter 816, The Great Beings. Lin Yang sat amidst the cold, silent expanse of the universe. His eyes half closed. The ethereal flow of time and the river of history surged ceaselessly, reflecting myriad scenes of the past and future, where projections of himself appeared across different universes. His innate spiritual brilliance grew ever clearer and purer, free from the taint of acquired influences, returning to its primordial essence. The true spirit gradually ascended, buoyed by the projections of himself at the current juncture, rising into an enigmatic realm, neither above nor below, nor before nor after. It could only be described as an infinite height, seemingly transcending countless universes, perceiving everything from an extraordinary and unique perspective. The boundless cosmos converged into a singular point, where a mere shift in thought could manifest in any location within that point. Boom! As the true spirit ascended to infinite heights, it resonated subtly with the 9 heavens, which similarly dwelled at such heights, touching all realms. Countless universes responded. In the nearest multiverse to this boundless elevation, an extraordinary phenomenon arose. The celestial realm unveiled. Lin Yang's consciousness gradually became obscure, his cognitive structures collapsing as his thoughts fell into a hazy chaos, leaving only his true nature intact. It felt as if eons had passed, or perhaps time was eternal, adhering to his innate essence. Lin Yang beheld a radiant light. Amidst the indistinct depths of his true spirit, he glimpsed sprawling palaces, suffused with celestial energy and adorned with billowing clouds. Among countless palaces, one emanated a singular aura, exerting an irresistible allure upon him, as if he were destined to reside within that palace rather than amidst the chaos beyond its gates. As vague thoughts arose, time reversed. The void receded, and Lin Yang, his gaze somewhat vacant, suddenly found himself before the palace. Within the empty palace stood but a blurry throne, upon which sat an emperor adorned with a diadem and clad in a dark robe, whose presence bore a striking resemblance to the heavenly emperor he had previously encountered. Yet there were subtle differences in their aura, closer to Lin Yang's own. "I am the heavenly emperor." As Lin Yang stepped into the grand hall, he and the sovereign atop the throne spoke in perfect harmony, their tones resonating as one. Countless palaces reverberated in unison. Lin Yang's form disintegrated, transforming into a stream of light that surged toward the emperor on the throne, returning to his rightful place. Boom! In the real realm, at the ancestral home of the Jiangdong Wang family, numerous sages sensed the shift in the external world and hastily ventured outside, gazing up at the manifestation of the broken world in the sky, exclaiming, "Is this the shattered vision of the 9 heavens? Has the celestial realm unveiled itself? Has someone validated the legend? Could it be that the Overlord, after his defeat, has completely discerned the obsession in his heart, unraveling the essence of self?" The sages could not help but speculate, and then one pondered further. To witness the celestial realm unveiled, rather than the descent of the 9 hells, indicates that the path and principles followed are not those of malevolent entities. Even if one cultivates demonic secret arts, they may still be a celestial being. Though the Overlord is notoriously tyrannical, witnessing the celestial realm unveiled is entirely within the realm of normalcy. Instinctively calculating the heavenly secrets, yet the outcome remained murky. The sage's expressions shifted again, deep in thought. Not the Overlord? Then who? They turned their gaze toward the direction of Jade Emperor Mountain, where one sage suddenly noticed a peculiar anomaly in the air above. Retracting his gaze, he looked back up at the sky, which was shrouded in the vision of the 9 heavens. The fragmented 9 heavens was rapidly shifting. Time flowed backward, and everything that had collapsed reverted to its former state. Celestial soldiers and generals, stripped of life, regained vitality, their eyes ablaze, armor gleaming with brilliance, surrounding the essence of the nine heavens. Boom! The imagery of the nine heavens began to distort, whirlpools forming in clusters, each seemingly a manifestation of law. Some swirled with thunder, emanating punitive force, while others appeared dark and deep, gathering moisture. Still others were searingly hot, akin to the sun's fiery descent. A multitude of whirlpools, numbering in the cycles of heaven. Each contained indistinct figures standing tall, coldly observing the affairs of the mortal realm, as if devoid of emotion, acting solely by the dictates of law. Celestial soldiers and generals, serving as divine beings? Alas, the absence of the great powers of the celestial path was lamentable. Otherwise, it would resemble the grandeur of the heavenly court in its prime. One sage exhaled a breath of lawful essence, murmuring to himself, "The Sun Emperor has validated the legend. The heavenly court returns?" Su Daji's expression grew increasingly grave. She had experienced the battle of the gods during the twilight of the Shang dynasty, when the heavenly emperor had yet to fully dominate the era, contending with the founder of the Shang, who had been a king in life and became the ghost emperor in death. At that time, the heavenly court bore a striking resemblance to its current form. Though devoid of the myriad celestial beings conferred during the battle of the gods, many deities wielded immense power, governing the affairs of the world. Damn it, I hope the force of historical correction can eliminate him. Su Daji clenched her silver teeth, retreating from the scene. To validate a legend in the medieval era, creating an undeniable legendary phenomenon, would undoubtedly cause significant alterations to history. The onslaught of historical correction would be formidable indeed. Even legendary beings, regardless of the multitude of worlds they attract, face bitter defeat against the overwhelming force of historical correction. In the depths of the starry expanse of the real realm, at Nine Immortal Mountain, two Taoists stood atop a peak resembling a celestial body, observing the legendary phenomenon enveloping the real realm. One middle-aged Taoist spoke. According to the Heavenly Lord's command, we must awaken the first contemporary self-validated legend when they appear. However, the Heavenly Lord has not been asleep for long, and there are still countless years until the end of the epoch he mentioned. Is this truly the right time? The other Taoist hesitated. Everything is determined by the Heavenly Lord. The price of awakening from slumber is preferable to missing the opportunity. The middle-aged Taoist replied. Both eventually descended from the peak, making their way toward the mountain's depths. Similar occurrences transpired in the abodes and sanctums of various great beings and prodigious practitioners, as all dormant powers were stirred. Outside a frost-covered, dimly lit cave, an immortal reported this matter. Eliminate him. Do not allow him to disrupt our grand designs. This is not the right time. My awakening and slumber are not trivial matters. However, as a newly minted legend, the number of projections can reach a maximum of 10,000. You shall connect the laws of the world with my supreme formation to suppress the legend's power, gathering the strength of the populace to eliminate this individual. A cold voice emanated from within the cave. Obeying the ancestors' decree, the immortal bowed and turned to leave. As the celestial being departed, a cold snort echoed, reverberating throughout the vicinity. The remnants of the heavenly court, since it has fallen, do not harbor thoughts of re-establishing dominion over the myriad realms. It is time for me to claim my seat. The great practitioner, coveting the position of the heavenly emperor, murmured softly. Chapter 817, The Legendary Phenomenon. Amidst the obscurity of the true spirit, Lin Yang sat upon the throne, his thoughts regaining clarity. Reflecting on the heavenly emperor who had previously occupied the throne, he mused, "It is not surprising that upon comprehending my essence, I would encounter the shadows of certain great figures in the depths of my true nature when validating the legend. It is said that in the depths of one's essence, the Buddhist path reveals the self-transformed Tathagata. Similarly, other great beings often glimpse the figure of the Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord upon validating their legends. The Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord symbolizes the continuum from existence to non-existence, from birth to demise, embodying the luminous essence of all creation. Thus, when beings of the world validate their legends, most will encounter this essence of creation within their true nature, as their essence originates from creation itself, forging an inseparable bond between the two. Furthermore, those who do not witness the Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord will instead see the embodiment of the Moral Celestial Lord, who personifies the great Tao and symbolizes the existence of the myriad worlds, serving as the foundation of all life. The luminous essence of every being flows from the great Tao. Hence, it is entirely normal to perceive the manifestation of the great Tao when delving deep into one's essence, reversing the innate to discover the fundamental truth. In the original timeline, Meng-Chi encountered the primordial supreme being, who symbolizes the emergence from nothingness and is the root cause of all things and fruits. After a period of contemplation, Lin Yang grasped the reason why he perceived the figure of the celestial emperor deep within his true nature, a phenomenon that had never been witnessed throughout history. Even among the legendary figures who attained enlightenment, the celestial emperor, treading upon the flow of time and holding dominion over the three lives, is one of the embodiments of time itself. My projections are merely reflections of the celestial emperor, and the techniques I practice are derived from the celestial emperor's jade volume, with profound mastery over the path of time. Not long ago, I even integrated the celestial emperor's will. All these elements draw me ever closer to the celestial emperor, blurring the lines between us, until even the great figures I once beheld in my innate spiritual light during my enlightenment have transformed into the celestial emperor. Once the confusion dissipated, Lin Yang adjusted his self-perception, and the scene before him momentarily dimmed before radiating brightly again, revealing a familiar starry sky. He beheld one shimmering star after another, each ripe yet illusory, distinct from the countless celestial bodies within this nascent universe, more ancient and grand, as though each star embodied an entire domain of this realm. Stars shining like an ocean, Lin Yang whispered, feeling an innate familiarity with this phenomenon. Such a spectacle, the manifestation of stars shining like an ocean, could only be realized by those celestial beings with exceptionally profound foundations at the moment of their legendary attainment. It is not a sight accessible to all. Since the dawn of this epoch until the impending cataclysm, the number of those who have witnessed this phenomenon could be counted on one's fingers. While it does not guarantee that one with profound accumulation at the celestial stage will inevitably attain transformation upon witnessing this phenomenon, it is highly likely that those who experience it will ultimately reach the pinnacle of legendary existence, far surpassing ordinary legendary beings. In the real realm, the myriad illusory stars gradually dimmed, losing their brilliance. Indeed, the phenomenon of stars shining like an ocean had been attained. Su Daji, displaying little surprise, transformed her appearance into that of an ordinary old woman, blending in with a small town, just like any commonplace individual. Yet, her heart began to race with anxiety, as the tranquility she had maintained since the end of the Fengshen era shattered. In the past, despite the multitude of enemies the Yin and Shang faced, including numerous legendary figures and over a dozen formidable beings of creation participating in the conflict, Su Daji had never felt this level of trepidation. At that time, she was the beloved consort of King Zhou, surrounded by celestial guardians, with even legendary powers stationed to protect the capital of Yin and Shang, and the unparalleled grand formations laid by Cheng Tang before his transformation into the Ghost Emperor ensured that hostile beings could not traverse the capital. However, the present was markedly different. She found herself alone and without assistance. Even seeking the great sage Yuan Hong of Meishan would be futile, as he had only recently transcended to the realm of creation after the conclusion of the Fengshen War, comprehending the mysteries of the Sea of Suffering. In his current state of slumber, he might not easily subdue Lin Yang, who had attained the phenomenon of stars shining like an ocean. Without regaining a level close to creation, he would be unable to harness the Sea of Suffering to alter the layers of life. Should he attempt to forcibly seize the Yang Emperor, Yuan Hong would undoubtedly suffer injuries, affecting his subsequent return to slumber, which could jeopardize his very existence at this critical juncture. The potential consequences were too great. He would never consent to such a risk. In her guise as an old woman, Su Daji's thoughts raced, considering, unless the Yang Emperor were to personally step into the secret chamber left by the Celestial Treasure Master, designed to sever the common laws of life and death, then even if Yuan Hong were to awaken, the repercussions would remain within his capacity to bear. However, having learned from the lesson of the Golden Ao feast, how could the Yang Emperor dare to return to Golden Ao Island? With the secret treasures from her time as the consort of King Zhou at her disposal, which could obscure her traces to some extent, Su Daji felt apprehensive, yet not entirely panicked. Were it not for Lin Yang wielding the enigmatic time blade of the first, even as a legendary being of formidable power, he would not have instilled such anxiety within her. As everything seemed to stretch and contract in time, Su Daji's thoughts swirled when the phenomenon of stars shining like an ocean abruptly faded. In the celestial realm, the heavenly court governed, and the phenomenon of stars shining like an ocean, having just entered the legendary realm, still required time to stabilize and to thoroughly comprehend the distinctions between the legendary and Dharmakaya realms. Having reached the status of a legendary being with countless projections, I realized my essence as I, regardless of whether referred to as he, she, or it, was inadequate. Thus I chose to use he. I mused. As long as enough time passes, the gradual changes wrought by the Dharmakayas of the Middle Ages will accumulate, ultimately allowing the river of time to cast beings not belonging to this era back to their rightful temporal place, with the protection of my secret treasures. I would not perish amidst the currents of time when being cast back to the Middle Ages. If I could delay just a while longer, returning to the present moment, I would no longer have to fear the young emperor. No matter how formidable he may be, he could not contend against a previously awakened being of great power. Just as Su Daji contemplated these matters, a vague sound of flowing water resonated from the heavens of the real realm, and an illusory river materialized in midair. The river of time and destiny? No, merely a shadow of the river of time, with no connection to the river of fate, Su Daji surmised. The indistinct sound of flowing water gradually clarified, and the illusory river began to shift from the ethereal to the tangible, halting at a critical point, becoming a state that was half real and half illusory. What had previously been unclear transformed into sharp focus. A hazy figure clad in a dark robe stood upon the illusory river, gazing down upon all with an air of transcendence over time, as the ends of the illusory river began to curve, forming a circular ring around the indistinct figure, encircling the emperor as a halo. Time encircling the body, an otherworldly phenomenon. The ancestral estate of the Wang family erupted in exclamations of astonishment from several sages. Chapter 818, Lin Yang's Godwill. As the words left their lips, the sages quickly realized, exclaiming, "No, it is not time encircling the body. It is merely a semblance of an extraordinary phenomenon that pertains to the otherworldly realm." Although the records of the ancestral text describe the phenomenon of time encircling the body in relation to the otherworldly, the manifestation in the current realm, while similar, is fundamentally different. Time encircling the body, a phenomenon that every being from the other side can attain, is less an anomaly than a characteristic of the otherworldly realm. It intertwines the river of time and fate surrounding oneself with the rivers of time and fate across all realms, linking individual moments into a timeline, coexisting in the past, present and future. Even if the young emperor, who is currently proving himself as a legendary being, were to display unparalleled talent, he could never achieve the phenomenon of time encircling the body. Otherwise, he would not be attaining legend, but transcending the sea of suffering to reach the otherworldly realm. The river of time transformed into a ring, encircling the self. What does this phenomenon signify? The sages pondered deeply. Since the inception of this epic, although countless millennia have passed and numerous legendary beings have attained enlightenment, the current phenomenon is unprecedented and its unique qualities remain unknown. In a small town, Su Daji suddenly realized, is this the fourth type of legendary phenomenon? A mixture of astonishment and confusion surged within her. As she was taken aback by Lin Yang's entrance into the legendary realm with 4 distinct phenomena, she began to reflect on the past, seeking to uncover the meaning behind this new anomaly. When one attains the legendary state, each phenomenon that manifests has its rationale. The first phenomenon signifies the innate tendencies of a newly ascended legend, whether it be the celestial realm emerging or the descent of the 9 nether, or an alternative anomaly where both coexist. The second phenomenon pertains to the techniques and dharmakaya of the newly ascended legend. Lin Yang, having merged with the will of the celestial emperor, embodies the celestial emperor's physique, and having refined many powers of the heavenly court, would thus manifest the return of the heavenly court. The third phenomenon relates to the foundational accumulation of the enlightened being, aside from unique mixed dual phenomena. The pinnacle of the third legendary phenomenon is the ocean of stars. Typically, it is expected that a legendary being would conclude their ascent with 3 phenomena, making the appearance of a 4th legendary phenomenon impossible. Even though there are numerous records of the primordial epoch within the Yin and Shang, none elucidate the specifics of a 4th legendary phenomenon. Only vague references exist. It is precisely this knowledge that left Su Daji in a state of shock, contemplating, does it pertain to the will of heaven? The will of heaven, transcending the sea of suffering and reaching the other shore. The dread of such a place requires no further elaboration. I can only hope that before his seclusion comes to an end, I am cast back to the present moment. As this thought settled in her mind, Su Daji could not help but take a step back, a tremor coursing through her heart. Not far in front of her stood Lin Yang, who should have been in seclusion to consolidate his legendary realm, casually standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had been there for a very long time, merely overlooked by her. Upon meeting his calm and indifferent gaze, Su Daji realized that Lin Yang's presence here, rather than elsewhere, indicated that her disguise had failed. She waved her hand to shed her transformation, revealing her unparalleled beauty. And with a light laugh, she said, "I humbly congratulate the Emperor Yang on proving his uniqueness and becoming a legendary figure revered by all realms." Gazing at Su Daji, Lin Yang initially contemplated sending her to the afterlife, but reflecting on the myriad events of the Fengshan War, as well as the ambiguous attitude of the Demon Empress towards Su Daji, he altered his intent. The final calamity approaches, and the great powers are awakening. The outside world is perilous. After all, you're the last queen of the Yinshang dynasty. It would be a pity for you to fall inadvertently. Thus, I shall escort you to a sanctuary far removed from worldly strife. Lin Yang spoke, conveying his goodwill. Upon hearing this, Su Daji's thoughts swirled. Emotions concealed deep within her heart. She presented a radiant smile and replied, "Respecting your command is preferable to mere courtesy." Understanding the capabilities of a legendary being, Su Daji harbored no thoughts of fleeing, knowing it would be a futile endeavor. Moreover, even before his ascension, he was far beyond her reach. Let alone after achieving legendary status. It was inconceivable that his power would diminish post-ascension. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yang's sleeve transformed into a dark, bottomless void, filled with profound laws and speckled with starlight, as if containing an infinite universe. Su Daji made no resistance, allowing the force of guidance to envelop her entirely. She shrank in size until she was no larger than a mung bean, drawn into Lin Yang's flowing sleeve, imprisoned in a sanctuary far removed from worldly turmoil. The passers-by on the streets remained oblivious, as though the two had existed in a separate dimension, disconnected from the present reality. Lin Yang's figure faded, vanishing from a small town. The emperor, standing in midair, also disappeared without a trace, while the sun resumed its high perch and clouds drifted lazily, as if nothing had transpired. Only the exclamations from various cities testified that the preceding events were not mere illusions. In these tumultuous times, some defy the constraints of the world, forcefully proving their legendary status. In the ruins of the heavenly court, the celestial being Meng Qi stood beside the Crimson Gate, as primordial auspicious clouds ascended, shielding him from malevolent influences. Have they all departed? After carefully sensing the atmosphere within the heavenly court ruins and finding no signs of life, Meng Qi chose not to linger. He summoned his cloud and swiftly exited the ruins. Not long after arriving in the outside world, Meng Qi's thoughts shifted, and he descended from his cloud, gazing at a distant mountain. Atop the summit, a young scholar was gazing skyward, his face marked by an enduring shock, as if he had just witnessed something unfathomable. Wu Daoming. A spark ignited in Meng Qi's heart. Half a month prior, he had encountered the childlike Wu Daoming, who had yet to complete his transformation, hence he recognized his aura. No longer in a childesque guise, had he completed his metamorphosis? Meng Qi pondered. The malevolent are adept at concealment. Although he too had ascended to celestial status, he could not discern Wu Daoming's true form when he did not radiate his full strength. Though he had not hunted the saints, having a newly ascended celestial being as a resource was still commendable. The young scholar Wu Daoming smiled, emanating an indelible aura of demonic intent. If he had not deliberately emitted a portion of his energy, how could Meng Qi have sensed him so easily? The name Su Meng was already well known. People spoke of how you subdued the 5 great sword sects with mere human celestial prowess. It appears that at that time, your cultivation was indeed at the pinnacle of the earthly celestial realm, but you chose to conceal it, remaining undetected. To pursue hollow fame to this extent is truly hypocritical. Wu Daoming scoffed. Meng Qi merely snorted lightly, refraining from clarifying the misunderstanding. He understood that today would not end amicably, and he felt a surge of eagerness. Who would emerge as the stronger contender? He who ascended to celestial status today, or Wu Daoming, the heir to the Demon Emperor's legacy? Chapter 819. In the heavens there are 7, I command 5. As Meng Qi and Wu Daoming clashed, Lin Yang arrived at the Falling Star Sword sect. One of the 7 great sword sects of the Middle Ages, Falling Star Sword sect, though its legacy had not been passed down to later generations, possessed a profound lineage, which was why Lin Yang had come here. The core sword technique of the Falling Star Sword sect was intricately connected to the great array of the celestial stars. This array, one of the 3 great formations from the ancient epics, was second only to the Extermination Sword Array and had once been the Heavenly Court's core formation for protecting the 9 heavens and subjugating the 9 hells. With the intention of reinstating the Heavenly Court, Lin Yang would not forsake any clues related to the great array of the celestial stars. Although it appeared that all deities of the heavenly court had resurrected in the extraordinary phenomena accompanying its return, this was not a reality, merely a reflection of history. A legendary apparition that lacked the power to bring forth the deities of the heavenly court once more. Without the familiar deities of the heavenly court knowledgeable about the great array of the celestial stars, Lin Yang had to devise another strategy. A celestial being of the falling star sword sect had once presided over it, but their lineage had failed to reach the present day, likely perishing in the turmoil caused by the demons and Buddhas. Lin Yang mused, in the future, the tyrant who would slay Wu Daoming would harbor no lingering attachments, crossing boundaries to become the singular legendary being across the realms. This posed a significant challenge for Anan, who perceived the tyrant as a fish. After countless reincarnations, he could not let go of his obsessions, each life weaker than the last. Even with Anan's formidable insight and understanding, he could not impose absolute suppression on the tyrant, unable to devour the fish known as the tyrant. After much hesitation, Anan ultimately relinquished his benevolence, succumbing to the path of darkness, transforming into a demon Buddha. Unbeknownst to the demon Buddha, he had struck an agreement with several prominent figures of the other shore. In the process of extricating himself from the sea of suffering, either he faced no opposition or was supported by others, ultimately allowing him to ascend once more to the other shore, becoming the source of calamity in the Middle Ages, leading to the disappearance of numerous sects from the annals of history. In Lin Yang's view, the falling Star Sword sect, which was not weak by any means, may have met a similar fate. Standing at the back mountain of the falling Star Sword sect, Lin Yang pierced through the protective array with a single glance. Comprehending its intricacies, observing the celestial being of the falling Star Sword sect polishing his sword, Lin Yang communicated, "Come to the back mountain to see me." In a quaint and fragrant pavilion, the youthful elder Xiesheng was startled. His sword was disturbed by the intrusion of thoughts, unleashing a fierce and unparalleled sword aura. Although referred to as sword aura, it appeared as brilliant and beautiful galaxies swirling around the sword, evolving into various mysteries. The protective array of the mountain was nearly an unparalleled formation. Though not fully activated, it was beyond the reach of ordinary celestial beings, let alone the ability to send a message here. Who could it be? Xiesheng's heart weighed heavy. His long hair danced without wind, ripples emanating, revealing his inner turmoil. After a few breaths, he exhaled deeply, thinking, "When soldiers come, I shall block them. When water flows, I shall cover it with earth." Even if it is the tyrant, should the Emperor Yang arrive, as long as the array is activated, it shall not be easily breached. With a surge of sword light, Xiesheng vanished from the pavilion. In mere moments, even with the array's protection in place, for one who grasped the array's core, like Xiesheng, it was but a thought's leap. As the sword light ascended, he arrived at the back mountain, standing amidst the forest before the Taoist figure. What a coincidence! A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Xiesheng clasped his hands, inquiring, "What brings the Emperor Yang to this humble place?" Recalling the terrifying strike that could revive the heavenly court, which had defeated the tyrant in the boundless starry sky, he resolved not to pursue the matter of the emperor's trespass into sacred grounds. "I have heard that a certain sword technique of your sect is related to the Zhou Tian star dough formation. I would like to come and take a look. At the same time, I would like to ask if your sect's founder has recorded where he saw traces of the Zhou Tian star dough formation and thus created this sword technique." Lin Yang expressed his intention directly. He is a legendary powerhouse who can erase the entire falling Star Sword sect with just one finger, naturally not wasting too much time. The act of self-proving legends has had a significant impact on history. The power of historical correction is 1,000 or 10,000 times greater than before. If it weren't for his own legendary power and possession of the Time Blade, he would have long been hated. Even so, Lin Yang could feel that his time in the Middle Ages was running out, at most for another half-month. Even if he had the intention to resist, he would be thrown back to the current point by the power of historical correction and bear the erosion of time alone. Even if he can continue to stay in the Middle Ages now, it is because of his coercion. Otherwise, he would have said goodbye to this era as early as when the first legendary vision appeared. Observe the core swordsmanship of the sect, Zhou Tian. Xiesheng's heart sank slightly. Based on his experience, it is natural to understand what the so-called one view means, which is to take away a share of inheritance from the sect, which is almost a usurpation. Just a beautification. Knowing what the law of the jungle means, Xiesheng did not feel humiliated. He just hesitated. Emperor Yang personally came here, and the inheritance of the true meaning of the Zhou Tian sword technique that I have comprehended cannot satisfy him. Only the complete Zhou Tian sword technique, true meaning left by the ancestor, can be taken seriously by this ultimate celestial immortal. However, without the true meaning inheritance left by the ancestor, it will be much more difficult for future disciples to glimpse the realm of celestial immortals than before. And even since then, no celestial immortal will be born in the sect. The true inheritance I left behind can only allow people to cultivate the Zhou Tian sword art to the stage of the earth immortal, just as Shi Yuesheng was pondering. Lin Yang, who could almost understand his thoughts, continued to speak. I will not take away the core inheritance of the Star Sword sect for nothing. As long as you truthfully offer me what I want, you can choose to exchange it for the 7 swords of heaven cutting in one form. Cut off the 7 sword of heaven. Si's heart skipped a beat. Buddha comes from Tathagata, and the way comes from cutting off the heavens. Although this statement is not 100% correct and slightly exaggerated, it is almost always accurate. I have mastered 5 techniques in the 7 swords of heaven. Slash the Tao to see me, transform all things into the Tao, unresolvable Tao, spread Tao to the world. Extinguish Tao from life. You could choose one of them. Lin Yang Tao. After years of practice, he has already mastered several other techniques to a legendary level, even approaching the level of creation. As long as he is willing and has corresponding objects to carry the true meaning, it is not difficult to leave a high-level inheritance of the true meaning. Seeing that Lin Yang did not seem to be a fraud, the state of mind that had been cultivated for many years was no longer present. Unable to resist swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he murmured, slash the Tao and see me. All things become the Tao, and the Tao cannot be discussed. The Tao spreads to the whole world, and the Tao extinguishes and gives birth to the Tao. Have you mastered all 5 moves in 7 swords of heaven? After thinking for a long time, Shi Yuesheng nodded heavily and said, okay, I'll go and fetch the true meaning of Zhou Tian for inheritance. Chapter 820, True Intent Inheritance. After taking a few breaths, Sieshang brought a round bead that emitted a hazy starlight. Lin Yang took it and explored it, discovering that the bead contained exactly what he needed. He nodded gently and said, not bad. Which move do you want? During his investigation, Shi Yuesheng's heart was always hanging, afraid that Lin Yang would not be satisfied. It was only now that he breathed a sigh of relief, and a sense of joy appeared in his heart, saying, see me, Zhan Dao. A few breaths of time is not short for the Dharma body. When he went to retrieve the inheritance bead, he had already discussed with the elders of the Falling Star Sword sect and finally decided to select the slash path from the 5 moves to meet me. Compared to the other moves, Zhan Dao pointed directly at the beauty of the true spirit, which greatly helped the Dharma body to understand the true spirit. Although practicing this move does not necessarily mean that I can understand myself, it can give the heavenly immortal a little more resistance when facing the legendary power. As long as we can slay the true spirit and completely destroy it, no matter how many projections and imprints spread throughout countless universes, the legendary power will only have a dead end. Can Zhan Dao see me? Lin Yang saw through the thoughts in the heart of Siesheng and pointed out his sword, tracing an inexplicable trajectory in the void, as if outlining something. Goo 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 goo. This void is slowly wriggling, as if boiling water, filled with a terrifying aura. Shi Yuesheng's face changed slightly as he withdrew and backed away. He couldn't help but feel shocked, and said to himself, this feeling? It was not until this moment that he began to notice an indescribable change in Lin Yang's aura in front of him compared to when he had fought against the tyrant before. At first, he thought it was because Lin Yang had not yet revealed his Dharma body, but seeing Lin Yang's current move, he had a slight suspicion. Empty and boundless. Not here. The form is like the void of heaven and earth. It's a feeling of legendary power. Washing the moon was terrifying. The recent legendary anomaly was actually caused by Emperor Yang's self-verified legend? Yes. That unique celestial vision has something in common with the sword that Emperor Yang used to strike the Overlord. Thinking of the recently disappeared legendary vision, Siesheng was shocked beyond measure. Just as he was both shocked and fearful, the void stopped wriggling and made a tearing sound. Sigh hiss hiss. A strange noise rose, and the entire torn void twisted in Lin Yang's hands, finally turning into a semi-transparent piece of paper and drifting toward Shi Yuesheng. Lin Yang spoke up. This object carries the true intention of Zhan Dao to see me, which can make ginseng comprehend more than 100 times. When the true intention contained inside is exhausted, this object will also turn into fly ash. Normally, inheritance items that contain the true meaning of inheritance cannot be perceived without any limit on the number of times, unless they have been refined and strengthened using secret methods by great experts. In terms of the value of the Falling Star Sword Sect's inheritance bead, It is not worth Lin Yang's effort to collect materials and refine a long-lasting inheritance item. That's why he came up with this inheritance item that can make people appreciate it over 100 times. As long as the authorities of the Falling Star Sword sect are more rigorous and carefully screen those who have comprehended the Tao of slaying and see me, the things left by Lin Yang can be inherited by the Falling Star Sword sect for at least 100 generations. Moreover, the disciples of the Falling Star Sword sect who have successfully cultivated the Tao of slaying and seen me can also leave behind their own insights into the true meaning of the Tao of slaying and see me. My divine consciousness peeked out, and I felt the ethereal and hazy/path that revealed my true intention. However, Shi Weisheng had not yet begun to comprehend. So he put away his inheritance and solemnly said, I didn't know that Emperor Yang had already proven himself to be a great power before. So I haven't congratulated him in time. Please forgive Emperor Yang for his kindness. It's okay. Lin Yang shook his head and said, in the near future, there will be a great calamity in the real world. You should take care of yourself. After speaking, Lin Yang disappeared into the back mountain of the Falling Star Sword sect, with only his voice echoing. Great calamity? The joy in Siyu's heart suddenly disappeared. Since in the mouths of legendary powers, it is often described as a great calamity, the level of danger is self-evident for the strongest faction, the Falling Star Sword sect. Can such a level of calamity still occur in today's world? In contemplation, the washing moon transformed into sword light and disappeared into this place. Lin Yang stood at the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain, watching the fierce battle thousands of miles away. The collision between the immortal primordial body and the Demon Emperor's 9 transformations golden body. The former is chaotic and seems to be rooted in the pre-opening of heaven and earth, while the latter descends in a posture of devouring everything in the world, distorting chaos and incorporating everything into its own demon body, bringing about the end and destruction, causing the prosperous world to rapidly evolve towards the ultimate and ultimate loss. Chong. The immortal sword intersects with the demon claw, swinging open the clouds in the sky and revealing a clear sky for thousands of miles. At this juncture in time, the Overlord's supreme blade has yet to be forged into an unparalleled weapon of the other shore, and it currently exists in a form that approaches the level of a transcendent armament, held firmly in the grasp of the Overlord. Meng Qi, wishing to engage in combat, can only rely on the Li Xian sword, crafted at this present moment. Although this sword is of celestial quality, the disparity between it and the Demon Emperor's claw is undeniably vast. Even though Wu Daoming cannot fully unleash the might of the Demon Emperor's claw, it remains far beyond the capabilities of the Li Xian sword. Lin Yang said, despite being at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, Meng Qi has managed to suppress Wu Daoming. The primordial 9 seals, 8-9 profound art, and Zhu Xian sword formation. Each of these techniques can incite slaughter in the real world and enable battles across realms. Yet, Meng Qi has embodied all 3. And even though Wu Daoming possesses extraordinary talent and is the heir to the Demon Emperor's claw, having attained the 9 transformations golden body of the Demon Emperor, he gradually reveals signs of defeat. Wu Daoming retreated, the 9 transformations golden body of the Demon Emperor emanating a grayish glow that brought forth silence and decay, causing all areas illuminated by it to manifest various forms of destruction. His strength is truly formidable. Could this divine form possibly be a legacy of the primordial celestial master? A look of astonishment crossed Wu Daoming's handsome face as he coldly scoffed, My realm is not yet stable. We shall meet again another day. Upon becoming a celestial, he had intended to capture several celestials to solidify his own position and advance towards the pinnacle of celestial existence. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter such a terrifyingly powerful newly emerged celestial, one capable of suppressing him, who wields the Demon Emperor's claw? Reluctantly, Wu Daoming had to acknowledge the reality that the seemingly primordial celestial master-influenced Meng Qi was not his match at this moment. With a single thought, the Demon Emperor's claw erupted in black light, enveloping Wu Daoming, and in an instant he vanished. He fled? Meng Qi was taken aback, but a smile soon crept onto his face. After all, he was the new generation's cause of myriad fruits. Did Wu Daoming truly believe he could escape from under his grasp? Chapter 821, Sowing the Seeds. Meng Qi activated the cause of myriad fruits, beginning to deduce Wu Daoming's whereabouts. After a while, he exclaimed in surprise, it's all so vague. This was one of the few instances of failure following his achievement of the 1 seal of Tao and becoming the cause of myriad fruits. Suddenly, another voice interjected. The Demon Emperor's claw is undoubtedly the most tainted of supreme weapons, but beyond its corruptive power, it is incredibly formidable in concealment and deception. If the Demon Emperor's claw were to awaken to its peak, Even figures of the other shore would find it difficult to uncover its whereabouts. Recognizing the voice, Meng Qi turned around and, astonished, asked, "Senior Brother Lin, when did you?" Suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "Golden Immortal?" Unlike the delayed comprehension of Shi Yu Sheng, Meng Qi was not only a celestial, but also the cause of myriad fruits, having interacted with more than one legendary expert, allowing him to instantly perceive the distinctive aura that Lin Yang had not made an effort to conceal. The singular entity of all realms. Known as the Golden Immortal in Taoism and the Buddha in Buddhism, he referred to Lin Yang as such due to their deep connection with the Tao, and the fact that Xintian sect was once one of the three sects of the Tao. Golden Immortal, Lin Yang nodet. Meng Qi's thoughts surged, leaving him in a state of tumult. He had thought that upon emerging from his seclusion, he and Lin Yang would occupy the same realm. And while there might still be some slight differences, they were certainly not as vast as before. Who would have imagined that? In the mere blink of an eye during his seclusion, Lin Yang had already penetrated the essence of self, attaining the unparalleled realm of the Golden Immortal. With his influence stretching across countless boundless universes, while you were in seclusion, the Overlord visited Jade Emperor Mountain. Lin Yang briefly recounted the events of the past few days and concluded, "I can no longer remain forcibly in the Middle Ages. I shall return shortly. I have captured Su Daji, so you need not worry about her stirring up trouble or altering major historical events." Meng Qi nodded slightly and replied, "In that case, Senior Brother Lin, you may go ahead. Once I reunite with Senior Chonghe and the others, we shall seek a way to return to the present node. If we do not search for a method to resist the erosion of the river of time, then once we are cast out of the Middle Ages, it will be the end for Meng Qi and the others," Lin Yang stated. "Gaolan has already contacted the descendants of the Emperor of Humanity. He can provide you with a supreme formation to facilitate your departure. Once you find Gaolan, the matter of leaving will be nearly settled." Lin Yang spoke. The true spirit resides at unfathomable heights. Although he had previously focused on Meng Qi and Wu Daoming, observing Gaolan was merely a turn away. Upon witnessing Gao Lan's actions, which were nearly identical to those in the original time-space, Lin Yang felt at ease and based on his conjectures. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose on Gao Lan's end, the Immortal Mother or the Moral Celestial Master would subtly ensure that Meng Qi and his companions could return safely to the present node. Hearing his words, Meng Qi's heart soared in delight. He now need not fret over how to escape the Middle Ages, nor worry about perishing under the relentless flow of time. The arrival of his group of time travelers was influenced by the aftermath of a clash between mighty beings, which offset the erosion of the river of time. Otherwise, attempting to traverse time unprotected would have been sheer folly. Lin Yang senset Meng Qi's togs. He understood that Meng Qi had yet to discern the shadow of a figure from the other shore behind the event of returning to the Middle Ages and had not named it. For soon Meng Qi would deduce it from a myriad experiences he would encounter. With Meng Qi's awakening of the once fated alchemist King Buddha, the path of the Green Emperor toward the other shore has also begun to take shape. Lin Yang was set, unaware that the entity he faced in battle was not the true form of the Green Emperor, but rather the Taoist incarnation of the Tai Chi Rescuer Celestial Master. Otherwise, he would have entertained far more speculations. The Green Emperor has opened a path to the other shore that diverges from a norm. As long as the alchemist King Buddha is awakened by Meng Qi, even surpassing the ordinary perfection of creation, he would not be a true other shore being, connecting his past, present, and future into a singularity. When that day comes, it would not be an exaggeration to claim the Green Emperor as the strongest beneath the other shore. Lin Yang estogus wirled. The normal perfection of creation begins to break free from the sea of suffering, first integrating the myriad possibilities of the future self, further enhancing its power until it can escape the all-encompassing flow of time, after which it will trace back to awaken the past self and merge it into the present. As for more details, they shall be set aside for now. Once the perfection of creation begins to escape the sea of suffering, it undoubtedly surpasses the limits attainable by ordinary perfection, and not by a small margin, but by many multiples. However, this process typically occurs in the blink of an eye. If one cannot ascend to the other shore, they will inevitably perish in regret. Yet the Green Emperor is different, having forged a new path. His realm can no longer be judged by ordinary standards, and his combat prowess far exceeds the normal perfection of creation. Thus, Lin Yang asserted that the Green Emperor, upon embarking on the path to the other shore, would emerge as the strongest beneath it. I must take my leave now, until we meet again at the present node. Before meeting Meng Qi, he had left behind certain measures at Jade Emperor Mountain as a precaution, should anyone attempt to obliterate Jade Emperor Mountain after his departure. They would be in for a most unexpected surprise. The true realm of the Middle Ages differs significantly from that of the current node. The heavens have undergone great changes, and various laws have evolved more than once. Lin Yang, according to the laws of the true realm at the current node, devised another layer of measures. Although the potency of that layer might not manifest strongly in the Middle Ages and would not surpass that of a human immortal, as time passes and approaches the present node, the efficacy of this additional arrangement will gradually rise, ultimately reaching legendary levels. Meng Qi suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind and spoke. Then, until we meet again in the future. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Yang before him had already vanished, as if he had never been there at all, not sensing any anomalies in time. Meng Qi concluded that Lin Yang had not departed directly, but had instead gone elsewhere. He contemplated, possessing certain characteristics of the other shore, allowing him to sense Lin Yang's approximate direction. After tidying up the disheveled robe resulting from his encounter with Wu Daoming, Meng Qi turned away from the place, leaving behind only the remnants of the mountains and rivers. As Meng Qi had anticipated, Lin Yang did not depart from the Middle Ages directly. Instead, he traversed through the myriad universes, imprinting his essence upon each boundless expanse. In the realm of legends, the number of projections is intricately linked to the advancement of one's cultivation. Only with an increasing number of projections can one's true spirit gradually ascend to greater heights, ultimately allowing one's imprints to emerge alongside the birth of the universe, requiring no further effort. Lin Yang's current actions were but a means to sow the seeds for future harvest, anticipating a bountiful yield of projections. Chapter 822, Return. For several consecutive days, having traversed numerous boundless universes and left behind corresponding imprints, Lin Yang ceased to resist the forces of historical correction. He shielded himself with the blade of time, allowing the historical correction forces to cast him out of the Middle Ages, propelling him into the ethereal river of time. Merely planting the seeds, without the need to wait for the fruits to mature, posed no inconvenience for Lin Yang. His only concern was whether his fruits would be plucked by others during this interval of absence. Days after his departure from the Middle Ages, a celestial being descended upon the realm of reality. Upon grasping the current state of affairs, he discreetly initiated contact with several celestial beings, promising numerous benefits to form an alliance. With the assistance of unparalleled treasures and formations, many celestial beings might possess the potential to slay legendary powers, even if the projections of such powers were unending. As long as they remained within an extraordinary formation, the omnipresent characteristics of legends would be suppressed, and the strength drawn from projections would be significantly diminished, rendering them incapable of achieving their peak state in the external realm. Even if they were to resurrect through their projections, they could only do so within the confines of the Great Formation, unable to manifest in the outside world. With sufficient patience, the downfall of these legendary beings would inevitably follow. I shall fulfill the agreement, if the treasures and formations you speak of are genuine. A middle-aged celestial in a high-crowned ancient robe declared coldly. Without the influence of legendary formations or the assault of legendary treasures upon the essence of these beings, summoning numerous celestial beings would merely lead to their demise. However, should both of the aforementioned conditions be met, the distinction between celestial and golden immortals would become merely quantitative, though still exceedingly challenging to contend with. If enough celestial beings join the fray to establish a formidable array, amplifying their power to unimaginable levels, they would be capable of rivaling the legends, and the outcome would be predetermined. The celestial in the frost-laden robe responded, "Rest assured, I inadvertently stumbled upon the legacy of a great sage from the demon race, where I attained celestial status and acquired relics from that sage, including an unparalleled formation and a supreme treasure." The high-crowned celestial pondered, a hint of envy flickering in his gaze. In the demon race, those at the legendary level were referred to as lesser sages, while those at the transformative level were revered as great sages. Those who were truly exceptional were destined to become formidable figures within the transformative realm, even holding themselves as great sages during their legendary phase. This underscores the immense value of the great sage's legacy, since he had obtained both the methods for arranging the formation and the core, as well as an extraordinary treasure. It was likely that the legacy of the unknown great sage had also fallen into his possession. No wonder he had never heard of this individual before. It turned out he had achieved celestial status within the legacy's confines. The high-crowned celestial mused, his heart filled with trepidation. Once I locate that legendary being who has proven their might, I will contact you to lay the extraordinary array and draw him into the fray. The celestial clad in frost-white robes turned pale, emanating a chilling aura, before ultimately shattering into a myriad of ice crystals and vanishing. Observing the ice crystals dissolve rapidly into the fabric of the cosmos, the high-crowned celestial murmured to himself, "In this world, there is no room for a legendary being. What a pity, what a pity." At the falling star sword sect, Xie Shang gazed at the dissolving ice crystals, unable to suppress the thought, could this be the beginning of a great calamity? A group of celestial beings encircling a legendary golden immortal was indeed an absurd endeavor, one that only held theoretical success. The mysterious celestial's timing was uncanny, appearing just after the Sun Emperor had attained legend status, and with such a scheme, Xie Shang could not help but ponder further. There were great beings who had secluded themselves, intent on eliminating the Sun Emperor while his projections were still few, thus preventing the celestial beings from exhausting themselves. Xie Shang speculated. At the very least, he believed that the targeted Sun Emperor was not entirely oblivious, or else he would not have warned him of an impending great calamity in the realm of reality. Ultimately, Xie Shang sighed, concluding, "It seems I can no longer remain in this realm." He resolved to temporarily lead his sect away from the realm of reality, seeking refuge in the countless universes beyond, while entrusting the sect higher-ups to periodically return and safeguard their original mountain gate, planning to return once the calamity had passed. He hoped that the upheaval would be contained within the realm of reality and would not extend to the myriad universes. With a flash of sword light, Xie Shang departed towards the council hall. His reasoning was not unfounded. Compared to the central realm of the multiverse, the realm of reality was but a mere fragment, utterly inconsequential. Any slight change in the multiverse's core would lead to monumental transformations across countless universes. In stark contrast to the realm of reality, the frailty of the myriad universes was unfathomable, especially for the beings nurtured within them. Had the situation not appeared dire, Xie Shang would not have made the decision to withdraw his sect from the realm of reality. Years later, the celestial in the frost-laden robe traversed various locales of the realm of reality, repeatedly venturing into the myriad universes. Yet, despite possessing treasures bestowed by ancestors to aid in his search, he could not locate the newly ascended legendary being, the Sun Emperor. Even upon reaching the end of his lifespan, he remained unfulfilled. Meanwhile, the alliance formed in those early days had grown increasingly robust, culminating in a fierce confrontation between the many incarnations of the Middle Ages and the Sun Emperor after he had substantiated his legend, orchestrated by cunning machinations involving the fifth generation of the Xiannu. The outcome was inevitable, despite the aid of unparalleled treasures and formations. The formidable Sun Emperor proved to be insurmountable for the myriad incarnations from the Middle Ages, leading to the deaths of many. The number of incarnations dwindled from the thousands to but a handful, with only a few fortunate ones remaining unscathed from the conflict. As time passed, a millennium later, the demon Buddha emerged, and the Sun Emperor self-destructed, leaving behind only the unparalleled blade, which was retrieved by the fifth generation of the Xiannu and stored within the realm of the Su-Nu. The river of time flowed ceaselessly, a glimmer of light drifting with the current, heading towards the terminus of time, engulfing all the potential of the present moment. Under the protection of the blade of time, Lin Yang contemplated, among the two of them, who altered the trajectory of the Sun Emperor. How could the unparalleled blade have failed to intervene? After departing from the Middle Ages, a memory surfaced in his mind, differing from his current understanding. In the Middle Ages, an unnamed individual obtained the legacy of the Thunder God, comprehending the 9 annihilations of divine night, and crafted an unparalleled divine art of his own, forging a terrifying and boundless thunderblade from the ancient thunder pool and the Thunder God's remnants. This unnamed individual proclaimed himself the Sun Emperor. Chapter 823. The Mystery of the Ancient Sun Emperor. At the current juncture, in a bustling tavern in Ying City, the voice of a youthful blue-robed figure, still bearing traces of boyishness, cut through the noise. His cultivation was not weak, having opened the 7 orifices with just a bit more refinement in his techniques. He was poised to ascend the ranks and become a prominent figure among the younger generation. A robust young man gazed out at the bustling street, enigmatic thoughts swirling in his mind. It is rumored that the eminent beings of the Dharma have journeyed to the distant Golden Tortoise Island at the edge of the Eastern Sea for a banquet, only to encounter misfortune, resulting in their prolonged absence from the earthly realm for 2 consecutive years. A saying has emerged: "Go forth, embark upon the seas, for all that you desire awaits you there." It is said that with a stroke of good fortune, One might procure the divine weapons and esoteric arts left behind by these venerable entities. The azure-clad youth's eyes sparkled with yearning for the ocean. Had he not been hindered by his insufficient cultivation, he would have set sail long ago. Ever since the emergence of Golden Tortoise Island at the eastern sea's terminus, the once imperceptible barrier separating the earthly realm from the 28 realms of the seven seas has dissipated, facilitating contact and engendering a myriad of entanglements and rivalries. Reflecting on the myriad possibilities that lie beyond the sea, the young man could not help but exclaim, were it not for the timely attainment of Dharma by the tranquil master of the Shantian sect, who has become the guardian of the earthly realm, the stalemate between the central plains and the celestial realms of the overseas would likely have persisted far longer, leading to untold bloodshed. Remarkably, less than 3 days before the banquet at Golden Tortoise Island commenced, the tranquil master successfully achieved the state of Dharma without incident, solidifying the Shantian sect's prominence. Indeed, while the other Dharma beings had departed, the emergence of an additional Dharma figure from the Shantian sect signified a distinction of great consequence. Initially, this was not apparent, but as the days passed, the absence of the Dharma beings who had attended the banquet incited panic among their relatives and disciples. In stark contrast, the Shantian sect, with its solitary Dharma protector, ascended to a position of unparalleled authority. Although the tranquil master was newly initiated into the realm of Dharma and ranked among the weakest, he was nonetheless an unparalleled figure to those beneath the Dharma. Fortunately, the tranquil master remained sequestered in meditation, not straying even a step from Jade Emperor Mountain, which provided solace to many. It was not until 6 months later, when the 28 realms of the seven seas returned to the earthly realm, and the initial frictions between the earthly realm and the celestial realms began to manifest, that the tranquil master ventured from Jade Emperor Mountain for the first time, wielding the temporal blade left by Lin Yang. He embarked on a journey to visit the various celestial islands, ultimately establishing regulations. No powerful beings were permitted to strike at lower-tier martial artists without just cause. Should the latter provoke conflict, they would bear the consequences. Moreover, indiscriminate slaughter and the creation of bloodshed were strictly forbidden. When discussing the Shantian sect, the youthful blue-robed man sighed with nostalgia and remarked, "The Shantian sect is a sacred ground of the Taoist tradition. It is said that the founding patriarch was once a wandering Dharma, being who witnessed the epic confrontation between the Sun Emperor and the Overlord, which profoundly inspired him to abandon his previous cultivation and reconstruct his foundational practices. As a result, he garnered the favor of the temporal blade, thus establishing the Shantian sect." Sun Emperor, Overlord, the robust young man murmured, filled with admiration. Who could have imagined that the two adversaries who clashed at the celestial level would be the only two self-verified legends of the Middle Ages? Despite the brilliance of other saints during that era, they too faltered at the pinnacle of celestial prowess, unable to advance further. Truly, fate is remarkable. The names of the Sun Emperor and the Overlord resonate profoundly among martial practitioners, akin to thunderclaps in the firmament. They are the most recent figures to transcend the constraints of the cosmos, their exploits echoing throughout myriad worlds and countless universes. As he mused upon this, the robust young man displayed a hint of perplexity, pondering aloud. The Overlord, who slew the Dharma beings of the Middle Ages, perished in the chaos wrought by the demonic Buddha, yet the Sun Emperor, since achieving legend, has left no further accounts of his deeds. Were it not for the Shantian sect's connection to him, one might even question his existence. Could it be that the Sun Emperor has also met his demise? Unlike the Overlord, who was forced into self-detonation by the demonic Buddha, leaving a trail of accounts behind, did the Sun Emperor encounter an even more formidable foe, thus failing to leave behind more tales and vanishing entirely from the mortal realm? His curiosity was not solitary. Throughout the ages, many powerful beings have sought to trace the threads of history, perplexed by the absence of records regarding the Sun Emperor. Even as numerous celestial abodes have emerged due to the upheavals of the heavens and earth, with many inheriting legacies and perusing ancient tomes that yield scant information about the Sun Emperor of the Middle Ages. Regarding the Sun Emperor of that era, only two matters remain indelibly etched in memory. One, his victory over the Overlord under equal cultivation conditions, and two, the unprecedented fourth legendary phenomenon that reshaped common understanding. If one were to insist upon a third, it would be the sudden appearance of the Sun Emperor wielding the temporal blade, which had never before been revealed. It seemed as though he were the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. How else could he have cleaved through the heavens, manifesting that very blade? And during the time of the legendary phenomenon, the celestial realm itself re-emerged into the world. The founding patriarch of the Shantian sect received the favor of the temporal blade. which had originally been under the Sun Emperor's dominion. A burly man interjected. It is evident that the Sun Emperor may have encountered some unforeseen calamity, leading to his unfortunate demise. Otherwise, why would he relinquish such a peerless divine weapon, allowing the temporal blade to remain within Shintian's sect, even during the tumultuous era of the demonic Buddha, without calling for it? Upon hearing this, others could not help but express their admiration. Compared to the Overlord, who defied the world and challenged the great families and sects even before he became a legend, the Sun Emperor seemed like a fleeting meteor, his time in the world too brief, yet too resplendent. Even the Overlord, with his disdain for the world, could not overshadow the brilliance that the Sun Emperor radiated. Forever etched in the memories of all, the fall of legendary figures is always accompanied by unmistakable omens. They cannot be concealed. Even if the Sun Emperor perished in the Nine Nether or across countless universes, the celestial tapestry of the earthly realm would surely reflect such a change. Yet, apart from the signs associated with the Overlord's fall, there have only been 1 or 2 occurrences of similar omens in the past 2 or 3 years. Surely, the Sun Emperor could not have lived until now, only to perish 2 or 3 years ago. Some voiced their doubts. The blue-robed youth shook his head and replied, "The Shintian sect's Emperor Xian is said to be the reincarnation of the Sun Emperor, having earned the recognition of the temporal blade. Currently, the Emperor Xian is 35 years of age, making it impossible for the great being who fell 2 or 3 years ago to be the Sun Emperor." As he spoke, the blue-robed youth became even more perplexed, murmuring, "Clearly, there is no definitive account of the Sun Emperor's demise in history. Yet why do rumors persist that the Emperor Xian is the reincarnation of the Sun Emperor, even of the Celestial Emperor? It is said that when the Six Doors established the title of Emperor Xian, there were those who wished to refer to the Shintian sect's leader as the Sun Emperor, but their proposal was met with opposition and ultimately fell by the wayside. Apologies for the delay. Chapter 824. The changes of the past 2 years. Listening to the murmurs within the tavern, Lin Yang began to grasp the extent of the impact that the Middle Ages had on history. The establishment of the Shintian sect was advanced by over 10,000 years. And with this additional accumulation, the internal dynamics of the Shintian sect have diverged somewhat from his previous understanding. However, this had little bearing on him personally, as the historical corrections he faced remained within manageable limits. The apothecary Wang Buddha should have already been awakened by Meng Qi, and the Azure Emperor has officially embarked on the path to the other shore. With a shift in thought, Lin Yang returned to the hall of the Celestial Emperor. As soon as he appeared, the Tranquil Master, acting as the temporary leader, sensed his presence and immediately rose, a look of joy breaking across his otherwise solemn features. "Master, you have returned," he exclaimed. Although the Tranquil Master was the previous leader of the Shintian sect, he had since retreated to the role of elder, thus placing him in a slightly subordinate position to the current leader. The celestial lineage of the Celestial Emperor has always placed great emphasis on propriety, necessitating that even the Tranquil Master address Lin Yang as Master in their interactions. Lin Yang nodded slightly and inquired, "What changes have occurred within the sect during the 2 years since the Dharma beings departed? How does the current situation in the earthly realm stand?" The accounts he had heard in the taverning city were merely those of ordinary wanderers, lacking insight into the profound matters of the universe. Although legendary beings were omnipresent, they were not omniscient, prompting his inquiry to the Tranquil Master. Though they had traversed to the Middle Ages, the relentless river of time continued to flow unabated in their absence, with the current juncture pressing forward, inexorably consuming the myriad uncertainties of the future, leaving only one possibility to be etched into history. Lin Yang traversed through the medieval era and returned to the present moment after an unspecified duration. Consequently, the time in the real world has also advanced accordingly. Upon hearing Lin Yang's inquiry, Shou Jing pondered for a moment before responding. The overseas immortal realm, once known as the 7 Seas and 28 Realms, has re-entered the real world. The native powers of this realm have encountered numerous frictions with the formidable beings of the real world. He elaborated on the relationship between the lands of the real world and the overseas immortal realm. Continuing, Shou Jing stated, "The supreme sword of the Washing Sword Pavilion opened a secret chamber discovered by its founding master half a month ago, retrieving the core inheritance of the sword sect that had been severed a millennium ago. It has grasped various profound insights and seems to be preparing to validate its Dharma body. The supreme sword, Jiang Jiwei, during the Dharma body's journey to the Golden Ao banquet, stealthily eliminated the emissary of the Luo sect, and shortly thereafter embarked on a voyage to explore the myriad immortal islands, defeating the formidable Wu Jijin, ranked among the top 10 on the Earth ranking. and ultimately vanquishing the second-ranked reincarnation living Buddha, thus claiming the first position on the Earth ranking. It is said that the ancestors of the Sword sect, favored by heaven, acquired the first stance of the 7 swords of heaven's severance, severing the Tao to meet myself. Their origins trace back to the once great falling star sword sect of the medieval era, which suffered through the era of the Overlord and the chaos of the demon Buddha. The core inheritance obtained by the supreme sword from the sword sect is suspected to be severing the Tao to meet myself, as it would otherwise be challenging to restore the incomplete legacy of this technique from the washing sword pavilion, thus glimpsing the opportunity for the Dharma body. Lin Yang noted sleekly, in the original timeline, there was no mention of the incomplete severing the Tao to meet myself obtained from the true martial secret cache by the founding master of the washing sword pavilion. Now that this matter has seemingly become widely acknowledged, it is evident that certain time travelers from the medieval era have orchestrated this, possibly aiming to eradicate Su Wuming's existence at its source, eliminating a formidable adversary at minimal cost. Although the technique acquired by the founding master of the washing sword pavilion is indeed incomplete, it has been passed down and has birthed the core divine skill of the washing sword pavilion, the supreme sword classic, undoubtedly a result of Su Wuming's endeavors during the medieval era. Alas, it is a pity that fate has thwarted him, leading to his demise. Lost in the annals of history. Reflecting on the falling star sword sect, Lin Yang silently acknowledged this. He had long anticipated this outcome, as the historical correction force exerted on his actions was minimal, indicating no significant impact on the current timeline. Following the instructions of the sect leader before his departure, after the world's Dharma bodies journeyed to Golden Ao Island, I refrained from intervening in the Demon Emperor's development, even when families and sects sought my assistance. I consistently declined under the pretext of stabilizing the Tao. The half-step Dharma bodies of the world, eager to attain their own Dharma bodies and become pillars of strength, had no time to deal with the Demon Emperor. Over the past 2 years, the Crimson Demon sect established by the Demon Emperor has grown increasingly powerful in the southern wastes, now fully dominating the region. Any martial artist can access the introductory chapters of unparalleled divine skills, and after passing basic assessments, they can attain further advanced teachings. The Demon Emperor, Qi Jingyan, ranks second on the Earth ranking, due to his principles being unwelcome among the families and sects. The organization founded by Qi Jingyan has been classified among the 9 paths of evil, replacing the once vanquished sect of life and death by Lin Yang. With the promise of equality, anyone can access the introductory chapters of unparalleled divine skills, eliminating distinctions between core disciples and outer disciples, as well as between family heirs and outsiders, providing numerous martial artists with opportunities. This has attracted many to journey great distances to join the Crimson Demon sect, simultaneously shaking the foundations of the established families and sections. If this trend continues, the Crimson Demon sect will undoubtedly rise to prominence, becoming an unstoppable force. Shou Jing could not help but express his thoughts. It is apparent that, decades from now, as eminent Dharma bodies emerge from the Crimson Demon sect, the voice of authority in the world will inevitably fall into their hands, with everyone able to access the introductory chapters of unparalleled divine skills. Even if the advanced sections require rigorous trials of body and mind, the sheer number of those attaining Dharma bodies will be astounding, even if the count remains relatively low. Fortunately, the only limitation lies in the rare materials. Although one can continue to cultivate through the exterior and Dharma body stages without such resources, in this era of greatly diminished lifespans, no one can transcend the realms without relying on rare materials before their lifespan reaches its limit. Next, Shou Jing reported other matters, informing Lin Yang of the changes in the real world over the past 2 years, before finally exiting the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Once Shou Jing departed, Lin Yang surveyed the Heavenly Emperor Palace once more, noticing subtle alterations. The location of the palace had shifted. The statue of the Heavenly Emperor now stood 100 zhang further than before. The more he looked, the more familiar it became. Lin Yang ultimately mused, "This is the very spot I occupied while waiting for the Overlord to ascend a mountain." And that new ancestor of the Zhantiangong was one of the Dharma bodies present at that time? Chapter 825. The Boy Yearning for Fortuitous Encounters. Upon Lin Yang's return to the Zhantiangong, within a secret chamber of the Washing Sword Pavilion, Jiang Zhuwei, adorned in a pale yellow gown, exuded an ethereal quality. Fragments of the Haotian mirror floated between her palms, serving to connect various projections of different selves, assimilating them into her being. The flickering candlelight on the walls swayed uncertainly, and after an indeterminate period, the flame finally extinguished, shrouding the chamber in darkness. In a brief moment, Jiang Jiwei opened her eyes, dark yet luminous, appearing purer than the encompassing darkness. Her accumulation had reached sufficient levels, although not yet at the pinnacle of completeness. She felt a 7 to 8 part assurance in coalescing her Dharma body. Jiang Jiwei reflected inwardly. While the current protector of the world, the real person of Xuantiangong, Shou Jing, holds dominion over the realm, she is ultimately not a member of the Washing Sword Pavilion, even if her relationship with Lin Yang is profound. Should calamity befall the Washing Sword Pavilion, assistance from Shou Jing could be delayed, endangering the foundation of the pavilion. Upon acquiring the core inheritance of the Sword Sect, Jiang Jiwei had sensed traces of a 9 nether rift, which instilled her with this anxiety. Having grown to her current stature, she fully comprehended the terrors of the 9 nether, no longer as naive as before. Should any 9 nether rift manifest, allowing evil entities to invade the real world, it would spell devastation for the land and its inhabitants. Thus, with a profound sense of crisis, Jiang Jiwei resolved to cease further accumulation at the half-step Dharma body stage. Her master had yet to return, and as the strongest of the Washing Sword Pavilion, she could not allow her master to return to a scene of ruin. Reflecting on the various experiences within the secret chamber of the Sword Sect, Jiang Jiwei's thoughts wandered. No wonder the tale of Lin Yang, being the reincarnation of the medieval Sun Emperor, has circulated. At least in appearance, he is strikingly similar to that Sun Emperor, though the latter's aura is far more elusive and ethereal. Within the secret chamber of the Sword Sect, Jiang Jiwei had not only received a parchment containing the true essence of severing the Tao to meet myself, but also a painting. It depicted a figure standing atop a mountain, gazing into the distance, with eyes seemingly encompassing all under heaven, penetrating through the past, present, and future. An indescribable aura emanating from him. Had it not been inscribed on the painting that this was the medieval Sun Emperor, Jiang Jiwei might have mistaken him for a familiar acquaintance. With countless beings in the world, nearly innumerable, it is inevitable that some may resemble one another. However, to bear resemblance to a great figure, and a celestial being at that, who has also been acknowledged by the Blade of Time, is a rare coincidence indeed. It appears that besides the Sword Sect, there are also portraits of the true visage of the medieval Sun Emperor circulating in the world, distinct from the heavenly demeanor he exhibited during his battle with the Overlord. As Jiang Jiwei concluded her thoughts, she pondered what mysteries lie upon Golden Ao Island that has caused the world's Dharma bodies to remain absent for 2 years. While both her predecessor and Lin Yang are celestial beings, even when numerous Dharma bodies were besieged by the celestial emissaries of Golden Ao Island, it is improbable that no whispers of their plight would have circulated in these 2 years. Could it be? With that possibility in mind, Jiang Jiwei felt a slight tightening in her heart. Ultimately, she wielded her wise sword, severing the myriad thoughts within her mind, returning to a state of clarity. Overthinking only serves to disrupt one's original state of mind, which is exceedingly detrimental to the attainment of the Dharma body. Rather than indulging in futile anxieties, it is far more prudent to elevate oneself as soon as possible. When one's strength is sufficiently formidable in the future, one can venture to Gold Turtle Island to uncover its mysteries. Nonetheless, although the soul lamp of the Master appears somewhat dim, it has not been extinguished. Similarly, the soul lamps within the Xintian sect and the Yushu Palace remain aglow. It is highly probable that the myriad Dharma bodies are ensnared upon Gold Turtle Island, yet to meet their demise. At the far end of the EC, ships traverse the waters. Some are merchant vessels shuttling between the mortal realm and the immortal realms beyond the sea, while others are tourist boats. Those of considerable wealth utilize teleportation arrays to traverse vast distances, arriving directly at some celestial island in the immortal world, thereby saving a significant amount of time. On one such tourist vessel, a young and beautiful guide pointed towards the distant sea, her cheerful and lively smile illuminating her features as she proclaimed, 2 years ago. It was right here that Gold Turtle Island materialized, ultimately vanishing alongside numerous terrestrial immortals. Despite the many powerful beings that have come to seek it over the past 2 years, none have returned with any findings. As if Gold Turtle Island had never existed at all. Even after 2 years, there are still those who soar through the skies and delve into the earth in search of this maritime expanse, hoping to uncover the remnants of the Dharma body or a divine weapon that could alter their own destinies and elevate them to prominence on the celestial rankings. Her words ignited a sense of yearning among many aboard the vessel, as they had heard tales of divine weapons possessing sentience, choosing their masters. What if one were to be recognized by such a weapon while traversing these waters? It would be an unparalleled ascent. The value of a divine weapon is immeasurable. serving as the foundation for great powers. The emergence of any unclaimed divine weapon can incite torrents of bloodshed, resulting in the demise of countless strong beings. A young boy with a few freckles clenched his fists, having exerted great effort to borrow funds from many, all for the chance to seize an opportunity and perhaps experience a fortuitous encounter on his journey to the immortal realms, becoming the protagonist of a grand tale. Since childhood, he had frequently dreamt of being both the Emperor of Hell and the Sovereign of the Celestial Realm, his status reaching the pinnacle of grandeur, far surpassing the noble young ladies of the city who would lavish him with music and entertainment, an opulence beyond imagination. It was these recurring dreams and a fortune told by an old monk he had encountered in his youth, who proclaimed him a reincarnation of a celestial being, that spurred the freckled boy to gamble everything in pursuit of his fate. Emperor of Hell, Sovereign of the Celestial Realm, he murmured within himself. After the old monk had read his fortune, he did not depart immediately, but instead trained him in martial arts for several months, imparting to him an unnamed palm technique. Only after the boy had grasped the fundamentals of this technique did the monk vanish without a trace. As the boy felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of whether fortune would favor him, a sudden brightness enveloped the world, as if a mirage had manifested in the direction the guide had indicated. Resplendent hues and auspicious energies filled the air. Terrifyingly powerful auras erupted, triggering a tsunami that sent countless onlookers into panic. Just as the waves threatened to engulf the vessels, an invisible force spread forth, dissipating the tsunami and restoring tranquility to the sea. Those are the hive beings of the Dharma body that went missing. Someone gasped. The intensity of this aura, the sheer number present, and the very location left no room for doubt. These could only be the Dharma bodies that had disappeared 2 years prior. They have returned. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, no one noticed a faint glimmer crossing the void, landing gently in the freckled boy's embrace. Lowering his gaze, the boy's joy knew no bounds. In less than half a day, news of the Dharma body's escape from Gold Turtle Island spread throughout the real world. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The return of these Dharma bodies, while restoring predictability to the world's dynamics, inadvertently obstructed the ambitions of those eager to seize power, leaving them seething with resentment. Who could have anticipated that just as plans were being laid to seize control, akin to the Southern Wilderness Demon Emperor, the terrestrial immortals would choose this moment to return? In a secluded courtyard nestled against the mountains, a rugged middle-aged man donned in ornate robes howled at the heavens, his disheveled black hair billowing wildly. An aura of dread radiated from him, as a Dharma form materialized behind him, faintly overlapping with his corporeal body. With a thunderous crash, willow trees were snapped in two, and the expression on the robed man grew increasingly ghastly, resembling a malevolent specter from the underworld. If only he had another 6 months. Just 6 more months, he could have claimed a swath of territory in northern Zhou, establishing himself as a king, garnering their support. Even if the Emperor of northern Zhou, Gao Lan, were to return, he would possess ample confidence to confront him. How infuriating! The treasures expended in recent times to cultivate alliances gnawed at him, nearly causing him to spit blood despite his status as an external realm master from an illustrious lineage. For now, he could only remain dormant and seek alternative methods. Ultimately, even with a heart full of reluctance, the robed man had no choice but to submit to reality. The thought of Gao Lan's might send tremors through him. Not everyone could rival the Xiantian sect's leader, capable of defeating the Emperor of Northern Zhou, who bore abilities akin to omnipresence. Whether one was an external realm master or even a human or earth immortal, none dared to act recklessly in Gao Lan's presence. As the multitude of Dharma bodies, having traversed to a bygone era, returned to the current moment, Lin Yang, who sought to understand the implications of this temporal journey on the real world, departed from Mount Yuhuang and returned to the Fengshan world. The last time he had visited the Fengshan realm, he had already scouted the path. So he did not appear elsewhere, but rather descended near the Wuchao. Luya, Lin Yang called out, addressing the name of the powerful being suppressed within Wuchao. As he gazed upon the chaotic seal, Luya, the Lord of Tao, son of the heavenly sovereign, master of the myriad worlds of the ancient epic, was an embodiment of the essence of fire. Although he had yet to reach the other shore, he was nonetheless a formidable figure beneath it, on par with the Azure Emperor and the Fire Sovereign. Ah, the last time I saw you sneaking around in the Fengshan world, you didn't leave immediately after seizing the god-slaying whip, but were instead searching for the location of Wuchao. From the depths of the chaotic seal, a flash of brilliance emerged, and a crimson gourd leapt forth, its voice resonating. The gourd was enveloped in a shimmering glow, exuding an aura of slaughter so profound that it seemed to manifest the very essence of carnage across the myriad worlds. Although Lin Yang had not encountered many treasures from this realm, his understanding suggested that among the treasures born of the ancient epics, perhaps only the unparalleled divine weapon, the underworld sea sword, could rival the gourd in the realm of slaughter. The immortal slaying flying dagger. Lin Yang estogas flickeret. He recognized this exceptional treasure that had shone during the Fengshan War. Unlike other treasures, the immortal slaying flying dagger excelled at immobilizing true spirits, even amidst numerous projections. None could escape death when faced with it, a fact that Lin Yang had always regarded with trepidation. Even if his true form possessed numerous peculiarities in this alternate world, should he personally arrive here, his true spirit would inevitably follow. At that point, should he be struck by the immortal slaying flying dagger, it would indeed signify the end of all things. With a twist, the crimson gourd transformed into a diminutive figure clad in a bright red robe, with a countenance that was slightly peculiar, leaving a profoundly memorable impression. One glance would ensure it would never be forgotten. Luya gazetted Lin Yang, a sly smile creeping across his face. You have seized the god-slaying whip, and now you come seeking me, likely aware that the divine list is firmly in my grasp. Desiring to claim this artifact of paramount importance to the heavenly court, his smile remained, albeit with a hint of caution as he cast a wary glance at the temporal blade in Lin Yang's hand, seemingly cognizant that the blade was not merely an extraordinary weapon of the other shore. Without pausing, Luya continued, the divine list has far-reaching implications, far beyond what you comprehend. In the ancient battles of the Shang dynasty, countless powerful beings perished, all becoming gods on the list, constrained by its power. Although most of these deities lost their protection and faded into the world upon the fall of the heavenly court, a few formidable beings survived. If you intend to resurrect the heavenly court with the divine list, you will only awaken dark memories for those mighty ones. As he spoke the last words, Luya clicked his tongue, his meaning unmistakable. As an ancient entity from the primordial epoch, he instantly understood Lin Yang's intentions and recognized the monumental assistance the divine list would provide in re-establishing the heavenly court. Lin Yang's expression remained unyielding. He had anticipated everything Luya articulated from the very beginning. He spoke calmly in the past. The heavenly emperor ascended from nothingness to become the sovereign of the myriad realms, facing enemies far more formidable than the mere remnants of the gods on the divine list. I, too, have reached the legendary realm, standing on par with the heavenly emperor at the time of his inception. Upon hearing this, Luya chuckled once more, drawing forth a brilliant golden list from his sleeve, and without a moment's hesitation, tossed the resplendent divine list towards Lin Yang. He was acutely aware of the fate that awaited the sovereign of the myriad realms during the cataclysm of epochs, and thus, after learning from the enigmatic figure behind him that the temporal blade harbored the dormant essence of the heavenly emperor, he was not surprised by the scene unfolding before him. The only thing that troubled Luya was the need to overturn the intricate schemes he had laid out after acquiring the divine list. Lin Yang's gaze deepened as he perceived the intertwining of time and causality, confirming that there were no hidden traps left by Luya within the divine list. He reached out to catch it, preparing to depart the divine list realm, lest Luya's discontent hinder his path, walking down a dead end, yet unaware. Oh, Emperor Yang. Dutriad Vizeli. Luya's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone enigmatic. After uttering these words, he turned, transforming back into a crimson gourd and swiftly spinning back into the chaotic seal. Chapter 827. The Killing Intent of the Great Sorcerer. As Luya's words echoed in his ears, Lin Yang showed no hesitation, directly returning from the divine list realm to the real world of Jade Emperor Mountain. After proving his legendary status, unless it was the 9 heavens or the 9 underworlds, places of exceptionally high essence, or the abodes of powerful beings, distance held no meaning for him. He could arrive at any destination with a mere thought. No one noticed that Lin Yang had briefly vanished to retrieve the divine list, an object of significant status and peculiarity. Any formidable being or great sorcerer who laid claim to the divine list, even without re-establishing the heavenly court, could forge a vast power spanning multiple universes. In this moment, when the great sorcerer had yet to fully awaken and could only reveal a fraction of his strength, accomplishing many feats was within easy reach. Seated upon a meditation mat, Lin Yang held the golden list aloft, feeling the spirits of the listed deities within, and mused. Luya is one of the masters of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Whenever a reincarnator becomes an exterior manifestation, a fragment of their true essence is ensnared within the divine list, binding their very lives. Jiang Jiwei, Ruan Yushu and others had previously experienced this. But Mengqi had completed a transaction with Luya, freeing Jiang Jiwei's true essence from the divine list. Now, only Ruan Yushu, Zhang Yuanshan, and Fu Jinjin remained within. With a slight flick of his fingers, the true essences of the three familiar souls were extracted from the divine list and returned to Ruan Yushu and the other's body from afar. As for the remaining true essences of the reincarnators, Lin Yang did not release them immediately. Instead, he allowed them to linger within the divine list, holding the hope that should they perish in future reincarnation tasks, they might still be enshrined after death, trading the price of fulfilling their respective powers for a chance at rebirth. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yang stowed the divine list away, closed his eyes, and connected with the imprints left in the Middle Ages, beginning to reap the fruits matured through the passage of time. The void trembled, ripples spreading outwards, as layers of rules from disparate, boundless universes manifested within the Heavenly Emperor's hall, enveloping the entire chamber. Each cosmic illusion overlapped, yet remained distinct, clear without merging. Lin Yang sat at the core of these infinite universes, bringing the passage of time to the vast starry expanse, causing all things and beings to undergo transformation, engendering futures both tragic and beautiful. The Heavenly Emperor not only mastered time, but also wielded fate. Upon returning to the world of the Supreme One, Lin Yang experienced a profound realization. The path of time was no longer merely a linear passage, but began to intertwine with the path of fate, becoming more inscrutable and enigmatic. The ethereal currents of time and fate surged forth, and within the layers of boundless cosmic illusions, a star gradually brightened, revealing an immensely powerful figure lurking deep within, following an inexplicable trajectory that resonated with Lin Yang in the Heavenly Emperor's hall. Though many imprints had perished amidst the vicissitudes of time, devoid of reincarnation opportunities, over 80% of the imprints endured, transforming from seeds into fruits. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang mused, "As long as I can connect these imprints, I shall ascend to the mid to late stages of the legendary realm." Unlike the distinctions among human immortals, earth immortals, and celestial immortals, the realms of legend and creation can only be roughly divided into initial, normal, and perfect stages. The disparities between each minor phase are not as vast as those among the three types of immortals. Yet the differences between a perfected legend and a non-perfected legend are starkly pronounced. The first distinction: a perfected legend can automatically form corresponding imprints with the birth of new universes, whereas normal legendary beings must rely solely on their efforts to create projections and imprints. The second: when a perfected legend gathers all projections of self and others to unleash a peak strike, they can instantaneously reboot an infinitely vast universe, obliterating all existing entities and developing an entirely different possibility from the void. Moreover, while a perfected legend can passively generate imprints alongside the birth of new universes, there remains a finite number of such imprints, even if it is an astronomical figure rather than an endless multitude. This disparity results in the gap between perfected legends being greater than that between those at the initial stages of the legendary realm and those at the initial stages of perfected legend. The earlier one attains perfected legend, the more projections they possess, and the stronger they become. When Lin Yang referred to approaching the mid to late stages of the legendary realm, he was alluding to nearing perfected legend. In the Middle Ages, having proven his legendary status, he amplified the rectification of history. Yet he could also leave imprints that persisted into the present across different universes. Regrettably, the power of historical rectification far surpassed that of the past. Otherwise, had he lingered in the Middle Ages for 3 to 5 more years, the fruits of his labor could have propelled him into the realm of perfected legend. Perhaps this is the will of heaven, Lin Yang reflected, feeling a wave of sentiment. As far as he knew, during the original timeline when Mengqi and the others returned to the Middle Ages, there were already significant figures from the other shore returning from true chaos. And the will of heaven present in the myriad realms was no longer limited to the Heavenly Emperor and the virtuous Celestial. Uncertain of the intricate games played among them that shaped history into its current form, Lin Yang ceased to ponder further and began to digest the gains from the Middle Ages. Within the frost-covered, shadowy cave, a low murmur echoed. "I never expected you to be the first to return." Though tens of thousands of years had passed, the great sorcerer within the cave had not forgotten Lin Yang. Gifted with extraordinary talents, one has the ability to substantiate legends amidst the tumultuous transformations of the cosmos. Now, after such a protracted period, stagnation prevails. It appears that the esoteric methods employed for a premature return in peak form harbor significant perils. How vexing it is! Were it not for the repercussions of the titanic clashes impacting the Peach Garden, even with the impending end of the era, I would have no qualms about my transcendence. The Peach Garden embodies the manifestation of the path related to longevity across the myriad realms. Prior to the disruptions caused by the conflicts of those from the other shore, as long as one could validate their legend, the concept of lifespan would cease to exist. Beneath the legend, the Dharma body, external appearances, and even enlightenment would enjoy boundless longevity. During the celestial battle of the heavenly court's descent, although the Peach Garden was not utterly obliterated, it suffered considerable damage, consequently affecting the path of longevity connected to the myriad realms. Unless one transcends the sea of suffering and becomes a formidable being from the other shore. Even those as powerful as the perfected beings of creation have encountered restrictions on their lifespan, beginning to regard the passage of time with caution, something they previously disregarded. With the end of the era drawing near, even should I reveal legendary powers, the consequences would be manageable. Rather than allowing him to continue his ascent and resurrect the former glory of the heavenly court, it is wiser to extinguish him preemptively. Otherwise, once he gains momentum, it will be far more troublesome to intervene. Within the dim cavern, a great master of the arcane harbored a growing intent to kill, to say nothing of other matters. The profound connection to the heavenly court alone solidified this resolve. Chapter 828, Luya in Meng Qi's eyes. In the world of Fengshan, leveraging coordinates, Meng Qi traversed through layers of the cosmos, directly arriving over the ocean. Upon returning from the Middle Ages, Meng Qi did not venture elsewhere. Having confirmed that no mishaps had befallen his sect, he arrived at this realm. He had made a pact with Luya. Upon completing 3 tasks for Luya, 3 familiar souls would be liberated from the Fengshan list, granting them freedom once more. The first task, acquiring shards of the Haoyan mirror in the Yaoqi, had been completed long ago, resulting in the liberation of Jiang Jiwei's true spirit. During this recent journey into the Middle Ages, Meng Qi inadvertently accomplished the second task, prompting his eagerness to arrive in the Fengshan world to fulfill their agreement. The moment Meng Qi appeared in the Fengshan world, a crimson gourd leaped from the void, transforming into the diminutive and archaic figure of Luya. He gazed at Meng Qi with a beaming smile and inquired, "Has the second task been completed?" Meng Qi's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts, contemplating the significance of the second task Luya had assigned. He replied, "I have relayed that message to the Qing Emperor." Luya had instructed him to convey a message to the Qing Emperor upon their encounter at the highest tier of the 9 heavens. During this Middle Age journey, the Medicine King Buddha, embodying the Qing Emperor's Buddhist essence, received this message, thereby indirectly informing the Qing Emperor. Excellent. The true spirits of your acquaintances have been liberated from the Fengshan list. Our agreement thus concludes, Luya declared with a grin. Although no hidden schemes had been left on the Fengshan list, given that the one responsible was not yet deceased, any attempt at subterfuge would merely be a jest. Nevertheless, having held dominion over the Fengshan list for such an extensive period, Luya could still vaguely sense who had ascended or departed from it. After all, he remained a perfected being of creation, one of the few superlative powers beneath the other shore. They have all escaped the Fengshan list. Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback. His suspicions stirred. He was uncertain of Luya's intentions. It had been agreed that one task would yield one person's freedom, and having completed the second task, he was puzzled as to how Luya could release Wan Yushu, Zhang Yuanshan, and Fu Jinjin. Of course, this was advantageous for Meng Qi, yet he understood that Luya, being an ancient entity, would not act without benefit. It was improbable that he would act benevolently to release the other 2 without some unknown developments at play. It's not that I distrust the Tao Lord, but rather, I remain somewhat uneasy without witnessing the Fengshan list with my own eyes, Meng Qi stated candidly. While he voiced his reservations, his unguarded expression spoke volumes, betraying his lack of faith. Luya's demeanor remained unchanged as he stroked his long beard, chuckling, "I would not deceive you, my junior. The true spirits of Wan Yushu and the others have indeed been freed, but as for your desire to see the Fengshan list, that is beyond my capabilities. It was recently seized by someone else. Had you arrived half an hour earlier, you would have encountered that individual." With that, Luya transformed back into the crimson gourd and vanished into the void. Meng Qi had no time to intervene, left only to watch him depart. After a brief moment of stupor, the recollections of Luya's previous words dawned upon him. If Luya spoke true, then the true spirits of the gluttonous one and Brother Zhang had indeed attained freedom. The only one capable of seizing the Fengshan list, apart from having returned to the current juncture ahead of time, could only be Brother Lin. Brother Lin had substantiated his legend, and while Luya had been suppressed, he could only exert a fraction of his power through the immortal execution sword, rendering him no match for a perfectly intact legendary being unless he wished for mutual destruction, allowing the sword to awaken to a higher echelon prematurely. However, Brother Lin possessed the Time Blade, which in essence was an unparalleled treasure of the other shore. At that moment, facing the provocation of the immortal execution sword, this item, being of the other shore's caliber, could potentially restore its standing to a comparable level. Although the immortal execution sword was indeed formidable, it could only be equated to the primordial golden dipper, not a treasure of the other shore. As Meng Qi's thoughts whirled, he pieced together the situation. Glancing towards the direction of the Wu Cao, he finally mused, "I shall inquire with Brother Lin at Yuhuang Mountain to ascertain the truth." Once his thoughts settled, a voice filled with compassion and disbelief reached Meng Qi's ears. Luya is not merely a fragment of power. He has just manifested his true form. The speaker was the Moonlight Bodhisattva, a legendary being who had transcended in history. After Meng Qi's interventions in the Middle Ages awakened the Medicine King Buddha, the Moonlight Bodhisattva had also feigned death under the Buddha's protection, cleverly navigating to the present juncture, one of the shifts in history. The Moonlight Bodhisattva's survival to the present incurred a karmic debt to Meng Qi, a matter of utmost significance for a bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm, thus prompting his vigilant observation of Meng Qi. The true form? Luya has escaped confinement? Meng Qi's heart jolted, disbelief coursing through him. It is worth noting that it was none other than the primordial celestial sovereign, who is the first of the heavens and the origin of all things, that sealed Luya. Even among the formidable beings of the other shore, the primordial celestial sovereign is one of the most ancient, having witnessed all epochs, his might surpassing that of the typical other shore entities. Luya had been sealed within the Fengshan world S Wu Cao by the primordial celestial sovereign. Even as the son of the heavenly emperor, escape should not have been possible, unless the primordial teacher had ulterior motives for sealing Luya. Indeed, if the primordial teacher truly intended to target Luya, he could simply have eliminated him outright. Why resort to such elaborate measures? In the end, Meng Qi recalled the three Xiaos at the culmination of the Fengshan era. The true history remains obscure, yet in the adaptation of Fengshan Yini that evolved to Earth, these three met their demise due to their collision with the primordial celestial sovereign, ultimately leaving only their true spirits to be spared and ascend the Fengshan list. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi inclined his hands towards the east and said, "Thank you for your counsel, Bodhisattva." The eastern luminous world spans countless calamities, omnipresent. Hence Meng Qi's gesture towards the east. "You are too courteous," the Moonlight Bodhisattva replied, his words imbued with profound purity, wisdom, and liberation capable of enlightening mortals and awakening the spirits of beasts to intelligence. With the objectives now accomplished, Meng Qi lingered no longer and immediately employed the coordinates left at the Yushu Palace in the real realm to penetrate through layers of barriers, returning to the real world. He then set his course towards Yuhuang Mountain. Brother Lin had already obtained the God-slaying whip and had now seized the Fengshan list from Luya. Observing the Yuhuang Mountain emerging at the edge of his vision, Meng Qi's mind began to speculate. Regarding the matter of the divine list being seized as mentioned by Luya, Meng Qi, prior to realizing Luya's true essence, would have been inclined to believe it. However, now it is evident to Meng Qi that this is clearly a scheme devised by Luya. Brother Lin's ascent to legendary prowess pales in comparison to that of the Moonlight Bodhisattva, a great bodhisattva who perceives himself as a Buddha. It seems he remains oblivious to Luya's true nature, thus falling prey to the deceit of Luya, who is covertly plotting. Chapter 829. The hidden foe at the foot of Jade Emperor Mountain. The disciples stationed there observed a streak of light descending, revealing a figure clad in a water robe, adorned with a fan cloud crown. After a brief hesitation, one of the disciples ventured cautiously, "May I inquire if the esteemed guest is the Yuan Emperor?" The Yuan Emperor, Su Meng, is the founder of the Taoist sect, Yusu Palace, on Kunlun Mountain, renowned as an earthbound immortal on the heavenly rankings. The disciple, who had opened his 6 orifices, had glimpsed the likeness of the current figure on the heavenly rankings 2 years prior, while accompanying an elder on a procurement mission for the sect's necessities, thus recognizing Meng Qi. However, at that time, Meng Qi was merely a human immortal. Following his transformative journey through the Middle Ages and his metamorphosis in the ruins of the heavenly court, he has now ascended to the status of a heavenly immortal, with subtle changes in both demeanor and appearance, coupled with the fact that the likeness he had seen was slightly altered by the artist. There existed enough discrepancy to cause the disciples uncertainty. Indeed, Meng Qi affirmed. According to Lu Ye, Brother Lin had not long seized the divine list. And even if he wished to accomplish such a feat, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Thus, upon arriving at Jade Emperor Mountain, he felt no urgency. With the abilities of a legendary figure, it stands to reason that Brother Lin would have been aware of Meng Qi's impending arrival long before he set his course for Jade Emperor Mountain, perhaps even monitoring his every move in the divine list world. As per my brother's teachings, the Yuan Emperor shares a close camaraderie with the master of the sect, allowing for an ascent without the need for prior formalities. Reflecting on the various protocols before his shift, the mountain disciple performed a half bow and a gesture of respect and stated, "Please follow me." He summoned a symbolic sword, sending word up the mountain about the distinguished guest's arrival. While the method seems rather archaic, it possesses its own charm, though it lacks convenience. Meng Qi mused inwardly. During this journey through the Middle Ages, he had sought guidance from the Sage of Artifacts and felt a burgeoning confidence in his ability to forge a universal knowledge sphere. He looked forward to testing his skills shortly. Following the mountain disciple, Meng Qi entered the hall of the Heavenly Emperor, where he encountered Lin Yang, whom he had not seen for some time. He succinctly broached the subject. "Brother Lin, I have heard of your triumph over Dao Jun Lu Ye," claiming the divine list from his grasp. Dao Yun Lu Ye, the divine list? The mountain disciple, who had not strayed far from the hall of the Heavenly Emperor, perked up at the mention, his heart filled with curiosity. However, he understood that to achieve the title of Dao Jun signified an immensely formidable being, a paragon among heavenly immortals. Otherwise, the Yuan Emperor would not speak so. The master of the sect is the preeminent expert in the realm. The ability to return unscathed from Golden Ao Island, where heavenly immortals serve, and to possess legendary attributes, implies that defeating a relatively ordinary heavenly immortal would not warrant mention by the Yuan Emperor. Coupled with the fact that both the Yuan Emperor and the master of the sect have remained on Golden Ao Island for the past 2 years, the mountain disciple speculated that Dao Jun Lu Ye must be a heavenly immortal from Golden Ao Island. Not daring to pry into the discourse of these exalted beings, the mountain disciple quickened his pace. Defeating is perhaps an overstatement. When I sought him in the divine list realm, upon expressing my intent, he voluntarily relinquished the divine list and handed it to me, Lin Yang explained. Meng Qi furrowed his brow slightly. If Lu Ye truly harbored a conspiracy, it would be prudent to enact a semblance of resistance. Such a direct surrender would raise suspicions in anyone's mind, especially given that Brother Lin had engaged in dialogue and enlightenment with many others, his experiences extending beyond the confines of this ancient, immortal world. Thus he must possess his own insights. I have released the true spirits of Yushu and the others from the divine list. Now that I have control over it, I can shake the foundations of the reincarnation space. However, the demon Buddha, wielding the seal of reincarnation, could still establish a new reincarnation space upon finding a substitute for the divine list. At this juncture, Lin Yang recalled Ananda, who had slipped into an unknown shortcut within the ruins of the heavenly court, and cautioned, although history has not undergone significant upheaval, the demon Buddha has gone to great lengths to enter that shortcut, suggesting there may be mystical anomalies within. Once my cultivation reaches completion, I shall venture into the depths of Ling Mountain to investigate. Do take care of yourself. Meng Qi nodded slightly, a weight settling in his heart. The scrutiny of a formidable being from the other shore would induce trepidation in anyone. He was merely a manifestation. Even a fully realized being would feel a sense of unease. The only solace was that Ananda was suppressed by the Buddha, a transcendent who had attained enlightenment. And among the many formidable beings from the other shore, there were not a few who held animosity towards Ananda. None wished to see Ananda escape and contend with them for the fruit of the Tao. Different from the past, this was the end of an era. No one knew whether there would be another epoch. Thus, any formidable being aspiring to contend for the fruit of the Tao would not remain idle, allowing true chaos to engulf everything at the demise of the last era. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi adjusted his mood and inquired, Brother Lin, after your departure from the Middle Ages, a mysterious heavenly immortal sought me out covertly, aiming to unite all manifestations of the Tao to conspire against you, lest there emerge a being that disrupts the balance, transforming the harmony of 100 saints into a singular dominance, thereby losing its vibrant luster. He spoke with great conviction, claiming to possess an unparalleled array and extraordinary artifacts to assist him. After much contemplation, I surmised it to be the machinations of a great power or an extraordinary being in the shadows. However, you had already departed from the Middle Ages, and I was preoccupied with pressing matters. Thus, I could not uncover his origins. Now that I have returned to this current juncture, if that hidden figure has not perished in the chaos caused by the demon Buddha, he may very well have survived to this moment, lurking in secrecy. From his fragmented phrases, I have heard references akin to the great saint's abode. Yet it remains unclear whether the great saint responsible for leaving such a legacy is a genuine master of creation or merely a being of immense potential. Even if it is the latter, given the time elapsed from the Middle Ages to now, it is quite possible he has transcended his limits and ascended to the level of creation. Meng Qi spoke slowly. At that time, he had yet to awaken the medicine master Buddha, and with the Amitabha Buddha revealing hidden truths, it was already history. The current Green Emperor was dispatching individuals through time and space, attempting to awaken the medicine master Buddha as essence in pursuit of the path of the other shore. Previously sending agents to obstruct Meng Qi's attempt to awaken the medicine master Buddha. Caught in the vortex of great powers, Meng Qi, now a heavenly immortal, lacked the capacity to pursue that enigmatic heavenly immortal. The demon race pondered deeply. Lin Yang understood that since he had set his sights on that singular position among the myriad worlds, even without prior enmity with others, he would inevitably find himself embroiled in life and death struggles over the Tao, unless he was willing to relinquish the myriad benefits bestowed by the dominion over all realms. This was evidently impossible, as even the ancient beings of the primordial era, the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Heavenly Sovereign, would vie for the supremacy of the myriad worlds, underscoring the tremendous advantages therein. Chapter 830. Lin Yang's ambitions, the Yuan-Shi 9 Seals. Having temporarily reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, Shou Jing stepped out from the meditation chamber, standing at the cliff's edge to admire the picturesque scenery of Jade Emperor Mountain. At that moment, a young mountain disciple happened to pass by. Upon seeing the impeccably attired Shou Jing, he immediately bowed respectfully. Disciple Ji Yuan greets the esteemed elder. The disciples of their generation bore the surname Ji, with their Taoist names all starting with the character Shi. Today, a distinguished guest has arrived. Could it be the Yuan Emperor? Shou Jing inquired, laced with a hint of certainty. Indeed, the Yuan Emperor is visiting and is currently in the hall of the Heavenly Emperor conferring with the Master of Qingyang, Ji Yuan replied. After a moment of contemplation, he added with a touch of delight, I recall hearing that the Yuan Emperor mentioned the Master of Qingyang had vanquished a formidable figure known as Dao Jun Luya and seized the divine list from him. It seems the Yuan Emperor has come in relation to this matter. Ji Yuan remained oblivious, gazing out at the mountains and seas, when a venerable elder appeared to stiffen momentarily. He then heard the calm and measured voice of Shou Jing. You may withdraw for now, and do not presume to discuss matters pertaining to the Dharma body. As you command, Ji Yuan replied and retreated. Once he had departed, Shou Jing turned his gaze toward the Heavenly Emperor's hall, pondering with intrigue. The function list? That unparalleled treasure once employed by the heavenly court to exert control over the myriad deities? Although the real world bore no historical account of the battle of the gods, the Xintian sect, as a lineage of the heavenly emperor, possessed a certain understanding of this artifact that governed the celestial beings. Moreover, that Taoist Lord Luya, based on fragmented records within the sect scriptures, was an authentic master of immense power, standing at the pinnacle of the vast sea of suffering. How could such an extraordinary figure have been vanquished, and to have the function list seized? While the sect's leader, Xuandi, was indeed the reincarnation of the great Sun Emperor from the Middle Ages, initially a heavenly emperor in his first life. It seemed rather implausible that one could attain such feats at the level of a celestial immortal. Perhaps it was merely an incarnation of Taoist Lord Luya, or possibly his reincarnation. Shou Jing could not help but speculate. Contemplating the potential return of numerous great beings and masters, he sighed, uncertain how much of the present world would remain unchanged when all those mythic figures returned. After a lengthy pause, Shou Jing turned and walked toward the Heavenly Emperor's hall. Aware of the arrival of the Yuan Emperor, and finding himself with nothing pressing to attend to, he naturally could not avoid an audience. In the Heavenly Emperor's hall, Lin Yang was conversing with Meng Qi. The hostility from the mother of no birth has not diminished, with merely a decade until the appointed time. The great beings and masters will return in their most resplendent forms. At that moment, the cataclysm will reach its zenith, and one mythic figure after another will emerge to vie for dominance in this multiverse of the real world. Just as the beings born of the real world belong to their true selves, they inherently possess advantages, capable of illuminating the reflections of themselves across myriad universes. If the appropriate means are employed at critical junctures, They can leverage the peculiarities of the real world to project its myriad manifestations into countless universes. Such advantages far surpass merely conquering one universe after another. Even when the moment of the epic's conclusion arrives, one might still fail to secure dominance over the multiverse and reap its numerous benefits. Only 10 years left. Meng-Chi's heart raced, a twinge of trepidation coursing through him. Having recently ascended to the realm of celestial immortality, even with the unique nature of his primordial immortal body, it would not take long to achieve perfection in the celestial immortal stage. Yet, how long would it take to knock upon the door of legend? Even if he truly proved his legendary status, how would he confront the great masters of myth? Fortunately, he was a direct disciple of the primordial celestial master and a genuine second-generation disciple of the Yushu Palace. In a brotherly relationship with the likes of the Grand Achievement Celestial Master and the Munju Shri Celestial Master, one of the 9 esteemed masters of the Tao. As long as the second-generation disciples of Yushu Palace had not perished throughout the annals of time, there would invariably be those among his peers willing to lend assistance. After all, the Yushu Palace was renowned throughout the heavens for its protective nature, boasting a fine tradition of safeguarding its own. Lin Yang regarded Meng-Chi and spoke. To align with your identity as a second-generation disciple of Yushu Palace, you must at least prove your legendary status. If you are deemed too weak, they may not acknowledge your identity. After all, that first being who opened the heavens has been absent for far too long. So long that even if you are identified as their designated successor, you must still prove yourself. Meng-Chi nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in Lin Yang's words. He was not so naive as to completely rely on the great beings of Yushu Palace as a lifeline. The primordial celestial master had been missing for eons. Even if all 12 golden immortals of Yushu Palace had survived to the present, could they withstand the ancient being from the other shore when the day came for the demonic Buddha to break free from their seal? Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself and the attitudes of other great figures toward the demonic Buddha. Lin Yang continued, though the correct time is a decade away. Considering the mother of no birth's attitude toward you, it may compel her divine envoys to awaken forcefully, even if they are not at their peak. Slaying a celestial immortal should not pose a problem. In the mythic age, the mother of no birth commanded 12 divine envoys to serve her. After countless epics, even the weakest among them approached legendary perfection, while the strongest possessed levels of fortune and were among the elite. For instance, the foremost acting divine envoy among the 12 divine envoys of the Luo sect, though not yet at full fruition, was nearly so. Before becoming the acting divine envoy, they were more widely known as the patriarch of Earth Immortals, Jin Yuanzi, who ruled alongside the world. Once Lin Yang finished speaking, he produced the divine whip from his sleeve and handed it to Meng-Chi. The Luo sect's teachings harmonized the martial and divine paths. Regardless of their previous identities before becoming divine envoys, all had adapted to some of the Luo sect's methods, acquiring certain divine traits. The divine whip restrains the gods, regardless of whether they are deities or divine beings. Should a Luo sect divine envoy awaken prematurely and approach you in secrecy, you can rely on the divine whip to contend with them. Meng-Chi accepted the divine whip with solemnity, understanding that while Lin Yang was a legendary master, should the Luo sect divine envoys truly seek to act against him, they would undoubtedly have made appropriate preparations in advance to prevent other legendary beings from intervening. In such a scenario, he would be left isolated and defenseless, relying solely on himself, and the divine whip would enhance his chances of survival. Reflecting on the past decades, Meng-Chi spoke with complexity. Senior brother, your care for me has been considerable, and I feel indebted. I wonder when I shall repay this kindness. The winds and clouds of this world are unpredictable. Our identities are extraordinary. Since I have grown ahead of you, I naturally wish to provide you with some assistance. Lin Yang paused before articulating his true desire. I know that feeling too burdened by guilt will hinder your progress. Therefore, let us proceed thus. I have long heard that the first 3 seals of the primordial 9 seals are not inferior to the Tefegata's heaven-cutting techniques. I propose an exchange. The techniques of heaven-cutting 7 swords that I have mastered in return for your understanding of the first 3 seals. The primordial 9 seals is the core component of the primordial golden seal created by the primordial celestial master, encompassing the concepts of Wuji, Dao Yi, Kaitian, Fantian, the 4 symbols, Yin and Yang, Void, Wujin, and Yuanshin. The first 3 seals are the very essence of this core, rivaling the Tathagata's heaven-cutting techniques. The Wuji seal represents the manifestation of nothingness, embodying true chaos, devoid of any reason, logic, or order. The Daoi seal holds a unique position, granting one the ability to become the cause of myriad fruits. manifesting the path of causality. The Cultivation seal, as its name suggests, signifies the opening of the heavens, representing the process of bringing forth existence from non-existence, capable of transforming true chaos into a new epoch, creating entirely new realms from the void. As for the effects of the latter 6 seals, they can be set aside for the moment. Lin Yang had long coveted the first 3 seals, but the entangled causality would undoubtedly disrupt his existing plans. Moreover, having yet to repay the Heavenly Emperor's kindness, he had refrained from taking action, merely observing the shifts in the world, allowing Meng Qi to endure various trials as he did in the original timeline, ultimately obtaining the Tao E seal and becoming a product of the primordial Celestial Master's endeavor to reduce emptiness, no longer merely an inconsequential piece on the board. Exchanging the first 3 seals for the heaven-cutting 7 swords, Meng Qi did not hesitate to agree, stating, "Certainly, since you, senior brother Lin, wish to comprehend the Wuji, Tao E, and Cultivation seals, I will not oppose. The 9 seals are the fruits of my arduous endeavors, even if there are great beings behind them. They possess no authority to prevent me from allowing others to comprehend them. Moreover, I have long been intrigued by your mastery of the remaining techniques of heaven cutting. It has been difficult to speak up given the many favors I owe you." Meng Qi, having encountered unique fortunes, had gained insights from Tao, transcending the universe and slaying the Tao to meet myself. He had previously remarked that the heaven-cutting 7 swords rightfully belonged to the techniques bequeathed by the Taoist master, even though the primordial celestial master was a naturally born being from the other shore. The first 3 seals were the only ones among the 9 that could rival heaven cutting. It is said that the Tao cannot be discussed is the sword of causality, which I believe will afford me a deeper comprehension and mastery of the 1 seal of Tao. At this juncture, Meng Qi hesitated briefly before breaking into an awkward smile, saying, "The heirloom of the 9 seals has merged with the eternal primordial body, and I lack the capacity to extract the true essence contained within it. For now, I can only present the fragments of truth I have gleaned, reserving the higher truths for when my cultivation has advanced further." Lin Yang was not in the least surprised. He had anticipated this outcome. Although the inheritance of the initial 3 seals of true meaning at the celestial immortal stage would not significantly benefit him, it would broaden his horizons. When Meng Qi's cultivation became more profound, the higher-level true meanings he would offer would indeed be of great value to Lin Yang. Focusing his palm, Lin Yang concentrated his Tao power, instinctively altering its form to transmute the subtle intricacies of time-infused Tao power into an ancient token. Encapsulating a portion of the true essence from the Tao cannot be discussed. He presented the token to Meng Qi, stating, "Ordinary objects cannot bear the resonance of the legendary and higher truths. The true meaning contained within this token is suitable for someone at the celestial immortal realm. And with your foundation in the 1 seal of Tao, it should not be overly challenging to grasp." He then continued to conjure several more tokens, each bearing the techniques of the celestial sword he had mastered. As Lin Yang forged the inheritance tokens, Meng Qi was similarly engaged in the process, wielding his own nuanced understanding of legendary characteristics. Though he lacked the full prowess of a true legendary figure, he was not far behind in his ability to alter material forms. Handing over 3 inheritance tokens, Meng Qi also stowed away several celestial tokens, planning to contemplate them upon returning to the sect. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Senior brother, you have clashed with Liu Ye and seized the divine list. Are you intending to re-establish the heavenly court?" This was the only possibility Meng Qi could conceive. Lin Yang nodded in response, saying, "Now that I have validated my legend, it is indeed time for the heavenly court to be restored. In this era nearing its end, legendary figures may seem less valuable, but at the dawn of the era, aside from a few naturally legendary beings, those who self-validated as legends were exceedingly rare and held a position of immense respect. Even during the zenith of the myriad realms, legendary figures formed the backbone of the heavenly court and other premier powers. Thus, with such a path, the re-establishment of the heavenly court will not provoke ridicule, especially in the absence of greater legendary powers." Meng Qi sighed inwardly, aware that Gao Lan harbored ambitions to challenge the authority of the heavenly court, viewing it as an obstacle to his own path. As Gao Lan's cultivation deepened, a conflict with Lin Yang was inevitable. Meng Qi had no doubt that Gao Lan would eventually self-validate as a legend, becoming even more formidable, unless Lin Yang could maintain his supremacy over Gao Lan indefinitely, ensuring that the latter lacked the confidence to wage war against the heavenly court. Meng Qi did not deliberately conceal his emotional fluctuations with the Yuan heart seal. Lin Yang perceived much of it without difficulty. Unfazed, he remarked, if Gaolan can unify Dejin and the grasslands, the surging power of the multitude could propel him into the ranks of the celestial immortals in a short time. Should he fail, with his current status as merely an earth immortal, he will inevitably be relegated to history, becoming a stepping stone for the returning legendary figures and great powers. The current state of North Zhou will merely be a fleeting memory, while assisting Zhao Wuyin in attaining his Dharma body. The fate of the Zhao clan in the divine capital diverged irrevocably from its original timeline. With a Dharma body in place, they could engage in significant affairs of the world and reap certain benefits. Zhao Wuyin had now become an earth immortal, having secured an investment from an unknown legendary figure or great power, acquiring an extraordinary divine weapon. Though only at the legendary level, it could rival the not fully awakened human sovereign sword. Meng Qi remained silent for a long while before finally exhaling deeply, wishing only that Gaolan would release his ambitions in time, lest he lose his life and the opportunity for a resurgence. When do you plan to restore the heavenly court? Meng Qi finally asked. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yang replied, though I have obtained the divine list, I lack the necessary personnel. Rushing to re-establish the heavenly court would merely be a facade, inviting ridicule. With approximately 5 more years, I will be adequately prepared. Meng Qi nodded slightly, envisioning the number of great powers that would turn their attention to Lin Yang 5 years hence. Having concluded their matters, he declared, then I shall take my leave, senior brother Lin. Before turning to depart, he produced a silver-white metal fragment, handing it to Lin Yang as he spoke. This is the universal knowledge token, functioning similarly to a mobile terminal from a sci-fi universe. Once I have constructed the universal knowledge sphere with the various fruits as its core framework, even ordinary mortals will be able to perceive the myriad realities beyond, witnessing diverse civilizations. This is the Xinxia version of a smartphone. I have heard that the Holy Ruins is nearing its conclusion. Chapter 832, The Silent Olympus Mountain. Half a stick of incense later, the guardian of the Heavenly Emperor Hall, after having accompanied Meng Qi for a while, finally spoke up as Meng Qi was about to depart. Hesitating for a moment, he asked, Yuan Huang, may I inquire what transpired on Golden Ao Island? Since the sect leader's return, he had never mentioned anything regarding Golden Ao Island, and he felt awkward to pry. However, the fact that Golden Ao Island had managed to confine a multitude of Dharma bodies for over 2 years certainly indicated its extraordinary nature. As the Grand Elder of the Xintian sect, he could not afford to be entirely ignorant of the events surrounding Golden Ao Island. After all, if one day their sect leader were to leave again for a year or more, and their sect encountered complications with Golden Ao Island, it would be rather late to inquire then. Golden Ao Island. Meng Qi paused, turning to the guardian and, after a moment of thought, replied, there was no grand feast. The banquet on Golden Ao Island was similarly lackluster. However, at a critical moment, a great power clashed with the master of Golden Ao Island, and the aftermath of their battle hurled us back to the Middle Ages. Ultimately, after enduring many tribulations, some perished in that era, while others returned safely. Even if the master of Golden Ao Island did not fall, their situation is far from optimistic. Furthermore, senior brother Lin is now a legendary figure, omnipresent, and will not depart without forewarning. Possessing the Yuan heart seal and being a celestial immortal, how could the guardian's thoughts escape his perception? Is the sect leader validating his legend? The guardian trembled, his breath agitated, and his usually neat attire bore signs of disarray. This matter was widely known. Even if the Dharma bodies who had ventured to the Middle Ages were unaware of who had validated their legend at the time, a bit of intelligence would lead them to deduce it was senior brother Lin. It would not be long before the entire world was aware of this news. Meng Qi remarked, feeling a twinge of envy, wishing to step into the realm of legends, to comprehend what it means to be oneself, and to fully realize the innate truth of existence, a threshold that had thwarted countless unparalleled celestial immortals. As the guardian stood in shock, Meng Qi swiftly vanished into the void, returning to Yushu Palace. Validating one's legend in the Middle Ages signified a metamorphosis of one's essence. The resulting phenomena would resonate across the myriad realms. However, historical records only noted the phenomena of the Sun Emperor and the Overlord, with no mention of a third legendary figure. Could it be that the sect leader validated his legend within the 9 heavens? Only within the celestial realms would the phenomena of legend validation not echo throughout countless universes. Yet, according to Yuan Huang's account, the Dharma bodies returning from the Middle Ages should have witnessed the sect leader's legendary phenomena. Could they all have been in the same celestial realm at that time? The guardian pondered silently. He realized that had he simply entered the Heavenly Emperor Hall to inquire, he would not have had to wrestle with such thoughts. However, he did not wish to breach decorum, so he buried his curiosity deep within, lamenting how swiftly Yuan Huang had departed. Finally, the guardian turned and sought out his fellow elders of the same generation. In the Heavenly Emperor Hall, Lin Yang watched as Meng Qi returned to Yushu Palace, then shifted his gaze to a familiar universe. While he was ensnared in reincarnation, undertaking his second solo mission, he had once visited a core realm characterized by chaos and malevolence. At that time, even with divine power coursing through him, he had been cornered by a horde of creatures with ordinary strength but extraordinary speed, leaving him in a state of disarray. The objective of that mission was to confront an alternate manifestation of the demon Buddha, one of its countless attempts to escape the seal imposed by the Buddha. As the whispers of the old universe echoed, Lin Yang vanished from the Heavenly Emperor's Hall, descending into the old universe. In the grand capital of the Great Jin, Zhao Huiyan, a newly ascended Earth Immortal, presided at the head of the council chamber, attentively listening to various officials report on the affairs of the Great Jin over the past 2 years. Eventually, a commanding voice emanated from him. Chief Sima, when the heavenly ranking is updated, let us mark the departure of the Xian Emperor. This pronouncement astonished those present. Chief Sima Sure, taken aback, inquired, Your Majesty, could it be that something has befallen the esteemed figure of the Xian Tian sect on Golden Turtle Island? With less than 12 hours since the return of the various manifestations, the world remained unaware of which had returned and which remained on Golden Turtle Island. The Xian Emperor, not only wielding the Blade of Time, but also possessing numerous celestial traits, was a figure of immense dread, causing the inhabitants of Golden Turtle Island to conspire against him. How else could one explain his removal from the heavenly ranking? Some ministers of noble lineage harbored similar suspicions, while others dared not entertain more absurd conjectures. The notion of the Xian Emperor's demise on Golden Turtle Island was far more plausible and acceptable than the others. Zhao Huiyan opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. With a wary glance at the location of Mount Yuhuang, he gently caressed the sword at his waist and declared with authority, Do not inquire further. The dragon chi of the Son of Heaven radiated forth, no longer suppressed as before, overwhelming all who beheld it, compelling them to bow their heads in submission. I acknowledge my offense. Chief Sima Sure, suddenly alert, realized that Zhao Huiyan had indeed encountered astonishing fortune on Golden Turtle Island. Although he had recently ascended to the realm of human immortality, in merely 2 years he had transcended into the Earth Immortal domain without the aid of worldly energies. You may leave, Zhao Huiyan commanded with regal authority. As you wish. Accompanying the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. Sensing Zhao Huiyan's discontent, none dared linger. The ministers departed in an orderly fashion. Once the council chamber was empty, Zhao Huiyan sighed deeply, murmuring with a complex tone, The Son of Heaven can only ever be the Son of Heaven. After acquiring that unparalleled divine weapon, he dared to stand against the high-ranking figure wielding the human emperor's sword, who bore the legacy of the human emperor. Yet, when faced with the earthly heavenly emperor of Mount Yuhuang, he could not summon even a flicker of rebellious thought. The memories from that secret place were too overwhelming to bear, even for one of his stature. In the cosmos of the holy warriors, atop Mount Olympus, Athena donned the armor of the god of the underworld, gripping the golden scepter in her right hand. She stood upon the summit, gazing into the unfathomable heights, as if peering beyond the cosmos itself. She had returned. What should have been a vibrant Mount Olympus was now shrouded in silence. Remnants of divine blood faintly visible upon stones. I must also prepare in advance. Having forcefully returned, it would be remiss to do so without the celestial hosts in their rightful places. Vague projections began to materialize beside Athena, transforming the mountaintop into a dazzling spectacle akin to a constellation descending, imbued with an indescribable aura of uncertainty. Simultaneously, deep within the realm of the Su Nu fairies, the eyelids of the 9 heavens Xian Nu fluttered, as if on the verge of awakening from a beautiful dream. The countless universes within her began to stir, dispelling the remnants of death. With the command of the heavenly emperor during the grandeur of the celestial court, Athena, also known as the 9 heavens Xian Nu, understood her mission to assist the returning heavenly emperor, ensuring that the brilliance of the celestial court illuminated the twilight of the epic. Chapter 833. The Scapegoat of the Old Universe. In the Old Universe, on a certain planet in the Far East continent, Lin Yang returned to familiar, yet somewhat alien grounds. He found himself in the bustling city of Yuangang, standing on streets that were both known and strange, memories flooding back to him. Approximately 14 to 15 years had passed since his first arrival, and remnants of the ruins were still discernible, scars left by the bombardment of the Great Sun's core. As he traversed the streets, he observed the eclectic styles of the oversized vehicles and the varied attire of pedestrians, some resplendent while others tattered. The oppressive murmurs filled his ears. 15 years ago, the terrifying demon of fear, taking the form of a Gothic maiden, emerged and feasted, resulting in the Yuangang massacre. Though only whispers, Lin Yang could sense the chill and fury of the speaker. "Excuse me, sir, was the destruction of Yuangang truly the work of the demon of fear?" A youthful female voice chimed in, revealing her tender age. The demon of fear fed on the intense emotions of the populace, amidst the apocalyptic flames. The emotions of the Yuangang residents were far more than mere fervor. Over 100,000 souls vanished that day, leaving only charred skeletons as testament to their existence. The whispers intensified, urgency seeping into their tone. Were there any survivors? How can we be certain it was the demon of fear? The youthful voice bore a hint of the uncanny, yet none could detect it. At that moment, a calm, yet impassioned voice emerged. According to intelligence from the Dawn Church, when the demon of fear annihilated Yuangang, it also attacked several major True God churches. The weapon used was akin to a scorching orb comparable to the sun, which led to the demise of the protected branches of the True God churches alongside Yuangang. This was highly classified information. Had they not been in the safest of places, none would dare speak of it. For the ignorant mortals unaware of the world's truth, all factions unanimously claimed that the destruction of Yuangang was caused by a meteorite falling from the heavens. So is the Dawn Church, the youthful voice exclaimed, an undertone of mirth lacing her words. In the old universe, the 6 great demon gods stood atop the cosmic hierarchy, their deeds recounted across countless planets. Compared to them, the deities born from various local planets seemed rather insignificant. Apart from the ancient gods' birth during the formation of planets, other deities, due to their transcendent nature, could perceive the deeper truths of existence and were closer to the myriad spirits of the cosmos, yet paradoxically more fragile. Even witnessing a mere projection of a demon god could lead to madness, let alone contend with the malice of such a being. Thus, the true gods of the major churches remained reticent regarding the Yuangang incident. It was only years after Yuangang's destruction that whispers of the event began to circulate in the shadows. The scapegoat, Lin Yang, mused silently. The 6 great demon gods of the old universe, suspected to be projections of significant figures from the other shore, embodied the universe's fundamental negativity, manifesting as demon gods who acted according to their whims, frequently displaying divine miracles in the world. Their existence was not the conventional positive projection. Even amidst the collapse of heaven and earth, their tales lingered only as rumors or legends, rarely materializing as divine manifestations. Who would have thought that upon my initial arrival in this realm, I would directly encounter a demon god? Was it a certain figure from the other shore who had signaled this? Had they subtly influenced the actions of the projection? It seems they are keeping a watchful eye on the situation regarding the demon Buddha, which is why I encountered its projection head-on. Regrettably, my perception was inadequate at that time. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in such peril regarding the matter of the demon Buddha. Dealing with a demon god back then would have been even more dangerous. Casting a distant glance at the youthful girl in the safest of places, Lin Yang beheld a grotesque creature adorned with tentacles, twisted and frenzied, yet retaining a semblance of reason. Its mouth-like appendages opened and closed as if savoring the intense emotions of those who conversed with it. Which great figure's projection is this? Observing its unaware state, it seemed the figure had not fully awakened the demon of fear, retaining its self-awareness, yet had in essence become a mere projection. The path that Jiwei currently traverses is akin to this. Seated upon a pristine bench, Lin Yang pondered in silence. The projection existing solely on a simple energy level could rival that of legendary beings, likely representing the shadows of formidable figures from the other shore. Although the projections of legends and the essence of creation may surpass the celestial immortals by tenfold, or even more, they still fall short of the legendary tier. This indirectly underscores the terrifying nature of those great figures from the other shore. Although Lin Yang was temporarily unaware of the number of projections possessed by these figures, he had gained a clear understanding of the minimum quantity of projections at the legendary realm. The lower limit for newly ascended legends is in the thousands. However, throughout history, no one has ever achieved such prowess. Typically, the number of projections for a newly ascended legend hovers around 10,000. While the projections of established legends can be quite formidable, often reaching into the millions or even tens of millions, with more not being unusual. Upon achieving complete mastery of legend, the number of projections can be counted in the myriad. The projections of those with the divine art of creation exceed even those of perfected legends. And the projections of the great figures from the other shore surpass those of divine practitioners by a considerable margin, both in quality and in energy level. At that moment, 30 years prior in the real world, aside from the two figures within the Palace of Ultimate Bliss and the Blade of Time, were there any other great entities who had returned from the true chaos with a semblance of consciousness? Was it the one from the vacuum homeland? However, from the perspective of the original space-time, that figure should have been pleased to witness the release of the Demon Buddha, at least on the surface. Yet, one could not be certain, as the return of the Demon Buddha would disrupt the plans of the many great figures. Upon reflection, everything seems plausible. Further speculation would be futile. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with the threads of causality as he sought to uncover the connection between the fearsome demon and a certain being from the other shore. However, after a prolonged examination of the countless strands of causality, he ultimately found himself empty-handed. A normal being from the other shore, adept in causality, or perhaps an ancient one. Lin Yang mused silently. There was nothing unexpected about this. A normal being from the other shore achieves a level akin to the other shore in certain undisclosed aspects of the ineffable path, still remaining unfamiliar with realms relative to the other shore, while an ancient one has reached the other shore in all aspects of the ineffable path. Chapter 834. 15 years ago. With no fruitful leads, Lin Yang ceased to waste time, relegating this matter to the depths of his mind. His form became transparent, losing its tangible essence, resembling a ghost wandering the world, able only to observe silently, devoid of the power to intervene. Gomos. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yang ascended the path of Tao and virtue, weaving the laws and principles of the past universe, conjuring terrifying phenomena imperceptible to ordinary beings around him. Existing in a unique interface entirely disconnected from the material realm, it felt as fleeting as a moment, yet as eternal as infinity. As the ethereal river of time surged forth, Lin Yang stepped into the torrent of time and destiny, moving upstream step by step, seeking to merge into history. A being perfected in creation could manipulate and command the river of time across a universe, wielding a power unfathomably vast. Even though the force of historical correction still existed, as long as one refrained from interfering with the myriad phenomena beyond that universe, the backlash would not significantly impact the perfected state of creation. Although Lin Yang was still leagues away from such perfection, his mastery of the path of time was profound, likely equating him to a perfected being in creation adept in temporal manipulation. This allowed him, after self-affirming his legendary status, to navigate the currents of time. Even if he could not wholly command the river of time from a reality beyond the true universe, he could still swim upstream. In fact, if not for the fundamental connection of the river of time of the ancient universe with countless other universes and the true realm, Lin Yang would have been capable of such feats even before he had fully mastered the Heavenly Emperor Tread's time, back when he was still a celestial immortal. Though my memories have not shifted, I indeed obliterated the projection of the Demon Buddha's small mustachioed counterpart at that time. Yet following the transformation of the Heavenly Court's ruins, I still needed to witness it firsthand to feel at ease. Progressing along the river of time, Lin Yang contemplated. He looked down, observing that within this river of time lay all the information from a specific point in the ancient universe. Although the ancient universe is boundless and infinite, theoretically, the information at any given moment should also be infinite, capable of overwhelming everything. Yet at this moment, Lin Yang perceived it all with clarity. This perspective bore a semblance to the experience of legendary beings surveying the myriad realms from unfathomable heights. For those with limited capacity for information reception, attempting to record the myriad details would only shatter their self-awareness, rendering them mere vessels of information akin to walking corpses. Lin Yang lowered his gaze. Having arrived at 15 years prior, just crossing the radiant sun core illuminating the port of the ancient universe during his first arrival there. I've arrived. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yang immersed himself within the ethereal river, and in an instant his body transitioned from the incorporeal to the tangible. In the port, within a silent and dim alley, Lin Yang concealed himself behind layers of time and space, observing his younger self suddenly appear, bowing his head to read the task issued by the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. After a while, the words on the ground vanished, and his younger self exited the tranquil alley, beginning to gather intelligence. The doubts of the past now found resolution. Gazing at the ethereal strands of causality linking to himself and feeling the profound demonic intent, Lin Yang mused. I never expected it to be a task issued by the Demon Lord. I had thought it would be the 7 kills Taoist. It seems that even without enmity, the Demon Lord does not wish for the Demon Buddha to escape, fearing he might end up like the 7 kills Taoist, becoming a puppet of the Demon Buddha. As his thoughts swirled, the past version of Lin Yang stepped out of the alley, arriving on a street dominated by a quaint Western-style building. A tall woman dressed in black Gothic attire approached, exuding an alluring aura that captivated Lin Yang's attention, nearly leading to a delightful encounter. Sensing the stirrings within himself, Lin Yang's lips twitched, relieved that he had refrained from acting recklessly due to the pressure of his task. For otherwise, he would have left behind an embarrassing history. Despite the Gothic woman's stunning beauty, rivaling that of Su Daji, the essence within her was repugnant. Even though the body of the Demon Emperor was similarly curious, Lin Yang could not bring himself to engage in unspeakable acts with a grotesque entity. Upon entering this world, it became evident that I was not ensnared in the perfect world, nor the causality preceding my traversal. It was purely alarming. No wonder I was dispatched to execute this task. It seems the Demon Lord sought to test a certain great figure behind me. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Demon Lord, only matters pertaining to the other shore could summon a being previously devoid of causal traces into existence. Lin Yang, traversing through layers of time and space, followed closely behind his past self. Witnessing how he skillfully maneuvered to join the strictly vetted special operations team of the Far East Hall, gradually familiarizing himself with the knowledge of the spiritual cultivation realm. After a month of basic acclimatization, everything unfolded as it originally had, without a hint of alteration. The special operations team, having identified a lead, set out to dismantle the hideout of the reverse Buddhist sect. Ultimately, casualties were devastating. Aside for the past Lin Yang, who barely held on, several members of the special operations team perished, their corpses seized by numerous action fiends, their robust physiques disregarding reason as they appropriated the remains into their own mutilated bodies. As Lin Yang gazed toward the end of the hall, where a hunched elder lay dead upon the altar, countless pieces of information spontaneously emerged in his mind. Formations capable of channeling corruptive power. Having absorbed the foul energy, it was no wonder that they, mere ordinary beings in life, proved so troublesome. Such a casual arrangement could enable a being from the other shore to escape. Yet, despite the passage of time, the Demon Buddha remained suppressed deep within Mount Spirit, truly deserving the title of the foremost figure in the other shore to evoke enmity. To this day, one could only speculate how many times he had attempted to break free from his seals. As Lin Yang's thoughts swirled, the past Lin Yang, after weighing the pros and cons, ultimately produced the Radiant Sun Core, utilizing the power of this divine weapon's primary material to destroy the altar, preventing the Demon Buddha from truly escaping. Meanwhile, 2,000 to 3,000 meters away, a Gothic girl resembling a fearsome demon sat in a cafe, savoring her coffee like an ordinary person, betraying no hint of abnormality, until the core of the great sun detonated, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated everything. He abruptly vanished, ultimately seizing the impending explosion of the great sun's core and casting it directly into a sanctum sheltered by a grand barrier of the true God Church. Everything was annihilated, and the true instigator had faded into the ancient cosmos. Only the Gothic maiden remained suspended in midair, her azure eyes gradually transforming from indifference to delight. As before, it seemed that the changes wrought by the relics of the celestial court of the Middle Ages did not affect this place. Witnessing the return to normalcy, Lin Yang silently acknowledged. After the departure of the fearsome demon, he extended his hand, enveloping over 1,000,000 souls in a ghostly blue radiance, which ultimately settled into his palm. Chapter 834, The Fearsome Demon. Current note, Lin Yang transitioned from ethereal to corporeal, with the essence of the underworld flowing between his fingers. The faint, ghostly blue light flickering, as the consciousness of over 1,000,000 vengeful spirits fell into a haze. Opening his right hand and gazing at the familiar faces within his palm, Lin Yang exhaled a breath of clarity. A projection transformed into a pure torrent of energy, merging with the breath and the ghostly blue light in his palm, instigating a profound metamorphosis among the spirits. Their ethereal forms coalesced, flesh and blood manifesting, as strands of inexplicable power surged throughout their bodies, ultimately forming peculiar symbols at various points that subtly intertwined with the principles of heaven and earth. As the world shifted, in a desolate mountain range beyond the port, the ghostly blue light shone brightly. When the light subsided, those who had perished 15 years ago returned to this world, gazing at the unfamiliar forests with bewilderment. Some murmured in confusion, Was I not consumed by that dreadful hellfire? How am I unscathed? I feel an inexhaustible strength. Clenching his fists, he struck a nearby tree. Crack! The tree broke with a resounding snap, crashing to the ground and eliciting screams from onlookers. My heavens, such terrifying strength? Is this my doing? The man who struck appeared somewhat weathered, staring in astonishment at the fallen tree, then glancing at his own fist, before erupting in ecstatic laughter. Ha ha! With this newfound might, I can easily carry 20 sacks. If old Code dares to exploit me again, I'll make him pay. He lost himself in the moment, shouting in excitement, envisioning a brighter future. He was destined to be the most renowned dockworker. Ignorant wretch. A well-dressed, middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the weathered man, subtly extending his hands to observe the stones that had shattered into numerous fragments. A surge of excitement filled the well-dressed man's heart as he mused. Could it be that a true God has manifested? Only a divine miracle could rescue us from the fiery abyss and bring us here with such robust bodies. He clearly understood the reality of the world, recognizing that the true God Church was not merely a spiritual refuge, but possessed genuine transcendent power. In another part of the forest, Sir Sue, are we truly alive? Yinli gazed in astonishment at the vice-captain before her mind still haunted by hellish images. In an instant, a shadow struck, severing Vice-Captain Su Chong's head, the bloody spine arcing through the air, sending chills down spines. Soon after, she found herself encircled by several shadows, feeling organs being extracted from her body before losing consciousness amidst excruciating pain and regret. What has become of the anti-Buddhists? As joy mingled with concern over their resurrection. Su Chong in Guit An Si O Li. Several elite team members shook their heads, and Wang Sun spoke up. Boss, after you fell, we nearly all perished as well. Those demons were truly terrifying. Unless a saint arrives, no one can quell them. Upon saying this, he surveyed the surroundings, perplexed. We, the dead, have all appeared together. Where has Xiao Ling gone? Wang Sun then gazed into the distance, seemingly searching for Lin Yang. Perhaps he is elsewhere, someone hesitantly suggested. At that moment, an ancient and profound voice resonated in everyone's ears, steeped in the weight of countless ages, unmistakably extraordinary. Souls of 15 years past. You are fortunate to be chosen by me, resurrected from the flow of time, and granted insignificant boons. Strive diligently, cherish this rare life. Those who excel shall have the opportunity to ascend to divinity, escaping this desperate and oppressive world. The booming words echoed in their ears, rendering everyone speechless, unable to comprehend the reality before them. Did I truly perish for 15 years in the blink of an eye? One person cried out in astonishment. Then another raised his voice, declaring, O great being, may I humbly inquire if we are blessed to know your exalted name? I vow to enshrine your likeness at home, offering daily homage, year after year, until my lineage is extinguished. This was a young woman, her skin as smooth as cream, with cascading golden waves of hair, standing slightly above average height. She knelt, repeatedly bowing, gratitude evident on her face. Others quickly followed suit, kneeling in the humblest of postures. Even those steadfast in their devotion to a particular true God adopted the most reverent demeanor, solemn and dignified. The resurrection of so many who had been dead for 15 years, with the potential to become divine, surpassed human imagination. Even the most extravagant of established churches would not dare to proclaim such, let alone this being S own words. Gratitude, fervor, and yearning filled the hearts of the assembly. As diverse thoughts swirled among the crowd, the ancient voice echoed once more across the realms. I am the sovereign of the Supreme Celestial Court, Lin Yang, the God. After 1,000 days and nights, I shall bestow divine status upon the outstanding among you, allowing them to become gods who gaze down upon the boundless worlds. The resounding declaration imprinted itself in every heart, ensuring that the events of this day would never fade from memory, no matter how much time passed. Once the voice faded, a new understanding dawned upon all, revealing the transformations that accompanied their revival. I can alter the earth, command stone and soil, a child exclaimed in wonder. As his thoughts surged, a rune within him glowed, drawing upon strength to influence the external world. Boom! The earth trembled as a stone pillar over 2 meters thick and rising over 10 meters shot up, while the child who caused it remained lively and unscathed. Extraordinary power, murmured a member of the Earth Church, contemplating. This level of ability has surpassed that of a priest, nearing that of a bishop. In the distance, Su Chong gazed at the radiant light in his hand, lost in contemplation. Lin Yang, truly an existence beyond imagination. Not to mention the so-called Supreme Celestial Court and endless worlds. The means he displayed now far eclipsed any true god or even demon god. He was the most unfathomable of entities. In the void, Lin Yang beheld the youthful maiden before him. Before he could utter a word, she spoke first. It has been 15 years since our last farewell, hasn't it? Oh, I truly did not expect you to break free from the constraints of your rank and reach this point. The initial surge of emotions manifesting part of your being on this planet was indeed not without reason. The youthful maiden's brow split open, an overwhelming madness enveloping her. Evoking primal fear, tentacles emerged and, ultimately, she lost her original form, transforming into a monstrous tumor. Lin Yang observed as one of the tentacles ensnared a radiant deity. Chapter 835. He is a forbidden existence that transcends the limits of the multiverse. The Lord of Dawn gazed in terror at the scene before him, wishing to cry out for help from distant, mysterious powers, yet the might of the fearsome demon was too formidable, draining all his strength, causing even his eternal and indestructible divine form to show signs of decay. As one's strength wanes, the influence of the fear demon upon their psyche grows increasingly profound. An overwhelming sense of dread surges forth, nearly consuming the resolute spirit forged over centuries. Lin Yang observed this scene in silence, refraining from interference. Every action and utterance bears consequence. To have uttered words that should not have been spoken is one matter, but to have been overheard by his own disciples, thus allowing secrets to slip, is another. It is hardly surprising that the Lord of Dawn finds himself ensnared by the fear demon. The current circumstances are but the fruit of the Lord of Dawn's earlier declaration that the fear demon is the perpetrator. After a prolonged pause, as the tentacles of the tumor giant began to sway with diminished vigor, Lin Yang finally spoke. Do you seek my counsel? His purpose in returning to the ancient universe was simply to ascertain whether the demon Buddha had undergone any transformation. Although his own memories remained intact, and unlike the alterations of history, there remained an undeniable uncertainty. To deceive him, who was once oblivious to the external world, would be a trivial endeavor. Only by witnessing it firsthand could Lin Yang find solace, lest the demon Buddha had secretly extricated itself from confinement without his knowledge. Though it appeared that there existed no animosity between them, and the demon Buddha, even if liberated, would primarily target Meng Qi, Lin Yang was acutely aware that the demon Buddha, as a reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor's obsession, harbored profound enmity towards any being aspiring to ascend to the sovereign positions across the myriad realms. In the future, when he establishes the Celestial Court and ascends as the Celestial Emperor, it is inevitable that he will find himself in opposition to the demon Buddha. Thus, it is prudent to create disturbances now, minimizing the likelihood of the demon Buddha's escape. The existence in question is exceedingly unique. The tumor giant spoke, continuing, for reasons unknown. Upon our initial encounter, I was beset by an ominous premonition. Had you not disrupted the ritual, I too would have intervened at the last moment to prevent its culmination, ensuring it would not come into this world, bringing with it misfortune and calamity. The fear demon revealed its true form not for the sake of combat, but rather out of respect for a being of equal caliber. It is indeed a demon god, yet unlike the other chaotic entities, it possesses a semblance of logic and rationale. Lin Yang said silently. He recognized the signs of the fear demon as a manifestation of the will of a certain otherworldly being, prompting its descent into this realm. Should the demon Buddha's reverse projection materialize, it would undoubtedly usher in boundless misfortune and disaster. Not only would the beings of the universe, tainted by demonic intent, suffer, but even the 6 great demon gods would not escape unscathed. The relationship between different projections is exceedingly delicate. Should a particular projection be overwhelmingly powerful, it could expel all mighty beings and the projections of otherworldly figures, monopolizing a portion of the universe. Consequently, the bond between the projection and its source would strengthen, and as the projection's power surges, it would inadvertently elevate that segment of the universe, distinguishing it among the countless infinite universes, rendering it closer to the realm of reality. Even legendary beings attempting to alter the rules of that universe through the essence of the true realm would find their efforts thwarted far more often than not. The situation in the Dragon Ball universe mirrors this. The projection of the Celestial Emperor within that universe vanquished and expelled numerous otherworldly figures' projections ages ago, thereby tightening its connection with the Celestial Emperor and attaining a terrifying degree of power, acquiring attributes of those otherworldly entities. Although its strength remains confined to the Dragon Ball universe due to its projected nature, it is nonetheless formidable. As time flowed, countless epochs passed, and ultimately, The projection of the Celestial Emperor in the Dragon Ball universe morphed into the Omni King. Furthermore, in the absence of the projections of otherworldly beings, it was not lacking in mighty beings or the projections of legendary figures. The situation of the Demon Buddha's reverse projection is similarly perilous. Its birth would inevitably lead to an assault on the unsuspecting 6 great demon gods, fully conquering the ancient universe. The expelled projections, though not destined for annihilation, would meet with a grim fate. Thus, an otherworldly figure who wishes to prevent the Demon Buddha's escape would seize the opportunity, allowing their own projection to act upon an ominous premonition of a dismal future, ultimately descending into this realm. Contemplating these myriad thoughts, Lin Yang remarked, "That entity is a forbidden existence, transcending the limits of what the multiverse can bear. Though it has encountered great calamity and has been suppressed by beings of equal standing, no one should underestimate it. My purpose here is to ascertain its condition and to prepare in advance. The remnant of the Emperor of Humanity, who had transcended into the true realm, would bring unbearable strain upon that realm, causing it to creak and shatter. The Demon Buddha must surpass the Emperor of Humanity for Lin Yang to describe it in such terms, ensuring that the fear demon comprehends the terror of the Demon Buddha. This is to guarantee that when the Demon Buddha once again turns its gaze towards the ancient universe, seeking to extricate itself, the fear demon will be adequately prepared." As he anticipated, the fear demon, despite being one of the 6 supreme existences in this realm, was utterly astounded. Having existed for countless years, the fear demon was well aware that beyond the vast universe lies another realm, an infinite expanse collectively referred to as the multiverse. Over the years, it had encountered many visitors from other universes and even dispatched portions of its essence to those realms, witnessing worlds that were utterly dissimilar. It also understood the catastrophic consequences of an entity exceeding certain limits, forcibly descending into another. Thus, it found it even harder to believe that there exists a life form surpassing the limits of the multiverse. The infinite and boundless cosmos could not withstand such an existence. No wonder you were able to transcend the constraints of your status and attain being of this level. It turns out you were at odds with that one. As the fear demon's many tendrils writhed in agitation, its power inadvertently surged, tearing the void asunder and distorting time itself. Suddenly, a cacophony of horror echoed. Lin Yang turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, revealing the radiant figure of the Lord of Dawn. In the face of the unexpectedly intensifying aura of fear assaulting his mind, this true god, who had endured for centuries, could no longer hold firm, his reason shattered, leaving only instinctual howls imbued with insurmountable dread. Merely hearing the sound sent chills to the very core. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yang said, "Since I have confirmed there are no anomalies and have rectified the past transgressions, I shall take my leave. I will return in 1,000 days to escort a group of individuals." The fear demon offered no further words, its tendrils retracting as it transformed from the tumored giant back into a youthful maiden. Watching Lin Yang vanish from sight, it too disappeared. As Lin Yang returned to the true realm, the once frost-covered dark cavern suddenly underwent a transformation. The icy frost, accumulated over billions of years, melted within moments, morphing into swirling orange flames. To discern the events of the past, Lin Yang lingered in the ancient universe for nearly 2 months. The passage of time in the true realm is swifter than in the ancient universe. Now, 6 months had elapsed since he departed, and the mighty being that had begun to awaken upon his return to the current timeline was finally prepared to re-enter the world. With the power of countless universes converging, a bizarre creature with 9 heads and human faces was coalescing, enveloped by flames, as though standing as the eternal deity amidst the solar wheel. "Sun Emperor," the 9 faces murmured. Even without understanding the significance of this phenomenon, one can surmise that it is certainly not a harbinger of good tidings. The palpable pressure emanating from the boundless void instills a shiver of trepidation in the hearts of all, even the earthly immortals, who cannot afford to dismiss it. A formidable entity from the annals of mythology has returned. Chong and Zhua, seated within the pure Yang sect, exchanged glances laden with gravity. Despite their considerable gains during the Middle Ages and their glimpses into the realms of legend, they remain leagues apart from the resurgence of this powerful figure. From the sword-washing pavilion, the Great Jin, the Northern Zhou, to the overseas islands of the immortals, the myriad avatars of law that preside over their respective domains are all stirred with unrest, their gazes inevitably drawn toward the direction of Mount Yuang. In this contemporary world, apart from the figure atop Yuang Mountain, no one possesses the strength to contend with legendary beings. even if the returning powerhouse is not at their zenith. They are far beyond the reach of mere celestial beings. The battle of the ancient overlords serves as a testament to this, especially considering the scarcity of celestial beings in the present era, with only 2 or 3 remaining. Were it not for the mysterious emperor, who has substantiated the legends as the ancient Yang Emperor, this returning figure would undoubtedly command dominion over all. On Sanshao Island, Bai Jingxian tenderly caressed the 2 paramount treasures, lamenting that neither the Hunyuan Golden Dipper nor the Golden Dragon Scissors had awakened to the level of legend. In the past, though the Sanshao evaded the fall of the heavenly court, they suffered immense wounds, leading to their eventual demise within a millennium. While passing down their teachings, they bequeathed unparalleled treasures, not discarded in some forgotten corner, but awaiting the worthy. After a fleeting moment of brilliance, the resplendent light rapidly dimmed, imbued with a sense of frailty, no longer shimmering with its former luster. In the realm of Yuhuang Mountain, the great adept, Lin Yang s Gazi Diapanet, he had not anticipated that upon returning from the ancient cosmos, a great adept would awaken prematurely, with 9 years still remaining until the appointed time. Sensing the ethereal will of Yuhuang Mountain locking onto him, Lin Yang pondered, has the adept come to confront me directly, sensing my endeavors to assemble personnel for the heavenly court, or is this the one who sought me during the Middle Ages? Rising to his feet, he vanished from the hall of the heavenly emperor, appearing in the depths of the celestial void to prevent any ensuing conflict from impacting the earthly realm. In a flash, the flame-enshrouded adept arrived at the same location, their eyes meeting across the vast starry sea. Remnants of the heavenly court echoed 9-layered voices, their gaze piercing and frigid enough to freeze the cosmos. Lin Yang regarded the figure, his brow furrowing slightly before he scoffed. Are you referring to yourself as the remnants of the heavenly court? The 9 phoenixes with 9 heads and faces, embodying a bird-like form, are a sight abundant in the multiverse, yet only one has attained the level of creation, the mighty 9 phoenixes of the ancient epic, initially following the Eastern Emperor Tai. After the latter's demise at the hands of the heavenly emperor, they became a subordinate of the heavenly emperor. With time, they broke through to the level of creation, emerging as a grand sage of the demon race, once a renowned general of the ancient heavenly court. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, his heart filled with doubt. In the original timeline, the 9 phoenixes, alongside other grand sages of the demon race, should have perished in their assault on the pure land of Ling Mountain. How could they possibly have survived to this day? Neither the heavenly emperor nor the Taoist virtue could have intervened to alter the course of their demise. You recognize my original name, the 9 phoenixes expressed, astonished. In this current epoch, the remnants of the ancient epic have long since faded, leading them to abandon their past identity and adopt the new name of 9-headed worm, no longer evoking their former title. Who would have imagined that a junior could utter their original name? Though under the protection of a great figure, they endured the cataclysm of epics, sustaining grave injuries that kept them in slumber until the conclusion of the deification. By the time they re-emerged, they had taken on a new name, their physical form having undergone significant transformation. How could Lin Yang recognize them? As the 9 phoenixes speculated, Lin Yang had already taken action. Even though the 9 phoenixes returned prematurely, the disparity between them and their prime was vast, now akin to the pinnacle of legend. With each passing moment, their strength would increase as the universe birthed new imprints, widening the chasm between them and Lin Yang. Understanding this, Lin Yang unleashed his full strength without the slightest hesitation. Slash the Tao, and behold me. A brilliant light erupted as Lin Yang wielded his sword, rendering the starry sea and the cosmos illusory, stripped of their reality. The innate divine body of the 9 phoenixes, infused with immense power, mirrored this transformation, its essence still radiating as it confronted the brilliant sword light. Yet another of the 7 swords of heaven. The 9 phoenixes scoffed, recognizing the move. They displayed no sign of panic, their divine weapon rumbling as they launched their palm. The innate light of the 9 phoenixes morphed dramatically, manifesting as a golden Buddha, seated at the center of myriad universes, declaring, "Apart from me, there is nothing. Apart from me, all is illusion." The golden Buddha raised one hand to the heavens and the other to the earth, the resonant sound of Buddhist wisdom echoing, "In heaven and earth, I alone am supreme." This was the first stance of the Tathagata's divine palm, a proclamation of singular dominance. The 9 phoenixes, astonishingly, had no recollection of where they had learned this technique, yet their mastery was undeniable, rivaling that of the great adept of the Buddhist sect. Much like Slash the Tao and Behold Me, I alone am supreme directly targets the true spirit eschewing all else. The brilliant sword light clashed with the golden Buddha. Clang! In the illusory realm, a peculiar buzzing arose as the sword light and the golden Buddha momentarily stalemated, neither yielding to the other. After an indeterminate period, the brilliant sword light dissipated and the golden Buddha shattered, reverting to its innate light. The Tathagata's divine palm, Lin Yang's heart stirred, pondering the origins of the 9 Phoenixes' mastery of this technique. The Buddha is a figure born in this epoch, and even if the Buddha is the oldest being, tracing back to before the birth of all epochs, it is improbable that the Tathagata's divine palm would remain in the remnants of long-extinct epochs. Thus, the 9 Phoenixes must have acquired their Tathagata's divine palm in this epoch. Unlike the 7 swords of heaven, the adept of the Buddhist sect almost universally grasped the entirety of the Tathagata's divine palm, but does not imply that a non-Buddhist grand sage of the demon race could possess it, or perhaps, in the altered history, the 9 Phoenixes had once immersed themselves in the Buddhist sect. While contemplating, Lin Yang did not pause, executing another sword strike. Chapter 838, The Fate of the Tools. Since the conclusion of the Middle Ages, this marks the first instance of 2 transcendent beings engaging in a life-and-death struggle. The specifics of this battle remain shrouded in mystery. Unknown even to the great powers who have yet to return, the great adept could not divulge more, for even though their essence transcends the mundane, they cannot penetrate the reality distorted by Lin Yang and the 9 Phoenixes. Half a day after the return of the 9 Phoenixes, the terrestrial realm, having traversed dusk and night, welcomed the dawn once more. In a concealed secret place, a star had vanished. A curious child pointed skyward, where only the azure expanse remained, devoid of any other presence. Half a day prior, a brilliant star had shone, illuminating the world. Indeed, it had disappeared. Those who knew the truth were left in a state of shock. Some recalled a moment ago when, prior to the sun's ascent, a meteor had streaked across the night sky. Initially thought to be merely a falling celestial body, it now seemed far more complex, undoubtedly linked to the vanished star. Wow, look at the stars. So many stars. Suddenly, the child exclaimed, rousing those lost in thought. People looked up to see countless stars igniting the azure sky, an uncountable multitude, reminiscent of a starry ocean. In mere moments, an expanse of starlight occupied much of the sky, transforming the scene into a breathtaking paradise. However, this magnificent sight lasted less than 3 breaths before the sea of stars diminished to an almost imperceptible size, ultimately vanishing, leaving no trace of its destination. It appears that the Sun Emperor has triumphed, even going so far as to slay the returning entity. At this moment, a terrestrial immortal from the secret realm spoke up, his tone laced with undeniable astonishment. Although his cultivation within the Tao tradition is not considered supreme, his knowledge is unparalleled, encompassing numerous legends and the esoteric truths of creation. Merely by observing the celestial changes, he deduced the outcome of this battle. As some expressed their agreement, the well-informed terrestrial immortal continued. The Sun Emperor is a legendary power, omnipresent. Logically, returning to Jade Emperor Mountain should be but a mere thought for him. Yet, upon his return to the Earth, he merely fled, unable to perfectly control the vast universe that transcended from his inner vision, nearly causing an anomaly where the stars descended. The Sun Emperor's injuries must be considerable. Otherwise, how could he appear thus? In the mundane realm of today, due to the fluctuations of history, Lin Yang is universally referred to as the Xian Emperor, a title that even the Dharmakayas who journeyed to the Middle Ages do not escape. With the alteration of history, even the future denizens of the Middle Ages have been impacted, even after the Great Gene updated the heavenly ranking. The deduction that Lin Yang had become a legendary power following his removal from the list was confirmed later by a certain Dharmakaya, establishing that the Xian Emperor of the Xiantian sect and the Sun Emperor of the Middle Ages are indeed the same individual, rather than a reincarnation. Yet, this revelation cannot alter the long-standing habit of the world to address Lin Yang as the Xian Emperor. Those who continue to use the title of Sun Emperor for Lin Yang undoubtedly possess an unspoken status, tracing back to forces or beings that have endured since the Middle Ages or even earlier. Elder Clan Leader, this is a rare opportunity. Should we allow His Majesty to take action against the Sun Emperor? The terrestrial immortal turned to a venerable elder who had suddenly appeared, his hair white as snow. Though the elder seemed to be nearing the end of his days, he exuded vitality, his eyes containing the essence of an infinite universe. With each star appearing as a shadow of a person, a terrifying aura that, despite being intentionally suppressed, felt almost tangible, surpassing that of countless celestial beings. This matter shall be reported to His Majesty, for him to decide. You may continue your diligent cultivation and await His Majesty's summons. The elder spoke. This was a secret realm belonging to the descendants of a human emperor in the true world, and the elder was Shao Xian, the former leader of the human emperor's lineage, a being of legendary stature. The human emperor's lineage, which should have perished during the chaos of the demon and Buddha, managed to survive in this era due to Gao Lan's guidance during the Middle Ages, making the necessary sacrifices to effectuate a transformation that preserved part of their history and allowed them to exist in the present day. Half a year prior, after the return of various Dharmakayas to the current timeline, Gao Lan summoned the human emperor's lineage, relocating them from their secluded existence in the depths of the starry sky to the surface of the earth. Due to certain unavoidable concerns, Gao Lan did not publicly announce that the human emperor's lineage had returned under his banner. Rather, he discreetly disguised individual members of the lineage, granting them identities that would allow them to traverse the world. Ultimately, after a rigorous selection process in the northern Zhou, they became part of a newly established special organization under Gao Lan. As he watched his kin depart, the elder Shao Xian stepped forward, emerging from the secret realm of the human emperor's lineage into the northern Zhou palace. Your Majesty, the Sun Emperor has slain the returning entity and should now be gravely wounded, Shao Xian remarked, his words elongated slightly. Gao Lan, having gained the recognition of the human emperor's sword and holding a debt of gratitude to the human emperor's lineage, naturally deemed it appropriate to lower his status and address the terrestrial immortal as Your Majesty. I am aware, Gao Lan replied, his expression calm, seemingly unfazed by the news. In today's world, there are numerous powerful beings watching, and with him at the forefront, it is advantageous for me to seize the opportunity to claim the earth, lest I face the backlash of mighty beings after unifying the Central Plains. While an emperor should be dignified and exert pressure through overwhelming force, he must also employ cunning methods. Although I typically disdain such tactics, it does not imply I will remain obstinate, Gao Lan articulated. The human emperor's sword lay close at hand, having awakened to the level of celestial beings. I shall take my leave, Shao Xian said, stepping back 2 paces before vanishing once more. He had initially believed that Gao Lan would seize the moment, allowing him and the current clan leader of the human emperor's lineage, Shi, to jointly take action against the Sun Emperor. However, it now seemed he had misjudged the situation. Although Gao Lan, the reigning human emperor, currently appeared to be at a disadvantage, it was evident that he possessed ample confidence, certain that he would catch up in due time. Otherwise, the present circumstances might have been different. Jade Emperor Mountain. Lin Yang descended into the Heavenly Emperor's Hall. Although his aura fluctuated, it was not particularly intense, and he bore no visible wounds, merely exhibiting signs of considerable exhaustion. 9 Phoenix, how utterly perplexing. That entity altered my death tribulation, yet did not inform me of my original fate, merely to ensure my demise today? It cannot be that simple. There must be something I have yet to uncover. Lin Yang gazed into the inexplicable void, as though observing the sacred grounds of some great figure. Due to his confusion and bewilderment, he lacked the enthusiasm to publicly announce the reality of the realm using the fallen body of 9 Phoenix. Instead, after dispatching his opponent, he hurriedly concealed the remains and returned to the earth, feigning weakness in hopes of enticing some hostile figures along the way, surviving the epic of obliteration, yet perishing in my hands due to an early return. It is slightly preferable to the original timeline, where he fell during the battle at Spirit Mountain, but amounts to just a few more years of existence, alas. Lin Yang shook his head. To him, 9 Phoenix was merely a tool to fulfill an unknown objective. Its death signified that the goal had been achieved, rendering 9 Phoenix devoid of further utility. Reflecting on his relationship with the Heavenly Emperor and the fate of 9 Phoenix, Lin Yang could not help but exclaim, truly a pitiable fate, although his own destiny is hardly any better. In the end, Lin Yang cast his gaze towards the northern Zhou, inwardly noting Gao Lan maintains his composure, possessing the memories of the original timeline. The demeanor of the human emperor's lineage under Gao Lan's command, whether discreet or ostentatious, holds no distinction for him. Chapter 839, Approaching Perfection. Time flows swiftly, and 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the world has witnessed the rise of storms, as novel phenomena began to circulate, embraced by the mundane, ultimately becoming indispensable to all. The universal knowledge sphere that Meng Qi spoke of was successfully refined several years ago. Even mortals can now use the universal knowledge tokens crafted by him to probe into peculiar worlds and communicate with individuals thousands of miles away. Moreover, The universal knowledge tokens have transcended beyond the realms of the true world, having been scattered across countless universes by Meng Qi, allowing beings of various races to acquire them, thereby gaining insights into broader horizons while simultaneously introducing an array of unique local wonders, broadening many eyes. At the Xintian sect, on this day, Lin Yang, who was simultaneously imbuing multiple universes with imprints, opened his eyes. He gazed towards a certain region in the Western Territories, feeling a tinge of regret as he thought. The Demon Saint Spear has awakened to the legendary level. This occurred much earlier than in the original timeline. Just moments ago, he sensed the dark hand he had left within the Peacock Demon King's body being forcibly eradicated. The destructive aura that emanated from the endless void was disquieting. This revelation made Lin Yang realize who had eliminated the means he had left behind. Only the prematurely awakened Demon Saint Spear could accomplish such a feat. It seems that this entity does not wish for me to occupy Tai Li's body and acquire the 5 elements divine feathers left by Kong Xian, Lin Yang pondered. The time until Tai Li obtains the 5 elements divine feathers draws ever closer, and although the Demon Saint's primary concern lies with Ananda, entangled with significant figures from the other side, it does not imply that they remain oblivious to my potential to seize Tai Li's body and obtain the 5 elements divine feathers in this future. Perhaps the beings from the other side foresaw this future long ago, but the timing was not yet opportune, as the cost of the Demon Saint's Spear awakening to the legendary level at that time would have been exceedingly steep. Thus they remained indifferent to the matter. The world believes that the entity perished following the Spirit Mountain battle, transforming into the first Spear of Obliteration. Yet, who knows that despite the entity's exceedingly peculiar state, its power has not diminished significantly and has been lying in wait, biding its time. Lin Yang's thoughts turned. Due to the profound and immense secrecy of his thoughts at this moment, he could only refer to the demon sage indirectly, lest that entity sense the turmoil within his heart. Only such a person of great stature, characterized by deep emotions and profound connections, would take heed of one as inconsequential as Tai Li. After a moment of introspection, Lin Yang severed the lingering regrets within him. Although the value of the 5 elements divine feather was extraordinarily high, ranking among the rarest wonders beneath the other shore, and provided immense assistance in comprehending the path of the 5 elements, its significance to Lin Yang was more akin to embellishing an already splendid tapestry rather than providing essential support in a time of need. Rather than risking enmity with a prominent figure from the other shore for such a triviality, it was wiser to decisively relinquish it, preventing further tribulations on his own path to the other shore. The Demon Sage Spear had awakened to legendary status in anticipation of Tai Li, yet failed to inform Jiufeng. Indeed, Jiufeng's heart had strayed from the demon clan, leaning instead towards that great figure. Otherwise, a great sage of the demon race would never allow themselves to perish in Lin Yang's hands. As Lin Yang's thoughts swirled, he repeatedly mentioned the demon sage, spear, and feigned ignorance regarding the supposed demise of the demon sage, perpetually maintaining his disguise. Despite the considerable changes in contemporary history compared to his own knowledge, his unique insights still afforded Lin Yang significant advantages. Otherwise, every time he contemplated the great figure, that entity might sense his innermost thoughts, rendering all his clandestine schemes nearly public knowledge. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. No longer entangled in concerns regarding the demon sage spear and Tai Li, Lin Yang shifted his focus, contemplating. Over the past few years, he had digested the fruit sown during the Middle Ages, and he was now merely a step away from achieving legendary perfection. Even in the absence of opportunity, a decade of diligent effort would suffice, because the process of projecting into myriad worlds could not be confined to a single realm. The 10 years Lin Yang referred to were not the 10 years of any specific reality, but rather a span of 10 years extending backward from the current juncture. Thus, he could not resort to shortcuts by accumulating 10 years of experience in a world with an accelerated flow of time. Throughout these years, while forming new imprints, Lin Yang had also been recruiting from countless universes, selecting the foundational members for the Heavenly Court. The ranks of the celestial soldiers were nearly complete. Within a decade, Lin Yang felt a complex mix of emotions. Only upon attaining legendary perfection would his existence begin to hold even a modicum of significance. Though his true body was a quasi-immortal emperor, and his strength was among the mightiest of the great practitioners, within the framework of the Dharma body, he remained confined to the standard legendary tier. Even if his combat prowess exceeded that of many, he had not attained the pinnacle of legendary perfection. To acquire more projections and imprints, he could only rely on his own initiative. Resting on his laurels would not yield strength. Of course, in terms of accumulation, his true body had already crossed into the legendary realm after achieving the true spirit Dharma body, but due to the differing worlds he inhabited, he had yet to reach the consummate level of the legendary tier. In a certain cosmic expanse, on an ordinary technological planet, Zhang Chuan crouched in a corner, watching the luxurious cars pass by on the street, his eyes filled with envy. Reflecting on his recent experiences, he couldn't help but shake his head, bitterly murmuring, "Alas, today's university students are truly undervalued. They are everywhere, and finding a job is exceedingly difficult." He had initially believed that, as a bachelor's degree holder, he would secure a desirable position within 6 months of leaving campus. However, a year of practical experience had shown him just how naive that assumption was. Although he was not entirely without job offers, many companies welcomed him. The salaries and benefits were disappointingly far from his expectations. When would he be able to drive a luxury car? Spotting a sleek black Maserati waiting at a red light, driven by a young man no older than 20, Zhang Chuan felt a mix of jealousy and admiration, aware that this was a fortunate soul born with a silver spoon, free from countless troubles. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I must master the art of reincarnation in this lifetime. No amount of hard work will allow me to catch up to others' head starts." At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard a melodious female voice. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Zhang Chuan?" "Yes, who is this?" "Congratulations. Your resume submitted to our company has been approved, and you have been accepted." Hearing the sweet voice, Zhang Chuan became bewildered. Although he was job hunting, he had only applied to a handful of places and had mostly faced rejections. The only company that had not responded was an eccentric one to which he had submitted his resume on a whim. After all, what kind of company would name itself the Heavenly Court? The very peculiar name would deter many from pursuing it. Once he entered the workforce, he was no longer a middle school student easily swayed by grandiose titles. Chapter 840, The Probationary Immortal of the Heavenly Court. As he thought about the potential eccentricity of the company associated with that melodious voice, Zhang Chuan's lips twitched involuntarily as he asked, "Which company are you representing?" Remembering that he had casually submitted his resume without knowing the industry, he speculated that if it were a gaming company, the unusual name would not be surprising. Let me see what position I am applying for. If the compensation is satisfactory, I shall give it a try." Just as Zhang Chuan pondered, the voice on the line responded, "Heavenly Court." As expected, Zhang Chuan thought to himself, continuing to inquire, "What industry does our company operate in? What position will I hold upon joining? What is salary and benefits?" He had already considered the charming voice to be a member of the Human Resources Department of the Heavenly Court, aware that this was not a large company. Otherwise, he would have surely heard of it. Thus, feeling no pressure, Zhang Chuan posed 3 direct questions, unafraid of potentially leaving a negative impression. The voice of the enchanting woman took on a more solemn tone, allowing him to sense her seriousness. Zhang Chuan listened as the voice declared, "The Heavenly Court is the supreme institution governing all realms, tasked with upholding the celestial laws decreed by His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor." After a brief pause, the voice continued, "Upon your employment, you will become a probationary immortal, endowed with the physique and magical abilities of a foundational immortal. Your salary will comprise a portion of the celestial essence from the myriad realms, used to enhance your immortal physique. The probationary period lasts 30 days in your universe, during which relevant departments will record your conduct, temperament, and abilities to determine whether, upon completion of your probation, you will be inscribed on the divine list as a formal immortal or have your memories purged, compensated with gold and silver." As the woman spoke, Zhang Chuan felt as though he were experiencing a hallucination. The towering buildings before him grew hazy, and he seemed to enter an extraordinarily beautiful realm, where a resplendent woman shrouded in mist gazed at him, her slightly visible crimson lips moving as she conveyed information. The Heavenly Court? Immortals? Zhang Chuan swallowed hard. Despite his reluctance to believe in phenomena beyond scientific comprehension, his sensory experience made it clear that he had stumbled upon an opportunity, a fortuitous encounter. Merely witnessing that ethereal world invigorated his once frail body, instilling a buoyant sensation within him, as if gravity had ceased to exist. A gentle leap could propel him far. Probationnaire immortal, fondational immortal physique. Hearing the words of the enchanting woman, Zhang Chuan was momentarily stunned. Though he had no knowledge of the true strength of a foundational immortal, whether it could rival that of airplanes and artillery, in legends, immortals were often depicted as ageless beings capable of traversing the skies and earth, living for thousands of years. This alone could drive many to madness. Contemplating the promising life that lay ahead for the next month, Zhang Chuan inhaled deeply, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is everything you said true?" Have I been hired by the heavenly court to become a probationary immortal? He lowered his voice and slightly bent at the waist, striving to express his respect. Although the woman on the other end was merely a member of the Human Resources Department, she was undeniably affiliated with the heavenly court, a divine being he could not afford to offend. Otherwise, the repercussions could leave him in tears. The exquisite woman smiled gently, and as if 100 flowers bloomed. She remarked, "If you pass the assessment, you will be granted the status of a formal deity, with considerable potential for ascension based on individual capabilities. Essentially, reaching an average level of ability will qualify you to become the regional manager of your universe, tasked with overseeing the cosmic order." Zhang Chuan was not the first mortal she had received, and it was evident he would not be the last. Hence, she had anticipated the reactions of these mortals. The prospect of becoming a regional manager, responsible for maintaining the order of an entire universe, left Zhang Chuan utterly astounded. The planet from which he hailed had only just begun to explore its solar system, with its technological capabilities still quite rudimentary, leaving him unaware of the vastness of the cosmos. And yet, he pondered, if one possessed adequate ability, they could govern an entire universe? This was utterly inconceivable. In the midst of his astonishment, Zhang Chuan murmured, "Just how formidable is the physique and magical power of a foundational deity, to entrust a universe to a novice. I'm deeply curious about the might of the celestial beings." The exquisite woman, discerning Zhang Chuan's innermost thoughts, understood that he was inquiring about destructive power. She promptly responded, "In terms of mere physique, on your planet, one could effortlessly move mountains and shift earth, impervious to blades and fire. When exerting full magical power, one could influence any continent on the planet, potentially causing earthquakes nearing level 9, and even triggering tsunamis, which have occurred only a few times in the planet's history. However, the Celestial Manual explicitly states that unwarranted slaughter is strictly prohibited, and one must not wield magical power with reckless abandon. Violating these edicts would not merely result in disqualification from formal status. One would also be taken back to the heavenly court by celestial soldiers and judged based on the consequences of their actions." Although her words were delivered in a calm manner, they resonated in Zhang Chuan's heart like a resounding bell, dispelling any lingering fantasies he harbored. As he roused from his reverie, the exquisite woman continued, "Should you attain formal status and sign the divine ranking, your foundational deity physique will receive enhancement. Depending on the responsibilities assigned to you, you will master a portion of corresponding magical principles, ultimately elevating your divine essence to its zenith, rivaling the stars within the universe." She then fixed her gaze upon Zhang Chuan and inquired, "Do you wish to become a trial deity of the heavenly court?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuan was instantly awakened and eagerly nodded in agreement. I am willing, he proclaimed. To put it bluntly, even if it turned out to be a deception, he would accept it. The ability to devise such elaborate schemes was undoubtedly beyond the imagination of the inhabitants of Blue Star, even if they were not deities. They represented a superlative technological civilization that countless individuals would yearn for throughout their lives. "Excellent, then you are now a trial deity," the exquisite woman declared as she produced a metallic shard and presented it to Zhang Chuan, explaining, "This is the Wan Jie Tong Shi Fu, a device for you to communicate with the headquarters during your trial period. It is a special version designed for the heavenly court, capable of accessing the inner circle of the court while retaining communication with regular users of the Wan Jie Tong Shi Fu, allowing you to expand your knowledge, provided you do not engage in any actions that violate heavenly laws." A beam of azure light descended from the heavens, enveloping Zhang Chuan and transforming his mortal form into that of a foundational deity. Moments later, the scene before him became hazy, and the familiar skyscrapers reappeared. The gentle voice of a woman continued to emanate from his phone. "An excessive surge in power can lead to calamity. Therefore, while reinforcing your foundational divine body, a supplemental system from another universe has been bound to you, aiding you in better controlling your new divine form and enabling you to exert the appropriate level of power without exceeding a margin of 1 Arkansas." Chapter 841, The Second Returnee. As one fortunate individual after another became trial deities of the heavenly court, Meng Qi, after several years, returned once more to Yu Huang Mountain. "Senior Brother Lin, could you allow the 7-kill monument to endure 10 years of erosion?" He produced the 7-kill monument, a treasure he had acquired during a solo mission. However, the original owner of the 7-kill monument had not truly perished. Thus, this legendary temporal artifact was merely borrowed for his use. Unlike other treasures, operating the 7-kill monument would not deplete one's own power. The only limitation was that each use required a decade of waiting. Although Meng Qi could spend some time finding a universe with a faster flow of time to restore the monument's power, he had pressing matters at hand. And the restoration of the seven-kill monument was of utmost importance, which is why he sought Lin Yang's assistance. When Lin Yang was a celestial being, he could utilize the remnants of the heavenly court to transform days into years. Although he was no longer within the heavenly court's remnants, Lin Yang had undergone a qualitative change, becoming a formidable figure revered across the myriad realms. Thus, this task should not pose significant difficulty. Gazing at the ethereal monument, seemingly absent from the current timeline, and observing the 7 blood-red characters inscribed upon it, Lin Yang nodded gently, saying, "Simple." He extended his hand, penetrating the haze, and directly grasped the 7-kill monument. He then channeled his temporal power, confounding time and creating a complete world distinct from that of reality, governed by various laws. "Let's wait one day," Lin Yang stated. Meng Qi exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight that had burdened his heart had finally lifted. Without the aid of the 7-kill monument, accomplishing his objective would undoubtedly entail far greater peril. Yet he had no choice but to proceed. Thus, despite feeling somewhat sheepish, he ascended Yu Huang Mountain to seek assistance. It is worth noting that the 7-kill monument had profound ties to the heavenly court. This was not merely a grandiose assertion of affinity, but rather an undeniable connection. The 7-kill monument was originally the Heavenly Emperor's relic, the Heavenly Emperor's steel. It was by the existence of the Heavenly Emperor's steel that the Heavenly Emperor could transcend the limitations of innate divinity and ultimately achieve a breakthrough. When the heavenly court fell, the Heavenly Emperor's steel also suffered severe damage, ultimately descending into the 9 netherworlds, where it was acquired by the 7-kill Taoist, who refined it into the present-day 7-kill monument. What has become of the 7-kill Taoist? Lin Yang inquired. During his solo mission, Meng Qi had interacted with the 7-kill Taoist split spirit and had seen the true form of the Taoist, making him more aware of the latter's current state. Meng Qi paused momentarily before replying. It appears he has fully liberated himself from the control of the demonic Buddha, but now he has been compelled to awaken prematurely due to the machinations of certain individuals and is not in his prime. It was precisely from a state of the 7-kill Taoist that Lin Yang could infer the condition of the demonic Buddha, which is why he had asked. As Lin Yang nodded, Meng Qi curiously asked, "Senior brother Lin, have you had dealings with the 7-kill Taoist?" To his knowledge, there had been no prior interaction between Lin Yang and the 7-kill Taoist. Indeed, the 7-kill Taoist is one of the masters of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Could it be that you had contact with him back then? Meng Qi speculated. As he pondered this, Lin Yang spoke up. During the Middle Ages, I sensed his presence from afar. At that time, he was self-affirming his legend within the 9 netherworlds, and the phenomena were confined to the 9 netherworlds, unknown to outsiders. Thus, in the annals of history, it is recorded that only I and the Overlord were the self-affirming legends of the Middle Ages. "Ah, I see," Meng Qi thought to himself. At that time, he was still within the remnants of the heavenly court and had yet to become a celestial being, so he could hardly perceive the realm of legendary powers. Lin Yang did not inquire about what Meng Qi intended to accomplish with the 7-kill monument. Instead, he scrutinized Meng Qi and remarked, "There are already over 100 imprints across the myriad realms. As long as one comprehends I am I, one could become the second self-affirming legend of this era. Ordinarily, as long as one could manifest several dozen projections and grasp the meaning of I am I, they would be able to affirm their legendary realm. However, throughout history, apart from those innately legendary beings, no one has succeeded in achieving I am I with only a few dozen projections. Perhaps such individuals exist in the vast world, yet they remain unknown and unrecorded in the annals of history. I am I." Shaking his head, Meng Qi let out a bitter smile. If it were truly so simple, how could none of the saints from the medieval era have reached the legendary level? Even in this prolonged epoch, with countless beings across innumerable universes, the number of legendary powers remains finite. With a solemn expression, Meng Qi remarked, "Senior Su had already attained completeness at the half-step Dharma body stage, enlightening numerous projections. And several years ago, he became a celestial immortal. It stands to reason that he is the one closest to the legendary realm in this current age." He referred to the celestial sword master, Su Wuming. With Lin Yang's arrival bringing change, Su Wuming refrained from hastily breaking through. Instead, he utilized the ample time afforded him to engage in matters of enlightenment typically reserved for a celestial immortal, completing this with the aid of the wondrous fragments of the Haotian mirror during his half-step Dharma body stage, thus accumulating profound foundations. It is precisely because Meng Qi was acutely aware of this that he spoke thus. Lin Yang nodded and stated 12 years from now, he will be able to certify his legendary status. Su Wuming was not burdened by the scrutiny of many great figures, making it easier for Lin Yang to predict a relatively accurate time frame. However, Meng Qi felt a twinge of doubt. Given that Lin Yang could assert that Su Wuming's self-certification as a legend would occur in 12 years, and considering he had previously mentioned that he himself would attain legendary power before Su Wuming, did this not imply that he could become a legendary being within that span as well? Lacking such confidence himself, where did Lin Yang's assurance stem from? Contemplating the prowess of legendary beings, Meng Qi suppressed his myriad emotions, refusing to allow them to interfere with his inner peace. Subsequently, Lin Yang and Meng Qi engaged in a discussion regarding the application of the first 3 seals. After a day had passed, when the 7 Kills monument regained its strength, Meng Qi expressed his gratitude and departed. Lin Yang then sat within the hall of the Celestial Emperor, dispersing his consciousness to probe numerous universes, both enlightening himself and recruiting some of the lower-tier celestial beings from the heavenly court. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. On one particular day, a star suddenly manifested in the clear sky, its brilliance impervious even to the sun's rays, drawing from the experience of the return of the 9 phoenixes. The denizens of the true void realm understood that this was a sign of a powerful being or a great adept returning to the world. On the Universal Knowledge Forum, threads proliferated at an astonishing rate, each speculating on the identity of the returning strongman. Ultimately, one post was pinned, and within mere minutes, it garnered thousands of replies. The Lord of the Luo sect, the curtain-raising divine envoy. Chapter 842, The Words of the Mother Without Birth. In the true void hometown, as the star shone brightly, an overwhelming aura surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through much of the true void hometown, causing the ethereal celestial chi to clash, losing its original brilliance and merging into a chaotic torrent of energy. The divine envoys of the Luo sect and the scattered beings nearly fainted instantaneously, collapsing onto the earth, which flowed with murky chi. The newly appointed Dharma King of the Luo sect, Knight Emperor Hua Lisang, who was refining his Dharma body with pure chi, felt a surge of joy rather than fear, eagerly looking towards the source of the aura. Deep within the true void hometown, shrouded by unimaginable seals, even he, as an earth immortal, could not approach. Which divine envoy had awakened? A thought flickered in Hua Lishang's mind. Unlike the external appearances of divine envoys within the true void hometown, a being capable of exerting such overwhelming pressure that it nearly shattered his Dharma body must undoubtedly be one of the true 12 divine envoys who followed the mother since the mythic era. As Hua Lisang pondered, a figure abruptly appeared before him, without any forewarning. Clad in a flowing gray robe and adorned with a string of prayer beads that shimmered with a faint golden hue, akin to glazed glass, each bead resembling a head, exuding an air of both sanctity and primal ferocity. The curtain-raising divine envoy, with such distinct features. Hua Lisang instantly recognized the returning divine envoy from the records of the Luo sect. According to the annals, the curtain-raising divine envoy had served the mother since her days as the Golden Sovereign. While not the most powerful among the 12 envoys, he held the distinction of being the eldest. Moreover, the curtain-raising divine envoy had once represented the mother in the intrigues among great figures of the other shore, opposing more than one great adept, overcoming numerous trials, and ultimately fulfilling the mother's commands. It was through that experience that the curtain-raising divine envoy forged a profound friendship with the great sage equal to heaven, eventually certifying himself as a legend and becoming a divine envoy. Upon realizing the identity of the figure before him, Hua Lisang rose to pay his respects, not daring to show any disrespect to a great being. I bear the mother's decree and must first visit Jade Emperor Mountain. The curtain-raising divine envoy spoke, his tone solemn and grave. Prepare well in your homeland. There may be significant changes ahead. Hua Lisang nodded in acknowledgement, and in the next instant, the curtain-raising divine envoy vanished from his sight. As he gazed at the empty hall, Hua Lishang's thoughts swirled, contemplating. The Xian Emperor had once slain a mythic figure who returned prematurely, and although the identity of that figure remains unknown, their power is beyond doubt. The curtain-raising divine envoy carries the mother's decree and will surely be aware of the battle from several years ago. So this undertaking must be one he approaches with confidence. The outcome of that battle had left an indelible impression on him, even after several years. He understood that a premature return would impact great beings and adept powers, yet the fallen figure would not have returned without absolute certainty. Those who can certify as legends or even become creators are far from foolish. Yet even so, they perished at the hands of the Xian Emperor, a result that would undoubtedly surprise the returning figure. This also indicated that the newly certified Xian Emperor possessed hidden cards unknown to the world, and these cards were of a profoundly powerful nature. No wonder he could defeat the overlord within the same realm. Reflecting on the tyrant of the medieval era, Lin Yang felt a lingering trepidation. He had suffered greatly at that figure's hands, nearly losing his life during that time. Jade Emperor Mountain, sitting beneath the statue of the celestial emperor, Lin Yang observed the curtain-raising divine envoy clad in gray robes step into the hall, saying, "Sha Wujing, I have long admired your name." Who could have anticipated that Sha Wujing, who might not have even been a celestial immortal during the journey to the west, would now re-emerge in the world as a legendary power after countless ages? Upon hearing the name Sha Wujing, the curtain-raising divine envoy displayed a hint of nostalgia, remarking, "It seems the Sun Emperor is well-versed in the events of the journey to the west." Sha Wujing was a name bestowed upon him by Guanyin Bodhisattva after his descent, signifying the past of the journey to the west and the entangled grievances he could not easily relinquish. If one were unaware of the existence of the journey to the west, they would only refer to him as the curtain-raising divine envoy, never uttering this name. Though I harbor no direct enmity with the mother without birth, my bond with junior brother Su is profound, and he would not abandon the matter of resurrecting Gu Shaoxing. I need not elaborate further, Lin Yang stated coolly. While aware that Gu Shaoxing was a product of the mother without birth's effort to achieve emptiness and not an entity that must be exterminated, Lin Yang could only feign ignorance to avoid unnecessary complications and greater upheavals. At the same time, he couldn't help but inwardly lament, alas. While that figure's combat prowess in his prime was not inferior to that of the ancients, in terms of realm, he merely approached the normal other shore standard of the ancients, without reaching the qualifications to achieve emptiness, still needing to incrementally elevate his realm to that of the ancients. He referred to the celestial emperor. To achieve emptiness, ordinary beings, and even regular other shore powers engage in addition, establishing various connections with the outside world to maintain existence and enhance themselves. In contrast, the ancients perform subtraction, gradually severing their ties to the grand cosmos, shedding various causal entanglements, ultimately becoming thoroughly transparent entities, achieving emptiness. This method was painstakingly uncovered by the Taoist Lord during an era when even other shore powers were unaware of the path ahead, allowing the Taoist Lord to surpass those like the primordial celestial sovereign, who were inherently other shore beings, attaining enlightenment and achieving fruit, standing equal to those who could only forcibly describe and memorize the term Tao. The consequences of this path are such that the ancient sages, intent on attaining enlightenment, are acutely aware of the principle of cause and effect. Though the upheaval of the myriad heavens may feel like a gentle breeze to them, they must tread cautiously to avoid jeopardizing their quest for transcendence. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Sha Wujing experienced a subtle stirring of emotions, burying the myriad experiences of the journey to the west deep within his heart. With his colorless, vacant eyes fixed on Lin Yang, he began to speak. "The Eternal Mother is aware of your true circumstances, and she has instructed me to convey a few words to you. One of the harbingers of the epic's destruction is the fall of the sovereigns of the myriad realms. As long as a sovereign persists in the heavens, the epic shall not conclude, nor shall the opportunity for enlightenment arise. At present, there are more than just a few great figures aspiring to enlightenment. It is fortunate that they have yet to return. However, should they do so, as these words reached Lin Yang's ears, a frown creased his brow. How can the Eternal Mother possibly know my true situation? Or is it that her words differ from my understanding? The demon Buddha was suppressed by the Buddha, and there was another whose methods concealed truths, leading to a misidentification of you as their reincarnation. Yet, the Eternal Mother, despite her slumber in the true chaos, would not mistake the one she has dealt with for countless years." Chapter 843, The Eternal Mother's Invitation. Sha Wujing's gaze deepened, reflecting the boundless universe. He was acutely aware that uttering such words would inevitably provoke the Heavenly Emperor, drawing his attention from whatever hidden place he occupied. Yet he, too, had his benefactors from the other shore, not those without foundation or support. Even if the Heavenly Emperor wished to act against him, he would have to consider the Eternal Mother. After all that he did today was by her decree, not of his own volition. The Eternal Mother suggests that the great figures pursuing enlightenment, upon their return from the true chaos, may take action against the sovereigns of the myriad realms to hasten the epic's demise? Lin Yang spoke calmly, his Dharma body emanating ripples of time, as if his inner turmoil was immense. It seemed that the words relayed through Sha Wujing by the Eternal Mother had indeed shaken this legendary figure, for otherwise, the very fabric of time would not have been stirred. The Emperor of Light's understanding is not misplaced, Sha Wujing replied. Awakening prematurely leaves his combat power at but 30% of its peak, while his opponent has previously slain a revived great adept. Thus, their might is indeed formidable. Therefore, even though he embodies a legendary figure and represents the Eternal Mother, he must still be addressed by the title of the Emperor of Light. After a moment of silence, Lin Yang sighed, reflecting to be ensnared in this game, reduced to a mere pawn, is no easy matter to escape. The schemes of a great figure from the other shore encompass all unforeseen eventualities. Even if I do not speak of them, you can discern them. At this juncture, Lin Yang turned his gaze toward Sha Wujing, who nodded in empathetic agreement. If the machinations of a figure from the other shore were so easily evaded, they would not be feared as the embodiment of fate. It is through the relentless endeavors of countless great beings and adept practitioners that the term fate has come to signify the other shore. Contemplating the numerous epics that have already crumbled and recalling the fates of the great adept practitioners who once resisted the other shore, Sha Wujing's gaze became increasingly ethereal. And with a change in tone, he spoke. Only those from the other shore can contend with their own. If you wish to escape the fate imposed upon you by that figure, you need only to embrace the Eternal Mother. The true Void Homestead is the ultimate refuge. In a bygone epoch, there was once a madman, unparalleled in his arrogance, who approached the other shore and made the audacious move of overturning the chessboard, shattering the very unyielding divine mountain that upheld all, intent on annihilating the myriad realms, reducing everything to naught. Yet ultimately, the true name of that once madman faded into obscurity through the relentless passage of time. That was merely the outcome desired by a certain figure from the other shore. The so-called overturning of the chessboard was merely a facet of their grand design. However, to avoid tarnishing their hands and complicating the process of reduction to the void, they subtly ignited a spark of determination within the madman, compelling him to shatter the unyielding mountain, nearly causing the collapse of the heavens. To embrace the Eternal Mother and become a part of the true Void Homestead, Lin Yang murmured. So, the Eternal Mother seeks to reap the benefits of a fisherman. No wonder she sent Sha Wujing to Mount Jade Emperor. She must have envisioned the resplendence of the future heavenly court, thus taking preemptive action as its reconstruction approached, unveiling secrets that ordinary beings could never fathom to sway him, using his life as a bargaining chip for exchange. Should he truly become a member of the true Void Homestead, what need would there be for the heavenly court? In that case, the world would only hold the true Void Homestead as the ultimate destination. Sha Wujing observed silently, awaiting his decision. Time flowed slowly, the flickering candlelight casting shadows in the hall as the atmosphere between the two legendary figures grew increasingly weighty. Finally, Lin Yang broke the silence, dispelling the oppressive ambience. Sha Wujing listened as he declared, "Though life is of utmost importance, there are matters in this world that surpass even it. I am deeply grateful for the Eternal Mother's counsel, yet the irreconcilable conflict between her and my junior brother Su renders it impossible for me to defect to the true Void Homestead and stand in opposition to my former companions." His words rang out with conviction, a resolute intent permeating the halls of the Heavenly Emperor. Sha Wujing perceived a fleeting illusion before him. When his elder brother faced that figure from the other shore, he too refused to bow, standing resolute even when death loomed near, never yielding. Indeed, there exist matters that weigh heavier than life itself. Yet, to hear such words at the legendary level, after traversing countless lives, what affection could remain unshackled, unresolved? In the end, only one's own truth prevails. With a sigh, Sha Wujing refrained from further persuasion, seemingly sharing the sentiment. Emperor of Light, take care. Turning away, he strode toward the exit of the Heavenly Emperor's Hall. The Eternal Mother would not let Gu Shaoxing go unscathed, seeking to empower her, ultimately diminishing her own strength. Hence, Su Meng's attempts to resurrect Gu Shaoxing are likewise thorns in the Eternal Mother's side. Given this, the Emperor of Light could not alter his resolve, and further discourse would be futile. Long after Sha Wujing departed, Lin Yang's resolute facade faded, returning to a calm demeanor. Having played the role to this extent, the external expression aligned seamlessly with his internal emotions, congruent with his character. The Eternal Mother likely could not see through it. While figures from the other shore may appear nearly omniscient, they remain merely close to it, not truly omniscient or omnipotent beings that defy logic. To discern the thoughts of a legendary adept before their essence has returned to the river of time is simply impossible. Regrettably, the dire consequences of outdated intelligence loom large. Compared to those two, the information possessed by other great figures has fallen far behind. Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, contemplating the various aspects of the Eternal Mother. Initially, at the dawn of this epoch, the primordial gold of the myriad realms took form, a deity of innate gold mastery, likely a natural adept. In due course, alongside 4 other consummate creators, he surpassed all great beings and adept practitioners at the epic's inception, earning the title of the 5 Emperors. Long after the fall of the Heavenly Court, during the early medieval era of the True Realm, he let go of the past, transcended the sea of suffering, and became a great figure, identifying himself as the Eternal Mother. It is precisely because the Eternal Mother attained enlightenment later, with little time having passed since, that the other great figures from the other shore harbored no suspicion regarding Gu Shaoshang's connection to her. Furthermore, as the Eternal Mother perfected her mastery of the Infinite Seal, adept at concealing future possibilities, no one in the original timeline dared to disrupt her quest for reduction, allowing her to witness Gu Shaoshang's ascent and thereby weaken her adversaries' positions while offering significant protection to Gu Shaoshang. Now, however, both the Heavenly Emperor and the virtuous Heavenly Sovereign are well acquainted with the Eternal Mother's circumstances, leaving one to ponder what sort of upheaval may ensue. There are those who conspire for greater gains, which explains the multitude of events that contradict my memories. In the end, Lin Yang ceased to be distracted, redirecting his attention to the vast cosmos. Chapter 844, 8,000 Days and Nights Later. In the ancient universe on the far eastern continent, a young man clad in a black uniform placed a hefty stack of books upon the table, meeting the gazes of his colleagues. He spoke gravely. According to intelligence disseminated by the major true god churches, another demon god has emerged in the world, bringing the total to 7. The matter concerning the demon gods immediately halted the activities of the busy members of the Special Operations Group. They grew rigid, goosebumps rising on their skin. The young man opened a book detailing the spiritual realm, and, after flipping through several pages, began. The core of chaos, the Dark Mother Goddess, the unifier of all, the great demon of fear, the faceless pharaoh, the fallen deity. For decades, aside from the great demon of fear, who had occasionally revealed itself, the other demon gods had remained remarkably silent. Little did anyone know that their silence was due to their attention being diverted to other planets, dimensions, and worlds, as this planet was not unique enough to warrant the simultaneous manifestation of all 6 demon gods. However, aside from a miracle that occurred 2.5 years prior, a true god had witnessed the trace of another demon god. That miracle, known to all, was a large-scale resurrection event, where all who had perished in the city of Yuan were revived, nobles and commoners alike, endowed with extraordinary powers and formidable physiques. It was said to be the work of an ancient true god named Lin Yang, the god above gods, an astounding phenomenon. In contrast, since that event, the true god of the Dawn Church, known as the Lord of Dawn, had ceased to respond to the prayers of his followers, thus drawing less attention. As all eyes were captivated by the miracle, as the emotions of the Special Operations Group members swayed, the young man in the black uniform continued. It is the faceless pharaoh who has been notably active during this period. He has walked among us on numerous occasions. From his cryptic utterances, a startling revelation has been deduced: the emergence of the 7th demon god. Compared to the other demon gods, the faceless pharaoh is relatively benign, favoring the temptation of others into corruption and relishing in deception rather than slaughter. Nevertheless, he remains the only demon god among the 6 who has taken on human form, having once caused the death of countless beings on the Black Continent, which remains a desolate realm to this day. With an increasingly solemn tone, the young man meticulously divulged information regarding the 7th demon god. He is the gate of all doors, the malevolent sage, and a master of the temporal labyrinth. Hailing from the outer cosmos, he possesses a bizarre power to ensnare hearts and a wealth of knowledge that can drive one to madness. His essence comprises countless doors, each connecting to the boundless expanse of the outer realms. Silence enveloped the room. They all understood that with the emergence of each new demon god, a new source of calamity was birthed. Even if he did not descend, there would be those reckless enough to seek his favor, inevitably invoking insurmountable disasters. They believed that with the might of Lin Yang, all demon gods could be vanquished. A woman with a light yellow complexion could not help but speak. She had previously been tasked with tracking the miracle and recognized the strength of the resurrected. This phenomenon undoubtedly attests to the formidable nature of Lin Yang, surpassing even the most renowned of the demon gods. Regrettably, it seems he has no intention of establishing a sect. After revealing his miracle, he vanished without a trace, and even when prayers are offered, responses are elusive. Such matters are not so easily delineated as black and white. Another voice interjected, lowering its tone gravely. It is possible he is yet another demon god from the outer cosmos, merely revealing himself once before disappearing, without yet exhibiting his more deranged facets. His assertion was not unfounded. During a prior mission, he had discovered an indestructible, peculiar notebook, which, upon decryption, turned out to be the diary of a true god. The content suggested that in this world, once a certain threshold is surpassed, the stronger one becomes, the more distorted and mad they become, transforming into terrifying entities that invoke fear in ordinary beings, without exception. Even objects and tools, when exceeding that threshold, could metamorphose into immensely powerful demonic artifacts, necessitating bloody sacrifices for their use. However, the despair this knowledge bore could extinguish all fighting spirit. Thus it was classified as top secret. Impossible. If he were a demon god, how could he resurrect those who have been dead for over a decade? Compared to those churches, he is the beacon of hope for the world. A man of African descent passionately countered. Among the resurrected was his wife, and, after 2 years together, he was certain her character remained unchanged, her memories intact, not those of a wicked being reborn in another's body. Now, his wife had also become a member of the Special Operations Group, fully harnessing her extraordinary powers, with a salary many times greater than his own, significantly improving their lives. The earlier speaker, observing his fervor, subtly shook his head, as the matter was too sensitive for him to leverage as an argument. At this juncture, the members of the Special Operations Group placed their tasks aside, engaging in discussion. Some resurrected individuals had claimed that after 1,000 days and nights, Lin Yang would descend once more, selecting the worthy among them to become deities of the celestial court. The yellow-skinned woman recalled the words of one fortunate individual. The others had also heard of this, prompting the young man in black to state, "The celestial court seemingly has similar records from the 300 years it was lost on the eastern continent." At that time, the sect ruling the entire eastern continent was called the Celestial Court, though it remains uncertain whether this is mere coincidence or something more. Given Lin Yang's immense power, how could the Celestial Court have vanished from the world for centuries? Indeed, the likelihood of coincidence is significant, someone tentatively interjected. The man of African descent regarded Lin Yang as his guiding light and could not accept that any malevolent entity could surpass him. Capable of obliterating the Celestial Court, such a thought was overwhelmingly despairing. Reflecting on the day his wife was resurrected, he calculated the time and suddenly froze, exclaiming, "It just so happens that today marks exactly 1,000 days. What?" Everyone was taken aback, hastily counting in their small calendars. Suddenly, someone crouched down, cradling their head in disbelief. How is this possible? Just half a month ago, I was meticulously calculating the exact date, preparing to make arrangements. Yet I suddenly forgot all about it. Me too. I completely overlooked this matter half a month ago. The young man in black exclaimed. Realization dawned upon them all. It must have been the influence of the individual they had previously discussed. Indeed, Lin Yang's consciousness had already descended into the ancient universe, selecting individuals for his purpose. Chapter 845, A Call Across Countless Timelines. As the hearts of those who had been mindful of the 1,000 days and nights grew cold, every resurrected soul, regardless of their location or activities, experienced a sudden dizziness, followed by their appearance in a peculiar land shrouded in white mist. Despite the absence of a sun, the realm was oddly luminous, defying common sense. This place left many bewildered. In the next instant, a beautiful woman immediately knelt, placing her hands upon the ground and proclaiming, "Great eternal supreme being, most benevolent and noble Lin Yang, we welcome your descent upon this world. Your grace and kindness shall forever be etched in my heart." As Lighter's voice resonated, one by one, the resurrected fell to their knees like dominoes, expressing their profound reverence through the highest forms of homage, showering praises in abundance. During this period, they had long since comprehended the tremendous transformation that the newly reborn bodies had undergone. It was simply astonishing. Now, after rigorous training, they found themselves capable of overpowering even many bishops from the true God Church, and the nefarious entities that had wreaked havoc upon the world had been vanquished in droves. Indeed, many had perished. Lin Yang surveyed the realm, and discerned that nearly 10,000 of those resurrected had already met their demise. Through the threads of causality, he could see some had fallen in fierce battles, while others had succumbed to the malevolent forces. Turning his gaze outward, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his ears. Upon hearing of the myriad doors, Lin Yang mused, Meng-Chi has also begun to forge his mark in this universe, the seventh demon god, represented by Meng-Chi's projection. However, Meng-Chi's true self had yet to attain the legendary prowess, and thus, the projection could not possess such legendary power either. For now, it was merely a hollow facade, though it was sufficient to influence the demon hunters. With this thought settled, Lin Yang looked down upon the vast expanse of land, his voice resonating with the gravity of the cosmos. The time has come. I shall select the worthy among you, consecrate divine positions, and have them ascend as gods of the celestial court. Those of lesser caliber shall have the opportunity to become heavenly soldiers, achieving immortality and leaving this desolate and oppressive universe. His words reverberated, embedding themselves in the hearts of all present, allowing them to instinctively grasp some of the incomprehensible phrases. They awaited anxiously, uncertain of whether they were deemed worthy in the eyes of the celestial emperor, and what the criteria for lesser beings entailed. Though they understood that heavenly soldiers were merely the lowest tier of the celestial hierarchy, and above them lay countless levels, even without mentioning the celestial emperor, the allure of remaining in their former world seemed far more appealing. Yet, the experiences of recent times had enlightened them to the rarity of retaining one's complete personality and immortality. Remaining in this realm, no matter how powerful or long-lived one became, would only lead to a transformation into something unrecognizable, strange and deranged, no longer their true selves. Amidst the collective anticipation, Lin Yang's voice resonated once more, penetrating deep into their souls. He called forth the names, Lydale, Lanloada, Lofen, Su Shirlin, Hihung, Amolin, Suchong. After reciting the names of 42 individuals, Lin Yang concluded, I hereby confer the 10th tier divine rank, granting dominion over a portion of the earth to safeguard the well-being of its denizens. He categorized the divine ranks into 10 levels, with the first being the highest and the 10th the lowest, relegated to the status of a lesser god. The phrase to govern a portion of the earth was merely a euphemism, failing to alter the essence of a lesser god, whose power was only marginally superior to that of an average celestial being. Upon hearing their names, some are momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in overwhelming joy. Had it not been for their respect for Lin Yang, they would have already cheered aloud. Those familiar with them could not help but cast envious glances. To govern a portion of the earth, merely hearing this title conjured visions of an exalted status. It was essential to recognize that on this world, there were only a handful of territories. Although the number of true gods was scant, it averaged 4 to 6 per region. Did this not indirectly suggest that attaining the 10th tier divinity in the celestial court would bestow a dominion larger than that of any true god in existence? The resurrected beings, uncertain of the vastness Lin Yang spoke of, could only conjecture based on their limited perspectives. Following this, Lin Yang named an additional 420 individuals, stating, Your inherent qualities suffice for you to become heavenly soldiers. Even after his transformation, of the nearly 1 million resurrected, fewer than 500 were deemed worthy in his eyes, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the celestial court of Ur. Ultimately, this realm was just an ordinary universe, not a land of extraordinary figures. Outside this cohort of resurrected, one would likely have to scour through tens of thousands of star systems to find a single candidate with the qualifications of a heavenly soldier. Lin Yang contemplated the qualifications he referred to. They encompassed not only physical potential but also character, understanding, and loyalty. Should any aspect fall short, they would not be chosen. You may now make your choice, to join the celestial court and depart this realm, or to remain here. He was aware that some individuals had deep-rooted attachments, but, for the sake of formality, posed the question nonetheless. As his words echoed, nearly 1 million souls fell into silence. The once white expanse became eerily quiet, with only the faint sounds of breath revealing the intense inner turmoil some were experiencing. Despite having made decisions in previous times, the prospect of a choice that could alter their fates rendered many profoundly conflicted. Moments later, a well-preserved middle-aged woman rose, bowing towards the heavens, as if the exalted celestial emperor resided above. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Forgive me, great and supreme celestial emperor. I have ties that I cannot sever, and thus cannot leave. She was one who was destined to become a god, one of the 42 at the 10th tier. Soon after, 2 others made their decisions to remain, inciting envy among the multitude, who wished to replace them and attain the status of heavenly soldiers or gods. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yang's voice resounded again. In 30 days, I shall formally escort you from this realm to the core of the multiverse. Cherish these final 30 days. When the opportunity arises to return, the world will have changed beyond recognition. At this moment, the celestial court had yet to be re-established, and Lin Yang still required time for final preparations. As his words faded, the vision before the crowd once again blurred, returning them to their original locations, while Lin Yang, seated in the Celestial Emperor's Hall, suddenly sensed someone calling out to him. Following the unseen connection, Lin Yang perceived it emanating from one of the countless universes. Huh? His expression shifted slightly, revealing surprise. Chapter 846, The God King Zeus. In the world of the Saint Seiya, Lin Yang had not anticipated that someone could master the art of summoning him after only a single visit. After a brief moment of astonishment, feeling a peculiar sense of familiarity, Lin Yang thought, Athena is indeed a manifestation of the 9 heavens mystical maiden. Truthfully, based on the matters concerning the primordial mother and the 12 divine envoys, he had always assumed that Athena was an embodiment of the primordial mother. After all, Athena had 12 golden saints, and the divine envoy Sha Wujing, who had attained the status of a golden-bodied arhat during the journey to the west, had also ascended to legendary heights, making it fitting to refer to him as a Buddha. From this perspective, it was plausible that a certain golden saint bore some resemblance to her. To have the ability to remain absent from the myriad futures under his control, only to respond upon being actively summoned, indicated that she was indeed a being of extraordinary power with remarkable abilities. With this thought, Lin Yang traversed through the layers of cosmic barriers, crossing countless dimensions to arrive in the world of the Saint Seiya. 10 minutes earlier, in the world of the Saint Seiya, atop Mount Olympus, the 5 small guardians stood protectively before Athena. Not far away, 12 golden saints were seated in an orderly manner, encircled by an immense hexagram formation. Each golden saint was filled with tremendous small universe energy, comparable in strength to the god of sleep and the god of death. Though the essence of their small universes differed from those 2 deities, affirming their humanity rather than divinity. Moreover, the form of the golden cloth had undergone significant transformation, evolving into a sacred armor far more magnificent and powerful than before. Minutes passed, and the collective small universes of the 12 golden saints converged at the center of the hexagram formation, morphing into a golden radiance that harbored a terrifying and vast power, capable of leaving even the gods in awe, reaching energy levels akin to a cosmic explosion. Boom! After a brief moment of swirling golden radiance, it instantaneously transformed into a resplendent pillar of light that soared into the heavens, tearing asunder the celestial barriers while simultaneously rending the membrane that separated the boundless cosmos from the infinite realms beyond. This transmission reached the true domain of reality, penetrating directly to the heart of the multiverse. At that very moment, within the depths of the Saint Seiya universe, a multitude of deities were jolted into awareness, collectively turning their gaze toward the celestial expanse. Such formidable power could only be rivaled by that of the Creator God. An ancient deity's heart raced with trepidation. Having existed for countless eons, nearly coeval with the universe itself, he had witnessed the architect of creation and understood the essence of the ultimate. He had once believed this to be an unattainable echelon, transcending all, yet unexpectedly, in the distant years that followed, he sensed the emergence of a force not inferior to that primordial strength, a realm beyond reach. Such terrifying power could not possibly erupt without cause. The apprehension in his heart compelled the ancient deity, who had lived for innumerable years, to halt his steps, rendering everything as it was. In the celestial realm, atop Mount Olympus, Lady Shaji pondered, is this sufficient to summon him back? The now somewhat matured Seiya gazed at the 9 heavens she knew, clad in the armor of the god of the underworld, reflecting on the experiences of recent years. Initially, after the disappearance of Hades, the goddess Athena had inherited his throne, becoming the queen of the underworld. From that point on, her approach transformed from passive to proactive. After vanquishing Hades' specters, she assimilated several of them, augmenting the overall strength of the saint warriors. And after a period of recuperation spanning several months, she commenced her assault on the celestial realm. In this confrontation, the golden saints primarily undertook the role of safeguarding the earth, preventing the annihilation of the celestial deities cornered into desperation, while the true combatants, aside from the 5 strong ones, included a new generation of underworld warriors. Indeed, amidst the most intense battles, The rarely intervening goddess donned her divine armor and entered the fray. Those renowned deities of the mortal realm were predominantly felled by her single-handed might, exhibiting an incredible strength. The assembly of golden saints departing from the sacred domain of Greece to the celestial realm aimed to activate the magical array orchestrated by the goddess. Summoning the last and mightiest of the deities, King Zeus, who had vanished beyond the starry expanse. It is indeed possible. Once he senses the aura of the celestial realm, he will undoubtedly return without delay, declared the nine heavens Xian knew. This realm she referred to was assumed by all to be the celestial realm, and none probed further. Seiya's expression grew solemn. Any deity of that caliber was not to be trifled with, and the sun god Apollo possessed the terrifying ability to perceive time, far surpassing the other deities. As the king of gods, how immensely powerful must Zeus be? After countless years of absence, had he undergone a significant transformation? As Seiya's small universe gradually ascended, so too did the tension among his comrades, the holy armors shimmering with a faint luminescence. Noticing this, the nine heavens Xian Nu's gaze flickered slightly, and she spoke, "Be calm, he is not our adversary. Upon his departure, he entrusted the terrestrial realm to my governance, anointing me as the earth goddess, and bestowed upon me the charge that when I unify the celestial, terrestrial, and underworld realms in the future, I would be able to summon him. King Zeus is merely a trivial aspect of his identity, akin to the former Hades, merely a title of a particular existence." As the assembly of saints stood in astonishment at the nine heavens Xian Nu's revelations, the brilliant light began to fade, its energy levels plummeting, ultimately failing to perturb the celestial realm's extraordinarily stable space, dissipating entirely within the hexagram. At that moment, a figure materialized on the opposite end of Mount Olympus. Clad in the most formidable divine armor, wisps of dark lightning enveloped him. Even the mere sensation of his power sent shivers down the spines of Seiya and other saints who had faced multiple divine foes. This dark lightning was potent enough to slay gods, its might surpassing comprehension. This was Zeus. The saints were overtaken by goosebumps. The mere presence of this figure, standing idly, compelled them to harness their small universes for protection, rendering it almost unfathomable what unimaginable might would be unleashed should he choose to act. According to Poseidon, when the omnipotent deity created the universe, the true gods were solely the reincarnated Zeus, while the other Olympian gods merely ascended from mortals due to their blood ties with him. Furthermore, Zeus's divine decree could elevate even those with no blood relation to him into the ranks of the gods. As Hyoga recalled Poseidon's words during the celestial assault, he had initially dismissed them as fanciful, yet now, witnessing Zeus's overwhelming dominance over the other deities, he began to believe. Chapter 847. All is prepared. The Zeus who now appeared was, of course, Lin Yang. When he first arrived in this realm, perhaps due to his relative weakness, he had been unable to sense his own existence within it. After all, the universe is boundless, and the probability of detecting oneself within its vastness is exceedingly slim. Thus Lin Yang had paid little heed at the time. Upon returning to the Saint Seiya universe, he had transformed into a legendary being, and naturally, upon stepping into this realm, he immediately sensed his own existence here, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. No wonder Athena is the counterpart of the nine heavens Xian Nu and not of the primordial mother. Reflecting on his recent encounters, Lin Yang's thoughts swirled. The Saint Seiya universe bears similarities to the Dragon Ball universe, where the projection of the Celestial Emperor holds sway, driving out the projections of major figures from the other shore. Yet the imprints of those formidable beings and transcendent entities remain unbanished, lingering in this realm. Zeus, however, is not merely a projection of the Celestial Emperor, but rather Lin Yang's own counterpart, having grown close to the strength of the legendary Lin Yang before his self-assertion. A superlative powerhouse within the ranks of celestial beings. Had he lingered in this realm a tad longer, a cataclysmic battle with Zeus might have ensued, confronting his true self. Even if Zeus's path bore no relevance to the essence of the true spirit, it was impossible for him to remain entirely oblivious. He could not have been so effortlessly enlightened by Lin Yang moments prior, as all past experiences and insights would have been absorbed. Contemplating the Celestial Emperor's imprint within this realm, Lin Yang felt a flicker of apprehension. The being had reborn with intelligence, his strength surpassing the king of all by an unfathomable margin. Even the current legendary beings, should they unite, would likely not suffice to withstand a mere finger of Saturn. Within the comprehensive worldview of the Saint Seiya universe, Saturn reigns as the sovereign of endless time and space, the master of all dimensions. the sole deity governing the singular moment of time, older than the very concept of nothingness, eternally indestructible. Across the infinite spatio-temporal continuum within each timeline, there exist billions of distinct multiverses. The terror of Saturn is self-evident. Even the protagonist could only inflict the most trivial of wounds upon him under his deliberate circumstances. Even if this realm was one of supreme dominance, Saturn, as the counterpart of the Celestial Emperor, could not possibly be as terrifying as depicted in the original text. He was undoubtedly formidable, at the very least a powerhouse of creation level, exhibiting markedly distinct characteristics of the other shore. Thus, Lin Yang refrained from attempting to enlighten Saturn. Instead, he donned the guise of Zeus to descend into the celestial realm. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed. The celestial stones beneath Ikki's feet shattered. The pressure Lin Yang exerted upon them was overwhelmingly immense. The saints had now pushed their small universes to the utmost limits, and Ikki, whose injuries from previous battles had yet to heal, was the first to falter in perfecting his control over his small universe, allowing some of his power to overflow. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Yang ceased his reverie, retracting the innate suppressive force he had been emanating. Zeus, the deity, possesses among his myriad powers the will of the gods. He is not only capable of forging the universe and creating a multitude of stars, but also able to secure the universe's protection, effortlessly rebounding all attacks, as if spitting towards the heavens, only to have it return to him. While I shall refrain from delving into the myriad of his other capabilities, one noteworthy aspect is his ability to impose his will upon any mortal. Even the pressure from lesser gods, which has led to the demise of numerous gods by various saints, is something these holy warriors can endure, if not entirely disregard. Yet, the being before them now is a god of unparalleled might, and thus it is no wonder they exhibit such profound reactions. Have you summoned me? Is everything in readiness? Lin Yang inquired, casting his gaze upon Athena, who was adorned in divine armor, perceiving through her exterior the ethereal essence of the nine heavens' mysterious maiden within. My lord, as per your instruction from years past, I have long been preparing. The nine heavens' mysterious maiden responded with a respectful bow. Her address astounded the assembled saints. Who could have anticipated that the goddess who had exterminated countless deities and stained Mount Olympus with blood would refer to the king of gods, Zeus, as her lord? It is imperative to note that the goddess ranks as the queen of the underworld, holding a status that rivals Zeus, the ruler of the heavens. To her, Zeus is but a trivial title among many. The saints recalled the goddess's recent words, which ignited their suspicions. After a slight nod from Lin Yang, the nine heavens' mysterious maiden continued. Through years of warfare, my warriors have endured sufficient trials. Upon their divine elevation, their strength has notably increased. Each harbors a profound intention to protect all beings, possessing excellent character, which I believe will surely catch your esteemed eye. When the heavens are re-established, they shall continue to fight by my side, quelling those who lurk in the shadows. The nine heavens' mysterious maiden, a formidable force of creation, is not a brash warrior. Otherwise, she could not preside over heavenly affairs. After the fall of the celestial realm, she descended to assist the Emperor of humanity, whose ascendance to the other shore was aided significantly by her, alongside the support of several prominent figures from the other shore and his own extraordinary capabilities. Without her assistance, the Emperor, lacking such backing at that time, may not have triumphed over the nine-legged demon god, who vied for dominion over the land. It was precisely due to her immense power that the heavenly Emperor shielded her during the celestial downfall and permitted her to become a guiding force in her reincarnation. As she spoke, she discreetly conveyed certain matters to Lin Yang, which were inappropriate for public discourse. Upon hearing those clandestine revelations, Lin Yang's heart soared with joy. With the nine heavens' mysterious maiden's arrangements, the re-establishment of the heavens no longer necessitated his arduous efforts. Everything seemed to be in alignment. Should the plan unfold seamlessly, he might even seize a portion of the authority over the afterlife, aligning with the grand cosmic trends during the end times, thereby hastening his own cultivation. You have performed admirably, Lin Yang praised sincerely, shifting his gaze to the holy warriors. They are your subordinates. You shall convey matters pertaining to the heavens. As he spoke, the nine heavens' mysterious maiden separated the authority of the underworld from herself and entrusted it to Lin Yang. Through her years of covert planning, the authority of the underworld had significantly augmented, subtly connecting with an untold number of parallel universes of holy warriors, transforming into a composite of the underworld's authority across these numerous realms. Lin Yang envisioned the scene of various kings of the underworld, each with different true names and experiences. meeting their demise at the hands of the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden, their underworld authority stripped away. Chapter 848. The Pact with Su Daji. Who could have foreseen that while the holy warriors battle the gods, the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden would traverse parallel universes to hunt down kings of the underworld, severing their authority and merging it with her own through secret arts, thereby enhancing the essence of her power? Even as the laws of the universe shift, she would not entirely lose the extraordinary qualities inherent in her authority. Of course, despite the enhancement, the impact on the real world remains negligible, rendering her current authority insufficient to govern the core realms of the multiverse. However, possessing the divine list, her authority is not entirely without merit. It may serve as a seed with potential to grow into a towering tree in the future. Lin Yang, and the divine list materialized in his grasp. He chanted incantations, employing a refining technique to extract an auxiliary secret art from the divine list, allowing it to absorb the authority of the underworld, nurturing the divine list with the power of this rare treasure. Radiant streaks of light erupted, rendering Olympus, a mountain of incredible height, akin to the stars, exquisitely beautiful. Faint yet potent divine auras began to permeate, enveloping the entirety of Olympus. This, a holy warrior gasped, overwhelmed. At that moment, the myriad auras emanating from Olympus, even the weakest among them, felt no less formidable than that of the mightiest god, Apollo, the solar deity. Furthermore, beyond mere strength, there was an ineffable sense of the bizarre. It seemed that each divine aura drifted beyond countless timelines, disconnected from their respective realms. One extraordinary artifact this is. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the source of this phenomenon, the resplendent divine list. To label it merely as an artifact was insufficient. It transcended all definitions, deserving the title of a super artifact, signifying its power that surpasses all earthly treasures. Is this what Poseidon referred to as the divine revelation? An object capable of elevating mortals to the status of supreme gods? The heart of Purple Dragon was profoundly stirred. He had initially believed Poseidon spoke of a unique ability of Zeus, yet it turned out to be a super artifact beyond human imagination. As all were engulfed in awe, the radiance of the divine list gradually dimmed, having absorbed the authority of the underworld. Prepare yourselves and await my summons, Lin Yang commanded. At your service, my lord. Ever ready for your call, the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden replied with a slight bow, vanishing amidst the black lightning in the celestial realm. Celestial Affairs Department. Su Daji wore a professional smile as she bid farewell to yet another probationary mortal. She then refrained from repeating the routine she had performed countless times before, instead contacting the applicants whose resumes had been shortlisted. In her senses, the celestial sovereign had arrived. What brings the heavenly emperor here? She inquired, rising with a smile that had momentarily faltered. As her words echoed, Lin Yang appeared before her, stating, those who met the criteria during the probationary period may sign the divine list to become official celestial beings. Naturally, the limitations of signing the divine list must be disclosed beforehand to avoid any future regrets or indecisiveness. Aware of the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden's preparations, he intended to expedite the process. The sooner the heavens were re-established, the sooner he could reap the benefits, maximizing his power before the return of formidable beings and transcendent entities who would not be diminished. Understood, Su Daji replied, albeit reluctantly, managing to force a smile. She had initially been the one overseeing the assessments for the celestial probationary period. Captured during the Middle Ages, she had reluctantly left her true spirit on the divine list, ultimately receiving divine elevation, transforming from celestial being into a deity who could rival legendary powers. Given her unique divine status, she possessed certain characteristics of the legendary realm, making it exceedingly easy for her to monitor the myriad probationary celestial beings across different universes. As per our initial agreement, as long as you adhere to it, I shall also uphold my end, Lin Yang asserted. While the divine list was indeed extraordinary, the divine positions conferred before a profound integration with a significant power would face considerable limitations. To attain a status comparable to that of legends, one must be a celestial being, though the conferral of lesser divine ranks remains unaffected, allowing even mortals to bear them. To oversee the countless universes, only deities of legendary prowess can accomplish such a feat. Engaging in this endeavor personally would be an exhaustive undertaking. And given that the only celestial being by his side was Su Daji, Lin Yang pondered deeply before reaching a resolution. He conveyed to Su Daji that if she were to successfully carry out this task, She would be granted her freedom at the dawn of the new era. Regardless of Su Daji's thoughts at that moment, she ultimately acquiesced. With merely 500 years remaining until the epic's conclusion, perhaps even just 200 or 300 years, she believed she could endure. As Lin Yang vanished from view, Su Daji contemplated. This was indeed the final tribulation, and the great figures of the other shore dared not assert whether another era would follow. Otherwise, their conflicts would not have reached such intensity. Nevertheless, compared to the prospect of indefinite confinement, at least there lingered a fleeting hope. In the depths of the Nine Nether, amidst the ruins of the underworld sea, the demon emperor stood at the brink of the remnants, his myriad faces adorned with closed eyes, occasionally twisting into expressions of savagery, fury, and cruelty. He was deeply immersed in comprehending the myriad negative paths of the Nine Nether, intertwining them with his own. Slaughter, annihilation, and corruption, these various negative pathways swirled, stirring up bizarre, sinister winds in the deepest recesses of the Nine Nether, echoing with the wails of countless malevolent spirits. A multitude of dark energies churned and enveloped the demon emperor's form, merging with different paths, as if attempting to crystallize into various near-path entities, yet perpetually lacking a certain essence, failing to take shape. Since proving his legendary status, the demon emperor's realm had greatly ascended under the enhancement of the Nine Nether, now equivalent to that of a perfected legend. Alas, his former foundation had been nearly exhausted. Even with the Nine Nether support, he could only remain at the pinnacle of legend. Sensing the swirling black energies that could not transform into near-path entities, he murmured to himself. Remaining in the underworld sea ruins had become futile. With no breakthroughs achievable in the short term, it was time to depart. With this thought, the demon emperor turned and ascended toward the uppermost layers of the Nine Nether. In a distant universe, a month had passed. Zhang Chuan grasped the universal knowledge token. Inhaling deeply, he was uncertain whether his performance had met the evaluation criteria, and during this time, the vast worlds he had glimpsed through the token made him reluctant to relinquish his current identity. Even the most humble celestial beings of the heavenly court could evoke envy in countless individuals. Just as he was consumed by anxiety, the universal knowledge token in his hand trembled, signaling an incoming communication request. Chapter 849, The Fairy of the Vast Cold and the Lottery. Gazing at the familiar number, he recognized it as the contact from the heavenly court. Zhang Chuan steadied his mind and prepared to respond. He projected his thoughts and chose to answer. I am Zhang Chuan, a probationary celestial. Before he could finish, a melodious voice, unforgettable to him, emanated from the universal knowledge token. Congratulations, Zhang Chuan. Your performance during the probationary period has garnered our approval. You are now qualified to sign the divine ranking and become an official celestial of the heavenly court. Though Su Daji's tone remained enchanting, it was merely a formality. You have passed. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhang Chuan leapt into the air, breaking through the roof and soaring beyond the atmosphere. Su Daji's voice remained calm as she continued. I have sent the duties and obligations of an official celestial to your token. Please read them thoroughly before signing the divine ranking. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Now, please await further notification, and I will inform you when to sign the divine ranking. With that, she ended the communication and reached out with her consciousness to contact another qualified candidate. Congratulations, he hung. In the true realm, at the ancestral home of the Ruan family in Langia, Ruan Yushu gently caressed her long zither, her bright eyes sparkling. She had not anticipated that upon meeting Lin Yang again, he would invite her to join the heavenly court and bestow upon her the position of the Fairy of the Vast Cold. As the music resonated, Ruan Yushu's heart was tumultuous. According to ancient texts unearthed from a relic discovered by the Ruan family, the former Fairy of the Vast Cold, Chang'e, was a legendary figure. Although she had attained her status as a mere mortal through decree, her combat prowess was at the lower tier among legendary beings, not significantly surpassing that of the formidable celestial beings. Nevertheless, she was a revered figure known across myriad worlds. If Lin Yang could utter the decree, then the new position of the Fairy of the Vast Cold would undoubtedly be on par with the original, certainly a legendary being as well. Such an opportunity was beyond description. Ruan Yushu found it hard to believe that Lin Yang would seek her out, though she had now reached the threshold of the law body and ranked prominently on the earthly list. There were certainly several individuals beyond the true realm who were more qualified for the role of the Fairy of the Vast Cold. No teaching her hesitation, Lin Yang spoke. The former Fairy of the Vast Cold, Chang'e, has long since perished. Even with the imminent return of great powers and transcendent beings, Chang'e cannot return. The position of the Fairy of the Vast Cold is linked to the Lord of the Moonstar, which is one of the principal stars in the celestial realm. Should this position remain vacant and unguarded, it may be exploited by certain individuals, thereby fracturing the authority belonging to the heavenly court. Among those I know, your affinity with the vast cold is the closest. When I thought of appointing the fairy of the vast cold, you immediately came to mind. The divine rank beneath legend may be inconsequential, yet once ascended to the legendary tier, even through the power of the divine ranking, one would stand as a singular entity across the realms, gaining renown within the heavenly court. Thus, Lin Yang naturally chose someone familiar. Once the heavenly court is re-established, merging the divine ranking with its authority, the restrictions on appointing deities will no longer apply. Even mortals may ascend to the legendary realm through the decree, with the sole limitation being the number of divine positions, as long as the physical body remains intact. Even if only part of the true spirit ascends to the divine ranking, one can continue cultivating martial arts, just as in the days of reincarnation. When you eventually prove your legendary status, the position of the fairy of the vast cold will automatically elevate to that of the Lord of the Moonstar. Equivalent to a perfected legend, Lin Yang elucidated. The limits of the divine rankings appointment slightly exceed the perfected legend, nearing the level of creation, with fewer than 20 divine ranks on par with the Lord of the Moonstar. To bestow upon Ruan Yushu what could be deemed the preparatory position of the Lord of the Moonstar reflects that even after so much time, Lin Yang has not forgotten their shared experiences. Seeing Lin Yang, a legendary figure, speak so earnestly and feeling immensely drawn to the opportunity, Ruan Yushu lifted her hands from the zither and stood, smiling as she said, "Yushu is deeply grateful for your kindness, Senior Brother Lin." Once the words left her lips, Ruan Yushu felt a moment of disorientation, as if traversing through time, recalling the myriad events of yesteryears. Nearly 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and those once inconspicuous companions had transformed into renowned powerhouses across the land. Not to mention Lin Yang, who had long been a prominent figure on the heavenly list. Even among the remaining few, the least accomplished were masters at the 7th layer of the external realm, individuals she had deemed extraordinarily rare during her youth. While Ruan Yushu was lost in her reverie, Lin Yang respected her moment and turned back toward Jade Emperor Mountain. At Jade Emperor Mountain, Lin Yang's voice resonated in the ears of the elders, rousing them from their meditative states. "You are to come to the hall of the Heavenly Emperor." Master's call. The aged Shou Zhuan Junren felt a jolt within, immediately forming a hand sign to tidy his Taoist robe, then stepping out of his secluded chamber toward the hall of the Heavenly Emperor. On the way, he encountered Shou Jing and others of his generation. After exchanging greetings, he inquired, "Do you know why the master has summoned us?" Typically, apart from the monthly lectures, Lin Yang had never summoned them all to the hall of the Heavenly Emperor in this manner, and even those in closed-door cultivation had received messages, necessitating their abrupt cessation of plans to emerge. Uncertain, Shou Jing replied, shaking his head. The other elders echoed his uncertainty, and Shou Zhuan was not surprised. He ceased further inquiries and proceeded with the other elders to the hall of the Heavenly Emperor. As they stepped into the Heavenly Emperor's hall, astonishment washed over them. Before Lin Yang, a crimson wooden box lay, not a treasure, but rather a mundane object commonly found on the streets. Before they could speculate on the box's purpose, Lin Yang spoke. "I aspire to re-establish the Heavenly Court. There are still vacant divine positions, and as esteemed members of the Xiantian sect, who have dedicated your lives to the sect and upheld its dignity, you are naturally qualified to be conferred these divine titles." Inside the box are numerous slips of paper, each bearing a divine position I have meticulously selected, ensuring that none of you will suffer adverse effects that might hinder your path. Upon hearing these words, the senior members of the Xiantian sect began to comprehend the situation. Ultimately, it all came down to a lottery, albeit one of extraordinary significance. Before they could fully absorb the implications of the Heavenly Court's re-establishment, Lin Yang's voice resonated once more. "Let us commence the drawing. Although there are many divine positions, they are largely comparable, so do not fear the chance of an unfavorable outcome that may leave you with regrets." He gestured towards Shou Jing, indicating for him to proceed first. Shou Jing stepped forward, reached into the box, and retrieved a slip of paper. Upon unfolding it, a line of script caught his eye. 28 constellations. The star of the ascendant rooster. While this divine position was not particularly powerful, it held unique benefits that one must discover for oneself. Lin Yang statet. Chapter 850. The Re-establishment of the Heavenly Court. After each elder had drawn their slips, Lin Yang tucked the box away. Though the power of the 28 constellations was rather ordinary, the accompanying benefits of such positions would soon become apparent, greatly aiding your cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Record. Lin Yang extracted a series of divine edicts from the divine title list, infusing them into the bodies of the elders with a wave of his hand. Take a moment to comprehend them, feel the might of the celestial immortals, and when the time is ripe in 7 days, we shall formally refine these edicts. 7 days? Shoujing's heart stirred. He knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would likely be the day of the Heavenly Court's re-establishment. Such thoughts left him feeling profoundly conflicted. Who could have anticipated that the Xiantian sect, a bastion of the Heavenly Emperor's doctrine, would witness such a day, becoming a part of the Heavenly Court? According to Lin Yang, even the outer disciples of the Xiantian sect would have the opportunity to become celestial soldiers or generals. While their individual strengths may not rival a corporeal manifestation, they would not fall short of master, and once united in a grand formation, the might would be truly formidable. This was a splendid vision he had never dared to imagine in his lifetime. Go for it, Lin Yang commanded. With everything in place, he needed to focus inward over the next 7 days, turning his attention away from external affairs. Once the elders departed, the Heavenly Emperor's hall sank back into tranquility. Beneath the East Sea, near the location of the Ocean's Eye, a powerful being gazed towards Mount Yuan. Is the establishment of the Heavenly Court a precursor to seizing the initiative? Lin Yang's frequent departures from the real world to traverse numerous universes could not have escaped the notice of these neighboring entities. In the past, the slumbering powers scattered across the real world had not awakened, but since Lin Yang's vanquishing of the 9 phoenixes, the surges of high-level energy had rippled through the real world, awakening many ancient beings from their slumber, as beings that existed everywhere and nowhere. Even if they had not fully restored their powers, they could perceive the events unfolding beneath the legends, albeit unable to ascertain which universe Lin Yang had ventured into. However, they all had a sense of what he aimed to accomplish. Whether he would emerge victorious or end up as mere fodder for another remained to be seen. The powerful beings' thoughts stirred, and they averted their gaze, knowing that prolonged scrutiny could reveal their presence, preventing them from observing freely in the shadows. Many others shared a similar plight, all keenly observing Lin Yang's every move, coveting the position of dominion over the myriad realms. Yet with the 9 phoenixes as a precedent, none dared to recklessly revive themselves to compete with Lin Yang during their weakened states. With only a few years remaining until their return to their former selves, no matter how great the benefits of dominion over the myriad realms, it would merely elevate Lin Yang's realm to completion of the legend. Achieving such a transformation was no easy feat. One must condense their learned path into a tangible form, personally experience the erosion of time and fate, and grasp the essence of suffering. These 3 factors had thwarted countless legends from achieving completion. When the time came, a fully restored being of creation facing a completed legend would find themselves diminished by the direct onslaught of suffering, even without the need for the former to employ their powers. The reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, such a figure who transcends the boundaries of past, present, and future, instilling terror that chills the soul. If such a being could truly reincarnate, it would imply a departure from the unity of past, present, and future, to return to the sea of suffering from state beyond it. No matter the advantages in the same realm, one would not be without the means to contend. In that moment, should one intertwine their essence, there would be a possibility of erasing them from existence altogether. Just the thought of it ignited excitement within me. The powerful being at the bottom of the East Sea grew increasingly animated, formulating plans for their return. 7 days, a brief span even for mortals, let alone practitioners. On this day, Lin Yang completed his preparations, and wisps of divine thought spread forth, reaching into countless universes, establishing connections with the formal celestial beings of the Heavenly Court. I am the Supreme Emperor of Xianyang, the sovereign of the 3 realms and 6 paths, master of all realms. Today, I shall inherit the former glory of the Heavenly Court, re-establish it, suppress the malevolent entities of the world, and guide all beings through the final tribulation. His voice resonated with authority, imbued with an inexplicable force that instilled goodwill towards the previously unknown Supreme Emperor of Xianyang in all who heard it, as if a seed of loyalty had been planted in their hearts. Boom! In that instant, whether in the real world or across countless universes, a great tremor reverberated, unleashing fearsome ripples that unveiled the shattered remnants of the 9 heavens. A column of light, white intermingled with gold, shot from the Heavenly Emperor's hall into the clouds, distorting the boundaries and piercing into the 9 heavens. The divine title list hovered outside Lin Yang's corporeal form, showering golden light from the divine position edicts. Merging with the authority of the Heavenly Court, propelling the white column further. The unique aura of the Heavenly Emperor's body also lent its advantage to the column, facilitating its passage through the nine heavens. Boom! The lowest layer of the manifested nine heavens became indistinct as the column surged forth, breaking through to the next tier at an unfathomable speed, showing no signs of stopping until it reached the pinnacle of the nine heavens. What transpired? Only then did many in the real world display confusion. They gazed at the nine heavens, at the vast ruins, and someone could not help but exclaim, "Who has proven their legend? Is it the celestial sword from beyond, or the primordial emperor?" The inexplicable manifestation of the nine heavens in the high skies of the real world could only be attributed to the former. Soon, individuals near Mount Yuhuang began posting on the Myriad Realms forum, stating that a white and gold column of light shot into the cloud from the peak of Mount Yuhuang, identical to the one racing through the ethereal nine heavens. Could the source of this phenomenon be the Xintian sect? Could it be that Shoujing had proven his legend? Countless people were taken aback. In this day and age, who had ever witnessed the celestial phenomena accompanying the establishment of a heavenly court? Thus, even if they were reluctant to believe, they could only surmise that Shoujing had achieved an unprecedented breakthrough, entering the legendary realm and becoming the second individual of this era to prove their legend. As discussions erupted and the Myriad Realms forum teetered on the brink of chaos, a post emerged stating, "The heart of the Xuandi harbors lofty ambitions, and it is said that he has long sought to re-establish the heavenly court. It seems that he is indeed in the process of doing so, which is why the ethereal nine heavens has manifested without warning, visible even across the Myriad Realms." Ruan Yushu's eyes paused, and he looked at the forum ID of the poster. Chapter 851, Entering the Nine Heavens. Is my fate up to heaven or not? Ruan Yushu murmured in surprise. The matter of Lin Yang's re-establishment of the heavenly court is not a top secret, but it is not something that ordinary people are qualified to know. Even the high-ranking officials of Xintian sect just found out about it a few days ago. Who would have thought that a vision spanning across the real world and countless universes would appear only a few tens of breaths before someone could see the source of the vision and post it on the Universal Knowledge Forum? And this post ID is really thought-provoking. My fate is determined by heaven, not by me. Is there a big shot from the other side behind the finger? Ruan Yushu's heart was filled with suspicion. In a sparsely populated mountain range in the southern wilderness, Wang Xiyuan, with a pale face, pondered for a moment. He used the method of numerology to deduce the heavenly secrets, gradually making the chaotic heavenly secrets clear. After a long time, he looked at the Wanjief forum and the poster, thinking to himself, after being silent for so long, it seems that they're not willing to be lonely anymore. However, with their knowledge, they must know that using the universal symbol of the 10,000 realms will be traced by Su Ming and ultimately locked in place. Why would one rather take the risk of exposure than post something of little value at this moment? Even though he couldn't figure it out, Wang Xiyuan didn't give up on deduction. Many things start in inconspicuous corners, and if neglected, they will inevitably leave irreparable regrets when the opportunity is missed. Just let me take a look. What exactly is it? Just as Wang Xiyuan was about to uncover the truth, his face suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, causing a noticeable decline in his chi. The red gourd with a deep killing intent. Is it the flying knife that slays immortals? What does Lulu want to do? The world of gods. There was no smile on Lu's face as he transformed into a red gourd and jumped into the void. Who can believe that this son of the Haotian god, who is no less powerful than the 5 emperors of ancient times, would take a name full of pessimism like my destiny is up to heaven, not me? When can we transcend the boundless sea of suffering, and where is the shore? A very complex sigh, faintly spread, echoing in the place where the land pressure was before. Yuhuang Mountain. The white beam of light passed through layers of sky, and finally seemed to slow down slightly, no longer as fast as before. Nevertheless, after taking a few breaths, the beam of light also surged into the top layer of the 9 heavens, the near path that was almost completely destroyed. At this moment, Lin Yang suddenly felt an indescribable emotion in his heart, as if he had returned to his mother's body and arrived at his original place. The unique aura of the 9 heavens suddenly descended, completely enveloping the body of the heavenly emperor, interweaving Dao and Da, presenting Fa and Li, and transforming the clear spirit into mist, merging with any part of Lin Yang's body. During this process, Lin Yang's mind gradually emerged with a dilapidated image of the 9 heavens, as if he was in control of the entire 9 heavens, and every thought could bring about corresponding changes in the 9 heavens. Is this the heavenly emperor's authority, which was forged through the use of great means by the heavenly emperor in ancient times after his reign of suppression? It is said that after ascending to the other shore, he stripped himself of the authority of the Heavenly Emperor and forged the Heavenly Seal. Even if I use the power of the Heavenly Emperor's body to communicate with the highest level and want to rebuild the Heavenly Court, I should not have formed the Heavenly Emperor's authority so quickly. After all, it is an artificial product, not a natural thing. Lin Yang s dubs flashed. Then, he had the answer. The Heavenly Seal eventually became a part of the Time Blade, and at this moment, the Time Blade was under his control, which was equivalent to taking control of the Heavenly Seal and the core authority of the Heavenly Emperor. Previously, it may have been due to the low level of awakening of the Time Blade, or it may have been because the Heavenly Emperor inside the Time Blade did not open up relevant abilities to him before he confirmed the re-establishment of the Heavenly Court. So he has not had the feeling of mastering the entire 9 heavens like he does today. The outside world. Countless people are still shocked that the source of the vision was actually when Xintian's sect re-established the Heavenly Court, and the 9 heavens void shadow underwent a change. Except for the topmost level affected by the battle of the other side, the sense of decay and death within each day is rapidly fading away. Time is flowing back, and the collapsed buildings are gradually transforming into their original state. The dead heavenly soldiers and generals are also revitalized. However, the power of time reversal is not unlimited. Some heavenly gods who were unable to escape the 9 heavens were not affected by this power and transformed from death to life. Instead, they remained as they were in the beginning, with only dilapidated divine bodies floating. The Heavenly Emperor is truly one of the symbols of time. Even if I am only newly ascended to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, have just gained the power of the Heavenly Emperor, and have not yet reached the level of legendary perfection, I can still reverse the time of the vast majority of the 9 heavens. Those who are not skilled in the path of time cannot reverse the time of a small part of the 9 heavens. Lin Yang was deeply aware of the changes in the 9 heavens and saw that most regions had gone from decline to good, knowing that the time had come. He stood up, took a step, and went straight from Jade Emperor Mountain into the 9 heavens, reaching the lowest level of the 9 heavens. The body of the Heavenly Emperor, blended with the clear and ethereal aura, is fully manifested, using its unique authority to display abilities similar to those of the Dharma. The heavens and the earth. It is unknown how high or huge it may be, but only has a sense of standing on top of the heavens and earth, as if it were the creator of the original heavens and earth. The golden light scattered on the investiture list has now transformed into deities, symbolizing different paths of heaven and earth, including the sky, earth, flames, strong winds, and thunder, under the control and guidance of the Heavenly Emperor's authority. All the gods prostrated themselves, completely obeying the supreme dominant position of the Heavenly Emperor, and no god dared to disobey. Everyone in all the heavens and worlds witnessed this scene and was deeply moved. After a moment of contemplation, a Dharma body from an overseas immortal realm immediately took out the universal symbol of the 10,000 realms and posted a message on the altar. There is a similar record in the annals of history. In the past, after the Heavenly Emperor's reign, it was a scene where the gods kowtowed and the immortals worshipped, although there were only virtual shadows of the gods at this time. Looking at this scene, it was undoubtedly a reappearance of the Heavenly Court. It seems that the person from Xintian's sect is really going to become the Heavenly Emperor. Soon, someone replied in the post. It is said that the strong in myths and legends will return in the near future. And the Xian Emperor is the reincarnation of the Tian Emperor. Does this not mean that it is the one who has returned but cannot? Even in the ancient times when there were many great supernatural powers, that is an invincible existence that dominates the world, the other 4 emperors are also weakened. There are records that the Tian Emperor eventually reached the other side and became one of the few great figures the return of the Heavenly Emperor. All those who saw this reply felt an inexplicable tremble in their hearts. Before they could think, they heard a majestic and steady deep voice coming from the edge of the heavens and 10,000 realms. The Heavenly Court, immortal God, returns to his position. Chapter 852, Xianyang, the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Saint Seiya Universe. The Heavenly Court, immortal God, returns to his position. Upon hearing this voice, the 9 heavens Xuannu turned her head and looked at the group of holy warriors and underworld warriors who had been prepared for a long time. She spoke up and said, "Your Majesty has summoned you to come with me to the 9 heavens to pay your respects. Follow the orders of the goddess." Fighters kneeling on one knee spoke in unison, their words shaking the sky and dispersing the white clouds in the sky. A soft white light spread from the 9 heavens Xuannu, enveloping hundreds of warriors. In the end, the white light transformed into a sphere and rushed towards the depths of the starry sky. After flying for a while, it suddenly jumped and entered the 9 heavens. The old universe. Listening to the familiar and majestic voice, The dozens of people selected as immortal gods gained enlightenment and instinctively mastered the way to reach the nine heavens. At the same time, the power lurking in their bodies began to awaken, transforming the mortal body into the body of immortal gods. In just a few breaths, a celestial body that surpasses the previous one by thousands of times has already taken shape. Lin Yang God, the most supreme, merciful being, stands at the beginning of the source of time. A devout worshipper bowed in reverence. Then, utilizing the extraordinary powers inherent to his celestial form, he cleaved through the cosmos, transforming into a dazzling celestial light that ascended to the nine heavens, which envelopes myriad realms. Simultaneously, numerous other radiant celestial lights erupted from this planet, among which one stood apart, formed spontaneously by hundreds of heavenly soldiers, its might surpassing any other brilliant light. They departed, becoming members of the supreme heavenly court. A resurrected individual, not chosen, gazed skyward, his heart a tumult of jealousy and envy. The rare opportunity to attain divinity, which comes but once in countless years, had slipped through his fingers. The thought of those once on par with him leaping to the exalted status of deities, ruling over countless worlds, tightened his fists in secret, as he silently vowed that even without shortcuts, he would ascend to godhood through his own endeavors. Humans, too, can become divine. Divinity is not an innate essence. Upon Lin Yang's utterance, newly confirmed celestial beings followed his summons, transitioning from the cosmos to the nine heavens. Countless celestial lights burst forth, spiraling into a restored palace, their future abode for countless years of duty. In the eastern sea, the sealed remnants of the nine heavens' mysterious goddess, the Xuannu, opened her eyes, which had traversed countless universes. She shook off the non-existent dust upon her, moving her long still body, as an immense and boundless aura began to rise, spreading throughout the realm of Xuannu, causing all of its practitioners to change countenance, unable to resist collapsing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the realm of Xuannu trembled. The remnant was unable to perfectly harness her power, resulting in a partial release. The ancestral master had awakened. The current Xuannu prostrated herself on the ground, her expression not one of the usual disciples' panic, but rather of uncontainable joy. The vast and limitless myriad realms held countless formidable beings, yet even amidst such splendor, their own ancestral master could rank among the top 50, if not higher. In the next moment, the overwhelming pressure that had engulfed the realm of Xuannu dissipated. The remnant of the nine heavens goddess had traversed through layers of temporal barriers and fused with her true self. Near the eye of the sea, the nine heavens goddess had indeed not succumbed to the passage of time. A powerful being observed her emergence in the nine heavens, feeling both astonished and enlightened. Such loyalty indeed, to make such a great sacrifice and return early for her. It was no wonder she had wielded command over the heavenly armies during the court's zenith. Alas, alas, influenced by this premature return, whether I can reclaim my former glory upon complete restoration remains uncertain. Even if I forcibly step into creation, how could I possibly be thwarted? Old grievances can be settled then. The powerful being near the eye of the sea murmured softly, his physique imposing, exuding a wild ferocity reminiscent of the malevolent deities born from the nine hells. In the initial contest for dominion over the myriad realms, I was but a figure of legend, lacking the qualification. After the fall of the heavenly court, chaos ensued, leaving the position of dominion vacant. It is regrettable that at the most critical juncture, my obsessions led to my suppression, trapped by her and the blood songs of countless mortals to this very moment. Had it not been for chance assistance from her, I might have been suppressed until the end of an era. Thoughts swirled within the powerful being imbued with the essence of the wild. His inner battle intent and killing intent were restrained, lest he repeat the past, where he clearly held the upper hand, but was ultimately thwarted by his own thoughts, leaving him with profound regrets that nearly haunted him for a lifetime. The towering giant steadily ascended from the lowest tier of the nine heavens, seemingly immobile, yet propelled by the inherent power of the entire nine heavens. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he reached the pinnacle of the nine heavens, arriving at this nearly obliterated shortcut. The final calamity is at hand. I shall establish the heavenly court, decree heavenly laws, and uphold the welfare of all beings. Those who transgress shall face judgment. Having ascended today to the imperial throne, I shall lead all sentient beings across the final calamity in the days to come, even if a new epoch never dawns. I shall exhaust all my strength to ensure the normal passing of all beings, rather than perish in the cataclysm of the final calamity that leads to the destruction of the myriad realms. His solemn words reverberated far and wide, leaving the myriad beings of the realms in bewildered silence. The final calamity. This concept was alien to most beings in the real world, let alone in the countless universes of remote corners. The destruction of worlds? All shall perish? Some murmured. One would expect despair upon hearing such news. The loss of fighting spirit leading to self-indulgence, unleashing the deepest demons within. Yet at this moment, an inexplicable force descended, soothing all beings and calming their unease, allowing them to face the speaker with unwavering confidence. This was the result of Lin Yang employing the techniques of the primordial heart seal. As they awaited the restoration of the Seven Killings Monument, Meng Qi had previously shared the latter 6 seals of the primordial 9 seals with Lin Yang for study. The past is but a void. Today, I stand as the ruler of the heavenly court, Emperor Xinyang. As Lin Yang's final words resounded, his figure vanished entirely from the eyes of the multitude. Even the powerful beings could not glimpse the uppermost realm of the 9 heavens. The ethereal visage of the 9 heavens, which enveloped the myriad realms, began to fade, with the celestial beings within the many palaces transforming from clarity to obscurity, ultimately leaving only silhouettes. Lin Yang. Merely legends dare claim such titles. While Lin Yang's aspirations command respect, their realization remains elusive, ultimately mere illusions. Deep within the cosmic expanse of the real world, a solitary figure emerged from seclusion, his eyes glistening with brilliance. Chapter 853, The Dawning Doubts of Gaolan. One by one, powerful beings gazed at the increasingly illusory 9 heavens and the various celestial beings, none daring to act, with the example of the 9 phoenixes before them. Even though many believed themselves far superior in strength, they refrained from returning, biding their time for a complete descent in the years to come. Strange, murmured a powerful figure. In the northern Zhou, Gao Lan sat regally, his thin lips pursed as he reflected on the words that had spread across the myriad realms. To lead all sentient beings across the final calamity. His outstretched hands gently clenched, emotions swirling within his eyes, exceedingly complex. This resonated greatly with the path he had yet to articulate. Once a distant observer of the myriad realms, the heavenly emperor, upon his return from the tribulation, had undergone a profound transformation. Why did he now treat the myriad beings with such earnestness, even articulating grand aspirations? Doubts filled Gao Lan's mind. He was not alone in this inquiry. Those legendary powers and celestial beings shared similar confusion. Compared to Gao Lan, many among them had attained enlightenment before the fall of the heavenly court, having once been summoned to the Lingshao Palace to meet the heavenly emperor, thus comprehending his former indifference. Had he truly changed so profoundly? If he felt such compassion, the true monarch of pure source would not harbor any doubts. The re-establishment of the heavenly court and the difficulty of uniting humanity had increased tenfold. It was time to be decisive. Contemplating his future path, Gao Lan turned his gaze towards the Great Jin. In recent years, he had led troops to unify the grasslands and annex the western regions into northern Zhou's territory. Even when faced with formidable adversaries from the Great Jin, he had not faltered in the least. As of today, Gao Lan had ascended to the rank of a celestial emperor. Not only was his combat prowess formidable, but his ability to bestow power upon his subordinates was awe-inspiring. Zhao Wuyan, he murmured, suddenly rising to his full height. Striding towards the palace exit, he commanded with authority, "Relay to the Ministry of War. Assemble the troops for an expedition against the Great Jin." His words reverberated far and wide, defying the laws of the material realm, swiftly spreading across the imperial city of northern Zhou, causing countless individuals to rejoice. After subjugating the grasslands and western regions, His Majesty was finally poised to strike against the Great Jin. The unification of the world begins today. Countless soldiers of the northern Zhou, their blood surging with fervor, stood ready to achieve great feats and ascend the ranks. Over the years, they had gradually integrated into the imperial lineage of the northern Zhou, and at this moment, numerous formidable warriors rose to their feet, their spirits ignited. How could one claim the title of Emperor of Humanity without unifying the realm? To be unworthy of such a title would only tarnish the illustrious legacy of the Emperor's sword. In days of yore, when malevolent forces ravaged the land and the celestial realm fell, the surviving deities were powerless to suppress the demon race, leaving humanity to a fate of abject misery and suffering. The Emperor of Humanity emerged from the depths of mortal existence, forging a sword on the dragon platform, striking down celestial beings and vanquishing malevolent forces, leading humanity through arduous struggles for survival. Finally, upon reaching the other shore, humanity was liberated from its most dire circumstances. And through the emperor's relentless efforts, it became the most prosperous race across the myriad realms. The elder patriarch of the imperial lineage, Shao Xian, gazed with flickering eyes at the tall and imposing figure of Gao Lan, reminiscing about the past. Now, the celestial emperor had re-emerged, and the heavenly court had begun to take shape once more. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the contemporary emperor of humanity could replicate the extraordinary achievements of his predecessor, rising against the current in times of adversity, compelling the celestial and demonic beings to bow and pay homage. Shao Xian gradually faded from existence, leaving no trace behind. Gao Lan stood at the Grand Hall's entrance, observing the assembled generals of the Northern Zhou, memories from years past resurfacing in his mind. On that fateful day, he had been diligently attending to state affairs while preparing to lead an expedition to the western regions. It was only when night fell that he noticed Lin Yang had been quietly awaiting him within the hall for quite some time. Reflecting on Lin Yang's words from that time, coupled with the recent rumors that had spread across the myriad realms, and recalling his own steadfast rejection, Gao Lan felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. Even with a heart as unyielding as iron, impervious to external influences, upon realizing that Lin Yang's earlier statements were not mere fabrications, he could not help but feel a twinge of temptation. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Gao Lan decisively cast aside such thoughts, regaining his resolve. Until the final moment, who could truly make a definitive statement? Humanity can triumph over the heavens. Within his murmured words lay a profound double entendre that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. At the apex of the 9 heavens, Lin Yang traversed this path, nearly obliterated, feeling the ebb and flow of meanings entwined with the concepts of return and homecoming, moving forward at a measured pace. In his earlier years, lacking the depth of cultivation to delve deeper, he had harbored a lingering regret. Now, in a time transformed, coinciding with the re-establishment of the heavenly court, he found himself drawn by an unseen force to this place, seizing the opportunity to resolve his inner yearnings. With the time blade hanging at his waist, Lin Yang found himself contemplative. Unlike before, he now glimpsed remnants of palatial structures of the highest tier of the 9 heavens, their lingering aura both awe-inspiring and terrifying. These palaces, said to withstand the full might of great powers, appeared as if they had been erased by an eraser, with parts remaining intact, while significant portions had succumbed to utter nothingness. Feeling his true spirit gradually ascending, ever higher into the infinite expanse, he mused, upon attaining the sovereign position, would my true spirit elevate itself without needing enlightenment or communion? Given the current circumstances, disregarding potential benefits, I can swiftly approach the legendary culmination. Within half a year, I could traverse what would have originally taken years. Each epoch, the structure of the myriad realms differs, and in certain epochs, the 9 heavens, the 9 netherworlds, and the true realm intertwined, creating an entirely different configuration from the current one. This led to varying benefits associated with the sovereign position across epochs. Even the transcendent beings could only make estimations based on past experiences, unable to grasp the entirety. In the absence of explicit guidance from the Celestial Emperor, Lin Yang could only delve gradually into the mysteries of the current epoch's sovereign position. The only clarity he possessed was that he was tantalizingly close to the legendary culmination. Should I delve deeper, will my current path be insufficient to withstand it? Feeling a slight prickling pain emanating from the Celestial Emperor's form, Lin Yang paused. He could envision the Celestial Emperor coldly observing as the primordial beings, led by the primordial Celestial Venerable, surged forth to seize the fruit of the construct tree, seeking enlightenment. The Celestial Emperor had single-handedly opposed all transcendent beings. The ensuing battle devastated this once sealed pathway, leading to the fall of the heavenly court and the decline of the 9 heavens. Ultimately, after observing the fruit of the construct tree for an extended period, the primordial Celestial Venerable departed with the assertion that enlightenment does not rely on external objects. While the Celestial Emperor, situated in the Lingshao Palace, witnessed everything and ultimately transformed into the Time Blade. Chapter 854. The most respected among humanity is none other than the Emperor, entrusted to the heavens, hence referred to as the Supreme Deity. Uncertain how long he had lingered, Lin Yang turned to leave the depths of the highest tier of the 9 heavens. Arriving at the 8th tier, closest to the apex, he gazed upon the floating celestial palaces shrouded in mist. He summoned the 9 heavens Xian Nu, who had completed her fusion with the remnants, and instructed, "There is a batch of divine beings in their probationary period awaiting formal consecration. You shall preside over this." conferring the corresponding divine positions according to the new rules I have established. At your command, the 9 heavens Xian Nu bowed her head. Her projection numbers far exceeded the grains of sand in the Ganges, naturally endowing her with astonishing knowledge in martial arts, celestial techniques, arcane arts, technology, and superpowers, among others. Thus, she understood the significance of the probationary period without requiring further explanation from Lin Yang. Watching the 9 heavens Xian Nu depart, Lin Yang stepped forward to the central celestial palace, the Lingxiao Palace. Once the residence of the celestial emperor, the Lingxiao Palace had long since transformed along with the emperor into the Time Blade. What now appeared was but a fragment of the Time Blade, recreating the scenes of yesteryear. The return of the transcendent beings was not far off. Seated upon the throne, Lin Yang gazed into the distance. Although he could not be omnipresent in the exalted 9 heavens, the power bestowed by the celestial emperor allowed him to observe any corner of the 9 heavens. Save for the highest tier, it appeared that the treasures of those who had perished in the great battle had been thoroughly plundered over the years. Lin Yang was set, flipping his palm to reveal a universal knowledge token, contemplating. On this day of re-establishing the heavenly court, it is fitting to perform a good deed. In a flash, enveloped by the power of the Tao, the universal knowledge token traversed layer upon layer of heavens, reaching the first tier of the 9 heavens, subsequently entering a particular world within a certain universe. In an ancient and fragrant courtyard, the silver-haired yet youthful Wang Ku deftly wielded a wolf hairbrush, effortlessly crafting 4 profound seal characters. What does the Tao reside? He pondered, his true essence surging, causing his robes to billow. With a soft sigh, he reflected, years ago, I encountered my benefactor by chance, understanding how to open the 9 orifices and the secrets of ancestral orifices. Yet at the most critical juncture, I have never been able to break through, as if the vast heavens themselves conspired against me, obstructing the convergence of my inner landscape with the outer world, preventing me from becoming a martial deity. No wonder that for centuries, apart from my benefactor, no martial deities have appeared in the world. It seems that, aside from my own limitations, the heavens do not permit such convergence. Furthermore, after accumulating a certain level of true essence, any attempt to further increase it results in inexplicable losses, dissipating spontaneously within my body. Reflecting on decades of endeavor, Wang Ku, despite his reluctance, could not deny the harsh reality. In this world, it may be that no martial deities will ever be born again. The Grandmasters represent the pinnacle of martial arts. As decades have passed, I wonder what heights my benefactor has reached. It seemed he had achieved the convergence of inner and outer landscapes, becoming a martial deity of the external realm. By now, he must have traversed the celestial ladder, intertwining his inner landscape with the laws and principles of the outer world to form a manifestation of the Tao. Perhaps it is a human tendency to reminisce before death. Even though Wang Ku now stands as the foremost figure in the world, a supreme grandmaster capable of making 1,000 armies tremble, he too is not immune to nostalgia. Reflecting on the past, time flows inexorably. Today, many grandmasters who once stood alongside him have either passed away, such as the monk with no desires who departed in a temple, or the renowned Jinxiu Dao who fell victim to the struggles for power. The immortal demon, too, had met his end long ago, struck down by the benefactor, who resembled a celestial being due to a misstep in his cultivation. When I too depart, the future will belong to the new generation. Contemplating the recent emergence of 2 grandmasters and numerous elite practitioners in the martial world, Wang Ku could already envision what the landscape of the Jianghu would resemble decades hence. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky, descending unnoticed a mere 10 paces away from him. What could it be? A sudden jolt of alarm surged within Wang Ku. At this level of mastery, he understood that the destructive force of objects increased with their speed. The velocity of that luminous streak was unquestionable, yet the object that fell failed to wreak any havoc, which was utterly perplexing. A silvery metallic shard? Observing the Wan Jie Tong Shi Fu lying quietly on the ground, Wang Ku felt a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, cautiously retreating a few steps while holding his breath, attuning his senses to the air around him. The demeanor of an unparalleled Grand Master, unflinching in the face of calamity, would hardly be believed if recounted. After a brief interval, Wang Ku took out a cloth to cover his hand, wary of the potential poison that might linger on the metallic shard. Drawing upon his true essence, he summoned the Wan Jie Tong Shi Fu from a distance. At the very instant he grasped the artifact, a mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Beep, 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 binding the primordial spirit imprint. Welcome to the Wan Jie Tong Shi Fu, become a part of the myriad realms. A deluge of information flooded his consciousness. A barrage of posts illuminating the nature of the Wan, Jie, Tong, Shifu. Was the realm he inhabited merely a trifling speck within a vast cosmos? And within the myriad worlds, how many universes could one even begin to count, far exceeding unfathomable numbers, transcending even the grains of sand along the Ganges? After a prolonged period of shock, Wang Ke found himself once more confronted with the realization of his own insignificance in the grand tapestry of existence. It turned out that even as a singularly supreme grandmaster, he was but a negligible entity in the expansive universe, where even the so-called gods of martial prowess were abundantly numerous, overshadowed by the true celestial beings beyond. A single thought could upturn the heavens, another could collapse the earth, extinguish the seas, or shatter the stars. With a whisper of longing, Wang Ke adjusted his mindset and, following the operational guide, entered the Wan Jie Forum. Upon his arrival, his eyes were met with a torrent of rapidly refreshing posts. The celestial court returns. The supreme Yang deity harbors the desire to save all sentient beings, providing renewed hope to countless souls despaired by the onset of calamity. As the sovereign of the celestial court, can he replicate the might of the ancient heavenly emperor? Gazing at the terms associated with the celestial court and the supreme Yang deity, Wang Ke momentarily found himself entranced. Even knowing the Wan Jie Tong Shifu was extraordinarily mystical, encompassing billions of worlds with levels of intricacy beyond his imagination. Witnessing fellow forum members discussing the affairs of the celestial court was utterly overwhelming. The supreme Yang deity? This name seemed like a switch, illuminating a previously hazy memory that surged forth, influenced by the imprint of his primordial spirit. Just as he was still reeling from that revelation, Wang Ke spotted a freshly updated post. If the figure from the Xintian sect has transformed into the supreme Yang deity, then could the individual from the Yushu Palace eventually become the Yuan Tianzuan? Staring intently at the first three words of the post, Wang Ke inhaled deeply. The Xintian sect? According to the words of his benefactor, he hailed from the Xintian sect. Could it be that it was the same sect as the supreme Yang deities? Or was it merely a coincidence? Contemplating this, Wang Ke could no longer contain the emotions that had lain dormant for decades. He projected his thoughts, which were automatically transmuted into universally comprehensible text by the Wan Jie Tong Shifu, and published a new post. Does anyone know the current circumstances of Taoist Qingyang from the Xintian sect? Chapter 855, Meeting the Heavenly Emperor Again. Taoist Qingyang. Zhang Yuanshan's gaze faltered slightly as he noticed Wang Ke's post among the multitude. It was evident that the inquirer was not from the real world. In an instant, Zhang Yuanshan formed a judgment. If the questioner were indeed from the real world, they could not possibly be unaware that the sovereign of the celestial court was Lin Yang. Only beings from the myriad universes and fragments of cosmic light would pose such a question. Knowing the name Qingyang and coincidentally acquiring the Wan Jie Tong Shifu indicated that he had already grasped the situation. While the Wan Jie Tong Shifu was easily obtainable in the real world, it was a true rarity to find one among the myriad universes. Hence, Zhang Yuanshan reached this conclusion. Since it was not a secretive matter, Zhang Yuanshan projected his thoughts, which were captured by the Wan Jie Tong Shifu, transforming into a line of universal text. Within an ancient and fragrant courtyard, Wang Ke perused the posts, not expecting an immediate reply. After all, the Xintian sect was incomprehensibly grand, with an incalculable number of disciples. To ascertain the whereabouts of a single individual seemed almost as daunting as ascending to the heavens. This was the birthplace of the supreme Yang deity, and it would not be surprising if there were 100,000 disciples. However, to his astonishment, a response arrived within less than 30 breaths since his inquiry. Could someone truly be aware of his benefactor's recent status? Wang Ke felt a mix of surprise and elation. Hastily opening his query post, the responder, with the ID of Zhenwu 7 Section Sword, remarked, Taoist Qingyang of the Xintian sect, whose secular name is Lin Yang, is the most astonishing prodigy since the founding of the Xintian sect. Upon his breakthrough into the external aspect, he transcended the 9 heavens in a single day, becoming a half-step law-body grandmaster, and within a year or two, he crossed the divide between mortals and immortals, attaining the law-body heavenly emperor physique. As he read this line, Wang Ke's expression fluctuated between joy, envy, and longing. He now understood that the external aspect comprised 3 heavenly ladders with 9 levels each, where the chasm between each ladder was nearly insurmountable. To become a half-step immortal at such a nascent stage was indeed enviable. Reflecting on his own stagnation under the pressures of the grand cosmos, he could only sigh helplessly at the vast disparities between individuals. His benefactor had become a transcendent being. Von Kiskiviko lamented. Without the opportunity to ponder further, Jinwu's 7th section sword replied again. After attaining the law body, Xingyang naturally ascended to the position of the Xintian sect's leader and, due to his formidable achievements, was revered as the Xuandi by the 6 gates of the Great Gene. Observing Lin Yang's circumstances during the law body stage, Wang Ke's heart surged with emotion. Even in his old age, he could envision the grandeur that must have accompanied such accomplishments. Though he was the most powerful being of the current age, an unparalleled grandmaster, enjoying the adoration of countless admirers, the accolades he had received paled in comparison to the esteem that Lin Yang must have commanded among the immortal beings. Now, he was indeed the supreme Yang deity. Wang Ke's eyes widened. Decades of cultivation momentarily forgotten as he exclaimed, "The supreme Yang deity?" He felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, inexplicably linked to the sovereign of the celestial court. Who would believe such a tale? Just as he thought that Jinwu's 7th section sword was jesting, another individual responded, "Life and death are ever-changing. Doing good daily. Who is this country bumpkin?" Knowing of the supreme Yang deity's former title, yet oblivious to his current magnificent achievements? Are you genuinely so unworldly, or merely here to spam a thread? I have reported you. As he observed the rapid influx of replies, Wang Ke exhaled, releasing a long-held concern. Having acquired the Yuan, Jie, Tong, Shifu, he could gradually accumulate Yuan Huang coins to purchase longevity-enhancing treasures or utilize other methods to forcibly break the limitations of his body and advance. For the time being, he need no longer worry about his lifespan, and with newfound knowledge of his benefactor's situation, he could now focus solely on his own endeavors. As for the terrifying and boundless calamity of the end times, it is no longer a matter for him to concern himself with. Since the benefactor has spoken, all burdens shall be borne by him. The celestial court, he recalled the recruitment post displayed on the forum, the exceedingly harsh requirements, and murmured to himself. Feeling a surge of ambition. In the 9 heavens, Lin Yang observed the celestial beings being conferred their respective divine positions under the auspices of the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden, who arranged them according to the celestial patterns of the Great Array. He mused, the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden, who once presided over the celestial conflicts, indeed possesses mastery over the Great Array. It seems that his journey to the falling star sword sect in the Middle Ages was somewhat unnecessary. However, the time spent was less than half a day, and Lin Yang was not overly concerned. He could not afford to place all his hopes on the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden, dismissing the opportunities within his grasp. Having arrived at this juncture, the path to the other shore of the Azure Emperor must soon be traversed. He contemplated the eastern sea of the real world, pondering silently. The Azure Emperor, unlike others, was embarking on a journey to the future. Even Lin Yang could not discern the whereabouts of the Azure Emperor amidst countless possibilities, only able to conjecture his current situation based on the time of his ascent to the other shore in the original timeline. The Azure Emperor is one of the ancient 5 emperors, maintaining amicable relations with the sovereign of his homeland and possessing a favorable connection with the being within the knife of time. And his pure Yang incarnation had evidently received support from the one within the Duosui Palace. No wonder that before the return of the prominent figures from the other shore, the 2 present in the world did not impede the Azure Emperor from ascending to the other shore, transforming into his external tribulation. Yet, why was it that during my search for the Azure Emperor, someone obstructed me and delayed my quest? Gazing at the vast eastern sea, Lin Yang's heart brimmed with uncertainty. If he could not comprehend their stance, his own ascension to the other shore in the future would be akin to gambling with his life. Alas, rather than aimlessly speculating on the will of the heavens, it would be better to inquire personally. Since he could obtain the authority of the Heavenly Emperor when re-establishing the Celestial Court, it stands to reason that his attitude towards me has changed. Lin Yang's thoughts surged as he shifted his gaze to the knife of time. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within the myriad realms inside the knife of time. Were it not for the knowledge that this was the interior of the knife of time, he might have been unable to perceive any differences between this realm and the external myriad worlds. Upon visiting here for the first time since self-proclaiming his legend, Lin Yang experienced a distinta sensation. Even though he was aware of the existence of myriad worlds outside, his true spirit could not traverse beyond. Confined within the realms of the knife of time, reminiscent of the time after he first validated his legend, where he knew of the existence above the celestial heights, yet could only exist everywhere in the sea of realms, unable to reach the heights without passing through that aperture. As this thought arose in Lin Yang's mind, he suddenly felt an irresistible force drawing him in, and he soon appeared in another magnificent and resplendent celestial court. The heavenly emperor, clad in a dark imperial robe, sat at the pinnacle, exuding an aura of immense strength. His face, obscured by a crown, regarded Lin Yang. And the heavenly emperor spoke. The goodwill expressed through the lips of the generals of the Golden Mother seems to have failed to sway your resolve. Even though you are aware that Gu Shaosheng is but a creation of the Golden Mother, and she and Meng Qi are not irreconcilable foes. The voice of the heavenly emperor carried an indescribable quality, sending Lin Yang into a trance merely upon hearing it. As if the true spirit residing in the infinite heights were being eroded by the passage of time, gradually dimming. After a moment, Lin Yang dispelled the various discomforts within his heart, raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the dark-robed heavenly emperor, and said, "Though the primordial mother is indeed an ancient being, both you and the Taoist virtue possess knowledge far surpassing hers. Knowing she is an ancient being and has begun to diminish, the primordial mother, unaware of her greatest secret being exposed, stands no chance whatsoever." Lin Yang was uncertain if the heavenly emperor was fully aware of his past memories, or if he only knew a portion. Thus he spoke with caution. "You must have been perplexed for quite some time. What intentions do you and the Taoist virtue harbor?" The heavenly emperor's words bore a hint of fluctuation. Even though his visage was veiled, Lin Yang could detect a trace of amusement. Then, he heard the heavenly emperor continue. "Though your origins are remarkable and your knowledge profoundly shocking, when it comes to the Tao fruit, a single misstep in discussion, a mere thought astray, can lead to folly. Thus, I cannot claim to fully comprehend. Prior to your arrival, I merely wished to escape the fate of the end of the era and the fall of the heavenly emperor, to preserve my accomplishments as much as possible. Yet your appearance..." Lin Yang could sense the heavenly emperor's gaze upon him. He felt an illusion as if the myriad worlds were converging to gradually crush him from the very foundation. As the heavenly emperor before him seemed to embody the Tao of heaven, governing all time and space, all destinies, and all causes and effects. Everything, whether tangible or intangible, lay within its grasp. He was the Tao of the myriad worlds. Is this what it means to be an other shore, being unperturbed by other shore beings? A chill crept into Lin Yang's heart. Even though the heavenly emperor bore no malice, he involuntarily trembled. Since his birth, the heavenly emperor was undoubtedly the most formidable being he had ever encountered. And it was precisely because he understood the terrifying nature of the heavenly emperor that his body instinctively warned him. Since the end calamity is not the ultimate conclusion and a new era will inevitably unfold, I naturally will not rush into haste. The heavenly emperor's words indicated that he had verified countless memories gleaned from Lin Yang over these years. It was precisely due to this certainty that he comprehended the preciousness of Lin Yang's memories. Had it not been for the fear of the peculiarities that might arise from the remnants of the Tao fruit, he would have long ago erased Lin Yang's existence when he first acquired his memories, lest he alert other shore beings, ultimately disrupting his arrangements and plunging everything back into enigma. Indeed, it could even result in severing the hope of a new era, consigning all other shore beings to eternal slumber within true chaos. "Do you intend to seek the Tao fruit in the new era?" Lin Yang nodded sleekly. He was not surprised by the heavenly emperor's decision. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yang spoke. "Assist me in ascending to the other shore, and I shall accept all matters related to the heavenly emperor, whether good or ill. Should I stray from this, my cultivation shall not advance by a fraction, and I shall sink into the sea of suffering, forever devoid of the possibility of reascending to the other shore." What the heavenly emperor wishes to accomplish was of little concern to him. This visit, having gleaned the heavenly emperor's general intentions, he naturally sought support to aid his ascent to the other shore. "The trials of the other shore, I trust you understand," he continued. "While the greatest challenges arise from external tribulations obstructing the path, the necessary internal conditions must not falter by even a thread, lest one be eternally submerged. Even if one successfully retraces their steps to the time before the era's inception, lacking the power to establish the myriad worlds, they will be consumed entirely by the final tribulation of the other shore." A radiance coalesced upon the dark imperial robe, and the heavenly emperor proclaimed, "This object contains the secrets of the myriad worlds and can aid you in comprehending what constitutes the sea of suffering, breaking through one of the three barriers of creation." Whether Lin Yang could ascend to the other shore was intrinsically linked to how the heavenly emperor would navigate the end calamity, closely tied to his own interests. Thus, the heavenly emperor did not allow Lin Yang to develop independently, but offered assistance, ensuring it would not interfere with Lin Yang's growth. He infused the radiance into Lin Yang's body, stating, "As for the cultivation of the realm of creation, with the memories of the demon lord, you likely require no intervention from me." When Lin Yang received the legacy of the demon lord, it was the heavenly emperor himself who had severed the harmful parts of the demon lord's memories. Thus, he was well aware of what lay within the residual memories. Even Lin Yang's understanding of the Tao in various aspects far exceeded his own realm, which did not surprise the heavenly emperor. This principle of learning through analogy was not mere rhetoric. Lin Yang recalled the legacy imparted to him by the demon lord and spoke forth. "A memory from the other shore is undoubtedly the most precious treasure in the world. As long as I attain the realm of creation, I shall possess the capability to bear the myriad experiences of the demon lord during his own journey through this stage. Coupled with my unique circumstances, I shall accomplish the perfection of the realm of creation in the shortest span of time." Although he expressed this with ease, both he and the other individual understood that, even with the demon lord's memory at hand, achieving complete mastery of the realm of creation would not be a trivial endeavor. The memory could at best serve merely as an accelerator, offering little in terms of critical support at such elevated realms. "What you seek, I have consented to. The remainder depends upon your own efforts. Should you fail to accumulate enough before all your fellow practitioners return, then even should I intervene, I can only assist you in alleviating a portion of the external tribulations." The words of the heavenly emperor echoed softly, gradually fading into obscurity. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yang was cast back to the Lingxiao Palace. Or perhaps he had never truly departed from this place at all. At that moment, the Lingxiao Palace was a manifestation of the Time Blade. To be within it was akin to being ensconced within the very cosmos of the Time Blade itself. Understanding the heavenly emperor's intent, Lin Yang resolved to discern what the celestial venerable of morality had in mind by bestowing upon him the teaching of transforming one into three purities. He rose from his seat and departed the Lingxiao Palace, crossing the altar consecrated to the myriad deities, and unnoticed by all, arrived in the world of journey to the west. A tool to grasp the essence of suffering, he mused, though it feels somewhat lackluster. Despite his reluctance, Lin Yang could not directly express his grievances to the heavenly emperor. He could only utilize the item later and ascertain whether his understanding of suffering was indeed correct. Raising his gaze towards the paradoxical and illogical great red heaven of the Taiji realm, situated both within and beyond the world of journey to the west, Lin Yang leapt forward, vanishing into the great red heaven. Before the celestial court fell, the 33 sea-controlling pearls transformed into 33 heavens, occupied by various prominent figures and powerful beings. The great red heaven, the Qingwei heaven, and the Yu heaven were not part of the 33 heavens, but rather were referred to as the great Luo beyond the 33 heavens, highlighting the esteemed status of the celestial venerables of morality, primordial, and spiritual treasures. The moment Lin Yang arrived in the great red heaven, he sensed its uniqueness, and shortly thereafter, he heard a voice, "Xian Yang. The teacher has asked me to convey a message to you." Chapter 857, The Desolate Doshui Palace. Emerging from the Doshui Palace was not the golden horn or silver horn, but rather a middle-aged Taoist whose demeanor encompassed the myriad worlds. He regarded Lin Yang with calm eyes and stated, "The teacher has instructed me to convey to you the following. The doer is defeated, the attached loses. Therefore, through non-action, there is no defeat. Through non-attachment, there is no loss." Lin Yang was naturally familiar with this phrase. He had encountered it during his studies of the Tao Te Ching, although it slightly differed from his recollection, as the indestructible text containing the legacy of transforming one into three purities lacked numerous passages. "Thank you, Venerable," Lin Yang replied with a respectful gesture. He deduced the identity of the Taoist, aside from the golden horn and silver horn. The only other powerful being who could appear in the great red heaven and refer to the celestial venerable of morality as teacher would be the Southern Hua Venerable, one of the 9 venerables of the Tao. In the original timeline, the Southern Hua Venerable had remained hidden, continuously engaging in quiet cultivation within the Doshui Palace and refraining from involvement in the calamities of the end times. Thus, it was unexpected for Lin Yang to encounter him. "Greetings, Xian Yang," the Southern Hua Venerable said softly. He stood there, akin to an accumulation of boundless universes, a nexus of the myriad worlds. The cornerstone of existence across epochs, an unfathomable power dormant within him, capable of tearing apart millions of universes with a mere gesture. As he remained active since ancient times, rather than sealing himself away or falling into slumber, Lin Yang muset inwardly. The impression the Southern Hua Venerable left on him far surpassed any other powerful being he had encountered, undoubtedly a figure of complete mastery of creation. Yet, he wondered how this compared to the Azure Emperor, who had embarked on an alternative path to the other shore. Non-action, no defeat, non-attachment, no loss. I have comprehended the Venerable's intent. Lin Yang bowed deeply towards the Doshui Palace, then turned to the still-standing Southern Hua Venerable and said, I shall not intrude upon your serene cultivation any longer and will take my leave. Very well, the Southern Hua Venerable replied with a barely perceptible nod. Just as Lin Yang was about to depart, the Venerable's voice resonated once more. I observe that your practice of transforming one into 3 purities diverges from that of the teacher. It ventures down an alternate path, resembling the method of slaying the 3 corpses as taught by the Bodhi ancient Buddha. If you wish to advance transforming one into 3 purities further in a short span, you should consider returning to the teacher's path and seek out the method of slaying the 3 corpses for reference. He had naturally cultivated this profound ability himself, allowing him to discern the traces of Lin Yang's practice of transforming one into 3 purities. Although he was unaware of the relationship between the teacher and Lin Yang, it was apparent that they were not adversaries, which explained his rare counsel. The Southern Hua Venerable's words caused Lin Yang to pause in his departure, and then he replied, Thank you for your guidance, Venerable. Once Lin Yang exited the great red heaven, he leapt into the 9 heavens, utilizing the Heavenly Emperor's authority to facilitate his return to the Lingxiao Palace. Sitting upon the throne, he pondered deeply, reflecting, the doer is defeated, the attached loses. Therefore, through non-action, there is no defeat. Through non-attachment, there is no loss. By literal interpretation, the Celestial Venerable of Morality seemed to be advising him to cease his current actions and relinquish his attachments. However, if he were to abandon the obsessions in his heart, how could he forge ahead courageously, cutting through thorns and brambles? Without the unwavering determination to transcend all, he would undoubtedly be unable to retrace history and awaken the myriad past versions of himself when reaching the other shore. Contemplating the fate of the true martial emperor in the original timeline, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly, filled with confusion. Initially, he had hoped to resolve some of his uncertainties with the Heavenly Emperor, believing that the Celestial Venerable of Morality would offer similar clarity, only to find a response far from what he anticipated. To sever one's obsessions may be deemed an act of weakness. Even the revered method of slaying the 3 corpses does not eradicate one's desires. The illustrious figures who ascend to the other shore do so precisely because they harbor an unwavering conviction they cannot relinquish. Lin Yang, beset by doubts, resolved to enter the Time Blade to inquire with the Celestial Emperor about the situation. However, as his divine consciousness reached toward the shimmering, ancient blade, an unexpected resistance emanated from its surface. The Celestial Emperor had rebuffed his entry. In that moment of astonishment, a vague yet authoritative voice echoed in Lin Yang's ears. This pertains to the path to the other shore. While each individual's journey may share commonalities, they are not identical. If you cannot discern your own path, do not aspire to reach the other shore, for you may only end up as a martyr. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yang was struck with a profound realization. Regarding the path to the other shore, observing Meng Qi's demeanor during his ascent, it seemed he had not faced such obstacles. Chapter 858, Lin Yang's Surprise Preparations. In the uppermost tier of the 9 heavens, shortly after Lin Yang departed from the Great Red Heaven and returned to the Lingxiao Palace, a figure of imperial stature emerged abruptly from the void, imbued with the essence of return and desolation. The moment had finally arrived. Standing at the pinnacle, Lin Yang surveyed the myriad phenomena within this proximity to the path. The profound light of the imperial way illuminated all realms, rendering the Taoist resonance that permeated the uppermost heavens incapable of assimilating his quasi-immortal physique. This was no longer like the past. With the re-establishment of the heavenly court, many legendary beings had begun to awaken in secret, even if their true forms manifested in this realm, causing upheaval. Others would merely speculate it to be the return of a legendary figure. Entangled in the machinations of various powers, no one could ascertain which great being had returned. This presented an opportunity for his true form to arrive in this realm. How could one discern the clarity of visions spoken of in the words from the Doshui Palace? Reflecting on the words conveyed to him by the South Hua Celestial Venerable, Lin Yang felt a ripple in his heart, causing the radiance of the imperial way to quiver slightly. After considerable contemplation, he opted to relinquish the notion for the time being. Despite his extraordinary combat prowess, capable of vanquishing ordinary beings of the transformation realm with ease, he remained merely a legend in the grand scheme of things. Even if he ascended to the transformation realm, there still lay a considerable distance before he could contemplate the path to the other shore. The difficulty in achieving that shore mirrored the challenges faced by those seeking to become immortal emperors. Indeed, in any cultivation system, once reaching the later stages, advancing even a single step becomes an arduous task. Reflecting on his growth over recent years in Qingyang, Lin Yang couldn't help but shake his head. Had it not been for his exceptional insight, he might have mistakenly believed he had reached the pinnacle of his cultivation path, with no further room for advancement. Like the World Annihilation Elder and the three emperors, Yu, Hong, and Song, at this juncture, Lin Yang had exhausted all possible methods, yet the ultimate outcome remained disappointing. The status of an immortal emperor felt akin to a taboo, a realm not meant for mortals to tread, if not for the existence of immortal emperors beneath the heavens. And the future Sure Hao also destined to ascend as an immortal emperor. Lin Yang might have erroneously concluded that only above the heavens could one birth an immortal emperor of flawless imperial laws, according to the words of the ashamed immortal emperor. Before truly stepping into the realm of the immortal emperor, he had once completely perished while still a quasi-immortal emperor. It was through that struggle to rise from the silent abyss of death that he glimpsed the dawn of progress amidst the boundless darkness. Before Sure Hao achieved his immortal emperor status, he too was shattered into countless fragments, dispersing like blood rain across various moments in time, only to eventually ascend to the immortal emperor's throne. In such circumstances, one could argue a fall had indeed occurred. Lin Yang pondered. If he were to become an immortal emperor, then within a limited time frame, contending against those from the other shore should pose no significant challenge. However, considering that the three future quasi-immortal emperors could transcend Sure Hao's unparalleled sword energy and intended to eliminate him during the chaotic ancient era, it was evident that even the immortal emperor Sure Hao at that time could not ignore such influences. Perhaps he would not perish, but he would undoubtedly not retain his original pristine state. Without the entanglement of equals, how could the three quasi-immortal emperors traverse the barrier of sword energy before an immortal emperor Sure Hao? Given sufficient time, Lin Yang believed he could explore the path to the immortal emperor and refine his imperial laws. Yet, time was no longer on his side, and in a realm that was not perfect, cultivating within a perfect system proved exceptionally arduous. Even if he were to become an immortal emperor in some distant world with exaggerated time differentials, this realm would miss the most opportune moment to ascend to the other shore, as all those from the other shore would eventually return. Contemplating this, Lin Yang turned his focus inward. The might of a quasi-immortal emperor remained, yet his singular existence was constrained by his arrival in this realm. Originally, with his foundation, he should have been able to achieve a complete legendary realm upon entering the world of the Supreme, swiftly forming a projection imprint coinciding with the birth of a new universe. However, now, his unique self, Qingyang, also stood as a legendary figure, merely a step away from perfection. This resulted in a state akin to the relationship between the demon Buddha and Meng Qi. In their dynamic, if one grew stronger, the other's realm would slightly diminish. Although one was the true self, and the other self, they were fundamentally the same being, their combined power subject to a limit. This led to Meng Qi's every advancement effectively weakening the demon Buddha, for while Meng Qi was still in the growth phase, the demon Buddha had nearly reached the apex, finding it exceedingly difficult to progress even a fraction further, thus unable to suppress Meng Qi's realm through growth. Furthermore, the consciousness of the demon Buddha and Meng Qi diverged. Neither could abandon their individuality to achieve completeness for the other. This nuance solidified the demon Buddha's intent to eliminate Meng Qi, and the Mother of No Life feigned such a relationship to allow the opposing beings from the other shore to overlook Gu Xiaosong's growth, even covertly aiding her during her tribulations. The distinction between Lin Yang and the demon Buddha, as well as Meng Qi, lay in the fact that he possessed a single consciousness shared by two legendary bodies, rather than two bodies with separate consciousnesses. Regrettably, even in such a scenario, Lin Yang found that the unique worldview of this realm, or perhaps the particularities of the Dharma body cultivation system, caused the two legendary bodies to inadvertently suppress each other's realms due to external influences. At this moment, with Lin Yang's potential for achieving legendary perfection, he could only maintain the typical legendary realm. The same held true for the celestial emperor of the Lingshao Palace. Despite the elevation granted by his position, he too had regressed from the brink of achieving legendary perfection to a standard legendary status, requiring nearly 2 years to attain completeness. Lin Yang found no surprise in this. Rather, a sense of delight enveloped him. He mused, As long as I depart from this world at a critical juncture, all limitations shall dissipate, and the realm affected by my presence will instantaneously revert to its original state. Could they truly foresee me, someone who has never set foot in the world, concealed within the uppermost tier of the 9 heavens? Lin Yang swiftly devised a plan, certain he would present everyone with an astonishing revelation when the time came. He hoped it would not be needed prematurely. Otherwise, with a diminished realm, the surprise he could deliver would be limited. With his thoughts settled, Lin Yang turned to venture deeper into the uppermost levels of the 9 heavens. Although this pinnacle was nearly obliterated, the remnants still captivated Lin Yang. Yet, the legendary essence could not withstand such overwhelming assimilation power, which is why he refrained from delving deeper with the body of the Celestial Emperor. Chapter 859, Delving into the Celestial Prison. As Lin Yang traversed the void at the apex of the 9 heavens, he sensed an object drifting toward him through the darkness ahead. Straining to see, he pierced through the void and shadows, revealing a half-broken stone stele. The stele emanated the power of time, revealing countless intricate patterns, hinting at something extraordinary. I swept through the old gods of the 9 heavens, subduing the saints of the demon clan and vanquishing the ancient spirits of the earth, thus establishing the heavenly court. Lin Yang recited the vague Tao patterns inscribed on the fragment of the stone tablet, which presumably originated from the primordial era when the celestial court was first established. This artifact was left by the Celestial Emperor to commemorate the myriad challenges he faced. Although the Celestial Emperor had the support of both the primordial Supreme Being and the virtuous Supreme Being, he was not without opposition from figures such as the Amitabha Buddha. The adversaries he confronted were evident, comprising not only the innate spirits born at the dawn of the epoch, but also the remnants of the last era of the primordial age, as well as the great sages of the demon tribes and the totemic spirits worshipped by mortals. Could this be a fragment of the Celestial Emperor's stone tablet? The complete Celestial Emperor's stone tablet ranked among the pinnacle of creation-level artifacts, while the 7 killing tablet existed only in legend, with a disparity between the two greater than that between a treasured weapon and a divine armament. Lin Yang summonet a spell, leaving a mark near the fragment of the stone tablet. This object was intimately connected to the Celestial Emperor. If he were to recklessly move or collect it, he might be detected in the future. Exercising caution, he prepared to use the body of the Xianyang Emperor to retrieve the tablet, intending to seek the 7 killing tablet afterward, in hopes of potentially recreating the might of the Celestial Emperor's stone tablet. He did not care much for the 7 killing tablet, but a treasure of creation-level caliber, regardless of who it was, would be hard to resist. Just the materials alone were nearly unattainable across the myriad realms. As he watched the fragment of the stone tablet drift further away, the mark he left also moved accordingly. Lin Yang resumed his steps, advancing with a measured sense of vigilance and caution, for at this juncture, even he felt the need to be wary. One misstep could awaken the lingering energies left behind by the otherworldly beings, manifesting their imprints here, with dire consequences. Previously, when facing the fragment of the Celestial Emperor's stone tablet, Lin Yang had similarly concealed his aura, daring not to directly touch the tablet itself. In the original timeline, the Azure Emperor had once traversed to the other shore, having personally visited the highest tier of the 9 heavens. Lin Yang pondered as he walked for an indeterminate duration, collecting fragments of legendary creation-level treasures along the way, until he finally arrived at a certain location. Before him stood a pitch-black mountain peak spanning the void, its outermost layer having collapsed, leaving a jumble of stones that concealed a dark entrance. The celestial prison, Lin Yang murmured, recognizing the place. He could discern that the material of the black mountain peak was exceptionally unique, having attained creation-level status. Otherwise, it could not withstand the assimilative power of the highest tier of the 9 heavens. Regrettably, while the Black Mountain Peak was formidable and rare among the myriad realms, it lacked spiritual essence and could not be engraved with Tao patterns, rendering it unsuitable for refining into divine weaponry. However, it could be fashioned into something akin to the Fan Tian seal, using its material to strike opponents. With a shift in thought, Lin Yang resolved that after exiting the celestial prison, he would seek an opportunity to take the mountain peak. The Fan Tian seal was crafted from a substantial fragment of a genuine realm, created by the primordial supreme being at the conclusion of a certain epoch, supplemented with various extraordinary materials and countless universes. Although it was not a true treasure or divine weapon, it was merely a hefty piece of advanced stone bearing the weight of the myriad realms. Yet, even the most powerful beings could not overlook the might of the Fan Tian seal. Being struck by it was akin to being impacted by a portion of the myriad realms, with a twist of the Emperor Dao's profound light. Lin Yang cleared the rubble blocking the cave entrance and ventured into the depths of the celestial prison. Inside the cave, a staircase stretched forth, grand and magnificent, winding downwards. A human figure standing on the stairs appeared as insignificant as an ant before towering edifices. Lin Yang refrained from stepping onto the stairs. Instead, he unleashed his escape light, descending along the staircase at a speed that could halt time itself, traversing distances that would take trillions of light years to describe. Maintaining the speed, Lin Yang flew for half a day until he finally reached the base of the staircase. At that moment, the darkness dissipated, revealing a dim golden light emanating from a realm beyond. This realm was beyond description in terms of its vastness and grandeur. Although its universe was boundless and infinite, it paled in comparison to the realm radiating the hazy golden light, appearing as an inconsequential entity. Peering through the golden light, Lin Yang beheld an ancient true dragon coiled within, shrouded in an aura of death. Each scale, though minuscule, contained the essence of a boundless universe. At this point, all universes had succumbed to ruin and destruction, devoid of vitality, leaving only eternal silence. The sixth heavenly ancestor dragon. This was the progenitor dragon of the myriad realms at the dawn of the epoch, the manifestation of the dragon veins of the nine heavens, who once contended with the celestial emperor for dominion over the myriad realms, but ultimately fell, becoming imprisoned within the celestial prison. All those suppressed within the celestial prison were opponents of the celestial emperor from bygone days. A mere glance at the celestial prison allowed one to glimpse much of the celestial emperor's ascent during the opening of the epoch. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yang crossed the barrier, entering a realm fundamentally akin to a prison. He understood that the remnants of the sixth heavenly ancestor dragon, long since transformed by the passage of time, required immediate action. Thus, he struck with a palm, invoking the profound light of the Emperor Tao, which embodied the essence of the celestial laws, and unleashed it upon the dragon's elongated body before the remnants could undergo further transformation. Boom! The remnants of the sixth heavenly ancestor dragon trembled like metal as its scales shattered, scattering into the depths of the realm. But midway, they lost their divine essence, turning to mere ashes. Crack! The colossal true dragon's body fractured, torrents of blood erupting forth, rampaging with the force to obliterate the universe. Yet within mere moments, they all transformed into an ethereal essence steeped in death. Lin Yang recalled that there was another true dragon to arrange within the perfect world, and the Emperor Tao's profound light morphed into a colossal palm, spanning trillions of light years, encapsulating the finite universe as it seized the dragon's head, tearing it asunder. The dragon's head floated in the void, and the immense dark palm shattered, transforming into the power of time, solidified. Just as the dragon's head was on the verge of becoming ashes, the power intervened to completely solidify it. At that moment, a faint figure suddenly emerged from a segment of the dragon's body, retreating from Lin Yang with an air of caution, vanishing into the darkness where the golden light could not reach. The remainder of the sixth heavenly ancestor dragon's body, too, crumbled into ashes. As if all its essence had been siphoned away, Lin Yang did not impede its departure, gazing at the figure without a head as it retreated. Xing Tian. After collecting part of the sixth heavenly ancestor dragon's body, Lin Yang turned to leave the now empty golden realm, proceeding toward the adjacent second realm of the celestial prison. This realm glimmered with a dark red hue, at its core coiling a golden crow, the initial golden crow. Similarly, it was a failed contender for supremacy, a primordial spirit from the dawn of the epoch. Chapter 860, The Ghost Emperor. The condition of the initial golden crow was akin to that of the sixth heavenly ancestor dragon. It had been drained of all divine essence by the faint shadow of Xing Tian, leaving what should have been an immortal divine body reduced to an empty shell. After resolving the initial golden crow and reducing it to ashes, Lin Yang continued deeper into the celestial prison along the grand staircase. As with the sixth heavenly ancestor dragon, he preserved part of the initial golden crow's divine body, using the power of time for future use. Traversing through one prison after another, Lin Yang finally beheld the multitude of opponents the celestial emperor had faced during his rise. To this day, aside from those who had transcended into eternal rest, many legendary beings from the ancient era had greatly benefited from successive calamities, stepping into the realm of creation to become great supernatural beings. Yet even so, the combined forces of all supernatural beings across the myriad realms amounted to fewer than 100. The powerful figures Lin Yang encountered within the celestial prison, not counting those captured by the celestial emperor, were already nearing this number. At that time, the celestial emperor was not a figure from the other shore. He bore no essential difference from those adversaries, underscoring the Celestial Emperor's formidable strength. No wonder he could ascend to become the sovereign of the myriad realms, Lin Yang mused. Compared to the Celestial Emperor, his inheritor found the path much less arduous, as his growth rate far exceeded the pace at which the final calamity approached, resulting in seldom encountering opponents of comparable might. Exiting the final realm of the celestial prison, Lin Yang arrived at the very bottom. From the outside, the Black Mountain Peak did not appear particularly high. He could easily leap over it, but since entering the celestial prison, Lin Yang estimated he had taken nearly 3 days to reach the bottom. At the end of the steps, there existed not a boundary prison, but rather a swirling mass of dark green phantoms, cold and eerie. Countless shadowy flames encircled a towering, majestic figure clad in an obsidian imperial robe, which bore a striking resemblance to the attire worn by Lin Yang. This was Cheng Tang of the Yinshang dynasty. As Lin Yang's gaze shifted, the identity of the emperor before him surfaced in his mind. The Heavenly Emperor had once crushed the last formidable adversary of his era, the founder of the Yinshang dynasty. In his later years, the Heavenly Emperor received the support of both the primordial celestial and the virtuous celestial, while within Cheng Tang flowed the blood of the Xian bird, rendering him half-human, half-divine, similarly backed by the Demon Emperor and the Celestial Treasure Ruler. The outbreak of the War of the Gods was partly due to the replenishment of the celestial beings in the heavenly court and partly due to the confrontation between the Heavenly Emperor and Cheng Tang. However, it was said that those who dared to gaze upon this place were courting death. Cheng Tang spoke, his voice deep and thunderous, exuding a sense of authority that compelled involuntary reverence. Even in his subdued state, having been suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor to this day and weakened in many ways, he still possessed the gravitas to dictate the life and death of all realms, a power that all beings could not defy. One could only imagine the kind of might Cheng Tang wielded at the peak of his reign. As a mortal emperor in life and a ghostly emperor in death, it would be better for him to die completely, letting go of his obsessions. Lin Yang's fingers curled into a fist. In an instant, time enveloped his right fist, and he unleashed a blow without reservation, invoking the Tao rhythm of this place. Crack! Wide fissures appeared across the enormous steps, and the void at the bottom of the heavenly prison trembled lightly, sending forth layers of ripples and waves. It seemed as though the heavenly prison, created after the Heavenly Emperor's ascension to the other shore and capable of imprisoning numerous powerful beings, was affected, albeit the void merely quivered without tearing apart. It was still remarkably terrifying. This place was indeed a passage to the near realm. Damn it, you are an outsider practitioner. Cheng Tang's expression shifted instantly, the shadowy flames swirling around him flickering in and out, as if they could extinguish at any moment. The cultivation systems of the myriad realms were countless and undoubtedly extended beyond just the Dharma body system, not to mention the true realm, which contained methods such as the report body and response body, rivaling the martial Tao Dharma body in efficacy. However, within the true realm, various methods of cultivation would ultimately converge into legends and transformations, for only through enlightening oneself and others could one fully exploit the advantages of their true self. Outside the true realm, in the countless universes, the situation was different. There existed powerful beings that were not mere projections of legendary entities, thus they were not enlightened. Through countless years of accumulation, multiple cultivation systems emerged that could rival legends and even contend with great powers. Those who succeeded in such systems were what Cheng Tang referred to as outsider practitioners. Boom! The lowest level of the heavenly prison resonated. The Tao rhythm of reincarnation permeating the area was drawn forth, manifesting as an indistinct ancient seal in the void, possessing 6 faces, reflecting celestial deities and demonic entities, as well as human livestock. Cheng Tang, under immense pressure, stepped forward, unleashing an imperial aura that surged like a tempest, forming an ancient cauldron above his head. The Cauldron of Fortune. This cauldron was a remnant of the Yinshang's fortune, capable of accumulating countless generations of dark virtues, reversing into one of the 5 primordials, and could directly strike down upon enemies, suppressing their fortunes and plunging them into various misfortunes, leading them to their demise. Outsider cultivation has indeed entered the realm of legends. The method of the immortal has allowed you to reach a level capable of contending with great powers. Do not be arrogant. The imperial aura enveloped the lowest level of the heavenly prison, transforming it into a realm of spectral gloom. One of the 5 primordials condensed into fluttering banners, each sway diminishing the myriad fortunes of this place, resisting the manifestation of the reincarnation seal's phantom. The phantom of the reincarnation seal fell, overlapping with Lin Yang's punch. embodying the great power of annihilating realms and giving rise to the fortune cauldron of the Yinshang dynasty. Clang! The cauldron of fortune above Cheng Tang's head emitted a heavy sound, flying backward 100 lengths, its ancient body becoming slightly blurred. A series of pale banners seized the opportunity, intertwining to form an immense net that enveloped the heavens and earth, creating an unparalleled formation that completely shrouded Lin Yang within. The spectral realm collapsed, adhering to the unparalleled formation, making it even more stable. Thud! The cauldron of fortune was summoned back by Cheng Tang, becoming the eye of the pale formation. Lin Yang found his surroundings entirely consumed by the pale light, a bizarre force acting upon his quasi-mortal body, diminishing his fortune. When the fortune dropped to a certain extent, it was akin to choking on water, though it may not apply universally within the realm of the supreme existence. Fortune was indeed a tangible entity. At this moment, Lin Yang recalled the corpse of the immortal emperor, who had been tainted by black blood before he could stabilize his realm after just ascending to the position of a mortal emperor. Strong as he was, his fortune seemed rather unfortunate. After a careful contemplation and understanding of fortune, Lin Yang inhaled deeply, opting for the simplest yet most violent method to break the formation. Cheng Tang observed the flawless, unparalleled formation under the suppression of the cauldron of fortune and coldly declared, "Once you enter the formation for just a moment, even the mightiest of powers cannot escape death." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, an unfathomable aura surged forth from beneath the cauldron of fortune, as if it could topple the myriad realms and shatter the eternal void. Cheng Tang's expression suddenly shifted. He was astonished and unable to control his shock as he stammered, "Perfectid No, this is the path to the other shore?" Though Cheng Tang was now merely a remnant of his former self, he had once been a formidable adversary to the heavenly emperor and understood the limits of the realm of creation. The explosive aura before him far exceeded his peak, incomparable to any great power. "Is this your unique path to the other shore? First, you strengthen yourself to an extreme, half breaking free from the shackles of an endless sea of suffering. Then you devour your past and future, further augmenting your strength, ultimately tracing back to the era before creation, shattering the eternal void." Cheng Tang's consciousness surged forth, both shaken and astonished. He never anticipated that the first being he would encounter in this transformed heavenly court would be so close to the other shore, achieving a state coveted by all great powers. Boom! In the second instant of the aura's eruption, the cauldron of fortune was overturned, shattering into countless fragments under the pressure of the boundless aura. The unparalleled formation formed by the pale banners lost its eye and began to shake violently, revealing countless flaws. The collapsing spectral realm being completely torn apart into nothingness. Finally, the unparalleled formation was broken through. Cheng Tang, already prepared, retreated in haste, crossing a realm with a single step, distancing himself from Lin Yang. "Who are you?" Zhang Dang in Gui Bui. He had initially thought Lin Yang to be a mere ant, but was astonished to discover he was a dormant, true dragon. Even in ancient times, this individual would have been a top-tier powerhouse among the myriad realms. Sought after by major factions, Emperor Lin Yang's hair billowed, radiant and luminous, as if forged from supreme celestial gold, emanating an aura of overwhelming power, as though opening a great realm was a trivial matter. Countless minuscule yet potent symbols revolved around his form, so numerous they were beyond counting, almost infinite, coalescing into a profound, commanding black radiance. The previously fissured steps of the heavenly prison trembled incessantly, the cracks expanding until the entire staircase was split in two, obliterating untold wonders. Emperor? Cheng Tang's expression shifted, realizing he stood before a formidable being with aspirations for the supreme throne. As he witnessed Lin Yang approaching, each step causing the heavenly prison to tremble, Cheng Tang's demeanor shifted repeatedly, his mind racing through countless thoughts, until he finally spoke, "We could join forces yet." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yang had already extended his right hand towards Cheng Tang. The distance between two individuals, even with light racing at its utmost speed to the universe's edge, cannot traverse even a billionth of it. Yet, in this moment, as Lin Yang made his move, the aura of the celestial emperor enveloped him, akin to a celestial hand reaching from beyond the heavens, transcending the void and reversing time. Nothing could impede this force. Cheng Tang's neck was seized by Lin Yang, and at such close quarters, the impact of the celestial emperor's energy was overwhelming. In his current state, far from his prime, Cheng Tang could hardly resist, His once clear consciousness became shrouded in haze, akin to a dying man reduced to instinctual groans. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. As the bizarre energy emanating from Chung Tang began to wane, and the unmatched bones conjured from the ghostly Tao crumbled into dust. Had you been at your peak, you might have withstood 3 or 5 strikes. Alas, after the fall of the Peach Garden, how could a great power disregard the erosion of time? Your strength now stands at a mere 30 to 40%. Observing Chung Tang's dissipating form, Lin Yang spoke, each syllable infused with the Celestial Emperor's essence, hastening the disintegration of Chung Tang's body. By the time his words concluded, Chung Tang's corporeal form and true spirit had been utterly scattered. Death was complete, with no chance of revival. Time is ruthless, and who can escape its grasp? Lin Yang seemed to reflect, absorbing a portion of Chung Tang's ghostly essence. Lin Yang turned his gaze to the 2 stone slabs at the lowest tier. The patterns on the slabs were indistinct, imbued with a peculiar power that concealed perception. Until he briefly ascended to the position of Celestial Emperor, he had remained unaware of their anomaly. Dust returns to dust, and earth to earth. Even a desperate struggle is reduced to becoming a malevolent entity. I shall send you to reincarnation. The words of the imperial Tao reverberated through the heavens, and the 2 slabs creaked as they began to part under the influence of the true words, emitting a jarring sound. A decaying aura erupted from the opening, drowning the world in its essence, seemingly capable of reducing all to ruins. Simultaneously, an indomitable fighting spirit surged skyward, undeterred by the daunting strength of external foes, embodying the resolve to slay gods and Buddhas alike. The earth trembled as a colossal, headless giant stepped forth from behind the slabs. Its eyes were replaced by breasts, and its mouth by a navel, a formidable distorting the boundaries of reality and illusion, transforming into a fearsome, mottled giant axe. Xing Tian was originally a subordinate of the Red Emperor. After the Red Emperor's failure to claim the dominion, unwilling to submit to the Celestial Emperor, he transformed into a divine sword. Xing Tian led the remnants of the Red Emperor's followers in continued resistance against the Celestial Emperor, enduring even as he was beheaded and his true spirit nearly obliterated. Yet, he returned from the brink of death, taking on his current form. Observing Xing Tian, who had absorbed the essence of numerous great powers, Lin Yang remained unperturbed, shaping his palm into a blade, unleashing a lethal strike born of the slaughtering immortals technique. Dots of brilliance danced and intertwined, creating a terrifying spectacle that threatened to annihilate all beings as the strongest of life forms roared, shaking countless realms. However, as a sharp blade shadow swept across the heavens, only mournful cries remained. The heavens were stained with blood, and countless worlds lay in ruin, presenting scenes of devastation as if the end of an era had arrived. Xing Tian, undaunted, gripped the mottled giant axe tightly, cleaving with the force of creation against annihilation. Crack! The clash of the giant axe and the blade shadow reverberated, producing a shattering sound. The headless giant, after the impact, sank momentarily and knelt on one knee, unable to control itself. Subsequently, the mottled giant axe shattered, yet the imposing blade shadow enveloped Xing Tian, striking the endless earth beneath. The heavenly prison trembled violently, the remnants of the reincarnation rhythm at the lowest level suffering a severe shock, giving rise to anomalies. Deep, mysterious openings leading to unknown realms appeared in the depths of the heavenly prison, exuding an eerie essence, as if one could traverse through these openings to another life. Rip! Something unknown was torn apart by the dreadful phenomenon, and Lin Yang keenly sensed a change in the aura of the heavenly prison. The once seamless, immaculate sensation now displayed slight imperfections, as the perception previously confined within the prison faced no barriers, allowing a clear view of the external world. Although he had absorbed the essence of many great powers, they had diminished under the erosion of time, and the extent of what Xing Tian could absorb was considerably limited, leaving him still distant from achieving complete transformation. Lin Yang turned his gaze toward the place where Xing Tian emerged, which marked the conclusion of his journey within the heavenly prison. Chapter 862, The Celestial Emperor's Foiled Plan, Part 1. Lin Yang took a step forward. Time flowed, reversing as if he treaded through the heavens, with all things unable to impede him in the slightest. Approaching the stone slabs, Lin Yang beheld an abundance of radiance. Fortune, in virtue, the element of water, the element of metal, and the essence of corruption, each glimmer represented a fragment of shattered authority, shining in diverse hues. In the earth and void beyond the slabs, Lin Yang discerned a myriad of minute, indistinct traces, densely filling the area, extending toward the slabs and nearly saturating the entire heavenly prison, connecting with every prison domain. Had Lin Yang not ascended to the position of Celestial Emperor and witnessed the various phenomena behind the slabs, he might never have uncovered the existence of these traces. The mysterious entity that had been torn apart earlier must be these traces, Lin Yang pondered. Based on his observations, these traces resembled formations laid out by the Celestial Emperor himself. Their function was to extract the authority of the innate deities confined within the prison domains, ultimately converging here to further the Celestial Emperor's schemes. Otherwise, Xingtian would not be able to entirely accommodate these fragmented powers and would undoubtedly be far stronger than he was now, capable of withstanding Lin Yang's strike. Stepping over the stone slabs, Lin Yang ventured deeper, his form gradually becoming transparent until only a faint outline remained, dissolving amidst the myriad of radiance. As his form faded, the overwhelming aura of the Celestial Emperor rapidly diminished, retreating to its original level. The battles against Chengtang and Xingtian, though appearing lengthy, were merely a matter of 3 breaths. Including the moments he lingered before the slabs, the brief span of his ascension to Celestial Emperor had reached its conclusion. Despite not achieving a permanent foothold in the Celestial Emperor realm, nor fully perfecting his unique Imperial Dao laws after such extensive training, he had not emerged empty-handed. According to Lin Yang's deductions, even a quasi-celestial emperor capable of momentarily stepping into the celestial emperor's domain, utilizing such means, only attained the level of a celestial emperor in a singular aspect. In contrast, a true celestial emperor, with a complete and flawless manifestation in every regard, would possess no evident weaknesses, embodying the full essence of the celestial emperor rank and vastly surpassing a quasi-celestial emperor. This disparity resulted in a high probability that a briefly ascended quasi-celestial emperor would be vanquished in 5 or 6 strikes, or even a single blow, when faced with a fully intact and perfected true celestial emperor. Had it not been for the unparalleled formation set by Chengtang, which could obstruct true spirits and hinder the conduit of power between oneself and one's true self, Lin Yang would not have resorted to employing such ultimate techniques in his inaugural battle upon entering this realm. Once the Green Emperor ascends to the other shore, he will come to the highest tier of the 9 heavens. At that moment, a being from the other shore shall personally arrive, and all secrets of this near path shall be laid bare. Once I recover, I must also disguise myself to prevent the Green Emperor from detecting any anomalies. Lin Yang silently resolved. Time passed unmeasured, and the radiance suffusing this place was brighter than before, slowly swirling in a vortex shape. At the very core of the multitude of brilliance, Lin Yang beheld an indescribably immense grinding mill, where the hues of authority were drawn by the mill's force. Then crushed and cast into the dark, abyssal void below, nurturing the emergence of an entity. In the primordial moments, when the authority of numerous prisoners within the celestial dungeon still prevailed, one could have utilized this place to elevate the divine list, thereby augmenting it to the point of conferring divine powers upon worthy beings. As Lin Yang's thoughts arose, he cast his gaze towards the depths of the shadowy void. An inexplicable force of dissolution pervaded all existence, rendering the darkened expanse akin to a true chaos where all paths ceased to exist. In such a state, even Lin Yang, on the brink of becoming an immortal emperor, would be unable to perceive anything. Yet, this force of dissolution possessed its limits. It did not fully transform the dark void into absolute chaos, as some ineffable remnants persisted. Through this, Lin Yang could scarcely glimpse a profoundly distorted spectacle devoid of logic. Enduring this disconcerting sensation capable of unsettling one's worldview, Lin Yang waited, observing the gradual transformation of the twisted scene, which ultimately coalesced into a dark point approaching him. Before him stood a majestic figure, emanating a chilling aura far surpassing that of a furnace's flame, adorned in imperial robes and a crown, embodying the cycles of heaven and earth, absorbing various authorities that shattered like grinding stones, converting them into sustenance for its growth. The Celestial Emperor's avatar, Lin Yang mused quietly. He surmised that the Celestial Emperor had orchestrated such arrangements at the depths of the dungeon to seize control over the afterlife amidst impending calamities, intending to nurture a ghostly sovereign from former adversaries as nourishment. To this end, the Celestial Emperor had even placed the cycle seal at the core of this location. Atop the grinding stone, a move that preserved the celestial dungeon from the devastation of battles waged by otherworldly beings. Regrettably, this entity was but a manifestation of the remnants of the Celestial Emperor's will, an unparalleled actor in the grand stage of the multiverse, whose true nature remained hidden even from the most powerful beings traversing the river of time. Thus, what should have been a bountiful harvest of schemes for the Celestial Emperor was thwarted, as his ascendance into ancient status became an impossibility. Lin Yang seemed to ponder deeply. The reason the demon lord attacked the heavens stemmed from the incitement of the demon Buddha, then a thunder god of the nine heavens. The collective assault by the likes of the primordial heavenly venerable led to the celestial realm's downfall, fundamentally rooted in the demon Buddha's revelation of the existence of the Jinmu fruit. If this were all, it would merely indicate the formidable prowess of the demon Buddha's acting skills and the Celestial Emperor's failure to discern character. However, the fall of the Spirit Mountain was also a consequence of the demon Buddha's sudden betrayal, and the demise of the demon lord was intertwined with the breach of promises made to him by the demon Buddha. The demon realm, the celestial realm, and the Spirit Mountain. Three betrayals that obliterated the top-tier forces of the multiverse, leaving one in awe of the demon Buddha's cunning and artistry. Alas, after the celestial realm's downfall, the demon Buddha seized the cycle seal here and occupied the avatar nurtured by the Celestial Emperor, which now seemed to favor me. Observing the ghostly sovereign with tightly closed eyes and sensing the power of perfect creation, Lin Yang bore a smile. The demon Buddha, having been personally subdued by the Buddha and reinforced by the primordial heavenly venerable, had rendered the ghostly sovereign devoid of autonomy, relying solely on instinct, no matter how formidable. It posed no threat to him. After all, the demon Buddha had yet to extricate himself from confinement, relying merely on a not fully awakened cycle seal, incapable of influencing this ghostly sovereign. Chapter 863. The Interpretation of Imperial Law, the Conspiracy of the Demon Race. Surrounding the Celestial Emperor's avatar, Lin Yang beheld a vast expanse of glassy light, imbued with a serene and meditative essence, as numerous Buddhist seals coalesced to suppress the Celestial Emperor's avatar, preventing the demon Buddha from seizing it as a means of escape. Additionally, three treasures, embodying virtue, holiness, and fortune, hovered in the high heavens, enveloping the Celestial Emperor's avatar and assisting the Buddhist seals in their suppression. The demon Buddha's peculiar nature was undeniable upon reaching the other shore. He ascended to ancient status with alarming speed. Even though subdued by the Buddha, the primordial heavenly venerable deemed it insufficient, personally reinforcing the seal. Gazing upon the seals of these two great figures, Lin Yang extended both hands, forming a mysterious seal. Rays of brilliance surged from his palms, the dark hues beneath concealing immense strength and majesty. Each beam could resonate across the boundless cosmos, a manifestation of the true power of the imperial path, representing a different interpretation of his imperial law. Boom! The grinding stone trembled under the influence, its rotation slowing. The radiance of various authorities lost its allure, appearing to drift away, seeking an unknown destination. Countless strands of imperial light intertwined, swiftly enveloping the Celestial Emperor's avatar, cocooning it, while simultaneously binding the residual authority light in this place, drawing them towards the dark imperial cocoon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The void emitted a series of strange sounds. The dark cocoon first brightened significantly, then dimmed to a grayish hue. From death to rebirth, Lin Yang murmured, observing the imperial cocoon. He had reached the standards for advancing to the realm of creation in all three aspects. All that remained was the refinement of time. Seizing this moment, he resolved to test his hypothesis. Might it be that only those who return from the brink of death, as quasi-immortal emperors, could glimpse the dawn of the complete imperial path? During this process, he could also elevate his entire system to the realm of creation, preparing for the future. Although the battle prowess of quasi-mortal emperors was roughly equivalent to that of great powers, it did not signify that they could transcend the disparity of systems to directly ascend to the other shore. If one had not even attained the realm of creation, even when the optimal moment to ascend arrived, they could only gaze longingly. Lin Yang advanced towards the dark imperial cocoon. The ethereal, nearly imperceptible Buddhist seals and jade auspices, as he had anticipated, exerted no influence upon him whatsoever. Pop! At last, the dark imperial cocoon trembled slightly, and Lin Yang found himself enveloped within it. During the creation of the royal clan of humanity, Lin Yang, brimming with creativity, devised a bloodline that, in its nascent stage, was not particularly powerful, merely at the level of a true god. However, upon reaching a certain stage of growth, this bloodline could undergo metamorphosis, shedding its original physique and primordial spirit. and establishing an exceptionally solid foundation for the extraordinary. The sole flaw was that after each transformation, its strength diminished, necessitating a period of regrowth and fortification in preparation for a new metamorphosis. After initially creating this bloodline, Lin Yang had allowed it to transform spontaneously. Yet, after repeated transformations, when it reached the pinnacle of true immortality, it could no longer advance further, yielding no more than a typical pinnacle of true immortality, failing to astonish Lin Yang at that time, ultimately being deemed a failure. Recently, while contemplating how to become an immortal emperor, he recalled this method. However, his situation was unique. Not only was he a quasi-immortal emperor, but the transformation method of ordinary bloodlines was inapplicable to him. Thus he had refrained from attempting it, opting instead for clandestine improvements. Until this moment, Lin Yang's alternative application of this imperial law was his achievement, utilizing external forces to transform oneself, achieving rebirth in the realm of death. Standing within the dark imperial cocoon, Lin Yang's form merged with that of the celestial emperor's avatar, absorbing the ghostly energy while voluntarily pushing himself towards death, his true spirit trembling as it was tinged with a hint of mortality. If he could integrate his heart into the imperial law to perfection, he would no longer depend on external forces, achieving self-sufficiency, unearthing an inexhaustible source of power from the depths of his soul, becoming the wellspring of transformation. Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, contemplating. The realm of creation is akin to this, not merely compelling the suffering sea to drown enemies, for a great power can genuinely accomplish creation from the void, bringing forth existence from non-existence, rather than mere transformation. In the eyes of mortals, creation from the void is merely a method of transformation, primarily involving some energy converting into a certain substance. However, one characteristic of the realm of creation, creation from the void, entirely contradicts mortal understanding. It is not a method of transforming energy into matter, but rather a miracle capable of dismantling the common perceptions of ordinary beings. This is precisely why this realm is so widely hailed as the realm of creation. Regrettably, despite its marvel, the creation of the void possesses intrinsic limitations. Without the means of transformation, it is challenging to forge anything approaching the legendary echelon. In the midst of a battle between great powers, such creations are often rendered insignificant and overlooked. Perhaps once I ascend to the realm of creation and grasp the principles of void creation, I may endeavor to integrate it into the imperial law, thereby refining and enhancing it. Lin Yang's thoughts gradually grew tranquil, ultimately sinking into darkness. At the abyss of the deep, shadowy celestial prison, the grinding stone crumbled bit by bit, leaving only the enigmatic cocoon of the Emperor of Profound Light suspended in the depths of the void, pulsating gently like a heart. With each heartbeat, a copious amount of life essence was expelled from the cocoon, pervading the surroundings. Dimly, one could discern the life essence of the quasi-immortal emperor seemingly following a peculiar trajectory, flowing like blood and harmonizing with an ineffable rhythm of the Tao, creating an otherworldly phenomenon. A few days prior, within the hall of the celestial emperor, Lin Yang sat at the pinnacle, listening to the reports of the nine heavens Xian knew regarding the details of the divine ordination. Ultimately, she stated this time, a total of 27 righteous deities were appointed, alongside a staggering 176,000 scattered spirits. The heavenly court comprises 8 divisions, each with distinct responsibilities, and those serving in the 8 divisions are considered righteous deities of the heavenly court, tasked with significant matters. There are a total of 365. Conversely, those celestial beings not belonging to these 8 divisions are classified as scattered spirits, deemed rather inconsequential and nearly superfluous. Even the absence of all scattered spirits would not disrupt the operations of the heavenly court. The resurrectors of the ancient universe and the probationary celestial beings also fall under the category of scattered spirits, as efforts are made to fill the ranks of righteous deities by selecting suitable candidates from amongst them. Lin Yang articulata, prompting the nine heavens Xian Nu to nod in acknowledgement. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and Meng Qi entered the hall of the celestial emperor, guided by an attendant. He cast a glance at the nine heavens Xian Nu before turning to Lin Yang, stating, "The demon race is clandestinely plotting to venture deep into Spirit Mountain to rescue a multitude of trapped demon saints." A flicker of anxiety crossed his countenance. Should those demon saints be liberated, the consequences would be dire. It is fortunate that he is the newly appointed cause of all fruits, for otherwise, even upon learning of this matter, he would be unable to contravene the contract established with the demon race to voice it aloud. I'm already aware of this. You need not fret, Lin Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Chapter 864. The preparations of yours since the demon race is cognizant of the existence of legendary powers in the world. They will undoubtedly take precautions against the various abilities of these legendary entities while scheming to rescue their great saints, lest their plans be thwarted by unforeseen revelations. Given that the demon race has made such preparations, how could Lin Shixiang possibly be privy to such confidential matters? As Meng Qi pondered this, Lin Yang continued. The demon saints are notoriously unruly. Even in ancient times, the great sage equal to heaven dared to confront the heavenly court single-handedly, wreaking havoc in the celestial palace. The other demon saints, while perhaps not as notorious, are not far behind. Lin Yang's words invoked a peculiar sensation in Meng Qi. Did Lin Shixiang, as the lord of the heavenly court, truly have no qualms about openly discussing such scandals? The nine heavens Xian knew, upon hearing this, maintained a composed demeanor, yet her eyes, clear as rippling water, shimmered, revealing an inner turbulence. Even after the passage of countless eons, she had not forgotten the terrifying, self-proclaimed equal of heaven, the savage ape. Should the demon race's plan succeed, chaos would surely ensue, obliterating the current order and tranquility, reawakening the tumult of the demon realm, and relegating humanity to the status of mere prey. Meng Qi expressed his concerns. At present, the true realm enjoys peace, with humanity flourishing remarkably. With the opening of the universal knowledge seal, horizons are broadened, improving the lives of mortals. And the ironclad laws of the heavenly court ensure that the myriad beings are spared from inexplicable calamities. Should the current trajectory continue within a century or two, as the new generation of humanity matures, a breakthrough in the number of Dharma bodies would not be an impossible feat, and a revival of the glories of the Middle Ages could indeed be realized. The mother of all things, wishing for the myriad realms to return to her homeland, would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Furthermore, having ascended to the sovereign throne, I am naturally obligated to protect all sentient beings and shield them from external malevolence. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Meng Qi nodded in agreement. Although he found himself at odds with the mother of all things, it was undeniable that she was not one who revered slaughter. Rather, she intended to accommodate all within her homeland of the void. Should the liberated demon saints indeed seek to wreak havoc and destroy the present peace, the previously awakened Sha Wujing would undoubtedly intervene to thwart them. Rest assured, fulfill your agreement with the demon race. I shall bear the consequences of the aftermath resulting from the liberation of the demon saints. They have languished for eons, waiting since the Battle of Spirit Mountain, their conditions far inferior to those who voluntarily slumber, not to mention the lingering injuries from past conflicts. Even those who have not perished are unlikely to be in optimal condition. Lin Yang spoke with an air of calm assurance, fully prepared. In the past, when the Buddha attained enlightenment and perished at Spirit Mountain, the demon saints who escaped the sea of suffering led a multitude of powerful beings to assault Spirit Mountain, aiming to rescue the demon clan once subdued by the Buddhist sect and even harboring a desire for revenge against the annihilation of Spirit Mountain. Among the demon army, not to mention the otherworldly demon saints, the number of formidable beings and great powers was incalculable, a veritable display of the demon race's collective strength. Even those merely equivalent to Dharma bodies participated in that battle, eager to contribute their might. Naturally, the Spirit Mountain, post-Buddha's demise, could not withstand such an onslaught, prompting the various other Buddhist sects to mobilize and support, collaborating with the Buddhas and great Bodhisattvas of Spirit Mountain to establish the great array of 10,000 Buddhas, repelling the demon race's assault. This was also done to buy time for Amitabha and the ancient Bodhi Buddha to intervene. The prominent figures from the other shore who acted at that time were certainly not limited to three. The long-vanished primordial heavenly venerable and the Lingbao heavenly venerable also manifested. The true circumstances are known only to those of the other shore, yet the most indelible memory remains that of Ananda, one of the Buddha's 10 disciples, who at a crucial moment reversed the great array of 10,000 Buddhas, utilizing the power of reincarnation to transmute life into death, rendering the pure land of Spirit Mountain nearly a hellish abyss. This led to the Buddhas who came to aid being engulfed, with the great array of 10,000 Buddhas nearly decimated. Had the demon race not been timely intervened by the demon saints, they would surely have suffered total annihilation. Fully aware of the events of the Spirit Mountain battle and the condition of the surviving demon saints, Lin Yang felt no urgency. Observing Lin Yang's demeanor, which appeared genuine, Meng Qi's previously anxious heart gradually settled into tranquility. were it not for the irresistible conditions presented by the demon race, allowing him to ascend to legend more swiftly in order to confront the unknown threats of the demonic Buddha. He would never have consented to venture alongside the demon race into the depths of Spirit Mountain to rescue those demon saints. I will arrange for Xian Nu to accompany us to Spirit Mountain through other channels. Although the probability is exceedingly slim, one cannot guarantee that the liberated demon saints will not turn against you. The 9 phoenixes did not meet their demise at Spirit Mountain as in the original timeline. Rather, they emerged not long ago, causing Lin Yang to tread carefully. Should an unforeseen incident befall Meng Qi at Spirit Mountain, much of his understanding of the future would be rendered moot, and the attitudes of the Celestial Emperor and the virtuous Heavenly Venerable might also shift. For the will of heaven is inscrutable. One moment, they may fully support you, and the next, they could abandon their original allies without precedent. Moreover, any unforeseen events leading to Meng Qi's misfortune would undoubtedly stem from the other shore. Even the Celestial Emperor and the virtuous Heavenly Venerable would find it challenging to rewrite history. Ultimately, in the realm of the other shore, preserving history is far easier than altering it. Meng Qi, moved by Lin Yang's words, had witnessed the overwhelming busyness of the heavenly court along his journey and had also caught wind of the significant responsibilities the 9 heavens Xian Nu currently bore, resembling the very linchpin of the heavenly court's operations more than Lin Shixiang himself. To have the 9 heavens Xian Nu accompany him to Spirit Mountain, not to mention the risk she would undertake, would inevitably lead to delays along the way, burdening the recently re-established heavenly court with a multitude of pressing matters. Should the remnants of the demon clan's great sage be numerous and formidable enough, harboring malevolent intentions, it is conceivable that the 9 heavens Xian Nu might remain ensconced within the depths of Ling Mountain indefinitely. Contemplating this, Meng Qi cast a glance at the 9 heavens Xian Nu, who remained remarkably composed, displaying no emotional fluctuations in response to Lin Yang's words. The tranquility of such a powerful being, unperturbed by life or death, speaks volumes of their unwavering loyalty. After taking a deep breath, Meng Qi stated, in 4 months, at the spring equinox, the prepared members of the demon clan will venture into the depths of Ling Mountain. He held no doubts regarding Lin Yang's methods to ensure the 9 heavens Xian Nu would accompany the demon clan on their journey. He merely indicated the timeline for their actions, allowing her 4 months to settle her affairs, so as not to impede the development of the celestial court. Indeed, Lin Yang noted, in the past, within the world where the fragments of the demon realm resided, he had engaged in a dialogue with the mythic Queen Mother of the West, the little fox Qingqiu, heir to the demon sage. From her, he had procured a wondrous treasure. Since that moment, he had been preparing for this day. Chapter 865, Lin Yang es contemplaton. Once Meng Qi departed, Lin Yang dismissed the 9 heavens Xian Nu and commenced his training in the realm of legends. Although his true form had arrived and constrained a portion of his cultivation, the accumulation he had achieved was not without merit. Once his true self departed from the world of supreme existence, he would experience a significant enhancement in his completeness. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On a day like any other, while engrossed in his training, Lin Yang felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he gazed towards the real world. He observed Meng Qi, significantly stronger than 2 months prior, loitering near the East Sea's eye, seemingly in search of something. After a brief interval, Meng Qi finally reached his destination, an ancient, magnificent sacred palace, desolate and timeless, capable of enduring even the cataclysm of epochs, exuding a unique and unforgettable aura. Moreover, this sacred palace possessed extraordinary qualities, even from the perspectives of legendary powers. It was visible only from the front, rendering the rest of its structure invisible from any angle. Once Meng Qi stepped into the ancient, grand sacred palace, all traces of his presence vanished, as if he had dissolved into the myriad realms. Lin Yang mused, the Demon Emperor's Hall. This palace, visible only from the front, was indeed the Demon Emperor's Hall, the most significant edifice for the Demon Emperor, a convergence of time, void, and spirit. The Xintian Dao field Lin Yang had crafted was inspired by the Demon Emperor's Hall. However, the Xintian Dao field allowed access to any point within the Realm Sea and possessed certain legendary characteristics, whereas the Demon Emperor's Hall was a palace of the other shore, simultaneously existing in the past, present, and future, permeating every corner of the myriad realms. By merely pushing open its doors, one could traverse through time and space to reach the domain of the Demon Emperor's Hall. An extraordinary event could even occur. Beings from different temporal points might encounter one another within the Demon Emperor's Hall, engaging in transcendental meetings across time. Although Lin Yang could no longer sense Meng Qi's presence, he could surmise the circumstances Meng Qi was encountering. A confrontation with the soon-to-be legendary overlord in the Demon Emperor's Hall would surely lead to an intense battle, as both were celestial beings at that moment. Though history had shifted, the legendary blade should have been forged into an unparalleled divine weapon by then. To preserve the timeline, the blade could only abandon Meng Qi and fall into the grasp of the overlord. Lin Yang tog Swirlet. In the original timeline, when Meng Qi faced the overlord, he was caught off guard and lost the legendary blade, forced to confront the overlord empty-handed. Fortunately, the overlord had shown restraint, unknowingly tempering his strength. Otherwise, the outcome would have unfolded in an entirely different manner. Given that both were of comparable cultivation, the significance of a legendary weapon of the other shore was indisputable. Reflecting on the legendary blade of the overlord, Lin Yang recalled the changes surrounding its creation. The original timeline should have birthed a legendary weapon of the other shore. But due to alterations in history, it had gradually evolved from an ordinary divine weapon. Under the self-correcting nature of history, the overlord's character had become increasingly unruly. Testing the sharpness of the legendary blade against the claws of the Demon Emperor, was it the repeated changes in history that prompted the blade's transformation? Or was it influenced by another? As Lin Yang pondered this, he remained vigilant. The matters of the other shore, even divine weapons, should not be overlooked. However, throughout the ages, divine weapons had a different consciousness compared to living beings. Unclaimed or unactivated divine weapons rarely trouble mortals, which is why Lin Yang had previously paid little attention to them. It was only when the legendary blade underwent its transformation that he became alert. The newly ascended Azure Emperor could effortlessly command all-powerful beings engaged in fierce battles across the myriad realms to withdraw without a hint of resistance, leaving no time for defiance. Although the divine weapons of the other shore were weaker than the formidable figures of the other shore, they still held a significant gap compared to all else. Compared to those who perished in the battles of the other shore, obliterated in traces, imprints, and concepts, many divine weapons and treasures of the other shore had withstood the test of time, especially as the beings of the other shore foresaw the future and all its possibilities, rarely embroiling themselves in conflicts that could utterly shatter even divine weapons. Yet, among the existing divine weapons and treasures of the other shore, few had reasons to pose any adverse influence upon him, as their consciousness resembled the effortless nature of the moral celestial sovereign, rarely manifesting in the mortal realm. Gazing upon the timeless Demon Emperor's Hall, Lin Yang's mind swiftly traversed the divine weapons and treasures of the other shore that he was aware of. Excluding the light of Time Blade, the other legendary divine weapons born in this epic had their respective masters, and those that had not been destroyed in the countless epics were predominantly wielded by the present beings of the other shore. Exhausting his knowledge, he found no indications of any unclaimed legendary divine weapon or treasure, let alone one that could exert a detrimental effect upon him. Regrettably, lacking the wisdom of the ancients, he could not trace back to the inception of the first epic or fully comprehend the divine treasures birthed throughout history, much less analyze their intentions. Lin Yang's thoughts began to drift. Compared to the perplexing schemes of the impending calamity, he favored the atmosphere of the primordial epics. At that time, the existence of the final calamity was unknown, and the powerful beings of the other shore were comparatively less cautious, as the future epics were boundless. Even if this epic were to perish, it merely signified the dawn of a new one, unless one sought their own demise. Who could truly bring about their downfall in the vast expanse of existence? Thus, scheming during that time was far less prevalent. Life and death were viewed with indifference, and one fought back when provoked. A Taoist sovereign, yet to attain the fruit of enlightenment, grievously wounded the sovereign of the 9 nether evil demons, leading to the latter's near demise. After casting 7 great curses, the sovereign of the 9 nether vanished, leaving behind only the claws of the Demon Emperor. The Celestial Emperor contended with the Eastern Emperor Tai for dominion over the myriad realms, resulting in the latter's immediate demise, even shattering the Eastern Emperor's bell. In these 2 battles, the 4 protagonists were all ancients among the beings of the other shore, indirectly influencing the ethos of the myriad realms, where all but the realms of pure cultivation acted with unbridled ferocity. Was it a matter of arriving in the wrong era? Lin Yang shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. He observed Meng Qi emerging from the Demon Emperor's Hall, who, although having reassembled his Taoist robe through his divine energy, still bore lingering traces of the Overlord's aura, indicating a fierce confrontation had indeed transpired between them at the pinnacle of celestial beings. After casting a deep glance at the legendary blade at Meng Qi's waist, Lin Yang finally withdrew his gaze. The metamorphosis of his true self was drawing this vessel ever closer to completion. A fleeting ripple of thought coursed through Lin Yang as he immersed himself back into his training. Chapter 866. Outside the Demon Emperor's Hall. 4 months had swiftly passed since Meng Qi departed from the Celestial Court, marking the day appointed for the Demon Clan's journey to Ling Mountain. After meticulously arranging her affairs, the 9 heavens Xian Nu took the token bestowed by Lin Yang, transformed her appearance, concealed her aura, and, riding on a beam of light, departed from the heavenly court. In an instant, she traversed the sea eye of the eastern sea in the real world, arriving at the entrance of the ancient and sacred Demon Emperor's palace. Observing an approach from afar, Qin Xiu, stationed at the gates, immediately called out, "Who dares to approach the forbidden grounds of the demon race?" She sensed that the newcomer was a formidable presence. Although their aura was obscure, they were at the very least a celestial immortal. Were it not for the Demon Emperor's palace looming behind her, she would have sought another means of escape rather than risk confronting them. The 9 heavens Xian Nu, however, did not engage in further discourse and directly presented the token. Qin Xiu's expression froze in an instant. How could she not recognize that object? It was the very same item she had seen when accompanying the members of the myth to seize the first style of the Rulei's divine palm in another realm, an endeavor that ended in utter defeat. Though she had fortuitously escaped death, she was subsequently cornered by the newly ascended Xianyang Emperor, leaving her with a memory tinged with humiliation. Upon her return to the real world, she had long sought a powerful ally to reclaim that treasure. But none dared to undertake this task, due to Lin Yang's overwhelming strength. Who could have imagined that, just as she was about to journey to Lingshan, she would encounter the very treasure taken by Lin Yang in the hands of an unfamiliar yet powerful figure? Qin Xiu had met the Xian Nu before. After a whirlwind of thoughts, she respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness." The might of the Xianyang Emperor was such that, in the absence of other great powers and transcendence, claiming him to be the foremost among all realms would not be an exaggeration. When the Heavenly Emperor resided in the 9 heavens, his enhancements surpassed even the malevolent entities and evil deities of the 9 hells. The most conservative assessment would place the Xianyang Emperor at the pinnacle of legendary prowess. With such formidable strength, who could possibly wrest that treasure from him? And how fortuitously did they arrive at the Demon Emperor's palace on this day? Though the Heavenly Court, which had conferred titles upon numerous deities, was not lacking in personnel, and the number of celestial immortals far exceeded the total of all forces in the real world, Qin Xiu could not discern a profound divine aura emanating from the newcomer, leading her to a bold conjecture. The 9 heavens Xian Nu, the wielder of the Heavenly Court's weapons. In some unpublicized records, she was even referred to as the 9 heavens Xian Mother, her strength comparable to several of the 9 supreme beings of the Taoist sect. Perhaps it was precisely this strength that warranted her dispatch to this location. Yet, it remained unclear what her true intentions were. Qin Xiu's gaze shimmered with suspicion. Even if the 9 heavens Xian Nu was not at her zenith, facing her directly was a formidable challenge for the gathered strength of the demon race, rendering any description of them as mere clumsy creatures a gross understatement. As Qin Xiu wrestled with her apprehensions, the 9 heavens Xian Nu tossed the token to her, stating plainly, since His Majesty's return from tribulation, he has viewed all living beings with greater compassion. You heard his words that day. They were not mere illusions. The great sages of the demon race are indeed among the myriad sentient beings who cannot be allowed to perish in the depths of Lingshan, harboring resentment at the time of the epic's demise. Upon hearing the words of the 9 heavens Xian Nu, Qin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of astonishment. Your Highness has come today to assist us in rescuing the great sages? Ordinarily, one would presume that the 9 heavens Xian Nu's arrival would serve to thwart their efforts. After all, the arrogance of the demon race's great sages was renowned throughout the realms, and the other demon race's great beings had either been reduced to mounts or had turned to the paths of Tao and Buddhism, forsaking their titles as great sages. Did the Xianyang Emperor not fear that the liberated great sages might turn against the heavenly court, reenacting the scene of their assault on Lingshan from years past? Qin Xiu was filled with doubt, yet the Xian Nu's power was such that she could effortlessly annihilate any rescue mission undertaken by the demon race, rendering her motives beyond reproach. Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, Qin Xiu finally replied, "Since the Xianyang Emperor extends such goodwill, we would be grateful for your assistance, Your Highness." Circumstances dictated her compliance. The 9 heavens Xian Nu stood at the gates of the Demon Emperor's palace, and the journey to Lingshan was but a thought away. How could she refuse such an offer? The nine heavens, Xian Nu nodded gently and spoke. Though my intentions are noble, I cannot approach Lingshan in my true identity. Currently, I assume the guise of Zhu Xian, the supreme demon god from the Bai Luo heaven. Bai Luo heaven, one of the myriad heavens, was said to have evolved from a sea-calming pearl gathered by an unknown power after falling from the heavenly court. The title of supreme demon god denoted a demon race powerhouse standing just a step away from legend, surpassing even the apex celestial immortals. Qing Xiao nodded slightly, her expression returning to calm, and she replied composedly, "Please follow me. They are waiting within the demon emperor's palace." Unexpectedly, before they could await the arrival of Yuan Huang Su Meng, they were greeted by a pleasant surprise. After speaking, Qing Xiao turned and led the way into the demon emperor's palace. The nine heavens, Xian Nu fully embraced her role as a supreme demon god, having traversed the realms for countless years, following closely behind as they approached the demon emperor's palace. Though the essence of the otherworldly demon emperor's palace might mitigate the omnipresence of legendary beings, Qing Xiao, fully aware of her side's inadequacies, refrained from emulating the grand feats of numerous avatars from the ancient era. Passing through the outermost hall, Qing Xiao guided the nine heavens, Xian Nu, into another grand chamber, where several demon gods awaited. She discreetly conveyed thoughts through sound, introducing that as the supreme demon god of the illusory heaven, Huiguang. Shortly thereafter, Qing Xiao exited the demon emperor's palace and arrived at the entrance. After waiting for less than a stick of incense, Meng Qi, clad in a Taoist robe, arrived. He looked at Qing Xiao and inquired, "Besides you and me, who else is here? We cannot be the only ones venturing to rescue those ensnared in the perilous depths of Lingshan." Though he posed a question, he truly wished to ascertain whether the nine heavens Xian Nu had arrived, yet he hesitated to articulate it, fearing complications. Rest assured, Master Su, the illusory heaven, the demon source heaven, Bai Luo heaven, and Nai heaven all have supreme demon gods in attendance, along with the peacock demon king. You are among the elite celestial immortals. And while Lingshan may be fraught with danger, I trust we shall not encounter anything that could threaten us, Qing Xiao assured. Except for the peacock demon king. The supreme demon gods from those heavens have not set foot in the real world. As long as Master Su restrains his aura, they will not take notice of you. She continued, tossing an object as she spoke. Meng Qi caught it, a sense of joy blooming within him. It contained the information regarding Ananda's imprint, which had prompted him to agree to collaborate with the demon race. Given the circumstances of the demon race, even if he declined collaboration, he could seek other powerful allies for the journey to Lingshan. Thus, it was wiser to seize this opportunity to enhance his own strength and shorten the time before he could claim legendary status. Once Qing Xiao escorted Meng Qi into the Demon Emperor's palace, the group set out toward the journey to the West World. Upon entering the journey to the West World, the demon race swiftly flew to the West Nyohuzhou, the original location of Lingshan. Qing Xiao's expression grew solemn as she formed a hand seal. 9 fiery red fox tails swayed rhythmically as she proclaimed, "Where my heart finds peace, there lies Lingshan." Her voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the air, evoking the light of Buddha. A hazy, glazed door materialized, expanding as if it encompassed the entirety of the myriad realms, only to vanish in an instant, along with the powerful beings who had hastened from the Demon Emperor's palace. Once the group of strong beings reached the periphery of Lingshan, they employed various means to cross the ethereal bridge surrounding the mountain, gradually making their way deeper into Lingshan. The remnants of ancient golden bodies, worn down by the passage of eons, lost their unique essence and posed little threat to the formidable assembly. In less than the span of a stick of incense, they had approached the depths of Lingshan, the very pinnacle of the mountain, gazing upon the golden rod that supports heaven and earth, witnessing the countless thunders and lotuses birthed and destroyed within the boundless cosmos. All present were struck with awe. Should even a fraction of the power from this place as thunder and lotuses be unleashed, their combined strength would prove futile against it, leaving them no option but to perish. Thus, the assembly of powerful beings became exceedingly cautious, shedding the earlier semblance of casualness. In the distant reaches of the Golden Cudgel, a towering 5-finger mountain looms, upon which a crystalline branch is firmly embedded. Beneath this unseen glassy branch, a jade rui floats, both artifacts reinforcing the seal to ensure that the demonic Buddha remains imprisoned. Meng Qi cast a profound glance at the 5-finger mountain, confirming the integrity of the seal before he began to contemplate the changes in the spirit mountain. Compared to his previous visit, when relics of the Buddha were nearly ubiquitous. The current quantity of these relics has diminished significantly, causing Meng Qi to ponder the fate of those gold-bodied relics devoid of spiritual awareness. Where have they vanished? And could this lead to unforeseen consequences? While Meng Qi was lost in thought, the others were far more concerned with the distant Five-Finger Mountain. There lay the suppression of a formidable being from the other shore, an existence that defies logic, and during the Spirit Mountain War, it had nearly led to the annihilation of the entire Buddhist and demon armies. Shortly after the demon saint departed from the Spirit Mountain, he attained enlightenment, his body transforming into the demon saint spear, which remains inseparably linked to the demonic Buddha. After a considerable time, having thoroughly confirmed that the Five-Finger Mountain posed no abnormalities, the Kirin demon god Luojia, hailing from the demon's source heaven, observed Meng Qi's caution and, mistaking him for an ordinary celestial immortal, scoffed with a hint of arrogance. We gather here today to proclaim that no one can rival us. The current Spirit Mountain, nearly submerged in the depths of the abyss after the fall of countless Buddhas, renders those relics, once formidable, utterly incompatible with this environment. Even those relics, shaped by the eons, would find it challenging to adapt, let alone retain their power. Having grown through numerous extraordinary experiences, he was no stranger to legends and matters of great significance. Thus he remained largely unfazed. However, the supreme demon god Tian, not wishing to be left out, nodded in agreement. Meng Qi turned his gaze, frowning slightly at the two supreme demon gods, silently acknowledging their assertion. Indeed, the statement that no one could rival them held some truth. Moreover, even in her diminished state, the presence of the nine heavens Xian knew during her prime as a powerful being far surpassed those vanished gold-bodied relics. Reflecting on the existence of the nine heavens Xian knew, Meng Qi felt a slight relaxation of his mind, even if he could not ascertain her exact identity. At this juncture, the phoenix demon god Huiguang interjected, countering. In their lifetimes, they were singular powers across the realms. Time may have mercilessly stripped them of much. Yet we cannot regard their relics as trivial. A mere oversight could lead to our demise, leaving the great saints with no path to survival. After a brief pause, Huiguang continued. Now that the heavenly court has been re-established and the heavenly emperor re-emerges, the name of the Xianyang emperor resonates throughout the realms, echoing even in the heavens. If we cannot rescue the great saints before he concludes his affairs in the heavenly court, once he turns his attention away, the demon race may never have another chance. Within the myriad realms, although there exist many powerful beings among the demon race, the great saints remain trapped within the Spirit Mountain. The remaining powerful demons have merely retained their physical forms from their inception, their hearts having long since aligned with other dominant forces, indifferent to the fate of the demon race. If the great saints cannot be rescued, it is not difficult to envision the dire future that awaits the demon race under the pressure of the heavenly court. The dragon's liver and phoenix's gall, at a certain height, are not mere exaggerations. They are the result of the contributions of many dragons and phoenixes. Upon hearing the term heavenly court, the expressions of several demon gods turned grave, and Tai Li's countenance shifted repeatedly as he recalled their past defeat. They once believed that through diligent cultivation, they would eventually surpass the Xian emperor. Yet each encounter revealed the latter's progress, leaving them in awe. By the time of the Middle Ages, he had shattered the limitations of the true realm, forcefully asserting his legendary status. At this moment, the true dragon demon, God Zhu Xian, embodying the essence of the nine heavens, Xian Nu, calmly stated, when the Xianyang emperor re-established the heavenly court, he made a grand vow to protect all sentient beings across the realms, which naturally extends beyond a single race. Once our race awakened wisdom, we too became part of the sentient beings deserving his protection. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings contemplated in silence. If one were to reflect deeply, Zhu Xian's words bore truth. However, the attitude of the heavenly court's ruler towards the demon race is uncertain, and one cannot place all hope upon him. At the very least, the demon race has great saints in residence, and even if the Xianyang emperor were to target them, it would not be an easy task. You, being of the true dragon lineage, surpassed the dragon king of the eastern sea by an immeasurable margin. Moreover, since ancient times, the dragon race has maintained a significant relationship with the heavenly court, thus naturally possessing more opportunities for protection and favor, sighed the Kuanpeng demon god Feixian. It is said that in a certain ancient epoch, a Kuanpeng was revered as a demon master, holding a prominent position in the heavenly court, with power that was beyond comprehension. Unfortunately, he was also the strongest of his lineage throughout all epochs, ultimately disappearing without a trace, presumed to have perished. Since then, the Coiling lineage has not produced any powerful beings, at least not in recorded history. How the ruler of the heavenly court would regard such a bloodline remains uncertain. At this point, Meng Qi suddenly realized that the true dragon demon god Zhu Xian is likely the nine heavens Xian knew. Just then, Qingxiu spoke up, rather than mulling over such matters. We should seize this opportunity amidst the disappearance of the gold-bodied relics and raise the golden cudgel to rescue the great saints. In the touching realm of the great red heaven, it was time to commence. The Taoist virtue, celestial master, suddenly spoke, almost as if to himself, while the two young attendants, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, remained unmoved, continuing their tasks. Finally catching up, they preserved their perfect attendance. Chapter 868, The Supreme True Buddha and the Fulfillment of Legends. Deep within the Spirit Mountain, Qingxiu, Feixiang, and Luojia chanted incantations, channeling the collective power of the three demon gods to summon the golden cudgel. Radiant light shimmered as ripples expanded, and the Spirit Mountain began to tremble. Guided by the incantation, the golden cudgel, which supports heaven and earth, began to quiver gently. The demon gods displayed expressions of joy upon witnessing this, while Qingxiu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the nine heavens Xian knew might take offense at this moment, revealing her true nature. As his consciousness spread, he observed that the nine heavens Xian knew exhibited no unusual reactions, standing vigilant alongside Huiguang and Meng Qi, allowing Qingxiu to breathe a sigh of relief. As time elapsed, the radiance intensified, and the golden cudgel, after a gentle tremor, gradually began to shrink, revealing an unfathomable void at its base, filled with a terrifying aura capable of shattering the myriad realms. In stark contrast to the other's elation, Meng Qi felt a heavy gravity in his heart. When he traversed the Lin Yang crossing, he had deliberately left behind a contingency plan dividing off the true Buddha Zhending. And now, this Zhending had circled around to the rear peak of the Spirit Mountain, revealing sights that sent chills down his spine. A cavern suffused with faint golden characters of the Buddha's seal had been breached by an unknown force, though it retained an overwhelming might capable of suppressing the myriad realms. The formation of the seal had lost its efficacy. Whatever was once contained within the cavern had vanished without a trace. Zhending's eyes radiated boundless Buddhist light as he gazed into the cave, seeking clues. His enlightened vision pierced through the mystical fog, revealing the cavern's interior. At its center lay an empty altar, inscribed with faint golden characters, undoubtedly the original site of the seal. Yet the sight beyond the altar left Meng Qi's heart quaking. Numerous gold-bodied relics lay scattered on the ground, stripped of their divinity. A mere glance revealed several familiar figures among the fallen, prominent bodhisattvas, arhats, and many more gold-bodied relics of Buddhas. The vanished great Buddha array. Deep within the Spirit Mountain, Meng Qi whispered to himself, increasingly convinced of the strangeness surrounding this journey to the Spirit Mountain. Had it not been for Ananda still being suppressed beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, he might have mistakenly thought that Ananda had escaped and come here to orchestrate some arrangement. Upon entering the cavern, the venerable Zhending was enveloped in the radiant light of the Buddha, his hands reaching toward a golden relic, seeking to uncover some truth from the lifeless remains. Yet, at the instant of his touch, the relic, as if weathered by the passage of eons, began to crack and ultimately dissipated into the most profound void. The essence within the remains had been devoured by some unknown force. Was it just this relic, or were all remnants in this place subjected to the same fate? Meng Qi's thoughts swirled as he fixed his gaze upon the altar, already harboring an answer in his heart. The latter seemed far more likely. The golden relics of the powerful Buddhist figures who once established the Great Buddha array had likely been consumed by the monstrous entity sealed within this locale. Such an act could only be described with the term monster, for no other word suffices. Even the supreme beings of the 9 underworlds, adept in consumption and refinement, would struggle to achieve such an extraordinary feat, integrating all Buddhas into themselves. Had the escaping monster left Mount Ling or remained concealed within? Overwhelmed by shock, Meng Qi could not suppress a gasp. Casting a glance at the 9 heavens Xian knew and pondering whether Lin Xixiang had sent her because he was aware of the changes in Mount Ling. This thought solidified in his mind. The heavenly court had recently been re-established, burdened with myriad matters. If the sole purpose was to protect him from the malevolent hands of the demon lords, it would be a tremendous waste of resources. Coupled with the beast that had escaped from the sealing cave, the reasoning seemed almost complete. The mere thought of a monster that had devoured the relics of the myriad Buddhas sent shivers down Meng Qi's spine. Even though the 9 heavens Xian knew was nearby, It could not quell the terror that gripped his heart. With utmost caution, Zhen Ding began to advance towards the altar, determined to uncover clues about the creature. Lest the 9 heavens Xian knew encounter it and fall into a disadvantage due to a lack of information. If she were to meet with misfortune, it posed a grave dilemma for how he would face Lin Yang in the future. Whether there would even be a future was in itself a question. Observing the monster that consumed the relics of the Buddhas painted a grim picture. It was no trivial matter. Rather than risk his true self's demise, Zhen Ding, a mere manifestation of divine power, knew that even if he fell, he could later reconstitute himself, a choice he was well aware of. As he approached the altar, an alluring and peculiar voice reached Zhen Ding's ears, resonating with the eternal recitations of formidable beings. Even in this sacred ground of the Buddha, the echoes of their voices had endured the ravages of time, surviving to this day. If I attain the Bodhi, then all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Vajras, and Ming Wang shall manifest as my avatars. If I attain the Bodhi in the 3 realms and 10 directions, I alone shall be the supreme, true Buddha. A tumult of fervor and violent impulses surged within Meng Qi, clouding his mind, tainting his spiritual realm, and igniting an intense desire to forsake everything, even his true nature. In a relentless pursuit of strength, the once pure and righteous voice of the Buddha, meant to guide all beings, now bore a tendency towards degradation. As he channeled the incantations to quell such tumultuous thoughts, Zhen Ding stepped onto the ceiling altar. His eyes widened with newfound clarity as he beheld familiar threads of causality. In the 9 heavens, within the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Yang sat upon his throne, feeling the boundless true spirit elevate under an invisible force, reaching ever higher. An indescribable emotion blossomed within him, akin to joy, elation, and satisfaction, yet distinct in its essence, enveloping him like a convergence of all that is beautiful in the world. Time slipped away, and eventually, the true spirit halted, ceasing its ascent. Lin Yang opened his eyes, and within their depths lay the infinite cosmos, where myriad civilizations shimmered, each vying for brilliance. With a gentle exhale, Lin Yang recognized the significance of this breakthrough. It signified that this body had, to a certain extent, surpassed the one he had inhabited for countless years and established a foundation for ascension. As he savored the myriad wonders of this legendary completion and felt the ever-increasing imprint upon him, Lin Yang turned his palm, revealing 2 treasures. 1. A mystical artifact bestowed by the Heavenly Emperor to comprehend the nature of suffering, and the other, a Bodhi tree, embodying both decay and vitality, imbued with extraordinary properties. Chapter 869, The Pathway of Objects. Sitting upon his throne, Lin Yang grasped the profound radiance handed to him by the Heavenly Emperor, his mind shifting as a mysterious scripture emerged in his thoughts. At that moment, the esoteric light erupted into a dazzling brilliance, resonating with the 9 heavens and establishing an elevated correspondence with the myriad realms, as if drawing forth something from the depths. The mystical radiance gradually expanded, enveloping the Lingxiao Palace entirely, causing the celestial soldiers stationed outside to adopt a cautious demeanor, fearing unforeseen events. Though they yearned to rush in and investigate, the absence of explicit orders deterred any hasty actions, should it not be a mysterious adversary that had eluded their vigilance, but rather their sovereign practicing new methods. The consequences could be dire. Within the Lingxiao Palace, as the esoteric light spread, Lin Yang's consciousness momentarily faltered, even the boundless true spirit trembled slightly, seemingly affected. His perception inexplicably broadened, revealing subtleties and profundities previously unseen. The myriad realms remained unchanged, as did the core of the true world. The 9 heavens and 9 underworlds were no different. However, an endless sea of suffering inundated all existence, submerging every realm without exception. The anguish comprising this ocean was the lamentation of all beings throughout time, the collective sorrow and suffering of countless existences across the myriad realms. Whether born of the limits of life and death, the future of their kin, the looming threat of powerful foes, or the severance of paths ahead, the anguish of a singular being is insignificant. Yet, across the myriad realms, the magnitude is unfathomable, composed of countless infinite universes. Even a newly birthed cosmos, devoid of life, and those teeming with beings, each inhabited by an immeasurable multitude, far surpassing astronomical figures. This was merely one of countless universes. And now, the suffering contained within this sea was the culmination of all grief and sorrow since the dawn of existence. encompassing every being from the smallest ant to the most powerful entities traversing the myriad realms. As long as there was suffering in their hearts, they became a part of this ocean of sorrow, regardless of their own demise or the eventual decay of their universe. That suffering would persist until the very end of all things. This was the true transformation of quantity into quality. Not even the legendary powers could afford to treat the sea of suffering lightly. A single misstep, and even the true spirit, residing in boundlessness, could succumb to the waves of suffering, losing clarity and devolving into a muddled existence, ultimately leading to a fall from the heights of enlightenment into the confines of the law body. In this haze, Lin Yang seemed to experience a profound illusion. He felt as though he stood above the infinite sea of suffering, mere moments from the surface, while below him lay an uncountable multitude of sentient beings. Their perspectives were limited, their visions confined to narrow confines, laboring only for the next meal, devoid of the energy to ponder the secrets of the world. Their lives were nothing more than a cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, much like the world itself, which is but a transient existence. Among them were the exceptional, whose visions transcended the ordinary, aspiring to elevate all beings together. Yet, in the grand scheme, no one could escape the cycle. The relentless tide of suffering surged forth, threatening to overwhelm Lin Yang's spirit, seeking to strip him of his unparalleled perception of reality, leaving him muddled and adrift among the wretched beings at the depths of the ocean of despair. Just as he was poised to fortify his mind and confront the onslaught of the bitter sea, the profound radiance bestowed upon him by the celestial emperor began to retract, forming an indomitable barrier around his consciousness, one that would allow him to disregard the tumult of the abyss and roam freely upon the vast expanse of the sea. Even without this protection, Lin Yang knew he could not endure. A flicker of astonishment crossed his mind as he attempted to extend his mental tendrils, breaching the protective barrier to make contact with the bitter sea. The moment this thought took root, he sensed the success of his endeavor. His mental tendril had indeed traversed the barrier, yet this act simultaneously caused the once impenetrable shield to shatter like a fragile bubble. The unimpeded waves of the bitter sea surged from all directions, enveloping him in a grip that, while lacking substantive force, threatened to plunge any existence into a fate more dreadful than death itself. A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, reverberating through the myriad realms. Lin Yang recognized this as mere illusion, a deceptive perception born from the roar of the abyss. After witnessing the bitter sea firsthand and comprehending the suffering that permeated all realms, he felt as though he had touched upon a primordial taboo, incurring the most dreadful divine retribution. Clinging to his mental sanctum, Lin Yang found himself neither at ease nor overly strained as he resisted the assault of the bitter sea. This was the first visceral experience of confronting the existence of the bitter sea, an inevitable juncture he must endure, should he fail to withstand it. The insights into the bitter sea would be obliterated, along with his memories, rendering his intellect shattered and his essence dulled. It was not until the tumult of the bitter sea had subsided, more than half a stick of incense later, that it ceased to target Lin Yang specifically, as though it had granted him some form of acknowledgement. The legend spoke of 3 essential requirements for ascension to the realm of creation: the comprehension of the bitter sea, the realization of one's path, and the experience of the relentless flow of time and fate. If a master of great powers were to invoke their abilities, the impact of the bitter sea would multiply exponentially, and unless one could counter it with equal force, few would escape unscathed. It was said that even the most formidable beings might succumb before they could react. Observing the now tranquil surface of the bitter sea, Lin Yang delved deep into the recesses of his heart, awakening his understanding of the Tao, causality, true essence, time, void, the 4 symbols and 5 elements, reality and illusion, death, destruction, creation, destiny, servitude, life, thunder, the evolution of all things. Every insight he had gleaned from the Tao could be traced within the purest depths of his consciousness. Lin Yang meticulously unraveled the strands of Tao rhythm, isolating his understanding of the aspect of time, what is commonly referred to as the Tao of time. He began to resonate with the myriad realms, drawing forth this understanding from the outer layers of his consciousness. In that instant, an imperceptible wave, undetectable by even the mightiest of beings, emanated from him, centered upon the Lingxiao Palace. It transcended the very concept of space, reverberating throughout the myriad realms and causing the once calm bitter sea to ripple anew. As the wave spread, an enigmatic radiance coalesced around Lin Yang, embodying the profound truths of time, as if aligning with the true path of temporal mastery. Even those who did not cultivate the way of time would find themselves entranced by this light, stepping onto the path of time. This fulfilled the second requirement for ascension to the realm of creation, the condensation of one's cultivated path into a tangible essence. As Lin Yang beheld this ineffable brilliance transform into an ethereal blade resembling the very essence of time, he shifted his focus, causing his fourth legendary manifestation, the Ring of Time, to appear. This ring overlapped with the illusory blade, ultimately merging into a singular entity. Chapter 870. The transformation into a supreme being of creation. The three standards for ascension to the realm of creation encompass the condensation of the essence of the path, the enlightenment of the bitter sea, and the experience of the relentless flow of time and fate. Compared to the first two, Lin Yang had long since attained the final criterion, having traversed the currents of time across the vast cosmos beyond the realm of reality, visiting the past and stepping into the future. The moment the essence of the path coalesced, Lin Yang shattered the boundaries of legendary realms, activating the forces of creation to become a supreme being of extraordinary powers. At the same time that ripples stirred upon the boundless bitter sea, numerous self-proclaimed supreme beings felt a subtle shift, yet Lin Yang, ensconced within the nine heavens, was shielded from their perception, leaving them unable to ascertain the cause of the ripples in the bitter sea. In the depths of the starry expanse of the true realm, within various secret locales and layered universes, the supreme beings speculated quietly. Who among them had acquired the traits of creation associated with the bitter sea? Had a legendary figure reached this juncture, glimpsing the bitter sea, or had a fellow practitioner returned from the realm of creation? As they eliminated possibilities, some of the supreme beings turned their gaze toward the all-encompassing nine heavens. If there was anyone in this era capable of touching the bitter sea, it would be the celestial Emperor Lin Yang, who was re-establishing the heavenly court. While the benefits of ascending to the supreme throne of the myriad realms remained unclear, one could infer a significant disparity in strength compared to other perfected beings of creation from the dominance exhibited by the celestial emperor in ancient myth. A recently proven legend, having re-established the heavenly court and ascended to the position of sovereign, would not be deemed unacceptable if they transcended normality to achieve perfection in legend. Otherwise, the supreme beings would not be so keenly interested in the position of dominion over the myriad realms. Yet, it remained uncertain how profound their understanding of the Tao truly was. Atop Nine Immortal Mountain, a middle-aged Taoist clad in an ancient robe stood at the summit. His eyes, which had witnessed countless universes, gazed towards the unfathomable heights, seemingly observing the nine heavens and the heavenly court. He understood that the two former celestial emperors were, in truth, one and the same, and that the current celestial Emperor Lin Yang was the reincarnation of the ancient celestial emperor, a figure who had liberated himself from the shackles of the bitter sea. However, if he had indeed reincarnated, then all prior accumulations would have been severed, including his insights into the Tao, akin to a complete death. Even a figure of the other shore would not be exempt from this rule. If a single thought could elevate a feeble mortal to a level of strength capable of overwhelming the myriad realms, it would not be considered a true reincarnation, but rather a continuation of a past life. Thus, the middle-aged Taoist, fully aware of Lin Yang's true identity, found himself engulfed in doubt. It was time for preparation, for if Lin Yang were to become a being of creation, amassing an overwhelming advantage without interference, pursuit would prove exceedingly difficult. As the middle-aged Taoist turned to depart for the mountain's depths, he bore an ancient seal at his waist, unadorned and ordinary, resembling nothing more than a simple stone seal. Behind him, he carried a blue long sword, whose enigmatic and restrained presence concealed its inherent sharpness. Without the ancient inscription on the hilt, it could easily be mistaken for a mundane object by even the mightiest of beings. Following the conclusion of the War of the Gods, the primordial supreme being entrusted the four swords of slaying immortals to four disciples for safekeeping, one of whom was the venerable Guanxing Tianzuan, master of 2 generations of emperors. As many supreme beings altered their plans to return ahead of schedule, Lin Yang sat within the Lingshao Palace, immersed in the myriad mysteries of the realm of creation. With a shift of thought, a solar core materialized before him, a creation of the void that did not disturb the ocean of energy. This was the origin of the term creation. As he toyed with the solar core, Lin Yang muset inwardly. He understood that unless the ability to create from the void was enhanced, it would be challenging to employ it in combat at the level of creation, as its capabilities were not comparable to those of the legendary realms, serving more as a form of assistance. Indeed, Even the power of his mind remained entirely intact, fundamentally differing from the infinite heart, representing two seemingly similar, yet entirely unrelated paths. As Lin Yang pondered, one by one, star nuclei imbued with various auras began to coalesce. There was the searing heat of the sun, the coolness of the moon, and the myriad energies of the cosmos. The star nuclei, rotating slowly, followed an arcane trajectory, ultimately resonating to form a grand array, evolving into a peculiar celestial domain. Boom! The scene within the Lingshao Hall underwent an immediate transformation, as the heavens were adorned with a multitude of stars, resplendent and beautiful, yet simultaneously exuding an aura of lethal intent. Each star bore the essence of the primordial chaos, vast and overwhelming, instilling a sensation of being swept back in time, as if one were personally transported to the long-lost celestial expanse of the primordial era. The sovereign was performing a divine ritual. This was the grand array of the celestial stars. The heavenly soldiers outside the hall suddenly awakened to the realization. Although profoundly shocked, none dared to utter a sound, fearing to disturb the sacred presence. As celestial soldiers, they had naturally comprehended the grand array of the celestial stars, recognizing it as one of the three great formations of antiquity. Were it not for the talismans bestowed by the celestial maiden, even their most astonishing efforts would not suffice to grasp even a fraction of the essence of this formation within an eternity. Observing the current circumstances, the sovereign had astonishingly set up a formation that typically required tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and deities to establish. This left those familiar with the challenges of the grand array utterly astounded. However, the power was somewhat lacking. Lin Yang gazed at the vast starry sky before him, discerning the array's potency. The materials used in the formation were primarily divine artifacts. Although numerous, each was inherently weak. Additionally, having received the grand array of the celestial stars from the nine-heaven celestial maiden without the opportunity for dedicated study, his mastery over the formation was insufficient. Thus, the array he had established, deadly to celestial beings, would mean certain doom for tens of thousands of heavenly immortals, yet would merely pose a minor inconvenience to legendary powers. Reflecting on this, Lin Yang shook his head, deeming it a superfluous endeavor. After disbanding the grand array of the celestial stars, he returned the star nuclei to the heavenly treasure vault as a reward, subsequently retrieving the Bodhi tree of life and death. Initially, he had spent considerable time in the fish sea, seeking the Bodhi that encapsulated the essence of the Tathagata's divine palm. However, as opportunities arose, the Bodhi had lost its significance, and given the impossibility of comprehending the Tathagata's divine palm outside the realm of the Supreme, Lin Yang refrained from futile efforts. Only after the battle with the Nine Phoenixes, upon witnessing the complete Tathagata's divine palm, did he gain clarity regarding its overarching essence. Chapter 871, The Supreme True Buddha. Deep within the spiritual mountain, just as Lin Yang began to grasp the essence of the Tathagata's divine palm encapsulated within the Bodhi, the golden cudgel, under the secretive binding of the three demon gods, gradually shrank. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura surged into the pitch-black opening beneath the cudgel, shattering the eternal silence within. That formidable energy, as if severely wounded, rapidly diminished, and in the blink of an eye, it plummeted from a realm beyond the comprehension of cultivators to a level understandable by celestial beings. The great sage and his companions were unharmed. The vigilant radiance surrounding them breathed a sigh of relief, as did the other powerful demon gods. Their greatest fear had been that the battle on Spiritual Mountain would culminate in the complete annihilation of the demon race's great sages. While it was possible that they had been shielded by the great sage's wielding of the golden cudgel, they could have succumbed to their injuries over time. All were formidable beings, possessing immense powers. As long as it did not involve true spirits, the conflict could hardly be classified as a life-and-death struggle, but merely a sparring match. While the demon gods were beginning to feel at ease, an alarming sensation surged within their hearts, a chill that could not be suppressed. As if mere mortals were being targeted by a primordial beast, a disparity of existence beyond measure. Mengqi lifted his gaze to see the sky above Spiritual Mountain, now enveloped by a gigantic pale golden hand. The immense palm overshadowed the heavens, impervious to the overwhelming lightning and lotuses, which disintegrated and scattered as the pale golden hand descended. The remnants of powers that could still give rise to countless universes appeared fragile, akin to an infant. If I attain enlightenment of the Bodhi, then all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Vajras, and kings shall manifest as my avatars. If I attain enlightenment of the Bodhi, in the three realms and 10 directions, throughout all heavens and worlds, I alone shall be the supreme, true Buddha. In that fleeting moment, the world became clear. With heavenly flowers cascading and golden lotuses emerging from the earth, the radiance illuminating everything, dispelling the ominous aura of spiritual mountain. Only the resounding, awe-inspiring sound of the Buddha echoed forth, pure and untainted, purifying all. The remnants of golden bodies lingering at the edge of spiritual mountain displayed not a trace of joy in the face of this spectacle. Their faces, resembling those of the undead, were instead etched with an inescapable fear, trembling from the depths of their being, as if confronted by their nemesis. Just as the surviving golden bodies instinctively sought to flee this place, pale golden Buddha hands crossed the void, appearing behind them. As the Buddha's hand descended, its palms suddenly split open, revealing 40 flawless, naturally formed Buddha teeth. Though intrinsically linked to the Buddha, they evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of chewing echoed, halting the fleeing golden bodies in their tracks, ensnared by an invisible force. Accompanied by the sound of the Buddha's teeth crunching, they gradually turned to ashes, their remaining essence devoured. After consuming the golden bodies, the pale golden hands vanished into the void, never to be seen again. Boom! The pale golden giant hand descended upon spiritual mountain, shaking the very earth beneath. The sound of the Buddha's voice resonated, causing the faces of the demon gods to pale further. The phoenix demon god unfurled her wings, adorned in 5 virtues, radiating brilliance. Utilizing her innate divine powers, she conjured the path of virtue from the myriad worlds, forming an ethereal shadow of the great Tao, a tower shimmering with 33 layers of celestial and earthly mystery. Rays of merit descended, providing refuge to the demon gods, alleviating some of the coldness within their hearts. The light she summoned was not for defense, but merely to diminish the sense of helplessness felt by all. A powerful figure from the Buddhist realm had arrived. It was only at this moment that a sense of dread arose within the hearts of several demon gods. Qing Qiu seized the demon saint's spear, his expression turning gravely tense. He aimed to prevent any attempts to rescue the great sages. Tai Li's pride held him upright, yet his countenance was so dark it seemed to drip with water. Who could have anticipated that at this critical juncture, when the great sages were on the verge of liberation, a powerful Buddhist presence would emerge, evidently guarding the golden cudgel to thwart any rescue of the demon race's great sages? Is this the sealed monster? Meng Qi's thoughts whirled, recalling the voice he had heard in the sealing cave, knowing that with the presence of the 9 heavens celestial maiden, he remained unperturbed amidst the turmoil of the demon gods, although his own cultivation was still weak, making it hard to discern the strength of the 9 heavens celestial maiden versus this self-proclaimed supreme, true Buddha. The expression on the celestial maiden's face suggested that the situation was manageable. Of course, to be cautious, Meng Qi communicated with the Huangquan bones left behind on Spiritual Mountain, readying himself for any eventuality. Boom! The spiritual mountain trembled. Even the Buddha's sacred grounds began to show signs of fracture, as mountains collapsed, forming sheer cliffs. The closer one drew to the summit of Spiritual Mountain, the more terrifying the power of the pale, golden hand became, seemingly rising infinitely. Damn it! Which ancient Buddha has made a move? A voice erupted from the darkness beneath the golden cudgel, laced with exasperation. This peculiar aura was unlike any Buddha or great Bodhisattva from the battle at Spiritual Mountain. A towering figure, resembling a minotaur, emerged from the inky darkness, grasping an object that resembled a fork or a staff. Though devoid of visible wounds, he appeared akin to a deflated balloon, with his breath weakening with each passing moment. As he stepped into the light of the sacred mountain, his decline accelerated. Casting a wary glance at the pale, golden giant hand, he bellowed into the shadows, "You lot! Hurry up, lest you perish not in the battle of the sacred mountain, but rather succumb here, crushed like ants." The great sage, Ping Tian, felt a surge of surprise, mirrored by Tai Li and Hui Guang. At that moment, the 9 heavens Xian Nu stepped forward, departing from the protective embrace of the primordial energies, drawing astonished gazes from the assembled demon gods. What was her intention in abandoning the sanctuary of Hui Guang's divine protection? A flicker of doubt crossed the minds of the demon gods, only to be swiftly overshadowed as they beheld the rapidly shifting visage of the 9 heavens Xian Nu. In an instant, her true form was revealed, her aura elevating from that of a celestial being to a level that instilled dread even among the celestial immortals. Qing Qiu's eyes narrowed, a wave of anxiety coursing through her. Gazing at the true countenance of the 9 heavens Xian Nu, The demon gods gasped in astonishment, realizing the nine heavens Xian knew? When the heavenly court was re-established, celestial phenomena had manifested across the realms, and they had witnessed her standing at the forefront among the heavenly deities, aware that she was now the second most powerful figure in the heavenly court, second only to the veiled emperor Lin Yang. Xian knew. The bull demon king rumbled, recognizing her instantly. After all, even as Mount Gile had been besieged by her forces, with a formidable enemy before them, now was not the time to dwell on past grievances. The nine heavens Xian knew spoke, her melodious voice laced with a chilling aura of impending violence, dimming the radiant hues of the sacred mountain. Given his current state, it seems he will not relent until we are eliminated, the bull demon king intoned gravely. He observed the pale, golden giant hand and the tremors of the sacred mountain, his heart sinking in trepidation. So powerful, it rivals my prime. Even if I were uninjured, encountering this mysterious Buddhist force before the sacred mountain would leave me struggling to endure. The relics left behind by numerous bodhisattvas and the Buddha himself were beyond his reach. Otherwise, the miraculous 8 treasures merit pool would have allowed him to easily reconstruct his golden body. Contemplating the treasures he had obtained prior to the fall of the myriad Buddhas, the bull demon king felt an even heavier weight of concern. Although he was unaware of the changes the outside world had undergone during this time, the 8 treasures merit pool, a treasure of Amitabha, could not simply vanish without consequence. Should these relics fall into the hands of the Buddhist forces before him, the Buddhist sect would gain numerous legendary powers and formidable practitioners, posing a significant threat to the demon race. Just as the pale, golden giant hand began to descend, another demon saint emerged from the darkness. Although his terrifying aura was also rapidly waning, it still exuded an overwhelming dread, even within the sanctum of the Buddha. It was easy to envision the sheer terror this saint would bring upon departing the sacred mountain. Saint of the Sea, Qing Qiu's heart stirred, recognizing the figure that had broken free. It was the Sea Dragon King, one of the 7 great saints of the demon race who had risen following the War of Deities. A close ally of the Bull Demon King. Behind the Sea Dragon King, another demon saint was discernible, along with a few others from the demon race, all approaching the outside world. Xian knew. We shall meet him first, buying time for our brethren, the Bull Demon King declared, tightening his grip on his weapon as he looked toward the 9 heavens Xian knew and the Sea Dragon King. The last part of his statement directed at the latter. Agreed. The Sea Dragon King responded, his fierce and wild eyes momentarily glancing at the 9 heavens Xian knew before turning to the pale golden Buddha hand, roaring, "Damn the Buddhist sect." As he spoke, he revealed his saintly form, his formidable energy swelling once more. Let us form the great 3 origins array to return the world to its primal state. The Bull Demon King echoed, charging forth as he stood in a mysterious realm, appearing both here and not here. Given the overwhelming strength of the enemy, it was a fool's errand to resist without a formation. Although the 9 heavens Xian knew was of the heavenly court, it was inconceivable that she would lack knowledge of such widely known formations at the legendary and transformative level. Even if their mutual understanding was lacking, their sole aim was to withstand a single strike and gain enough time. The 9 heavens Xian knew nodded, extending her graceful hand. With a flash of brilliance, a fiery red, celestial sword materialized in her grasp. Meng Qi gazed intently, recognizing the 3 indistinct Dao patterns embossed upon the sword, the Qi Di sword. Before he could ponder its origin, the 3 formidable beings had vanished, leaving no trace detectable even to one at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. In that moment, Loka's voice echoed softly. The legendary Great 3 Origins Array was crafted in the twilight of ancient times by a master. Yet before he could finish, the sacred mountain trembled violently, its peaks shattering into shards that glimmered like flowing glass. Boom! An explosion erupted as a dazzling light burst forth beneath the pale, golden giant hand, an immense energy wave escaping into the entirety of the sacred mountain, despite efforts to contain it. Crack! The heavenly and earthly Xuanguang Linglong Pagoda, suspended above the demon gods, suddenly splintered, its radiant light vanishing in an instant. Yuiguang, with her wings unfurled as if preparing to soar, paled, crimson rising to her cheeks, and then she violently expelled a mouthful of demon god's true blood, her countenance waning. Tai Li, upon witnessing this, could not remain aloof. He revealed his peacock form, the 5 colors of red, blue, yellow, white, and black illuminating as he transformed into 5 radiant beams, aiming to counter the ripple that had shattered the pagoda. Simultaneously, Loka unleashed his ultimate techniques, striking toward the heavens. Qing Qiu brandished her demon saint spear, unleashing a cascade of black flames resembling a phoenix, their destructive power surpassing the limits of the myriad realms. Coalescing into a profound resonance, as if the spear had awakened. As the azure light flickered, Meng Qi called upon the bones of the yellow springs while wielding his blade, manifesting the opening heaven seal, exhibiting a force akin to that of creating a new world, an endeavor not far-fetched upon his ascension to the legendary realm. Pop, pop, pop. The efforts of the super-celestial beings shattered like bubbles. Even united, they could not withstand the trivial remnants of a mere ripple. All faces turned ashen, as they grasped for the first time the meaning of disparity. Where the light had erupted, the energy fluctuations surged countless times greater than the minuscule ripple, indicating that any of the four super beings above could, even in a diminished state, obliterate them all with but a finger. Sizzle. The ripple expanded, causing the sky to emit a faint resonance, a portion of it inexorably extending toward Meng Qi and the others. Is death truly such a jest? An incredulous thought crossed the minds of the demon gods, who had not anticipated the swift return of such a formidable force. Just moments after boasting of their legendary status, a terrifying Buddha appeared, transcending not just legend but the realm of transformation itself. Boom! A radiant orb descended toward the earth, suddenly disintegrating mid-air, ultimately splitting into three beams, each falling in different directions. At that moment, the previously descending pale, golden giant hand paused slightly, a wound appearing at its center, a testament to the battle waged by the nine heavens, Xian Nu and her allies. Regrettably, however, the wound healed in mere moments, the hand returning to its flawless state, instilling a profound sense of despair. The fiery sword light abruptly emerged, cleaving through the heavens and earth, splitting apart the ethereal peaks and piercing the celestial dome. Countering the faint golden giant hand, the ripple that rendered all demon gods powerless seemed like mere bubbles before the sword light, instantaneously obliterated. Meng Qi's pupils constricted slightly. He beheld the nine heavens, Xian Nu, who wielded the Qi Di sword, sustaining injuries, her pristine white gown stained with blood, a part of her body overtaken by brilliant golden light, clearly indicating a grievous wound. Even if the nine heavens, Xian Nu had returned to her legendary zenith, and even if the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King were not far from their own legendary completeness and had formed an unparalleled formation, they still struggled to withstand a single strike from the supreme true Buddha. Had it not been for the three powerful beings being at their peak as great supernatural entities, capable of resisting the onslaught of the sea of suffering, the supreme true Buddha could have effortlessly summoned the sea of suffering to annihilate the three in an instant. Chapter 873, Despair and Familiar Essence. Lingxiao Palace. Lin Yang observed the fierce battle erupting deep within the spiritual mountain, a wave of doubt rising within him as he glanced toward the Doshui Palace beyond the 33 heavens. In the original timeline, it was the great sage equal to heaven who repelled the supreme true Buddha. Now, had the supreme true Buddha acted prematurely, or had something gone awry with the great sage? Lin Yang Bondiret. Ainan's reversal of the 10,000 Buddha formation led to the fall of myriad Buddhas. In order to protect the demon clan's great sages, the great sage equal to heaven burned his true form, wielding the golden hoop rod at the cost of nearly complete obliteration, delivering a blow powerful enough to carve out a path through the myriad realms, isolating the demon clan's sages to prevent them from being torn apart by the formation's force, falling alongside the Buddhist experts, their true spirits plummeting from infinite heights. As the great sage was on the brink of annihilation, it was the moral celestial master, whether observing from afar or participating directly, who intervened, tossing him into the 8 trigrams Dan furnace, both to shield the nearly moribund great sage from the ravages of time and the impending calamity, and to heal his injuries. With the capabilities of such a transcendent figure, merely a thought could restore the great sage to his peak condition. The only reason this was not done at that time was simply that the timing was not right. Yet now, with the supreme true Buddha already appearing and targeting the demon clan sages, why was there no sign of the great sage? Was it because the Xian Nu had also ventured to the spiritual mountain? Lin Yang, unaware of the events transpiring in the Doshui Palace after he departed from the Great Red Heaven, could have gleaned a clearer answer had he known. Watching as various demon clan sages emerged from the shadows, barely managing to deploy an unparalleled formation they had previously utilized amidst the conflict on the spiritual mountain to resist the supreme true Buddha's hand, Lin Yang rose to his feet. The great sage's tardiness compelled him to alter his plans. He had no choice but to visit the spiritual mountain. Otherwise, while the sages forming their grand formation might endure, the 9 heavens Xian Nu, left abandoned by the sages, was virtually doomed, and Meng-Chi was in a similar plight. It was indeed time to act, given his newfound capabilities. Reflecting on certain powerful supernatural entities that had recently been active in the shadows, Lin Yang resolved. He stowed away the withered and flourishing Bodhi, adjusted his dark imperial robe, and proceeded beyond the Lingxiao Palace. The celestial soldiers stationed outside the palace, witnessing the disappearance of the myriad stars, were taken aback as Lin Yang emerged. A golden-armored celestial deity immediately bowed his head respectfully and inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we set forth?" "Not necessary," Lin Yang replied. "By the time the heavenly emperor's chariot reaches the spiritual mountain, it will only serve to collect the remains of the 9 heavens Xian Nu and Meng-Chi." Although the chariot prepared for him by the 9 heavens Xian Nu boasted an astonishing speed that defied logic, capable of traversing countless universes in an instant. Reaching the spiritual mountain from the 8th heaven still required several moments of thought. According to Lin Yang's deduction, the demon clan sages could not endure such an extended period, let alone the supreme, true Buddha, who might unleash his full might at any moment, no longer merely toying with them. Understood, the golden-armored celestial deity responded succinctly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang, adorned in his crown and robe, vanished from outside the Lingxiao Palace. As he traversed the 9 heavens, contemplating the withered and flourishing Bodhi, an unbidden thought arose within Lin Yang's mind. His technique, akin to the 3 corpses method, the one Qi transforming 3 purities, still lacked 2 incarnations. The supreme true Buddha had yet to reach the other shore. This presented the perfect opportunity to refine him into an avatar. With his restraint against the demonic forces, even the demonic Buddha would regard this with trepidation, particularly to prevent the supreme true Buddha from consuming the intact Buddhas, reaching an inconceivably powerful state. After all, at that time, the demonic Buddha had not completely abandoned benevolence, and having yet to ascend to the other shore, he could only surrender upon encountering the supreme true Buddha, despite being the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor's obsession. This thought blossomed uncontrollably in Lin Yang's mind, spreading like wildfire, ensnaring his heart. The supreme true Buddha was a remnant of the Buddha's pursuit of emptiness. Even the most transcendent figures dared not act recklessly against him, fearing to inadvertently touch upon taboos, invoking catastrophic consequences. Although it was rumored across the myriad realms that those who attained enlightenment and Buddhahood had utterly transcended, and that no trace of them could be found in the annals of time, who could guarantee that enlightenment could not coexist in both the transcended and pre-transcended realms? After all, a defining characteristic of enlightenment is its disregard for logic. While great figures might fear that consuming the supreme true Buddha could impact their own path to enlightenment, Lin Yang harbored no such concerns. Ultimately, as he contemplated this, the mist in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he stepped forth from the 9 heavens. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment this thought, previously unconsidered, took root, the withered and flourishing Bodhi he had stowed away began to emanate a pure, glimmering light. Deep within the spiritual mountain, the Peng Demon King, drenched in blood, finally sensed a trace of familiarity upon the faint golden giant hand. Astonished and fearful, he exclaimed, "Is he the Sandalwood Virtue Buddha?" In years past, he had dealt with the Sandalwood Virtue Buddha, who had yet to attain Buddhahood at that time, utterly powerless. Journeying from the Eastern Tang under the protection of the great sage equal to heaven, the martial Tianpeng, the general of the curtain, and the 3rd prince of the West, Sea Dragon King, seeking the true scriptures to save all sentient beings. At that time, rumors of the impending calamity had already spread. It was said that consuming Tang Sung would render one impervious to the ravages of time, allowing survival even after the cataclysm. Thus, the Peng Demon King had entertained thoughts of Tang Sung, nearly consuming this master of scriptures. But what was most lamentable was that he had always fallen just short. Who could have foreseen that the mere mortal, once regarded as a sure prize, would one day possess the power to stifle a multitude of great sages? Is this the cycle of karma? Upon hearing the Peng Demon King's exclamation, the hearts of the several great sages present trembled violently, stirring up a tempest of emotions. It was said that Tang Sung held an inexplicable relationship with the Buddha. Thus, consuming him would allow passage through the end of the epic. The Bull Demon King spoke solemnly. The true identity of Tang Sung, or rather that of Jin Shanzi, remained a mystery to all except the transcendent figures. Even the Bull Demon King, as a great sage of the demon clan, had only heard vague speculations. After the events of the journey to the west concluded, who would still concern themselves with the fate of Jin Shanzi, now the Sandalwood Virtue Buddha, the Buddha? The thoughts of the liberated great sages momentarily paused. At that moment, the faint golden giant hand descended once more, striking the unparalleled killing formation composed of 7 great sages, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom! 7 beams of light plummeted to the earth, shattering the formation. Each sage, bloodied and weakened, found their breath faltering. Although the formation had allowed them to barely withstand a great supernatural entity while on the cusp of legendary completeness, once the formation was breached, the backlash would be equally devastating. Had they not possessed extensive combat experience, having attained their status through countless slaughters and previously being great supernatural entities themselves, they would have perished upon the formation's collapse rather than remain with a modicum of life. It was over. In the hearts of all, despair began to rise. Even if the 9 heavenly maidens still existed, hope remained elusive. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread from beyond the spirit mountain, halting the oppressive golden hand that loomed over them. The 9 heavenly maidens looked up in astonishment towards the source of this aura, exclaiming, "Your Majesty?" After a brief pause beyond the spirit mountain, Lin Yang finally made his appearance. Chapter 874. What punishment awaits those who trample upon the majesty of the celestial court? Your Majesty? The astonished cry of the 9 heavenly maiden sent a jolt through everyone present. Whom else could command such reverence but the celestial emperor? The bull demon king crawled out of a deep pit, his horns shattered and his dark battle armor in tatters. Yet, he paid no heed to his own injuries. Instead, following the gaze of the 9 heavenly maiden towards the outside of the spirit mountain. Has that person arrived? He thought, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him, as countless memories of the celestial emperor's terrifying might resurfaced in his mind. An influential figure from the other shore, an unstoppable decree of heaven. As this thought crossed his mind, the bull demon king suddenly paused, realizing, no, before the battle at Spirit Mountain, the celestial court had already fallen for a considerable time. Rumor spoke of the celestial emperor transforming into an unparalleled divine weapon. I even ventured to explore the remnants of the celestial court, but alas, I found nothing. Though the aura emanating from beyond the Spirit Mountain was equally terrifying, stronger than he had ever been in his prime, it could not possibly be the celestial emperor. Secluded for countless years, he now understood that his information was outdated. He turned to the Qingxiu and spoke solemnly. Who is that? In this place, where the heavenly mechanisms were shrouded in chaos, he could not discern the heavenly secrets, so he resorted to the simplest method, inquiring of others. The Peng Demon King and other great saints also shifted their gazes towards Qingxiu. With a pallid complexion, Qingxiu gripped the demon saint's spear tightly and replied, "The one who has arrived, from the words of the maiden, must be the new master of the celestial court, the celestial emperor Xianyang." She and the other demon deities bent slightly, nearly losing their footing amidst the clash of 2 overwhelming auras. The celestial court's resurgence? The great saints exchanged glances, their minds racing with speculation, ultimately turning to the 9 heavenly maiden with grave expressions. Indeed, Qingxiu's next words confirmed their conjectures. The celestial emperor Xianyang is the reincarnation of the celestial emperor. Before the re-establishment of the celestial court, even if Xianyang proved his legendary talents, a small faction remained skeptical, waiting until that day when the celestial court was reinstated. The maiden returned early, even at great risk, convincing everyone that the dominating celestial emperor truly had reincarnated. As she spoke, Qingxiu employed a secret technique to compress all her words into a single thought, ensuring that the great saints understood the essence of their opponent before Xianyang arrived deep within the Spirit Mountain, thus preventing any foolish actions. The reincarnated celestial emperor. With a heavy heart, the bull demon king stepped forward, joining the other great saints to prepare for a potential retreat from the Spirit Mountain at a moment's notice. Sensing Lin Yang's aura, the oppressive golden hand that had covered the Spirit Mountain ceased its movement, allowing the depths of the mountain to shed its pervasive confinement. If they seized the right moment, breaking free with the combined strength of the great saints would not prove difficult. Boom! The vast heavens trembled slightly, as if a giant had set foot upon this void, the weight unimaginable, causing even the Buddha's sanctuary to sway. Deep black celestial light ignited at the edge of the Spirit Mountain, dazzlingly brilliant, dispelling the glass-like radiance, becoming the singular entity in the universe, supreme, unparalleled, exalted. As the black celestial light approached, the Spirit Mountain shed its myriad colors, revealing a singular, immensely heavy black sun formed from the convergence of countless universes, drawing closer to the depths of the Spirit Mountain at a seemingly slow yet rapid pace. Unlike Meng Qi and others, who could only see the black sun, The bull demon king and the other great saints discerned a figure at the core of the black sun, a regal figure cloaked in black robes, hands clasped behind their back. Though they made no steps forward, there was an undeniable presence drawing nearer to the spirit mountain. It was as if the spirit mountain itself shifted, bringing all closer to the black sun. The celestial emperor Xinyang. Luo Jia involuntarily emitted a groan, profoundly shaken, as his understanding of the limits of power was once again challenged. In a myriad universes, he could replicate a similar phenomenon, but here at the spirit mountain, his ability to obliterate countless star systems with a single strike left only a faint trace in this confined space, a contrast that could be described as incomparably vast. As the emotions of those present surged, the black sun had already reached the innermost depths of the spirit mountain, hovering where the golden cudgel once stood. Cosmic flames, shaped like squares, floated around the black sun, spreading out to obscure the skies above the spirit mountain, transforming it into a realm of dark crimson, erecting an entirely new and expansive universe that barred the supreme, true Buddha from entry. What punishment awaits those who trample upon the majesty of the celestial court and act against its esteemed figures? From within the black sun emanated a voice of authority, though it felt more like a soliloquy than an inquiry. Even so, it weighed heavily upon the hearts of everyone present, leaving their thoughts sluggish. The 9 heavenly maiden, wielding the Qishao sword, declared solemnly, eternally forbidden from rebirth. Listening to their exchange, a chill gripped the hearts of the demon deities. It seemed the intention of the celestial emperor Xianyang was to eliminate this supreme, true Buddha. This was a formidable figure from the Buddhist realm. Did he not fear the enmity of the Buddha's followers upon the return of the powerful? Even disregarding the Buddha, the Buddhist realm possessed 2 influential figures from the other shore, with a combined strength far exceeding that of the ancient mythological era's celestial court. As the demon deities stood aghast, the pure and solemn sound of the Buddha resonated through the heavens once more. If I attain Bodhi, then all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Vajra, and bright kings shall manifest as my incarnations. If I attain Bodhi in the 3 realms and 10 directions in all the worlds, I alone shall be the supreme, true Buddha. A pure, flawless, and untainted glass-like radiance ignited as 2 immense and boundless golden palms descended, seeking to tear asunder the dark heavens woven from countless universes, shattering the new realm that Lin Yang had manifested. Sensing that Lin Yang was no ordinary opponent, the supreme true Buddha took the initiative, forsaking his previous demeanor of toying with the weak. His first strike was full force, unleashing the Tathagata palm. All phenomena are impermanent. Paths of existence began to warp, life and death inverted, yin and yang in turmoil, the 4 symbols and 5 elements, time and space, cause and effect. All 3,000 paths underwent profound transformations, distinctly different from before, possessing an ephemeral quality, no longer the essence of all that existed in the heavens and worlds. The dark heavens trembled as square-shaped cosmic flames plummeted towards the earth. In midair, countless descending universes disintegrated due to internal conflicts of the great paths, exploding into dazzling brilliance that transcended perception, leaving behind the final traces of their existence in the world. Endless, vast fissures opened, revealing a pure and immaculate Buddha emerging from within, surrounded by nearly 10,000 formidable and terrifying phantoms. Great Bodhisattvas, great Arhats, Buddhas. The supreme true Buddha sat there, forming a grand array of 10,000 Buddhas, recreating the ultimate formation of the Buddhist realm. Chapter 875. The Divine Palm Unites, Creating Genesis. An unfathomable aura spread like a tidal wave, saturating the spirit mountain, pressing down upon the demon deities until their forms felt as though they might shatter. Even standing in the dark heavens, separated from the supreme, true Buddha, they could not confront an unmasked master of divine powers. Creak, creak, creak. The body of the enigmatic Kirin demon deity emitted a series of strange sounds, each bone and sinew trembling, lamenting, as if every fundamental structure suddenly gained its own consciousness, no longer obeying the command of the enigmatic, yearning for freedom. Not only him, but also Luojia, Huiguang, and Tai Li are similarly afflicted. The essence of impermanence has permeated this vast realm, even though the majority have been thwarted by Lin Yang. The remnants that remain are perilously capable of bringing calamity upon the formidable demon gods. In contrast to them, Meng Qi and Qing Qiu find themselves in a considerably better position. The former's purple light flickers, revealing the brilliance of the absolute blade, while the latter is shielded by the nameless flame unleashed by the demon saint's spear, remaining unaffected. Observing the glaring flaws of Xiantian, Lin Yang's eyes darken, and with a grasp of his hand, he seizes the ancient and rustic time blade. The void splits open, connecting disparate universes, worlds, and dimensions. Along with shards of cosmic light, powerful and enigmatic figures manifest in overlapping layers, existing in both reality and illusion, transforming into radiance, becoming a part of the dark light, thereby augmenting Lin Yang's strength to a certain degree. This weightiness becomes increasingly palpable, causing visible collapses in the skies above Ling Mountain. As though unable to bear his burden any longer, in a flash of brilliance, Lin Yang brandishes the time blade. The illusory blade, symbolizing the path to transcendence, abruptly appearing in conjunction with the time blade, endowing the latter, initially awakened to mere celestial ranks, with an air of inscrutability, as if it had awakened to the level of creation, nearing its complete state. Fate is capricious. With a thunderous collapse, Xiantian, previously marked by the flaws exploited by the Supreme True Buddha, now radiates a deathly threat, harmonizing with the blade of impermanence, transforming into a river of time and destiny that envelopes the Supreme True Buddha and the entirety of Ling Mountain. As time flows, various transformations unfold. The myriad phantoms surrounding the Supreme True Buddha exhibit varying degrees of decay, and amidst the multitude of futures, an intense battle erupts between the Supreme True Buddha and Lin Yang. The myriad phantoms, akin to the Great Buddha Formation, are shattered repeatedly, and this outcome is etched in the power of fate, impacting the present through the future, hastening death and conclusion. While Lin Yang primarily cultivates the path of time, reaching a certain height renders it not difficult to transmute into myriad paths. However, the heights of these myriad paths differ from the original source. The path of fate can be viewed as a branch of the path of time in the world of the Supreme. It is precisely because of the passage of time that various changes arise, forming fate. Thus, Lin Yang's understanding of the path of fate is not trivial. His creation of the Blade of Impermanence is not a mere whim, but rather a synthesis of certain characteristics of the beings from the other shore, intertwined with time and fate, informed by numerous techniques. Possessing the future, the Bull Demon King, with eyes as large as bronze bells, gazes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Characteristics of the other shore?" Observing the myriad futures of the Supreme True Buddha, the Bull Demon King recalls the past conflict he witnessed on the other shore. Although the battles of those exalted beings transcend the vast sea of suffering, occurring simultaneously across the minutiae of past, present, and future, a spectacle beyond the comprehension of the beings of the sea of suffering. By sheer chance, he indeed glimpsed the conflict of two beings from the other shore. While it is more accurate to describe them as pseudo-other shore beings rather than true ones, they nonetheless belong to that realm, incomparable to the state of creation. During their battle, one of the pseudo-others wielded a method similar to this, albeit more perfected and despair-inducing than the one employed by this god of Xianyang. Setting aside the disparity in levels, any complete characteristic of a higher realm can instantaneously annihilate a lower realm existence. Similarly, a god of Xianyang possessing characteristics of the other shore at the level of creation finds it exceedingly difficult to be defeated unless facing a divine weapon of the other shore or an equally formidable practitioner of the same characteristics, thus inherently holding a significant advantage. As the Bull Demon King gazes at the Supreme True Buddha, who sits at the heart of the myriad Buddhas, akin to the source of Buddhism, a flicker of curiosity arises within him, murmuring, how will he respond? Without delving into the shock felt by others. As the myriad phantoms of the Buddhas succumb to the onslaught of the Blade of Impermanence, the Supreme True Buddha, who had previously refrained from resistance, suddenly reveals a serene smile. This smile is remarkably pure, akin to that of a child, untouched by the complexities of the world, distanced from the clamor of the mortal realm. In the presence of the Supreme True Buddha, it feels as though one gazes upon oneself. It is as if the being seated at the core of the myriad Buddhas is one's very own essence. The deeper one has delved into the Buddha's path, the more profound the sensation becomes, nearly leading one to lose themselves, irresistibly drawn toward the center of the myriad Buddhas, returning to the embrace of the Supreme True Buddha, becoming a part of him, becoming a Buddha. The Buddha plucks a flower, and Kai smiles. Meng Qi speaks to himself in bewilderment, his gaze revealing a hint of emptiness deep within. To be able to strike down the true incarnation of the Tathagata, it is not difficult to imagine his profound mastery of Buddhist practices. Thus he is influenced far more than the demon gods of Qin Qiu, even momentarily disorienting a great sage who has comprehended the Buddhist teachings. As all are engulfed in reverie, The river of time and destiny continues to surge forward, locking in various unfavorable futures for the supreme true Buddha, subsequently possessing and inversely influencing the present. The pristine golden body of the supreme true Buddha becomes tainted by the marks of time, having weathered the erosion of countless eons, appearing slightly diminished since its initial manifestation. While the myriad Buddha phantoms find no survivors, all vanishing into the void, transforming into relics of golden beads, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. And just as the myriad Buddhas completely vanish, the supreme true Buddha extends his hands, his smile gradually fading and his countenance becoming solemn. One hand points to the heavens while the other touches the earth. Witnessing this posture, Lin Yang, who outwardly appears calm and composed, simultaneously grows vigilant, instinctively conjuring the phrase in his mind, "In heaven and earth, only I am supreme." He intends to directly assault my true spirit with the exclusivity of his supremacy. The first stance of the Buddha's palm, "Only I am supreme," akin to a strike that disregards all externalities, stands as an unparalleled technique. In that instant of thought, the supreme true Buddha's hands materialize into layers of illusions, ultimately consolidating into 9 glistening palms of glass, radiating a tranquil Zen essence. With all palms united, creation unfolds. The 9 glass Buddha palms unleash successive strikes of the Buddha's palm, ultimately coalescing into a singularity, transforming into boundless, immeasurable light. Endless radiance morphs into a colossal palm that, in an instant, shatters the river of time and destiny, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberates across all realms, sending shockwaves through countless powerful beings, nearly akin to the dawn of an era, reshaping the myriad realms as it strikes toward the black sun formed by the convergence of innumerable universes. Chapter 876, The Transformation over 2 decades of ascendance. The radiant light surges forth, the divine palm that opens the myriad realms sweeps across, engulfing all in its path. In the haze, Meng Qi perceives countless universes soaring from within Lin Yang, merging into the time blade, which, known for its inscrutability, now exudes an unparalleled dominion, rivaling the absolute blade. When the two collide, the pure white light abruptly shifts, transforming into the most profound darkness, where even time, space, causality, and destiny can no longer find a trace. It is as if it has truly become chaos, stripping all life and entities of their foundational existence, their forms dissipating. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberates, as if someone is bellowing, the words dissolving into darkness, leaving only the most intense syllable resonating in the skies above Ling Mountain. Kill! Upon discerning the vague source of the voice, Meng Qi is suddenly jolted. A boundless intent to kill surges forth, capable of drowning the myriad realms, causing all beings to plummet into the path of Azura. Lin Yang, my senior brother, possesses such a facet as well. Meng Qi reflects. Having known Lin Yang for so long, he had believed that no matter the circumstances, Lin Yang would always remain unfazed, never revealing such intense emotions. To witness this scene today, though merely a fragment of a syllable stripped of its essence, allows one to infer Lin Yang's current state. In terms of murderous intent, he is undoubtedly not inferior to the depths of the 9 hells, a being born for slaughter, the heavenly killer. As this thought settles, Meng Qi cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety at the terrifying might of the unified palm. If one were to set aside the extraordinary means at play, the supreme true Buddha could be regarded as the most formidable adversary he has ever encountered throughout history. Once the supreme true Buddha became genuinely earnest, it could be imagined that even a casual strike might herald the birth and annihilation of countless universes. The myriad deities of creation that pervade most universes would pale in comparison to such an entity. As Meng Qi's heart was beset by trepidation, the darkness above Ling Mountain began to exhibit a discernible tendency to expand. The 2 formidable forces, capable of shattering the myriad realms, could be sensed even through the almost ethereal barriers that separated them. The radiant light of the Buddha and the profound darkness of the celestial beings flickered intermittently, piercing through the infinite void and illuminating Ling Mountain, causing the expressions of the onlookers to shift in a tumultuous blend of fear and anxiety. Should the supreme true Buddha gain the upper hand, their fates would be dire. Were it not for the residual waves from the clash between Lin Yang and the supreme true Buddha, which coalesced into a barrier enveloping Ling Mountain, the likes of Zhoutian Xuannu and Meng Qi, along with several great sages and demon gods, would have long since departed, unwilling to remain in a situation beyond their control. How many years had passed since the return of Emperor Xianyang? As he pondered this question, the Bull Demon King spoke up. Casting a glance at the seemingly detached Jiu Tianxuan Nu, his fleeting thoughts dissipating in an instant. Upon hearing his words, the demon gods from the 33 heavens, such as Hui Guang and Fei Xiang, displayed expressions of confusion, turning their gazes toward Qingxiu. Although in terms of strength, Tai Li, who had attained the five-color divine light, was slightly superior, Qingxiu had received the endorsement of the demon saint, whose status among the demon race was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the demon emperor, thus endowing her with greater authority in this discussion. Despite feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, Tai Li refrained from voicing any objections, allowing Qingxiu to take the stage. As she noticed the attention of the great sages upon her, Qingxiu felt a mix of surprise and honor. Suppressing her emotions, she spoke in as steady a tone as possible, sharing her insights regarding Lin Yang, along with the information the demon race had gathered about him. Emperor Xuanyang, known in the mortal realm as Lin Yang, hailed from the secluded village of Zhu Village. By fortuitous chance, he acquired a rudimentary technique and diligently cultivated it until reaching the state of returning to simplicity. Aware of the existence of formidable beings in the outside world and seeking more profound techniques, he departed from Zhu Village and formally ventured into the martial world. At this juncture, the Peng Demon King interjected, expressing curiosity. Zhu Village? He detected a subtle shift in Qingxiu's tone as she uttered those words, prompting his inquiry, lest he overlook crucial information. During the early days of Emperor Xianyang's emergence, our tribe had dispatched an external demon to Zhu Village, hoping to uncover the secrets of the place that birthed such a prodigy, suspecting it might harbor extraordinary mysteries, perhaps even remnants of ancient powers. At that time, the notion of Emperor Xianyang being a reincarnation of the celestial emperor had not yet circulated. As Qingxiu continued, even Tai Li and Meng Qi's expressions subtly altered. It was evident that those who had sought Zhu Village were not merely a solitary external demon. However, upon locating it, they found not a thriving community, but only crumbling ruins, imbued with the lingering aura of the Nine Nether. Subsequent deductions revealed that shortly after Emperor Xianyang officially joined the Xintian sect, a Nine Nether rift had fortuitously appeared in the vicinity of Zhu Village, from which a host of malevolent entities emerged, decimating the village entirely. Even more bizarrely, the Nine Nether rift, which was supposed to persist and expand indefinitely, began to heal itself eerily after the massacre, with the demonic beings retreating back into the depths of the Nine Nether. Despite extensive searches across the world for any beings resembling celestial immortals, not a single heavenly immortal could be found. Even a slightly stronger malevolent spirit could have instigated a calamity in the real realm at that time. As Qingxiu's expression shifted with her narrative, it was clear to all that the annihilation of Zhu Village was orchestrated by a powerful entity. Otherwise, the numerous eminent figures in the real realm would surely have sensed such an event. Initially, some were perplexed, questioning why Lin Yang, despite being immensely gifted, would attract the clandestine attention of a formidable Nine Nether deity to such an extent that it would go to great lengths to forcibly create a rift to the real realm at an inopportune moment, leading to the slaughter of Lin Yang's birthplace. It was only after the veracity of Lin Yang's reincarnation as the Celestial Emperor was established that many found clarity. The existence involved in that anomaly undoubtedly surpassed the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The Bull Demon King and the other great sages were not surprised. It was entirely natural for the return of the Celestial Emperor to provoke the stirrings of others. Moreover, with such a clear target that appeared weak, it was inevitable that some would attempt to strike. Whether the entity was truly a Nine Nether demon god, or merely a powerful being masquerading as one remained uncertain. Following her account of the anomalies surrounding Zhu Village, Qingxiu continued to delineate Lin Yang's ascent from obscurity to enlightenment, ultimately attaining the supreme throne across the myriad realms. Including additional information gleaned from the vast knowledge of the multiverse, he became a great sage within a mere 20 years. The expressions of the great sages shifted. Even if he were the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, one would expect him to adhere to some semblance of logic in his cultivation. Chapter 877, Collective Title. A Great Sage? Meng Qi gasped in astonishment. If his memory served him correctly, the term Great Sage was typically reserved for those who had reached the pinnacle of the creation stage. Yet he now heard it used in reference to Lin Yang from the Bull Demon King. Calculating the timeline, Lin Yang had achieved legendary status in the Middle Ages and returned to the current moment in just 3 to 4 years. What could one accomplish in such a brief span? Not to mention that attaining legendary cultivation even reaching the law body stage, was no trivial feat in today's world where celestial constraints had loosened. 3 to 4 years might barely suffice to breach a minor boundary. The gap between entering the legendary realm and achieving creation was immense, while the former was an extraordinary individual seldom found across countless universes. The latter was a being of unparalleled might, dominating the myriad realms and casting a shadow over innumerable universes. Even at the height of the myriad realms' glory, it would be questionable whether one could gather 100 such beings. This assessment held true provided the cultivation system was intact and inherited from predecessors. If the path to cultivation had been disrupted, discarding the innate spirits born at the dawn of the myriad realms, achieving even 10 great sages from postnatal cultivation would be nothing short of miraculous. After the initial shock, the voice of the Pung Demon King resonated, stating, "In the ancient mythological era, the celestial emperor, seeking to escape the limitations of his innate divine form, discreetly reincarnated, devising a ruse to obscure his true whereabouts from adversaries. Prior to his reincarnation, he seemingly left numerous contingencies. Thus, after successfully reincarnating, he grew at an astonishing pace, ultimately surpassing his previous pinnacle and escaping the imbalance between the Thunder God and his weaker subordinates." As the mention of the Thunder God drew a sardonic smile from the Pung Demon King, he paused momentarily, seemingly feeling the weight of his injuries intensifying. As he tended to his demonic form, he stated with sharp clarity, in the twilight of the ancient era upon the ascendance of the Earth Mother, who transformed into the cycle seal, the celestial emperor also broke free from the vast sea of suffering, emerging as a figure of great consequence. Given that the celestial emperor has successfully reincarnated, it stands to reason that he anticipated the fall of the celestial court. Leaving behind contingencies was no great feat. Only thus could one explain how the forsaken celestial emperor could so swiftly navigate the cycle of creation, becoming a great sage. Upon hearing this, the great sages nodded in agreement, having regained their composure from their initial astonishment. "Haha, old third, even after all this time, your perspective remains uniquely insightful. Far surpassing that of this old bull." The Bull Demon King chuckled, though his face twitched slightly, the radiant light from his wounds intensifying. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, and he solemnly remarked, "Yet, it remains uncertain who possesses greater strength in this world, the celestial emperor Lin Yang or the supreme true Buddha." Initially intending to address the figure as the heavenly emperor, the Bull Demon King reconsidered, recalling that the heavenly emperor, upon reincarnation, had eschewed his previous name. Thus, he opted for a different appellation. Upon first observing Lin Yang's distinct characteristics associated with the other shore, the Bull Demon King was convinced of Lin Yang's inevitable triumph in the forthcoming battle. However, as he reflected on the terrifying nature of the 10,000 Buddha formation, his confidence wavered, leading him to believe that the two combatants would likely be evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Although the demon Saintess was hindered from intervening, she had previously unleashed a devastating strike against the 10,000 Buddha formation while engaged in combat with an unknown formidable figure. Ultimately, while the formation was nearly shattered, it managed to endure, albeit inadvertently facilitating Ananda's subsequent reversal of its power. The resilience of the 10,000 Buddha formation could be largely attributed to its location in the pure land of the Pusa world, the sacred ground of the Buddha. This formation had drawn upon remnants left by the Buddha prior to his nirvana, allowing it to withstand a blow from the demon Saintess. Nevertheless, this should not diminish the formidable and terrifying nature of the formation itself. The myriad shadows of the supreme true Buddha, although not the complete 10,000 Buddha formation, possessed an enigmatic essence that made it challenging to ascertain the supreme true Buddha's true limits. The 9 styles of the Tathagata's divine palm, when united, could unleash a terrifying strike capable of cleaving through all realms. The Bull Demon King did not genuinely believe that the Buddha's shadows would simply dissipate. Even in the face of the other shore characteristics embodied by the Xianyang Emperor, the supreme true Buddha could not remain unresponsive, allowing a single strike from the Xianyang Emperor to obliterate the Buddha shadows. If the supreme true Buddha were not, as Xianyang claimed, eternally barred from rebirth, the majesty of the heavenly court would be compromised, losing its advantageous position before the return of numerous powerful beings, thus inevitably dissipating in the cosmic order. The Pung Demon King sneered, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. In the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, who would not wish to ascend to the other shore before the impending calamity? That exalted, singular throne of supremacy would undoubtedly bring one closest to the other shore. Without delving into the primordial era, Even during the numerous epics of antiquity, those who ascended to the supreme throne, barring interference from other shore entities, ultimately transcended the sea of suffering. Those who failed to reach the other shore, even upon reaching their zenith, remained the pinnacle of existence within the vast ocean of suffering. Without exception, such enticing prospects, combined with the approaching calamity, stirred envy in all. While conversing, they made no effort to conceal their words from Meng Qi. Yet they remained wary of the nearby Qitianzinf, ensuring that this relatively unscathed divine being did not overhear their discussions. Otherwise, the accusation of impugning the heavenly emperor would be inevitable. The outcome of this battle was at this moment articulated by the mountain-relocating great sage, Shirtuo Wang, who had remained largely silent since his liberation. It was destined from the very beginning. He gestured, startling the Bull Demon King and the others, who were entangled in thoughts about the battle's conclusion. The cold light in the Peng Demon King's eyes dimmed into despondency. Indeed, the outcome of this confrontation had long been predetermined, and they had overlooked such an obvious truth. No wonder Hu Tianswamp, despite witnessing the supreme true Buddha's terrifying and invincible nine palms unity, displayed no trace of concern, maintaining an air of transcendence throughout. The demon gods observed the silence of the great sages with bewilderment. Even Meng Qi found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Shirtuo Wang's gesture, nor the reason for the sages' inscrutable expressions, devoid of their usual arrogance, which starkly contrasted with his understanding of them. It was only when Meng Qi noticed the Overlord's absolute blade that a flicker of realization dawned upon him. Indeed, compared to the Overlord's absolute blade, which remained suppressed by the demonic Buddha's imprint and was slow to awaken, the demon saint's spear, which merely acknowledged Qingxiu but would not undergo a deeper awakening for its sake, was entirely different. Lin's senior brother had once transformed into a blade, forging the temporal blade. It was not the temporal blade that recognized Lin's senior brother, but rather, as Lin had proclaimed during his confrontation with the Overlord in the Middle Ages, the master of the temporal blade. Chapter 878, The Boundless Sea of Suffering. No wonder, Tylee murmured to herself, realizing this truth. The true terror lay not in the identity of the Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation, but in the fact that the temporal blade could potentially restore itself to the level of the other shore at any moment, even if its complete awakening was hindered by the effects of the impending calamity, rendering it considerably weaker than in its prime and maintaining that superiority over the sea of suffering. It could still effortlessly slay any supreme being. The so-called weakness was merely a relative term for a weapon of the other shore's caliber. It was not something that beings still shackled by the sea of suffering could contend with. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere among the demon gods, the Peng Demon King forced a smile, albeit a strained one, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "It seems that unless we fall into absolute despair, the Xianyang Emperor would not permit the temporal blade to fully awaken." Although his previous use of the blade was brief, there remains a significant gap from the level of creation. To awaken to the other shore's tier at this moment would entail losses beyond our imagination. He had inadvertently overheard the demon saint discussing certain matters pertaining to the other shore's level. While such information was common knowledge at that tier, it remained a closely guarded secret for the vast majority of beings still bound by the sea of suffering. The essence of this knowledge was that conflicts beneath the other shore were ultimately inconsequential. Even if one side emerged victorious, it would bear no significance. As long as an other shore entity triumphed in the battle at the other shore, they could reshape history at will, rendering previous events mere illusions. As some became perplexed, the Peng Demon King slowly elaborated. If today, for any reason, the Xianyang Emperor allows the temporal blade to fully awaken and succeeds in killing the supreme true Buddha, it would merely be a fleeting moment of glory. Once the powerful figures return from the true chaos back into the river of time, should any one of them be dissatisfied with what transpired, they would intervene and completely alter the course of events. The demon saintess had remarked that in the intricate games played at the other shore level, the side that maintained historical continuity held a certain advantage. However, how could the prematurely awakened temporal blade compete with a true other shore entity, even in the face of a weapon of the other shore's caliber? The premature awakening could lead to disadvantages, ultimately rendering it incapable of preserving history, causing everything to collapse and re-evolve. Hui Guang and the other demon gods were taken aback by these words, which stirred memories among several great sages. Yet, no one displayed any signs of joy. Instead, the feeling of helplessness deepened. Prior to the assault on Ling Mountain, while the myriad worlds rarely erupted into battles at the other shore level, the machinations of that realm were far from scarce, not to mention the ancient sealing of the gods. Even the events of the journey to the west were the results of the games played by various other shore entities. At that time, beings below the level of creation were largely oblivious to the machinations of the other shore, living in ignorance and confusion. However, for those great beings who had come to understand the nature of the sea of suffering, it could hardly be considered a pleasant memory. The historical changes wrought by the other shore could be vaguely perceived by the great beings, yet the history prior to the changes felt like a mere dream to mortals, devoid of tangible reality. Upon awakening, they would quickly forget the events of the dream, retaining only the knowledge that they had dreamt. For those with even a modicum of insight, understanding the significance of the dream, the implications were terrifying. Each dream represented a shift in history, forcing the individual to relive the countless battles endured among the masses, ultimately navigating the path of creation to become a great being. The dangers inherent in this process were self-evident. A single misstep could lead to a lamentable demise, causing the once ascended individual to perish in their past vulnerability during the subsequent reenactment of history, resulting in their very existence being erased. And this merely pertained to the self, excluding external factors. Otherwise, the outcome would be even more dismal. The sea of suffering. The bull demon king sighed deeply, his voice imbued with an ineffable bitterness. Presently, he was fortunate to be one of the great sages of the demon race, the bull demon king of Tianping. Yet, the future was uncertain. Perhaps after a certain historical upheaval, he would no longer be the bull demon king or the great sage of Tianping. In a more favorable scenario, he might simply vanish, a casualty of history's transformations. The most difficult reality to accept, however, would be to descend from the esteemed status of the great sage of Tianping to become a mere mount for a powerful being, living in subservience. As for the culmination of history, the deeds of one's life may inevitably be supplanted by some pig demon king or dog demon king, or perhaps by a coalition of formidable beings, each replacing a portion of events, ensuring that the river of time undergoes no monumental alterations, ultimately burying the traces of the bull demon king without a trace in the annals of time. Consequently, in the realm of creation as recounted by the myriad beings across the countless worlds, there exists an alternative name among the great practitioners, the sea of suffering. Only through the passage of numerous historical transformations can one truly grasp the depths of this suffering, becoming immersed in the profound terror of an existence that may vanish into thin air at any moment, a fate that evokes despair even more profound than death itself. Observing a great sage displaying such demeanor, the expressions of several other great sages mirrored his, each revealing a hint of anguish. Huiguang furrowed her delicate brows, exchanging a glance with Xiang and Luo Jia, both recognizing the mutual confusion and uncertainty that lay within. While Ty Li was similarly perplexed, Qing Qiu spoke softly. You are now the most powerful demon gods, reigning over your respective realms among the myriad worlds. However, who can guarantee what you might become in the aftermath of a significant clash among the great figures? Perhaps a former formidable enemy of yours may attain an extraordinary fortune and eliminate you, or a once-perished powerhouse may survive against all odds and choose to enslave you. Who were just beginning to emerge. Her examples were numerous, each a source of her own fears, causing the expressions of the demon gods to shift dramatically. This was precisely what Meng Qi feared, serving as his motivation to grow stronger. Otherwise, after attaining the state of the Dharma body, or even while in the 9 heavens of the external scene, he might have grown complacent. Compared to others, as long as the demon Buddha breaks free, if he has not reached a sufficient level of strength, he risks being dragged down to the other shore, with all that he possesses completely occupied by the demon Buddha. His past actions would be attributed to the demon Buddha donning his skin, and even those on the other shore would be unable to rescue him, for throughout it all, only the demon Buddha, manifesting through Meng Qi's form, could traverse time and alter history, which would not impact the foundational existence of another being on the other shore. Amidst the collective anxiety, a thunderous roar resonated from afar, piercing through the nearly void-like darkness, echoing throughout the Pure Land. Within the unseen darkness, the battle between Lin Yang and the Supreme True Buddha had reached a fever pitch. The residual energies of their powers intertwined and evolved anew, birthing an entirely fresh triad of paths at the heart of the dark battlefield. Although none of these paths possessed the depth to condense into something nearing the ultimate essence, they were still formidable enough to transcend what most legendary beings could achieve. Thus, the myriad worlds were formed, and an unfathomable universe, beyond measure, was birthed in the darkness. Chapter 879, The Supreme True Buddha's Dread. Boom! A terrifying aura rampaged forth, shaking the myriad worlds, leading to the immediate obliteration of newly birthed, boundless universes, leaving only a final sorrowful wail reverberating across the ocean composed of innumerable cosmos. Countless beings born amidst the chaotic timeline remained oblivious, continuing their lives as before, entirely unaware of the fierce confrontation taking place above them between two creators across countless universes, nor aware of the countless dangers that brushed perilously close to their own universe, where all beauty and future nearly turned to ashes. Lin Yang's vital energy permeated all, enveloping the myriad worlds, nurturing them silently. Countless universes, born from him, were drawn to him, revolving around him and establishing him as the core of innumerable universes, the supreme existence commanding all. The supreme, true Buddha stood beyond billions of universes, his layers of pure lands unfurling. In each layer of the crystal-clear pure land, a majestic Buddha, Bodhisattva, or great Arhat sat in solemnity. They chanted, their pure Buddhist sounds resonating, facing the supreme, true Buddha, reminiscent of the grand scene at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, where myriad Buddhas paid homage. The spread of the Buddha's voice reached countless beings across billions of universes, leading them to conversion and allegiance solely to the singular supreme true Buddha. The crystal-clear Buddha light gradually brightened, healing the supreme true Buddha's surface wounds, and his vital energy slowly began to recover. Lin Yang refrained from intervening, seizing the opportunity to mend his injuries using the Tao rhythm of the myriad universes birthed by him to repair the damage to his Dharma body. It was no wonder the demon Buddha chose to reverse the great Buddha array. Gazing at the immaculate, pure white figure of the supreme, true Buddha seated within the layers of pure land, Lin Yang realized, having merely consumed the golden bodies and remnants of numerous powerful figures from the Buddhist realm, his combat prowess was already nearing the pinnacle of creation. It was not difficult to envision that, should the supreme true Buddha indeed devour the myriad Buddhas from his past life, ascending to the other shore would be effortlessly within reach, far surpassing the demon Buddha of that time, regardless of the demon Buddha's ambitions. When faced with a being on the other shore who holds dominion over the Buddhist realm, he could only succumb to resentment. The supreme true Buddha was born from the remnants of the golden cicada, a product of the Buddha's pursuit of emptiness, endowing him with an innate restraint over the Buddhist powerhouses. This led to the misconception by the Peng demon king, mistaking the supreme true Buddha for the golden cicada, or the Buddha of sandalwood merits. This also rendered the supreme true Buddha's path to the other shore distinct from others, as long as he could absorb and integrate the majority of the powerful beings from the heights of the Buddhist realm. The path to the other shore would nearly be traversed. Regrettably, he, like the great practitioners beginning to break free from the sea of suffering, faced external calamities. The demon Buddha, wary of the supreme true Buddha, acted preemptively, causing the myriad Buddhas to fall, leaving only their golden body remnants behind. Sensing the gradual restoration of his Dharma body, Lin Yang contemplated, had it not been for the enduring support of the Heavenly Emperor's position, he might have already found himself at a disadvantage, let alone harboring the intention to consume the supreme true Buddha and transform into his Buddhist form. In fact, during the supreme true Buddha's manifestation of the divine palm of creation, he could have suffered severe injuries. Evil demons within the nine nether would be elevated a small realm, whereas celestial beings in the nine heavens would not experience the same. At most, they could attain less than a tenth of an enhancement. After gathering countless powers from the nine heavens to forge the authority of the Heavenly Emperor, he too could gain enhancement, even more so than the evil demons in the nine nether, and moreover, even after departing the nine heavens, the enhancements brought by the Heavenly Emperor's authority could retain some of their effects. This elucidates why Lin Yang, upon entering the realm of creation, could reach such formidable heights. Under the enhancement of the nine heavens, although slightly inferior to the supreme true Buddha in realm, he was comparable to a powerful being who had traversed the realm of creation for countless years. Regrettably, the uppermost layer had been nearly obliterated, diminishing the effects of such enhancements. Otherwise, even as a newcomer to creation, while within the nine heavens, he would have been akin to a fully realized being of creation. As Lin Yang's thoughts swirled, he took action. With a gentle tremor, layers of universes surged forth from the Heavenly Emperor's body, merging into the time blade, enriching its mysterious hue. The time blade sliced through the darkness, flowing like a stream, revealing the seemingly ethereal river of time, encompassing the past and future of this place. At first glance, this river of time appeared as if it were the blade's light, overwhelming countless universes with tremendous force, submerging the pure land of Buddhas. Should I attain enlightenment in Bodhi, then all Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, and kings would manifest as my incarnations. Should I attain enlightenment in Bodhi, across the 3 realms and 10 directions, in all the myriad worlds, I would be the one and only supreme true Buddha. The words of the supreme true Buddha resonated throughout the myriad worlds. Since the onset of this conflict, he had been repeatedly reciting this phrase, uttering little else. As Lin Yang drew near, the supreme true Buddha pressed his palms together and gently pushed forward. The pale, golden Buddha palm, which should effortlessly cradle boundless universes, moved with unusual slowness. Time curled around him, opening voids capable of containing innumerable universes, feeding into the Buddha palm, transforming into a sphere of crystal-clear radiance. The crystal-clear radiance twisted, revealing a true pure land that enveloped countless universes, its essence so profound that even legendary beings would be negated within it, approaching the status of one among the myriad heavens. Suddenly, the river of time quaked violently, sending forth countless waves, bestowing unexpected fortunes upon innumerable beings, setting them on a journey through time. Sizzle. The sound of collisions echoed through the darkness, as the river of time and the pure land of the heavens clashed fiercely, each striving to obliterate the other. Yet in terms of energy levels and Tao rhythms, the two were not far apart, failing to distinguish a victor in the initial confrontation. Even though Lin Yang's mastery of the path of time is profound, it pales in comparison to the unparalleled attainment of the supreme true Buddha, who has absorbed the remnants of countless Buddhas and attained the majority of their Tao fruits. At best, Lin Yang can only match this level. The 6th technique, the pure land in the palm. Due to the fierce battle between the two of us, the essence of this place has temporarily descended to the realm of reality, no longer requiring reckless charges. Lin Yang's gaze shifted, and the time blade slipped from his grasp, continuing to resist the celestial pure lands with residual force. Whoosh! Utilizing the omnipresent power, Lin Yang suddenly appeared behind the supreme true Buddha, swiftly breaking through the layers of pure lands. Under the onslaught of time, numerous Buddhas and great bodhisattvas were extinguished, revealing a direct path to the supreme true Buddha. The colors of black and white spread, dimming the brilliant golden light until it faded entirely, and all things were nearly frozen in time. The chanting of the Buddhas and great bodhisattvas abruptly ceased. Walking through eternity, Lin Yang tore through layer upon layer of void barriers. The supreme true Buddha seemed to have perceived this future, and in the near completely solidified space-time, he turned in advance. Bracing against the time blade, his tranquil gaze rippling with a hint of disturbance. He looked at Lin Yang, as if to say, "Do not waste your efforts." Although he acknowledged Lin Yang as an exceptionally formidable adversary, a once-in-a-lifetime opponent, he believed that this was the limit of their confrontation. Despite the battle lasting less than 100 breaths, their capabilities allowed them to foresee a distant future where victory remained elusive. However, upon witnessing the object Lin Yang presented, the expression of the supreme true Buddha shifted for the first time, a flicker of trepidation crossing his visage, akin to a powerful figure of the Buddhist realm encountering their nemesis. Chapter 880. Everything is for this moment. In the homeland of the void, Coiling sat in the hall, a trace of shock still lingering on his face. Even though this was the stronghold of the Luo sect, deep within which slumbered numerous divine emissaries traversing the myriad realms, he found it impossible to maintain complete composure, overwhelmed by the heart-stopping scene he had witnessed mere breaths ago. He had never anticipated that the exalted Xian Yang Di, reigning over the heavens and realms, would personally descend, although he was unaccompanied by heavenly soldiers or celestial deities, and it did not seem as though the heavenly court was preparing to attack the homeland of the void. The mere presence of Xian Yang Di could rival the combined strength of all the current powers across the heavens, at least in Huo Lishang's perception. Had Xian Yang Di sought the curtain-lifting divine emissary instead of himself, he, as the proxy of the primordial mother, would have likely reached his limit. What could have compelled such a powerful being to come here, only to leave shortly thereafter? Huo Lishang pondered, casting his gaze deeper into the homeland of the void. If not for the lingering aura of the curtain-lifting divine emissary, he might have thought that the returning great being had been slain by Xian Yang Di due to a state of weakness. This was not impossible. That being, who wielded the path of time, could transform a moment into eternity. Who could fathom how long a fleeting instant appeared to such a being? The primordial mother had not issued any decree. After waiting for over 100 breaths without receiving a divine revelation, Huo Lishang forcibly suppressed his astonishment. Attempting not to dwell on the matter, since it had already transpired, he resolved not to probe further, lest it invite disaster. As Hua Lisang settled his thoughts, Sha Wujing, clad in a gray robe, entered the grand hall. His pale, colorless eyes seemed even more profound than usual, resembling an unfathomable abyss, causing even Hua Lisang to involuntarily avert his gaze. Lin Yang has taken the treasured artifact of our sect. You must issue orders for the heavenly court. Sha Wujing began, his gaze increasingly shadowy, revealing a complex array of emotions. Recently, he had received the Primordial Mother's command to retrieve his Master's remnants from the depths of the Spirit Mountain, ensuring his master would not succumb to the malevolent forces that had taken root there, while also seizing the remnants of the dragon horse to fulfill the tale of the journey to the west. Yet before long, just as he had settled the dragon horse's remains, Lin Yang, who had previously seemed far from achieving the legendary completion, defied the odds and became a great transcendent. Moreover, he had seized his master's remnants. Reflecting on the events of 100 breaths ago, Sha Wujing's tone grew increasingly somber. Had it not been for his insufficient cultivation, had he not borne the heavy responsibility of the primordial mother, he would never have allowed Lin Yang to depart the homeland of the void. After all, this was the stronghold of the Luo clan, and in the presence of a legendary being's revival, they were not incapable of resisting a great transcendent. Contemplating the primordial mother's command from that time, all emotion dissipated from Sha Wujing's eyes. Hua Lisang sensed a hint of resentment and bitterness in Sha Wujing's tone. Though he dismissed it as a response to the theft of the precious artifact, too significant for even a legendary being to control their emotions. Once Sha Wujing had finished speaking, Hua Lisang nodded gently in understanding. Subsequently, Sha Wujing turned and exited the grand hall, vanishing into the darkness. Faintly, whispers began to echo, reaching Hua Lisang's ears. Startled, he exclaimed, "The great transcendent?" He recognized the voice as that of the curtain-lifting divine emissary. Yet why would they speak thus? If it were not deliberate, with the power of a legendary being, it would have been impossible for him to hear such whispers. Since he had heard them now, it indicated that the curtain-lifting divine emissary intended for him to hear, leaving Hua Lisang pondering the emissary's true intent. Combining this with Sha Wujing's earlier actions, Hua Lisang, after a moment of confusion, finally grasped the answer. A great transcendent, he repeated, no longer perplexed but rather in shock. Xuan Yangdi, whose limits had previously eluded him, had unexpectedly reached this pinnacle within mere years since the medieval era when he had validated his legend and returned to the present. The first act of becoming a great transcendent was to arrive at the homeland of the void and seize a treasured artifact. Just how significant was the artifact referred to by the curtain-lifting divine emissary? In the depths of the Spirit Mountain, amidst a dark battlefield, the supreme true Buddha gazed upon the golden cicada's remnants that Lin Yang had produced, a tremor of fear rising within him. The sound of countless Buddhas chanting scriptures was elongated infinitely at this moment, and one could faintly discern the same dread mirrored on their faces as that of the supreme true Buddha. Under the onslaught of time, every fluctuation of emotion was laid bare. The supreme true Buddha, a direct descendant of the Buddha, the nemesis of all Buddhas, and indeed the embodiment of Buddha itself, could effortlessly devour any Buddhist power without risk, transforming them into his avatars unless an insurmountable gap existed. Otherwise, no Buddha or Bodhisattva could withstand him. All Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Vajras, and kings of light are my incarnations. This was not merely a boast from the supreme true Buddha, but a declaration of truth. Just as the Buddhist powers feared the supreme true Buddha, so too did the supreme true Buddha harbor an equal, if not greater, fear the golden cicada's remnants. The golden cicada was a product of the Buddha's quest for emptiness, and the supreme true Buddha emerged from the remnants of the golden cicada, making it his sole nemesis. Even after absorbing the remnants of countless Buddhas and nearing creation's perfection, he dared not recklessly engage with the golden cicada's remnants, allowing Sha Wujing to transport them from the Spirit Mountain. Believing he had successfully dispatched his nemesis, he thought he could act without restraint in the future. Little did he anticipate that the golden cicada's remnants would appear in the hands of this formidable adversary. Had he known, he would have done everything in his power to prevent Lin Yang from approaching, even at a great cost. Lin Yang, holding the golden cicada shell, revealed a smile. At long last, he had found an opportunity to approach the supreme true Buddha rather than engage from afar. To this end, he had deliberately entangled himself with the supreme true Buddha for so long, carving out a battlefield where the essence closely mirrored the realm of reality, allowing for the omnipresent power to manifest. At this moment, He constrained the supreme true Buddha with the time blade, preventing him from instantaneously retreating. Every effort expended over the course of 100 breaths was solely to create this opportunity. Since the idea was directed towards the supreme true Buddha, it was inconceivable that he would disregard the golden cicada's remnant, carried out from the spirit mountain by Sha Wujing as a precaution. For a being of great power, merely departing from the 9 heavens equates to standing at the threshold of their true home in the void. Thus, why would he squander time? It was precisely due to this trump card that he dared to question Xuannu in plain sight, trampling upon the dignity of the heavenly court and demanding the punishment of those who dared to strike against its celestial deities. Although it appeared to have transpired long ago, only a fleeting moment had elapsed since Lin Yang produced the golden cicada remnant. At that instant, as the supreme true Buddha sought to flee, Lin Yang's hand, clutching the remnant, was already pressed firmly against the immaculate form of the supreme true Buddha. A mournful cry, tinged with terror and anguish, resounded, encapsulating an unutterable depth of suffering and panic. In chapter 881, those with malicious intent, the heavy sanctified earth collapsed, and the multitude of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, and Ming kings had no time to scream as their golden forms instantaneously shattered into radiant shards of glass-like brilliance, surging against the current, breaking through the barriers of the river of time, flowing towards the supreme true Buddha seated at the center. Bang, bang, bang. Universe after universe erupted, transforming into a spectacle of fireworks, faintly illuminating the realm of darkness. The supreme true Buddha's screams gradually diminished upon his once pure golden form. A trace of dust began to settle, dissipating the previously flawless and seamless aura as the essence, pure and refined, streamed towards the golden cicada shell, akin to a dam bursting, with no means to halt this inexorable process. Despite being a mere mortal, Tang Sanzang, during his pilgrimage, had traversed the arduous trials of the journey to the west, ultimately reaching the great Thunder Sound Temple and becoming a Buddha. He could no longer be perceived through the lens of his past. Before his parinirvana, as a Buddha, Tang Sanzang had transformed into a genuine master of great powers. In the absence of any leakage from the remnant source, the mere weight of the remnant could force Sha Wujing, a legendary figure, to bend and stoop, struggling to proceed. Thus, even though the supreme true Buddha approached the pinnacle of creation, he could not diminish the restraining influence of the golden cicada shell upon him. After all, in life, the golden cicada was not significantly inferior to him and possessed an innate counter to the supreme true Buddha, resulting in the current predicament where the supreme true Buddha could only await his fate, helplessly watching himself descend into the abyss of death. Using the supreme true Buddha as a foundation, Lin Yang envisioned severing a body from the Buddhist realm. His eyes glimmered slightly, and this thought grew increasingly potent within him. He even began to associate it with the Taoist patriarch's creation of the empty void. Unfortunately, the Taoist patriarch had long transcended. Even if the remnants of his creation had fallen, the residuals born from the golden cicada shell had already reached the other shore, far beyond the supreme true Buddha, who had yet to attain that state. Therefore, this notion remained mere contemplation for Lin Yang, who did not intend to act upon it. The disparity between the other shore and the realms beneath it was self-evident. Even if the time blade were to awaken fully, it could not contend with the celestial monstrosity birthed from the remnants of the Taoist patriarch's creation, even were the celestial monstrosity to offer no resistance. Allowing itself to be consumed, the outcome would inevitably lead to Lin Yang losing his identity, becoming a mere fragment of the celestial entity. From the other shore began the crafting of the empty void, while beneath the other shore, one must accumulate various attributes, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of the vast sea of suffering, awaiting the moment to break free from its depths. Given this, Lin Yang resolved to pursue even more thorough enhancements, believing that future regrets would be preferable to having no future at all. His thoughts solidified, and although the chasm between him and the celestial monstrosity was unfathomably vast, far exceeding the difference between 0 and infinity, there existed myriad entities across the myriad realms capable of allowing him to carve out a potential avatar, and not solely the celestial monstrosity. He had simply not contemplated that aspect previously, thus had not taken action. Now, with newfound inspiration, the idea of transforming the supreme true Buddha into an avatar emerged, leading to a cascade of further thoughts, transcending the confines of his original plan. It was not too late, after all. The remnants of those who had reached the other shore were not so easily digested. A single misstep could lead to a fate akin to his. Lin Yang Muset, recalling a certain master of great power suppressed somewhere within the realm of reality. One of the 6 outer masters, the founder of the Jisoo mountain, Shiqin, had once debated with the yet-to-reach other shore Buddha. As a being at the pinnacle of creation, Shiqin had become obsessed with exploring the path to the other shore, delving into the traces left by those who had fallen, ultimately provoking calamity and transforming into a frenzied beast, nearly losing all sense of self. Had it not been for the Lingbao Tianzuan, who sensed the disturbance and struck with a sword, Shiqin would have faced a fate far worse than mere suppression, becoming the vessel for that great figure from the other shore's return. What Lin Yang intended to do was far more audacious than Shiqin's actions. He boldly dared to scrutinize the remnants of a being from the other shore. Yet, with the Emperor of Heaven's endorsement, there was not an utter lack of hope. Concerning this matter, he must remain detached. Otherwise, he might unwittingly escape confinement, as the suppression characteristic of the other shore posed a significant headache. Numerous thoughts dissipated in succession, and Lin Yang shifted his focus back to the supreme, true Buddha, whose form had withered considerably. He gently pushed the crown, and a beam of pure light burst forth from his spiritual platform, illuminating the boundless darkness and rendering countless universes radiant, leaving innumerable beings awestruck. Buzz! The immeasurable radiance contracted, the pure light and the glass-like golden glow intertwining, enveloping Lin Yang and the supreme true Buddha completely, rendering them invisible to the outside world. Only the faintest outline could be discerned as the boundless radiance collapsed, the pure light encasing the supreme true Buddha, even enveloping the golden cicada shell. Deep within the spirit mountain, a host of great saints gazed upon the dark battlefield, catching a glimpse of the core of darkness through the newly woven threads of the 3,000 great paths. Countless universes went unnoticed by them, failing to elicit any surprise. For any individual in their prime would possess far more universes within them than this. Observing the increasingly distinct pure light and the glass-like golden glow, both standing in opposition, the bull demon king furrowed his brow and solemnly remarked, "It appears this battle remains stalemated. The time blade has not fully awakened, yet Xianyang can achieve such a feat, standing toe-to-toe with the supreme true Buddha, who nearly embodies the great Buddha array. The ruler of the heavenly court indeed lives up to his title." 140 to 50 breaths may not seem lengthy in a battle of creation level, and typically a victor would have emerged by now. Only when 2 masters of great power are closely matched can such an extended conflict occur without a clear indication of decline from either side. Unless one among them is holding back a trump card. No. As the bull demon king contemplated the time blade, he halted abruptly. Shaking his head, he self-deprecatingly mused, "It seems that having survived beneath the golden staff for an eternity has affected my mindset. Otherwise, why would I be so entangled in this matter today?" After speaking, the bull demon king turned to Tai Li and inquired, "The 5 elements peacock?" Tai Li nodded in confusion, and then saw the bull demon king reach into his sleeve, struggling to retrieve something. Just as the onlookers grew curious about the bull demon king's actions, he suddenly paused, turning his head alongside several great saints and the 9 heavens Xuan Nu, their expressions filled with astonishment. En overwhelming aura approached rapidly, resounding with grandeur, as if the heavens were cascading and the earth were sprouting golden lotuses, the majestic sounds of Zen reverberating throughout the spirit mountain. "Namo Amitba, Master Xianyang. This humble monk has come to assist you." A voice, imbued with both benevolence and an air of enigma, echoed in the ears of all present. Had he awakened ahead of time? No, this sense of completeness was not an early awakening, but a full return. Whether it be the 9 heavens Xuan Nu or the great saints, their hearts trembled with astonishment. How could they not recognize this figure? He had already attained the pinnacle of creation before the sealing of the gods, his accumulation sufficient, with only the opportunity lacking to reach the other shore as an unparalleled powerhouse. To assist your majesty? The countenance of the 9 heavens Xian Nu turned grave as she stepped forward, wielding the Qishao sword. The bizarre undertones in the intruder's words were unmasked. Who would genuinely believe that he had come to assist? A sense of foreboding arose among the few great saints as they exchanged glances. Chapter 882. The Ancient Buddha of Light. As the sudden resonance of the Buddha's chant echoed in their ears, Meng Qi and the other demigods from Qingqiu felt a tinge of bewilderment. What was amiss today? Despite the multitude of mighty beings and great powers being in seclusion, how could such unforeseen occurrences transpire, with superlative forces emerging one after another? The solemnity displayed by the great saints and the previously composed 9 heavens Xian Nu indicated that the newcomer could only be a transcendent being. As their doubts surfaced, The edge of Ling Mountain suddenly radiated brilliance, a great sun descending, its overwhelming might spreading forth, simultaneously refreshing yet oppressive. Meng Qi squinted slightly, perceiving that this was not a star from the cosmos, nor the true sun of the material realm, but a resplendent orb of Buddha light connecting to a sacred land of the Buddha that spanned countless epochs across myriad realms. Above the pure land of the four meditative heavens, an ancient Buddha sat cross-legged atop Mount Sumeru, his golden form exuding immense purity and wisdom. The power of enlightenment swirling around him. An ineffable sensation surged from the depths of Meng Qi's heart. Although the ancient Buddha was seated in the pure land, it felt as though he also existed simultaneously in Ling Mountain, with the radiant Buddha sun hovering behind his head, illuminating the shadows within people's hearts. When his gaze shifted to the ancient lamp of glass held in the Buddha's palm, Meng Qi's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that it was a treasure of causality. Even without activating the Tao seal, he could discern the intertwining threads of causality emanating from the lamp's light, extending wherever causality reached, an unforeseen peril. The ancient Buddha of light. The bull demon king bore a heavy expression during the eruption of the Ling Mountain battle. Although the various sects of the Buddhist order nearly emptied their ranks, a few Buddhas remained in tranquil meditation within their pure lands, not participating in the conflict. Those Buddhas were all formidable beings, second only in status to the Bodhi Buddha and Amitabha Buddha. Among them, the ancient Buddha of light, once a proponent of the teachings, had become a pivotal figure within the Buddhist order. Even amidst the Ling Mountain battle, he had never left his own pure land, and now, in his current state, it was incomprehensible how he had managed to awaken so robustly in this era. Why had he chosen to come to Ling Mountain at this moment? The Bull Demon King and the other great saints exchanged knowing glances, arriving at an answer. If this did not concern the other shore, they would never believe it. Although the ancient Buddha of light had achieved consummate creation, could he truly possess the ability to remain so vibrantly present in the current world after the tumult of the heavenly court? With time's relentless passage having intensified the trials countless times over, in a fleeting moment, the ancient Buddha, with the radiant Buddha sun hovering behind him, had already arrived deep within Ling Mountain, standing aloft amidst the powerful beings, gazing into the depths of darkness. Esteemed patrons, it is a fortunate reunion to see you once more, he intoned, his voice imbued with compassion, echoing through countless realms from the Pure Land. He turned his gaze toward the Bull Demon King and the other great saints who had escaped their constraints, seemingly unfazed by the impending conflict in the dark battlefield, as if he were already aware that the fighting in that darkness would not conclude swiftly, before the great saints could utter a word. The compassionate voice of the ancient Buddha resonated again, cutting through the continuum of time and space. With a serene smile, he proclaimed the Ling Mountain battle, with the silence of myriad Buddhas, fundamentally arose from the betrayal of the demonic Buddha. However, the incursion of the great saints of the heavens also served as the demonic Buddha's unwitting accomplices. Otherwise, the great Buddha formation would not have been established so easily. The demonic Buddha could not have executed such a sudden betrayal that nearly buried the entire Buddhist order. Today, as it coincides with your deliverance, why not take refuge in the Buddhist order and become an external protector, thus atoning for the sins you once committed? At these words, the assembled demon folk erupted in outrage, both the great saints and the demigods alike. To be termed an external protector sounded noble, yet in cruder terms, it merely implied being a pawn to be manipulated, perhaps even subordinate to a steed. The Bull Demon King, infuriated, retorted, "How dare you, ancient Buddha, not to overstep your bounds? When we roamed the myriad realms, why do we not witness you treat us with such disdain?" The Pung Demon King let out a howl, his black gold feathers shimmering coldly, even in such weakened state. Each feather contained the tumult of countless galaxies, intertwined with the fates of myriad beings. Even if I were to sever ties here, do you presume I would yield to the Buddhist order? The great saints' auras surged wildly, disregarding their injuries, extracting every ounce of their power. Waves of murderous intent soared, distorting the boundaries of reality, transforming into dark clouds that obscured the Buddha's light. The ancient Buddha remained unmoved, his expression still one of compassion, impervious to the words of the great saints. Even as their murderous intent pierced the skies and radiated beyond Ling Mountain, it could not stir even a ripple within him. In terms of power, even if the great saints were to align in their prime, he could face them with solemnity, perhaps even choose to evade their onslaught. Yet now, the great saints' abilities, despite their fervor, would not suffice to withstand even a single finger of his. Regarding background, the Buddhist order boasted two significant figures from the other shore, and he shared a favorable rapport with one of them. Meanwhile, following the demise of the demon sage and the transformation of the phoenix's divine body into the demon sage's spear, only one figure from the other shore remained within the demon clan. Compared to the deeply emotional demon sage, the remaining other shore figure, the demon emperor, while having attained enlightenment in the primordial epoch and being a progenitor of humanity, showed little concern for external affairs, rarely intervening in the matters of demons or humans. Had it not been for the bias of the primordial heavenly sovereign and the virtuous heavenly sovereign towards humanity, the demon emperor's worries about an overpowering human race eventually obliterating the demon clan would not have led him to favor the demon folk. Even so, the demon emperor seldom interfered in the affairs of the demon clan. Though he was an ancient figure from the other shore, his status in the minds of countless demons paled in comparison to the deeply passionate and devoted demon sage. Thus, the ancient Buddha held no fear of subduing the great saints, knowing it would not lead to consequences beyond his control. The only demon sage capable of championing the demon clan had perished in the Ling Mountain battle. Meng Qi, enduring the terrifying murderous intent that threatened to rend his very being, struck his head, summoning the primordial auspicious clouds that cascaded down, enveloping him in protection. He retreated a few paces, positioning himself behind the nine heavens Xian Nu, distancing himself from this impending chaos. As for hiding behind a woman, Meng Qi felt no shame. If one's life were at stake, what value did shame hold? Amidst their fury, the great saints harbored no reservations, and the assembled demon folk hastily retreated, fearful of impending doom. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of eruption, the ancient Buddha suddenly shifted his tone, stating, "Very well. Since you esteemed patrons are so unwilling, this humble monk shall not force your hand. However, do not blame me for the bitter fruit of the future. I have forewarned you." It appeared as though he had genuinely altered his stance, no longer intent on subduing the great saints. The bold demon king and others exchanged glances, their minds awash with suspicion. They had prepared to perish here, resolved to fight to the last. How could the ancient Buddha, who held such absolute advantage, suddenly change his demeanor? Was it merely because they were unwilling that he chose to relent? None would believe it, as all were engulfed in doubt. The ancient Buddha turned away, retreating into the dark battlefield, seemingly to lend aid, alongside the supreme Yang deity, to subdue the ultimate true Buddha. The expression of the nine heavens Xian Nu shifted slightly. In a fleeting moment, she darted forward, positioning herself before the ancient Buddha, intent on halting his advance. Chapter 883. Unforeseen Events, the Demonic Buddha's Roar. If His Majesty could confront the ultimate true Buddha without the need for the time blade to awaken, then the enigmatic ancient Buddha's interference could only worsen the outcome, compelling the time blade to awaken prematurely, leaving them relatively weakened when all the great figures returned. Behind the flickering light of the lamp, there undoubtedly lies a figure of great significance from the other shore, whose directives remain shrouded in mystery. What promises of advantage have been whispered to ignite such audacity in the lamp-bearer? Surely, without such assurances, one would question the sanity of such reckless malevolence, especially when cognizant that the time blade could awaken at the Emperor's beckoning, ready to respond at the moment of peril. Despite these dangers, the lamp-bearer dares to approach with ill intent, seemingly unafraid of his own demise. It is only with a well-considered escape plan that one of such formidable prowess would undertake actions deemed unwise by onlookers. The shadowy figure who orchestrated the lamp-bearer's advance has assured him that even should he perish today, time itself will be rewound, granting him resurrection. It is not merely the possibility of the time blade becoming weakened from an awakening today that concerns them. Even at its zenith, it cannot sustain the course of history under the influence of a being from the other shore. As myriad thoughts flickered through her mind in the blink of an eye, the nine heavens Xian Nu ultimately resolved to intervene, fully aware that her own fall was a likely consequence. Had it not been for the Emperor's protection, she would have succumbed at the moment of her descent from the heavenly realm, leaving no room for what was to follow. Moreover, in ancient times, when she was still weak, the Emperor had shown her great kindness, aiding her through numerous perilous trials. Such gratitude and affection could hardly be forgotten with the passage of time. Yet just as the nine heavens Xian Nu made her move to block the path, and as the great sages watched the unfolding events with anticipation, an unforeseen circumstance arose. The lamp-bearer, who had initially retreated towards the dark battlefield, abruptly turned, heading instead toward the nine heavens Xian Nu's original position, moving toward Meng Qi. It appeared that his professed intention to assist the Xianyang deity was merely a ruse, with his true objective lying with Meng-Chi. In that moment, all present found their thoughts dulled, unable to comprehend why an ancient Buddha of complete transformation would act in such a manner. Confusion clouded the depths of the nine heavens, Xian Nu's eyes, only to be followed by sudden clarity. The possibilities that had been obscured were now laid bare. The veil had been lifted by the lamp-bearer's own actions. He sought the causes of all fruit, the very essence needed for his own completion and ascendance to the other shore. Having once delved into the intricacies of the limitless seal during his time in the Jade Void lineage, the lamp-bearer was adept at concealing the heavenly secrets and shrouding various futures in obscurity. Was his previous discourse with the great sages merely a ploy to buy time, to bury all possibilities related to this matter? A jolt of realization struck the nine heavens, Xian Nu. Was the lamp-bearer truly on the verge of crossing to the other shore today, in a realm devoid of the return of great figures? Amidst the slumber of numerous mighty beings, who could possibly impede the escape of one who had perfected the art of transformation, who could reverse the tide of time, relying solely on the awakened sages around her? Even at this moment, the lamp-bearer surpassed them, let alone the version of himself that had integrated the vast majority of potential futures, his power exponentially magnified. The emergence of the supreme, true Buddha served only to entangle the emperor, preventing him from dedicating time to confront the lamp-bearer, who was most likely his external calamity. Compared to her past encounters in the heavenly realm, where she had casually overheard the heavenly emperor speak of the lamp-bearer and the causes of all fruit, the other sages, with limited knowledge, remained bewildered. The human celestial, despite his exceptional prowess and possession of a fearsome lightning blade that seemed to rival the other shore, was not enough to provoke the lamp-bearer's wrath. Having departed from the Jade Void lineage and embraced the path of Buddhism, the lamp-bearer should not harbor such deep-seated animosity toward his former lineage as to disregard his status and strike at a junior. As the thoughts of those present diverged, Meng-Chi, with a hint of concern etched upon his face, watched as the golden palm of the Buddha drew nearer, creating an expansive realm within its grasp. His heart sank into a chilling abyss. He was engulfed in confusion, yet he began to foresee his own fate. The ancient Buddha sought to take his life. No, that was not entirely accurate. Although a mere thought could bring him to the brink of death countless times, the lamp-bearer refrained from doing so. Instead, as he ensnared the nine heavens, Xian Nu, and with no one else around, he reached for Meng-Chi, seemingly intent on enacting something before taking his life. With such strength, a mere finger could subdue all, yet he chose to play this charade. Countless questions surged within Meng-Chi as he gripped his ultimate blade, summoning all his might to obliterate his own form, collapsing the cave and channeling everything into the blade. Even in death, he would fight with every ounce of his being. No matter if this strike could not harm the lamp-bearer, he had to unleash it. Otherwise, even in death, his spirit would remain unfulfilled. Why would the lamp-bearer, previously indifferent to him, now take such action? Why would an unparalleled being of the cycle of suffering stoop to confront a celestial, adhering to the tradition of the Jade Void lineage that sought to overpower the weak? Why? All these confounding questions poured into the blade, rendering the purple lightning even more resplendent. With a flash of violet light, illusion shattered. The ultimate blade charged forth with the fervor of a moth drawn to the flame, severing through the Buddha's realm without leaving a trace of retreat. Ultimately, Meng-Chi's entire essence was poured into that strike, but not a ripple emerged before being consumed by the palm's domain. Beneath the five-finger mountain, the indistinct form of the demon Buddha flickered with the reverse character of the myriad worlds as he murmured with tranquil satisfaction, "If I cannot possess it, then I shall destroy it." Since I had laid the groundwork for escape at that time, achieving completeness now is paramount. In antiquity, his gains from the near path were not insignificant. Once the moment arrived, freedom would be his. Thus, at this juncture, mending his own vulnerabilities took precedence. However, just as the lamp-bearer was about to grasp the dissipating chance of Meng-Chi, and as the demon Buddha's smile emerged, the lamp-bearer's hand abruptly halted, rendering him rigid, unable to move an inch. The heavenly emperor, as he beheld the ancient, primitive blade piercing through him, the demon Buddha sprang to his feet, shedding all semblance of leisure. Countless dark thunders erupted, unleashing a dread power capable of annihilating the heavens and myriad realms, yet under the suppression of the Bodhi tree. The jade scepter and the Buddha, as well as the primordial heavenly sovereign, none of this power affected the outside world. It was as if the five-finger mountain existed in an entirely different realm, perhaps even more miraculous. Boom! Thunder roared. The winds surged upon the five-finger mountain. Yet everything remained confined within the faint glow, failing to even rouse the awareness of the 9 heavens, Xian Nu, and the others. How could this be? The lamp-bearer looked down at the time blade protruding from his back, murmuring in disbelief. He had been exceedingly cautious, ensuring his aura did not seep into the surrounding darkness, taking every precaution to conceal the heavenly secrets. How could he have been detected by the Xianyang deity? It was inconceivable. Did the time blade somehow launch itself, forcibly awakening to a level of creation, and stab him? Do not impede me, the lamp-bearer roared, his compassion transforming into a fierce countenance. The causes of all fruit lay within reach, and the opportunity to ascend to the other shore was before him. How could he abandon it? With just a little more progress, he could seize the essence that glimpsed eternity, unless you awaken fully, disregarding the consequences. Even if you are a divine weapon of the other shore, do not think you can obstruct me. The lamp-bearer staggered 2 steps, his breath slightly faltering, as the wound was washed by time, turning that area of his golden form to ash. He retracted his palm, exerting force with both faint golden hands to withdraw the time blade and cast it away. It seemed that his words had an effect. The time blade hesitated, refraining from further awakening. Observing this, the lamp-bearer, while remaining vigilant of the time blade, reached once more for Meng Qi. In the heavens above, the elder before the Bagua furnace suddenly pulled with both hands, opening the elixir furnace as a brilliant golden light erupted forth, seemingly eager to escape. Boom! The terrifying luminescence surged skyward, piercing through countless boundless universes. In an instant, a vast crimson sea of fire enveloped innumerable realms, its boundaries utterly indiscernible. The inferno spread rapidly, traversing infinite distances in a heartbeat. It invaded the sacred grounds of Ling Mountain from another dimension. The creature from Qingqiu instinctively looked up, utterly aghast. It was not merely a sea of fire, but a crimson cloak. A colossal, boundless, furry hand materialized in the sky, grasping the long-forgotten golden cudgel. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating through Ling Mountain, reverberating across myriad worlds, and permeating the river of time, as if proclaiming the return of a mighty being. Hey, you bald donkey, take this from me, old son. The fervor grew with each word, and if it weren't for the need to rise early the next day, I would not wish to cease. Chapter 884, The External Catastrophe. The great sage equal to heaven, upon seeing the golden cudgel and the towering golden ape. A wave of joy surged within everyone, even the bull demon king and other revered beings, upon witnessing the great sage's presence after eons, displayed a semblance of reverence. Had it not been for the great sage's selfless act during the battle at Ling Mountain, they would have perished long ago, with no hope of ever seeing the light of day again. Boom! The void ruptured, spanning across the sky above Ling Mountain, with the world shrouded in haze, as if on the verge of becoming chaos. The Buddha's sanctum was subjected to an exceptionally rare and violent impact since time immemorial. Take this from me, old son. The thunderous voice resounded heavily, imprinting itself into the annals of time, becoming a part of the cosmic order. Sun Wukong, the expression of the enlightened one, shifted subtly. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to retract his palm, raising the ancient glazed lamp to illuminate the myriad realms with the light of causality, revealing the dazzling and elusive universe of cause and effect, aiming to deliver a cataclysmic blow that seemed capable of obliterating all existence. Like him, the great sage was also a being of complete transformation, sheltered by an unknown, formidable figure from the other shore, able to descend in his full glory at this very moment. The golden cudgel, too, remained unsheathed to protect the great sage, and although it was not at its zenith, it was far from negligible. In this unexpected conjunction, time itself had unexpectedly dealt a blow, and should he forcibly withstand this strike, his divine form could very well be shattered on the spot, with many projections left in tatters. In such a scenario, even if he should gain the fruits of causality, he would have lost his life, making the escape from the sea of suffering an impossibility. Crack! Under the gaze of all, the golden cudgel, almost transcending the logic of time, struck the ancient glazed lamp, the light radiating from it, while dutifully defending against the myriad causative forces entwined with the great sage and the golden cudgel, ultimately succumbed. Thus, even the weakest of the strongest demon gods could perceive the trajectory of the golden cudgel through the rent causative realm. Crack! A few fissures appeared, and the radiance of the ancient glazed lamp seemed to dim slightly. The enlightened one's countenance grew heavy, the resplendent halo behind his head shining brilliantly, as he, seated upon the ancient golden body atop the 4 Dhyana heavens, took a step, instantly traversing the Buddha's pure land, spanning countless epochs, converging with the presence of the Enlightened One. Boom! As the golden cudgel continued its descent, the Enlightened One's aura, temporarily restored to its peak by secret arts, surged even beyond that of his earlier arrival at Ling Mountain, enabling him to stand in equal measure against the assertive return of the great sage. The Enlightened One turned his palm, producing a sea-calming pearl imbued with the essence of the Buddha's teachings, flicking it forth toward the great sage. Unlike ordinary divine weapons, the sea-calming pearl could manifest as one of the myriad heavens, yet it was not a divine artifact or treasure in itself. Akin to the fan of heaven wielded by the great sage, it was merely a material entity devoid of true spirit. Thus it did not enter a state of slumber, striving to evade the relentless erosion of time. At this moment, aside from its potential to strike, the sea-calming pearl, capable of evolving into the myriad heavens, was indeed a rare and formidable weapon, far surpassing the ancient lamp in its offensive capabilities. From the very beginning at the Great Thunderclap Monastery, he had harbored an ill feeling toward you. The golden ape grinned, lifting the golden cudgel to deflect the ancient lamp, and without a trace of fear, swung the cudgel down towards the sea-calming pearl, transforming what was merely a staff in his hands into what seemed like the sharpest blade in existence. Endless universes erupted from his core as streams of projection power converged upon him, ultimately coalescing atop the golden cudgel, rendering it so formidable that its mere existence could rend the fabric of the world apart. At that moment, within the myriad realms, an indescribable terror surged in the hearts of countless powerful beings, as if calamity were imminent, threatening obliteration at any moment. The myriad universes unfolding within him had indeed formed a tangible realm, yet it remained imperfect, even though he practiced the profound arts of the 8-9 mysterious techniques. Perfected through the sacred Buddha's form, he dared not directly confront the weight of the heavens. Perhaps enduring the full force of the sea-calming pearl propelled by the Enlightened One would not result in severe injury, yet would certainly hinder his subsequent battles. Although he was known for his impetuous nature, frequently likened to a restless monkey amidst countless universes, having experienced myriad events, how could he lack even a modicum of growth? If the Enlightened One were to seize the fruits of causality, it would pose a dire challenge. Once the Enlightened One extricated himself from the sea of suffering, none could thwart him before the return of the great figures, and the fate of the demon race was all but sealed. Even without this reason, at this moment, in this very place, confronting a formidable being of the Buddha's lineage was among the conditions for preserving his life. So how could he remain indifferent? As a myriad of thoughts surged within the great sage, the golden cudgel collided with the sea-calming pearl. Crack! The terrifying power interwove deeply, as layers of apocalyptic ripples spread out, only to rapidly collapse. Time, space, matter, energy, and the intricate myriad paths began to curl and converge at the point of collision between the golden cudgel and the sea-calming pearl. Z-Z-Z-Z-E. The expressions of the bull demon king and the 9 heavens mystical maiden shifted in unison. Unlike the trembling demon gods, they at least possessed a legendary status. And being on Ling Mountain, they could not fully encapsulate the terror of 2 beings of complete transformation engaged in combat. Thus, they bore witness to a horrifying spectacle. At the point of collision between the golden cudgel and the sea-calming pearl, colors had become so vibrant that they surpassed the limits observable by ordinary beings. Streams of cosmic order manifested, morphing into indistinct entities of myriad paths, before plunging into the resplendent sphere of light, further enhancing its mesmerizing beauty. As an essence perceptible only through intuition began to rise, having adjusted their perspectives based on past knowledge, experience, and insights into the Tao. The powerful figures observed that the dazzling sphere of light was not merely a light sphere, but rather a vast expanse of the myriad heavens. Countless, boundless universes were coming into existence, and even the core realm of reality had begun to take shape. At first glance, the full might of 2 beings of complete transformation had seemingly forged a domain commensurate with the entirety of the heavens within them. How could this be merely described as terrifying? When did beings of complete transformation attain such overwhelming power? This is my external catastrophe. A flicker of understanding arose within the Enlightened One. Though the great figures from the other shore had detached from the river of time and slipped into a realm of non-existence, they could not have left without preparing some contingency. After all, possessing the ability to seize the future is no trivial matter. Perhaps even before they departed the river of time, they foresaw the events of today, thus preparing in advance to prevent the emergence of another being from the other shore upon their return. Chapter 885. the moment humanity contemplates the divine laughs. In the realm of darkness, Lin Yang heard the great sage's thunderous roar and beheld the sudden emergence of new tributaries in the river of time. Finally, comprehending why the temporal blade had fled. As Lin Yang sensed the fluctuations emanating from the clash between two consummate masters of creation, a tinge of apprehension surfaced within him. Prior to reaching perfection, while the universe contained within a great adept was indeed vast, it still bore an undeniable disparity when juxtaposed with the structural realms of this epic, lacking both the true realms and the paths of the 9 nether and 9 heavens. In contrast, those who had attained the pinnacle of creation possessed within them countless universes that had undergone a profound metamorphosis, thereby giving birth to the nascent form of the true realm. If one were to dilute the truth slightly, it could be said that the multitude of universes within a perfected being could be tentatively regarded as the myriad realms, albeit with the heavens merely in their embryonic stage while the myriad worlds had reached maturity. Although this does not provide a direct illustration of the chasm that exists between the perfected and the ordinary levels of creation, history has shown that no ordinary creator has ever dared to provoke a perfected being without the aid of overwhelmingly powerful external forces. It is as though the perfected masters exist on an entirely different tier, having transcended the suffering of the ordinary realm. They are capable of choosing whether to escape the depths of despair and confront the most terrifying and hopeless calamities, willingly enduring the scrutiny of fate. It is no wonder that the great sage equal to heaven refrained from intervening when the supreme, true Buddha manifested. It appears that the intent of the figure from the Doshui Palace was aimed at Lin Yang. As Lin Yang contemplated these matters, he continued to refine the supreme, true Buddha, merging with it through the method of transforming one into 3 pure ones. He harbored no doubts as to why the Lin Yang of this timeline had not succumbed to slumber as his counterpart in another epoch had, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for a return. The Taoist patriarch and the celestial emperor had likely altered the past countless times, causing the information he possessed to teeter on the brink of obsolescence. Even if the eminent figures from the other shore had not fully returned to this moment in time, their influence could not be entirely absent from the continuum of time. Allowing a perfected being to evade the ravages of time and thrive in this era may not be much more challenging than a great adept crushing an ant. The sole complication lies in the potential intervention of another adept, hindering the act of squashing the ant. It remains uncertain how many of the otherworldly beings have engaged in such intricate games within the true chaos, ultimately reaching a compromise that has culminated in the present outcome. Lin Yang had begun to form a nebulous conjecture in his heart. As the current juncture in time drew closer to its conclusion, he felt an escalating connection with a prominent figure from the other shore, thereby enhancing his grasp over the continuum of time. This being was not oblivious to the actions of the celestial emperor and the Taoist patriarch. At some point unknown to him, they had modified various past events, allowing the supreme, true Buddha to remain hidden from the world until now. Thus, the supreme Buddha had not ventured to the Jade Void Palace several decades prior, when no formidable beings existed in their complete forms, to seize the seal of Tao and become the cause of all fruits. This may very well be the result of the intricate machinations among the beings of the other shore, preventing the supreme Buddha from departing his own pure land of Buddhism to manifest in the external world. Otherwise, the presence at Mount Ling might have been another adept entirely. It is also conceivable that the initial choice was not the supreme Buddha, but rather another entity, who, having harbored ulterior motives, ultimately vanished within the currents of time or lost this fragment of memory, continuing to slumber in some obscure corner. Countless thoughts collided within Lin Yang's mind as he gradually discerned the subtle interplay among the powerful beings of the past, which the suffering beings of the sea had been utterly oblivious to at the time. Although he yearned to witness the confrontation between the supreme true Buddha and the great sage equal to heaven, the former was not devoid of any capacity for resistance. Any excessive focus on the battle atop Mount Ling could afford the opposing party an opportunity to flee. Indeed, Lin Yang even found himself praying that their conflict did not spill into this realm of darkness, for under such intense pressure, the supreme true Buddha might seize the chance to escape. However, as soon as this thought arose, Lin Yang found solace in acceptance. It mattered little whether he remained here or even transported the supreme true Buddha to the 9 heavens. If both the supreme Buddha and the great sage were determined, they could easily shift the battlefield from Mount Ling to the 9 heavens, wreaking havoc from the lowest depths all the way to the Hall of Celestial Harmony, resulting in a massacre that would leave the nascent heavenly court littered with corpses. What remained uncertain was the attitude of the figure from the Doshui Palace towards him. Would their thoughts shift, revealing the inscrutability of fate? After all, by means of such actions, they would undoubtedly glimpse various futures and discern the thoughts that still lingered in his heart at this moment. What he was aware of, they likely knew as well, while what they knew remained beyond his grasp. After countless contemplations, Lin Yang ultimately closed his eyes, surrendering everything to the will of fate. The mere act of creation, even in its perfected form, was hardly deserving of excessive scrutiny from the eminent beings of the other shore before one had liberated themselves from the sea of suffering. Much less should they conspire against the ephemeral illusions that had yet to break free from their anguish. Their endeavors from beginning to end merely orchestrated a scenario where individuals could neither resist nor escape, believing instead that they were navigating trials and tribulations, making choices that stemmed from their own hearts after enduring growth. Even the confrontation with a certain eminent being, resulting in their discomfort, was likely a scenario that individual wished to witness for some ulterior motive. It was precisely due to Lin Yang's profound understanding of the hardships inherent in the realm of creation and his awareness of the ice-cold depths of suffering that he remained so accepting of fate. Ultimately, at this moment, as he endeavored to refine the supreme, true Buddha, he lacked the capacity to withstand unexpected changes. Further contemplation would be futile. Should an unforeseen event arise, he could only endure the pain of watching the supreme, true Buddha evade capture. The fact that the supreme Buddha had been suppressed at Mount Ling for countless years suggested that ordinary means would likely fail to annihilate him. Otherwise, this calamity befalling the Buddhist sect would have been quelled in its infancy. The golden cicada shell might succeed or might not. Lin Yang was disinclined to test the waters. As he fully committed to the refinement of the supreme, true Buddha, integrating it into his past, present, and future, a sudden realization struck Lin Yang. The time blade had returned. After initially piercing the supreme Buddha to buy time for the arrival of the great sage, and preserving a glimmer of hope for Meng Qi, the time blade had remained dormant, even as the outcome between the great sage and the supreme Buddha remained undecided. Lin Yang's thoughts began to meander. Compared to other eminent beings who embodied grand forces, it was astonishing that the Celestial Emperor had personally launched a surprise attack on the supreme Buddha. Was this not excessively brazen? Or was the Celestial Emperor dutifully playing the role of the Time Blade, maintaining his identity as the reincarnation of the Supreme Yang Emperor? If the Supreme Buddha were aware that he had been stabbed by the Celestial Emperor, yet had not perished on the spot, would he feel honored? A record-breaking event. In the future, Meng Qi, who would become an ancient being and refrain from actively pursuing the fruits of the Tao across numerous epochs, would indeed serve as an excellent aid to the Celestial Emperor, who sought to seize the fruits of the Tao, Lin Yang mused. Chapter 886, Beyond the Myriad Realms. The True Chaos. Beyond the myriad realms, outside the currents of time and destiny, in the true chaos that transcends the sea of suffering, there existed several indescribable entities, lingering outside the flow of time and fate. They observed with quietude as the current juncture progressed, consuming various uncertain futures, leaving only the remnants of the past. The deep-seated thoughts of countless beings, too, were set into motion as time flowed, allowing them to discern the inclinations of certain beings still situated within the present moment. No inch of land or creature within the myriad realms, regardless of their past or future, could elude their keen perception. The only exception lay in the moment of the epic's inception, where a facet of true Tao had fortuitously coalesced into a distinct aspect of Tao. In proximity to the path, aside from the 9 heavens and the uppermost and lowermost layers of the 9 nether, all other paths were formed through countless epochs and serendipitous encounters, merging time and space. Even the most unfathomable beings of the other shore would find it challenging to fully comprehend everything within these realms without personally entering them. Observing the pinnacle battle erupting from the sea of suffering at Mount Ling, witnessing the dark thunder crackling at the Five-Finger Mountain, and observing the Time Blade alongside Lin Yang, who was engaged in the refinement of the supreme true Buddha. A peculiar manifestation, seemingly transcending nearly all concepts of the myriad realms, appeared to exhibit subtle fluctuations, as if a fragment of the true Tao had momentarily revealed itself, whenever they so desired. These entities could effortlessly return to the flowing river of time and destiny. The notion of distance from this river and from the myriad worlds was but a fallacy. Had they not remained detached from the river of time, they would have inevitably borne the burden of the time force unleashed by the Heavenly Emperor, who had once aligned with the grand momentum of the final calamity. Such an influence would render them imperceptibly weaker, causing them to lag behind by a fleeting instant when the opportunity for Tao fruit arose at the advent of the final calamity, ultimately missing their chance within the last epoch, by which time the myriad realms would have transformed beyond recognition. The sites of that era, described as utterly unrecognizable, would have rewritten everything that followed the fall of the celestial court. At the moment of this peculiar manifestation's disturbance, several other enigmatic entities also responded in kind. Following an obscure clash, imperceptible to mortal eyes and beyond observation, everything reverted once more to its original state. These entities floated beyond the myriad worlds, suspended within the authentic chaos, patiently awaiting the approach of the ultimate juncture. Only when the current moment converged with that destined point could they return to the myriad realms in their unblemished entirety. Time flowed on, and another enigmatic entity stirred, seeking to establish a connection with the imprints of history anchored within the river of time and destiny. The other entities promptly acted in concert, perhaps due to the battlefield's proximity to the myriad realms. Influenced by the various paths of existence, they were suffused with color and delineated by contours, allowing for a vague glimpse of their indistinct forms. A hazy, pallid hand grasped the long-lost, equally indistinct heavenly execution axe, its shaft marked with 9 Tao scars. Growing increasingly indistinct the further it drifted from the river of time and destiny, reverting to an indescribable state of ambiguity. Not far from the heavenly execution axe, a small portion of the 7 treasures marvelous tree was visible. Its master, however, was situated at a considerable distance, eluding description and leaving no trace of existence to be observed. One could only surmise, based on the tales circulating in the myriad realms, that this figure was likely one of the 2 eminent beings from the Buddhist realm, the Bodhi ancient Buddha, who devised the 3-corpse method. The previous clash was not a battle, but appeared more akin to a dialogue in the conventional sense. It was merely that in this realm, every path had lost its original significance, rendering comprehension elusive, and one could only speculate based on limited imagination. Even if they bore no remnants of the myriad realms within them, in this true chaos, they could scarcely be perceived as anything amiss, as if they were genuine fragments of chaos itself. After a brief interval, several of the eminent beings distanced themselves from the myriad realm's influence, once again succumbing to the state they had inhabited for countless years, becoming enigmatic entities once more. Had Lin Yang witnessed this scene, he might have surmised that if they had indeed reached a mutual compromise and arrived at a certain decision, it would mark yet another dream of the great powers. Another shift in the eyes of the historical figures gazing upon the suffering beings of the Sea of Bitterness. Deep within the Spirit Mountain, the face of the burning lamp was as dark as water, as he collected the returning calming sea pearl into his palm and spoke in a grave tone. Sun Wukong, you once held the title of victorious fighting Buddha. Do you truly intend to obstruct me now? Observing the stalemate, Burning Lamp was compelled to seek alternative methods, abandoning the pursuit of victory through force, regardless of his urgency to seize the proximate cause of all fruits. He had to confront reality and first persuade the once rampant troublemaker who had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. As for the battle unfolding in that realm of darkness, he cared little. After all, what could possibly be more significant than the cause of all fruits? What could hold greater importance than his final opportunity to ascend to the other shore? The great sage equal to heaven was not in a hurry to act either. A smirk curled upon his furry visage. During the Spirit Mountain battle, since I, old Sun, chose to return to the demon clan, I naturally would not linger on those bygone days. Should Burning Lamp wish to persuade him through words, he would gladly welcome the delay. Although the 8-9 mysteries could allow him to transform flawlessly into the malevolent deity of the 9 Nether, granting him a semblance of the power of the other shore within that realm, at this moment, situated in Spirit Mountain, his own strength, devoid of the 9 Nether-S enhancement, merely reached the pinnacle of creation. No matter how formidable he was, he could scarcely overpower Burning Lamp, who had been a great power since his inception. As it stood, the old lord's intentions seemed clear. As long as Burning Lamp remained compliant, there was no need for a life-and-death struggle that could ultimately benefit others. Nevertheless, the great sage was acutely aware that the grudge against obstructing the Tao was irreconcilable. Should matters escalate to that point, Burning Lamp might very well fight to the death, risking severe injury to seize the cause of all fruits. In such a scenario, even if he were reluctant, he would have to engage in a desperate battle. Otherwise, once Burning Lamp ascended to the other shore, who could possibly impede him? Could he rely on the ever-passive Old Lord? Was that even a possibility? This assertion bore some fallacy. During the Spirit Mountain battle, although the monk had not personally descended. He was somewhat aware of the hidden circumstances, observing the great sage's demeanor. A trace of the gloom on burning lamp's face dissipated as he recounted an old tale. In the realm of darkness, Lin Yang gazed at the supreme true Buddha, who had merged with the radiant light, and thought, remarkably swift, when he refined the Azure Emperor, the Crimson Emperor, and the Feather Emperor, using one chi transforming 3 purities. It had consumed quite a number of years. He had anticipated a similar delay this time. It had transpired far more rapidly than expected. Chapter 887. Pseudo-Other Shore, Weak Other Shore, True Other Shore. Perhaps due to his return to the world where one chi, transforming 3 purities, was born, influenced by its unique worldview. Or perhaps due to the lack of resistance from the strong beings on the true spirit path against the refinement of one chi, transforming 3 purities. Lin Yang projected that within a maximum of 2 hours, the supreme true Buddha would vanish, and he would gain another incarnation, though it remained uncertain how much of the Buddhist restraint could be preserved. In a typical scenario, should a true other shore be occupied by another being through certain means, it would transform into a relatively flawed weak other shore, unable to sustain prolonged combat. Once the supreme true Buddha became an incarnation, he would no longer be so pure. Likely resembling this scenario, the other shore could generally be categorized into 3 main types. The first is the normal other shore, which emerges from a perfected creation, escaping the sea of suffering, or is born as such, like the primordial heavenly sovereign. The unparalleled divine weapons and treasures of the other shore also belong to this category. The second is the weak other shore, predominantly incarnations of great other shore beings. Their time to act upon appearing is limited. After all, as an incarnation, they cannot be as pure as the original. This is akin to the complex relationship between the demonic Buddha and Meng Qi. But the strength of the incarnation does not affect the state of the true self. Additionally, during combat, weak other shores do not lag significantly behind normal great other shore beings. They simply cannot fight at full strength for extended periods, which is why no normal other shore has ever been defeated, just a matter of delaying long enough to achieve victory. The third is the pseudo-other shore, wherein the perfected beings of creation, under the enhancement of the 9 nether, ascend to this level. However, unlike normal and weak other shores, which can maintain their original forms anywhere within the myriad realms, a pseudo-other shore formed through the 9 nether, upon stepping outside the 9 nether and losing its enhancement, would shed its temporal hues and revert to its original state. Based on Lin Yang's understanding of the Heavenly Emperor's authority, he speculated that once he reached the pinnacle of creation, he too might ascend to the status of a pseudo-other shore. At that time, albeit limited to the 9 heavens, he would possess the means to act against the remnants of the other shore, avoiding a fate as tragic as that of Shiqin. Reflecting upon the remnant of a human sovereign concealed within the human sovereign sword, Lin Yang's emotions began to stir. Unlike the celestial monstrosities left by the Tao sovereign, the Emperor of humanity, having met an untimely demise, has completely perished, and thus the myriad of extraordinary characteristics associated with the other shore have naturally dissipated. Consequently, he becomes far less formidable. From Lin Yang's understanding of the original time-space, the remnants of the Emperor are likely inferior to the complete state of other shore divine weapons. Although the sheer weight of the remnants can bear down upon the real realm, almost causing it to collapse, the Emperor's remnants possess only transient power, capable of striking either in the present or the past. They lack the persistent, almost illogical terror that normal other shore beings and unparalleled divine weapons can unleash at every moment. What Lin Yang truly fears is precisely this aspect. Even if he could muster enough strength to contend with an other shore being for a fleeting moment, could he sustain that power indefinitely? Should this battle, occurring simultaneously across the past, present, and future, falter even once, at any one of countless temporal junctures, he might very well face dire consequences. As Lin Yang's thoughts drifted towards the real realm, a vast wave of energy surged through his senses once more. The countless universes within the realm of darkness trembled violently, their orders upended, with the core shifting, as the myriad rules transitioned from favoring Lin Yang and the supreme true Buddha to leaning towards the great sage equal to heaven and the lamp of enlightenment. Ripples, potent enough to be deemed supreme across the myriad realms, began to radiate outward, intertwining in a magnificent yet chaotic manner, universes overlapping yet not interfering with one another. Countless star domains erupted, and billions of sentient beings were reduced to ashes before they could comprehend the unfolding catastrophe. Interdimensional rifts slicing through the cosmos materialized within all universes. As disparate pathways clashed, repelling the rules belonging to the alternate dimensions, thus inciting even graver cosmic calamities. In this clash, it appeared that the lamp of enlightenment had entirely ensconced itself in a dead end. Lin Yang could even sense that the lamp had devoured projections of itself from countless universes, absorbing them into its golden form, rather than merely consolidating the power of these myriad reflections. Missing this opportunity, returning to such proximity to the causes of all fruits may take an eternity. It seemed the lamp had realized this, and even though it had momentarily evaded danger, when it sought to seize the causes of all fruits, others would inevitably obstruct its path. Therefore, it was prudent to strike while many great powers remained in slumber. Lin Yang's mind turned. The lamp's act of consuming all its projections was tantamount to self-destructive sacrifice, an abandonment of its indestructible essence. For even as new imprints formed with the birth of new universes, they could not withstand the relentless consumption by the lamp. Only in the face of imminent death would one resort to such drastic measures, shedding all reservations. The lamp seemed prepared to eliminate the great sage equal to heaven before immediately severing the causes of all fruits from Mengqi. Seeking to seize the final opportunity at its zenith, Lin Yang harbored this suspicion because, during his escape from the sea of suffering, he realized that alongside unifying and encompassing countless futures, he could temporarily amplify his own power by devouring all projections of himself, thereby preparing to break free from the eternal void. After countless years of accumulation, the number of projections of a great power is unfathomable. It is likely that no one could accurately quantify it. To rebuild such a collection, even if traces already existed in the original universe, restoring to its former scale would demand an extensive period of time. Given the impending cataclysm, the lamp's consumption of all projections left little room for alternatives other than immediate ascension to the other shore. One could only hope that the great sage equal to heaven could endure a while longer. Observing that more than half of the supreme, true Buddha's pristine form had been consumed, Lin Yang divided a portion of his consciousness to gaze beyond the bounds of boundless darkness. The scene was nearly indescribable, as countless universes flickered in existence and extinction, while faintly, the heavens appeared to be opening anew. The pure land of the Buddha, spanning countless tribulations, was laboriously descending, manifesting above the spirit mountain, buoyed by an almost shared essence of Buddha's aura. Old lamp, do you think with such meager cultivation you can slay my grandfather? You are gravely mistaken. A thunderous roar echoed, and Lin Yang beheld the crimson cloak of the great sage being torn asunder, revealing a somewhat disheveled appearance. The ancient Buddha sat cross-legged upon Mount Sumeru, cradling a glass lamp that illuminated the light of causality, casting a cold gaze upon the great sage. The obstructors shall perish, the lamp declared coldly. Since there was no alternative but to engage in battle, they would fight on. For remaining on the precipice of the other shore, without hope, was as good as death. Thus, seizing the moment, they would risk everything in a final gamble. Very well. The great sage howled towards the heavens. The next instant, he inhaled deeply, consuming countless projections, and his momentum surged tremendously. As he operated the 8-9 arts, his golden fur gradually darkened, blending seamlessly with the environment of Spirit Mountain. You wish for my life. As you desire, here I come. The golden staff slammed down with a terrifying might that surpassed any prior encounter, possessing the capability to obliterate the heavens. As Spirit Mountain lost its original colors in that moment. Chapter 888, the finale. I'm filled with rage. After an indeterminate period, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Spirit Mountain, reverberating through the myriad realms, causing tremors across the cosmos. The rivers of time and fate seemed to churn with countless waves, altering futures with each ripple. The lamp, having reached the pinnacle of power, was undoubtedly among the most formidable beings beneath the other shore, rivaling even the Golden Emperor, who had yet to ascend. Yet, despite such immense strength, perched atop the vast sea of suffering, today he was compelled to lament. It was not that the great sage, a rising star, surpassed him significantly in cultivation. Rather, it was the dreadfulness of the artifact he wielded, the diamond circle of the Taoist virtue sovereign, now in the hands of the great sage. Ah, so it is the Taoist virtue sovereign. The lamp grimaced, its golden form starkly pale, as brilliant blood trickled from its lips, each drop a fragment of the infinite cosmos. Gazing at the diamond circle reclaimed by the great sage, the lamp lamented. The tribulation of the other shore is indeed not so easily overcome. Even with all my might, without the full support of a significant figure, all is but folly. Only at this moment did the lamp begin to grasp the gravity of its situation, a flicker of regret igniting within. In pursuit of the causes of all fruits, in pursuit of the path to enlightenment, it had refrained from slaying Lin Yang in the darkness, failing to anticipate the ambush by the blade of time, followed by the sudden emergence of the Monkey King. This course of action had undeniably severed its support from the great figure behind it. Initially, it had assumed that the opponent in their current state would be unable to impose any punishment. However, it became evident that human plans could not rival the heaven's designs. The time spent lingering upon Spirit Mountain, concealing various futures, had sealed its fate. Perhaps, according to the intentions of the great figure behind, slaying Lin Yang before emerging to seize the causes of all fruits would have sufficed. After all, the gap between a newly formed great power and itself was considerable. Under the guise of support, it was not impossible to suddenly strike and eliminate an initial stage cultivator. In that moment, a completed task would align with the heavenly will, undoubtedly garnering greater favor. Alas, the opportunity for enlightenment lay so close, yet obsession clouded its judgment, rendering it incapable of acting according to another's command. "Old lamp, you are indeed no weakling," the great sage remarked, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. "It's a pity that the old lord had a command, and since I borrowed the diamond circle from him, I have yet to return it. I thought the old man no longer cared, but it seems he has been waiting for this day." Before the outbreak of the celestial war that led to the fall of the heavenly court, the Taoist virtue sovereign had entrusted the diamond circle to the great sage, instructing him to enter the nine nether, activating the circle in a pseudo-othershore state to unleash its utmost power. When the group of transcendent beings, led by the primordial heavenly sovereign, breached the highest tier of the nine heavens, which had been sealed by the heavenly emperor, a cataclysmic battle erupted. At the climactic juncture of this fierce confrontation, the great sage, equal to heaven, heeding the words of the virtuous heavenly sovereign, cast the adamantine ring into the abyss, striking the grievously wounded heavenly emperor along with the Lingshao palace down into the nine heavens, thus granting the heavenly emperor a glimmer of hope, while also ensuring the continuity of the current epoch. The death of the heavenly emperor would signify the collapse of the era. The termination of an epoch is a fate that none among the transcendent beings wish to witness. They are not adequately prepared for such an eventuality. The process of reduction to the void has not yet commenced or has not reached fruition. Even if the opportunity for the Tao fruit were to arise, without completion of the reduction to the void, all one can do is gaze wistfully, ultimately succumbing to eternal slumber in the true chaos that follows the arrival of the final calamity, unable to find a way back to the flow of time. The term final calamity is used because it differs fundamentally from the ordinary conclusion of an epoch. From the very roots of time, it spreads across the river of time that traverses all epochs and will collapse at the end of the final calamity, rather than merely marking the cessation of the myriad worlds. What remains is a chaos that approaches the essence of true void. Although the river of time loses many possibilities, it continues to flow serenely within that void where the myriad worlds no longer exist, awaiting the dawn of a new epoch. After contemplating the will of heaven, the great sage, equal to heaven, tightened his grip on the golden staff and bellowed, "Come and take your life." Despite being moved by the fate of the burning lamp, the great sage's fierce intent to kill remained unaltered. With a thunderous crash, the golden staff descended, collapsing time and void, leading to a cacophony of collisions. As streaks of golden light resembling thunder traversed the air, enveloping the ancient Buddha and sealing the pure land above Mount Ling, faced with such a terrifying assault, the burning lamp retreated for the first time. Although the adamantine ring seemed to miss, failing to obliterate him instantly, it left him severely injured. In the face of the dark, raging ape that devoured all projections, even in his normal state, the great sage, equal to heaven, would not have been his match. With a flash, the burning lamp vanished from Mount Ling. Chaos surged forth, endlessly spreading and consuming everything. Yet it was ultimately a moment too late to strike the burning lamp. He was swift in his escape. The great sage's eyes flickered as he activated his wisdom eye, piercing through the myriad realms. In an instant, his gaze locked onto the ancient Buddha, traversing between countless universes, lingering at the edge of the heavens. I shall first deal with the burning lamp before discussing further. Reflecting on the past, the great sage declared, "I, Sun Wukong, shall depart." With a somersault, the dark raging ape also vanished from Mount Ling, alluding to an unknown realm of the cosmos. The other sages exchanged glances, ultimately feeling reassured. Although the Monkey King had once been reckless, His composure displayed during the battle at Mount Ling had transformed the perception of all the sages, even earning him the respect of the Demon Queen. Now that he pursued the burning lamp, they were convinced he had at least a 70 or 80% chance of success, and unlikely to encounter any unforeseen mishaps. Given this, they had neither the reason nor the ability to impede the great sage. "Thank you for your assistance, Lady Xuannu." Just then, Meng Qi's voice resonated. The Bull Demon King turned to see this individual, who had provoked the burning lamp into action and was the source of the ensuing battle. The heir of the Jade Void Palace, reshaped in body and soul by the healing of the Nine Heavens Xuannu. I possess limited understanding of the primordial golden chapter. Recklessly reshaping your Dharma body may hinder your future growth. However, if you truly wish to restore your full prowess, I could assist. Though the quality of your Dharma body would inevitably not match that which you originally condensed from the primordial golden chapter and 8-9 mystical art. The Nine Heavens Xuannu spoke calmly, accepting Meng Qi's bow. "I understand this," Meng Qi replied with a wry smile. The conflagration that consumed him had led to the annihilation of his Dharma body and the shattering of his primordial spirit, leaving only a fragment of true essence. Fortunately, the Nine Heavens Xuannu had intervened in time, saving Meng Qi at the moment of the great sage's arrival, though his newly reshaped body was only at the threshold level. Chapter 889, A Shocking Revelation. After the sages and demon gods departed in succession, Meng Qi sat in the serene space crafted by the Nine Heavens Xuannu, commencing the recultivation of the primordial golden chapter and 8-9 mystical art. Over an hour later, while engrossed in his training, he suddenly heard the voice of the Nine Heavens Xuannu. "Your Majesty, cease your mystical practice." Meng Qi opened his eyes to see Lin Yang emerging from the impenetrable darkness. "The supreme true Buddha has vanished," Meng Qi mused, narrowing his eyes slightly, as if unable to directly gaze at the resplendent dark celestial light before him. At the same time, he could not suppress a sigh, had he faced Brother Lin before arriving at Mount Ling. Although he could only regard Brother Lin's protective celestial light from a distance, with an almost incalculable disparity, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Though Brother Lin had not intentionally revealed his protective light, merely possessing the celestial body of the Heavenly Emperor, it rendered him unable to look directly. As the final calamity loomed ever closer, even the demon sages had broken free. In the future, once they regained their peak forms, several formidable beings would re-emerge. Meanwhile, he found himself at a critical juncture, having lost all his cultivation. Even with the perspective of a celestial being, reconstituting his Dharma body would take considerable time, and ascending to the celestial realm would require even longer. Suddenly, a realization struck Meng Qi, causing him to shudder. Having lost his reliance on his cultivation, even his mindset had regressed, and he had only just begun to grasp this point. Meng Qi thought to himself, preparing to speak. "Without the cultivation of celestial rank, it might actually be a blessing in disguise for you," Lin Yang interjected before Meng Qi could utter a word, continuing, "The secret of legend lies in the essence of self. Whether through the normal process of transforming countless reflections of self into self-imbued marks or embracing them without transformation, one must understand the essence of self. The myriad experiences and lives of countless reflections are complex beyond measure. If one cannot transcend their original perspective to perceive matters, then regardless of how formidable and resilient their will may be, they cannot comprehend the true realm of self." Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Meng Qi suddenly realized, this loss of cultivation is, in fact, an opportunity for me to understand the essence of self. He could not help but chuckle bitterly. To attain, must I first let go? Meng Qi grasped that it was impossible for Brother Lin to rewind time and elevate him from threshold to celestial rank within a single day. Moreover, he recognized that this state was more conducive to understanding the essence of self, leaving him unhurried. Without this opportunity, he would have required at least a decade, or even several decades, to self-validate his legend, making it nearly impossible to keep pace with the impending calamity. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded gently, affirming his insight. Hearing this, Meng Qi lowered his head, entering deep contemplation, beginning to scrutinize himself. Lin Yang, unperturbed, gazed beyond Mount Ling, seemingly searching for the figures of the great sage and the burning lamp. The adamantine ring remained in the hands of the great sage, unshattered as it had been in the original timeline. Indeed, they have reached an accord, Lin Yang pondered. In the original timeline, the adamantine ring shattered when the great sage struck the Heavenly Emperor, which had previously astonished Lin Yang when he saw the great sage produce the ring. In the battle of the Heavenly Court, although many transcendent beings were involved, The ring's fate was solely tied to the virtuous heavenly sovereign and the heavenly emperor. As long as their opinions aligned, the outcome of the ring's destruction from the surprise attack on the heavenly emperor could be easily rewritten. Even if other transcendent beings wished to intervene, they were unable to fully return to the river of time at this juncture, representing a moment where they could not revert to the timeline, leaving behind only the historical imprint necessary to maintain the progression of history. The historical imprint of the beings from the other shore may elicit varying responses to different events, remaining nearly inscrutable to those not of their realm. However, both the moral celestial and the heavenly emperor possess the knowledge to effortlessly unravel such circumstances. This has led Lin Yang to witness the continual shifts in history, causing him to question his own memories. After searching for a while, upon seeing the great sage equal to heaven firmly in the ascendant, Lin Yang dismissed his concerns. He turned to the 9 heavens mysterious woman and said, "Return to the heavenly court." Having initially crafted the supreme true Buddha into an avatar, he intended to reinforce it under the protection of the 9 heavens, seeking to uncover any potential oversights. After all, as a creation of the Buddha, Lin Yang dared not be remiss in his diligence. Upon hearing his words, the 9 heavens mysterious woman took Meng Qi under her wing, to spare him from a tragic demise in this place, lest the demonic Buddha attain an inexplicable completeness. After observing the 5 Fingers Mountain for a moment and confirming the integrity of its seal, Lin Yang turned and strode towards the realm beyond Ling Mountain. In the real world, before Lin Yang and the 9 heavens mysterious woman returned to the heavenly court, Meng Qi took the initiative to request departure, wishing to see the current state of the Universal Knowledge Token and how much the real world had transformed since his own rise. Though he had lost his cultivation, the Universal Knowledge Token, based on the artifact he had crafted, the Universal Knowledge Sphere, could continue to function without his strength, preventing the myriad worlds from losing connection. Thus, he utilized his authority to acquire a substantial amount of universal currency from the Universal Knowledge Token before departing with an air of nonchalance, hardly apprehensive about potential dangers. The Universal Knowledge Token encompassed a vast array of technological universes, some of which Meng Qi was quite familiar with: Transformers, Gundam, cosmic battleships. Having been steeped in the influence of the Universal Knowledge Token over the years, the inhabitants of the real world were no longer surprised. They merely sighed in awe when encountering these high-tech marvels from alternate universes that they had only seen within the token. Such external objects, which bore no benefit to their martial arts, commanded astonishing prices within the universal market, enough to leave even those on the verge of attaining the law body astounded. Even Meng Qi had not anticipated that the Universal Knowledge Token, initially conceived on a whim, would prove to be such a boon today. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures he possessed, he would have been unable to utilize them, merely left to lament. Half a day later, the Universal Forum was gradually inundated with various reports. The great sage of the heavens made a triumphant return, heralding the resurgence of the demon race. The thunderous roar from half a day prior had originated from the great sage equal to heaven. The Monkey King, the god of Xian Yang, descended upon Ling Mountain, slaying a creature that proclaimed itself the supreme, true Buddha, leaving the demon race's many sages trembling in fear, silencing any arrogance. The Emperor Yuan fell in a bloody struggle. Each piece of news was sensational, and the sheer volume of shocking revelations left all who beheld it in a state of disbelief, as if immersed in a dream. Chapter 890, Secluded Cultivation. In the Great Zhou, Gao Lan listened as the secret guards reported on the happenings within the Universal Forum, his expression gradually darkening. The demon race sages had returned? Unlike the previous 2 returnees, this time they came in droves, and even if their states were not optimal, the least among them were legendary-level powers, poised to become some of the most formidable beings across the myriad realms upon their recovery. Even if these sages needed time to heal and would not immediately stir turbulence in the real world, it was merely a matter of time before they did. With such robust support and leadership, would the demon race be content to languish in their current state, merely surviving outside of the Central Plains? While the real world was the core of the myriad realms, the significance of its very land surpassed even the depths of the starry void. And the Central Plains held greater importance than the western regions, the grasslands, or overseas territories, truly the very heart of the myriad realms. Whether in terms of its people or its resources, the Central Plains were imbued with an aura of fortune. Though one would not simply stumble upon treasures while walking, the extensive exploration by countless sages over the years, coupled with the fragments of knowledge passed down through various doctrines, underscore the Central Plains' extraordinary stature within the real world. Given this, how could the demon race possibly relinquish such a prized territory? After dismissing the secret guards, Gao Lan's heart grew heavy. What could he use to stand against the demon race, backed by numerous formidable beings? The legends of the two human emperors, concealing their true powers? It was likely that even if the two were to ambush a weakened sage, they might meet with a disastrous fate. For each of these formidable beings was far from easy to deal with. Compared to the many sages, the likes of the legendary Shou Xian and Shi Yi, though equally impressive, could not hold a candle to those who had once been at the level of creation. Contemplating his own current status as merely a celestial immortal, and the formidable foes he would inevitably face in the future, Gao Lan's thoughts whirled as he sought a strategy. As the emperor of the Great Zhou, he could not abandon his people to flee to distant lands, ultimately allowing them to perish at the hands of the demon race, reduced to livestock and blood food, reliving the horrors of the demon-ridden lands of yore. This, of course, was the worst-case scenario. After all, the power of that being was so astounding that, out of caution, the demon race might refrain from reckless actions. Yet while the human race as a whole might remain unscathed, he, as the emperor of the Great Zhou, would not necessarily be so fortunate. The emperor's sword, compared to the demon saint's spear, it was far too conspicuous, especially to the demon race. Those sages who had escaped captivity might still recall the emperor's ascent to the pinnacle, slaying deities, demons, and foreign fiends alike. A testimony to his struggle to break free from suffering and ultimately end the tragic era of the demon-ridden lands for humanity. Having witnessed the terror of the emperor's sword, who would wish for a successor recognized by it to continue growing stronger? For reasons unknown, Gao Lan suddenly thought of Gord. He too had gained the acknowledgement of a peerless divine weapon from the other shore, yet his final fate was unfortunate. One misstep led to a cascade of failures. Ultimately, Gao Lan made his decision. Ling Shao Palace. Lin Yang practiced his profound arts, repeatedly employing the method of transforming one into three pure ones to meld a segment of his time with the Supreme True Buddha on a deeper, more fundamental level. Familiarizing himself with this new avatar, due to the Supreme True Buddha's vow to resist at all costs, even sacrificing his very essence, and the immense damage inflicted upon him by the golden cicada shell, Lin Yang had not fully inherited all that the Supreme True Buddha could wield. Though he had learned every move of the Tathagata divine palm, each was marred with imperfections. None were complete, rendering it impossible to execute the Genesis strike of the unified divine palm. Even if he mastered the entirety of the Tathagata divine palm, without the ability to integrate the 9 styles into a harmonious balance, he could not unleash the full might of the unified palm. Throughout history, many formidable beings had grasped the complete Tathagata divine palm, for the Buddhist sect has always welcomed those seeking its path, provided one's heart leaned towards Buddhism. It was not uncommon to receive the full legacy of the Tathagata divine palm upon reaching legendary status or even the law body. Nevertheless, among the multitude of adept practitioners within the Buddhist sect, it was likely that only the Supreme True Buddha could unify the 9 styles of the Tathagata divine palm. This underscores the difficulty of replicating such a technique and illustrates just how resolute the Supreme True Buddha was in the face of fear, even though he ultimately escaped. This action left him with irremediable wounds. The first thing the Supreme True Buddha destroyed was his understanding of the fundamental principles of the divine palm, which was also the most thoroughly obliterated aspect of his comprehension. Given the time constraints, his actions indicated that, in the heart of the Supreme True Buddha, the overarching principles took precedence over the roughly formed 9 styles of the divine palm. Lin Yang found himself both amused and exasperated. He shook his head and retrieved the withering and flourishing Bodhi, cradling it in his palm as he began to contemplate the underlying principles of the Tathagata divine palm. When he obtained the withering and flourishing Bodhi, it was possible that the Supreme True Buddha had not yet escaped, or even if he had, he would have been unable to leave Ling Mountain to venture into the world of formidable beings due to the allure of the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas. As Lin Yang engaged in battle with the Supreme True Buddha, it was naturally impossible for him to produce the withered and blooming Bodhi. Consequently, the Supreme True Buddha remained unaware that a copy of the Divine Palm Canon, which he had hastily sought to obliterate, was safely in Lin Yang's possession. With this foundational canon as a catalyst and the remnants of the Supreme True Buddha's understanding of the 9 styles of Divine Palm, it was not particularly challenging for Lin Yang to reconstruct the portion that had been destroyed. Even without having departed from Mount Ling, the Supreme True Buddha could discern, based on the traces left by the remnants of the myriad Buddhas, the widespread dissemination of the Tathagata Divine Palm, and could negate his own understanding of the Divine Palm Canon. given my capabilities? What difficulty could there be in locating a fragment at this moment? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Yang felt a tinge of doubt. Ultimately, he chose not to delve deeper. After all, beings like the Supreme True Buddha and other celestial anomalies often exhibited peculiarities in their thought processes, which diverged from those of normal beings on the other shore. Even if legendary powers could actively adjust their worldview and reconstruct their understanding of existence, it remained arduous for Lin Yang to fathom the thoughts of the Supreme True Buddha in his final moments. After a series of contemplative musings, Lin Yang oscillated between comprehending the divine palm canon and enhancing his own abilities, delving deeper and farther into the realm of creation. While a wisp of divine consciousness roamed the heavens, surveying the myriad realms. During this interval, the atmosphere of the Myriad Realms Forum, after a period of brewing, finally erupted. It remained unclear who had disclosed the sensational information, detailing the events of the battle at Mount Ling, while simultaneously revealing the identity of the Supreme True Buddha to the world, leaving countless spectators across the realms aghast. The only Buddha, the Supreme Buddha, were all arhats, bright kings, bodhisattvas, and Buddhas merely his incarnations, a being of immense power at the level of creation, a super-existence that could be counted among those beneath the other shore. Even the demonic Buddhas trembled in fear. No one noticed that the battle between the Monkey King and the ancient Buddha of Lamp was glossed over. The informant emphasized how powerless the demon race's saints were against the Supreme True Buddha. In just 4 or 5 breaths, nearly extinguished them with a single hand. Such an invincible and despair-inducing Supreme True Buddha, when confronted by the god of Xianyang, fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed, bitterly tasting the consequences of his actions against a certain celestial deity. Consequently, the panic and concerns that had arisen due to the return of the saints of the myriad realms dissipated entirely. With the god of Xianyang present and the heavenly court intact, would the demon race's saints dare to act recklessly? Chapter 891. He and I and myself. In a sparsely populated mountain forest, an external great demon violently hurled a silver-white metallic plate to the ground, stomping on it repeatedly. His hair bristled, and the flames in his eyes were nearly tangible as he roared. Why? Why was my account banned? He recalled how he had been engaged in a life-and-death struggle on the Myriad Realms Forum, determined to uncover the reasons the great saints were unafraid of the god of Xianyang, even going so far as to bombard a supporter of the god with all the wisdom he could muster. However, just as the battle reached its peak, he unexpectedly received a notification from the Myriad Realms Knowledge Token. Your account has violated relevant regulations and is subject to a ban for 1 year. During this period, you retain the right to log into the Myriad Realms Forum and to purchase items from the Myriad Realms Market, but you'll be unable to leave comments anywhere. Execution begins. Upon receiving this notification, the external great demon realized that the text he had conjured with his thoughts could not be sent. Only a red exclamation mark appeared. No matter how he tried, that red exclamation mark was all that manifested. Watching the rapid succession of comments from the user known as Heaven and Earth Eternal, detailing the exploits of the god of Xianyang, the great demon seethed with rage, but he was powerless to retaliate against his opponent, lacking the ability to strike through the cosmic web. After simmering in anger for a while, the external great demon, realizing he could not continue to speak on the Myriad Realms Forum, retrieved a brand new Myriad Realms knowledge token. Skillfully, he allocated a wisp of his divine consciousness for binding, and with practiced ease, he navigated to the banned reasons on his personal interface, spreading false statements, causing panic. Staring at those words, the great demon was left in a state of shock. After pondering for a long while and observing the posts that had been blocked, he finally discerned the truth. According to fragments of conversation from several demon gods, the Yuan Emperor had clearly perished, having burned away everything to resist that ancient Buddha. Could this truly be classified as spreading falsehoods? At this realization, the great demon was struck with a chill. Aside from the controller of the Myriad Realms knowledge token, Yusu Palace's leader, Yuan Emperor Su Ming, who else possessed the ability to ban someone's account? The Yuan Emperor, who was supposedly fallen at Mount Ling according to the demon gods, had not perished after all. The Yuan Emperor, adept in the path of causality and a new progenitor of myriad fruits, was still alive. Thus, cursing him would undoubtedly come to his attention. Was this ban on his account merely a subtle warning? Feeling an icy dread settle within him, the great demon paced back and forth in his lair for a while, before concluding, "It seems I can no longer remain on this land. I must seek opportunities in the overseas immortal realm and re-establish my foothold." Having made this decision, he hurriedly packed his belongings and transformed into human form. heading towards the nearest town to utilize the recently established teleportation array to venture abroad. As for the great saints and the god of Lin Yang, he no longer cared to discern who was stronger during their peak. If he delayed, even slightly, he would not face death, but he would surely be captured and sent back to Kunlun Mountain for ideological re-education. EC. Meng-Chi stood on the deck, gazing at the boundless ocean. Lost in thought, he was aboard a tourist ship, which he had decided to join upon returning to the real world after coincidentally noticing a group tour in the city. Otherwise, he would have been aimlessly wandering. It was preferable to travel alongside such a grounded collective. As I am, Meng-Chi murmured to himself. In his understanding, as I am pertained to a state of spiritual transcendence and Taoist attainment. Even if one's physical strength were formidable and their magical power profound, such attributes could not aid in comprehending this marvelous spiritual realm and realizing one's true self. If a formidable being were to create a replica with identical memories, cognition, cultivation, and even thought patterns as oneself, upon encountering this doppelganger, would one not question the authenticity of their own existence, wondering if they too were merely a fabrication, with their true self having perished long ago? Even if no strong individual intentionally orchestrated this, as time passed, fragments of cosmic light birthed from different choices would inevitably manifest beings indistinguishable from oneself. When faced with these reflections of oneself, with cultivation, insights, and thought processes mirroring one's own, could one truly discern the difference between them? Unless one could grasp the essence of I, as I am, it was inevitable for anyone to succumb to confusion, ultimately leading to an imbalance of the mind. When confronting the intertwining of self and other, one might completely lose their identity. At this moment, Meng-Chi couldn't help but recall his recent journey to Mount Ling, the perilous brush with death, and a flicker of trepidation rose within him. After all, the body and soul he inhabited had also been crafted by another. Even the earthly form he had previously utilized was created from the blood of the enigmatic Yang Jian, merely without direct intervention upon his soul. Am I still me? He gazed at his hands, engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Dear passengers, the next area we will traverse is the legendary location of Golden Turtle Island, the very place where the renowned figures of the Dharma re-emerged after 2 years of disappearance. The somewhat matured tour guide pointed towards the deep sea with a hint of pride. I assure you, I was fortunate enough to witness the return of the Dharma body firsthand. It was truly a celestial sight, radiant with brilliant hues. Meng-Chi's musings were interrupted as he thought, no wonder this guide seems familiar. She was indeed a member of the ship when I returned to the current timeline. After his thoughts were diverted, Meng-Chi came to a clear realization. Neither Yang Jian nor the 9 heavens mysterious woman could possess the power to create the demonic Buddha that is me, thus preventing the Buddha from achieving its completeness. Since that is the case, he remains unequivocally himself. Ultimately, it is my connection with the demonic Buddha that spared me from doubting my own reality. With a bitter smile, Meng-Chi gently furrowed his brow and discreetly glanced at a young warrior. The other possessed a peculiar charm that was difficult to articulate. Yet Meng-Chi had seen a similar aura in someone he recognized, the demon master Han Guang. He had fallen at the hands of senior brother Lin during his awakening. A mythic celestial emperor. Was this mere coincidence? A flutter of unease stirred in Meng-Chi's heart. Chapter 892. The Reversed Palm of Tathagata. Was it merely coincidence? Meng-Chi harbored profound skepticism. Traveling with this tour group, indeed, stemmed from his own thoughts and desires, devoid of any external influence. Hence, it would seem that this young warrior, whose demeanor bore resemblance to Han Guang, was the one influenced by someone else, appearing at this moment on this tourist vessel. Upon attaining his Dharma body, Meng-Chi had delved into various accounts of Han Guang, gaining deeper insights into the trials faced by this formidable demon master during his time of vulnerability in the real world. In his final days, Han Guang had launched a surprise attack during the Qianghua banquet to thwart Zhao Huiyan's attainment of the Dharma body, ultimately being captured by senior brother Lin and taken back to Yuhuang Mountain. Thus, one of the illustrious twin stars, renowned across the world, departed from existence. What he had assumed to be a mere reminiscence unexpectedly manifested today, when, stripped of his cultivation, he encountered a person whose aura closely mirrored that of Han Guang. Aura emanates from the heart. Although Meng-Chi was no longer a celestial being, he could discern that this young warrior had not yet begun the initial intertwining of his being with the laws of heaven and earth, nor had he started to undergo transformation. This indicated that the young warrior, who bore a striking resemblance to Han Guang, possessed a quality akin to that of the demon master, cultivated through trials, even at this nascent stage of awakening. To liken this young warrior to a frog gazing at the sky would be a gross understatement. In this era of the universal knowledge token, even absent legendary combat footage, there existed numerous recordings and live broadcasts of battles at the Dharma body level. Understanding the vastness of the world, it was implausible that someone could exhibit such an aura without any form of backing. Perhaps Meng-Chi had gazed a moment too long. As his scrutiny caught the attention of the young warrior, who had been observing the tour guide point to a section of the sea, now turned towards Meng-Chi. With a gentle smile, he approached leisurely, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings this brother to my attention?" Having returned to the site of his initial fortuitous encounter, which had altered his destiny from a freckled beggar to a renowned adept in the awakening phase, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, lifting his spirits in an inexplicable manner. Under normal circumstances, any weakling merely beginning their awakening who dared to gaze at him thus would inevitably receive a scathing reprimand. While he would not be killed, he would certainly emerge battered and bruised. "Seeing you reminds me of my late second brother, and for a moment, I found it hard to extricate myself from that memory. I beg your forgiveness," Meng-Chi said, discreetly channeling his essence to contain his emotions, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Back then, he had merely been awakening, accidentally forming a brotherhood with Gao Lan while seeking the Emperor's sword at Long Tai, where his second brother was none other than the demon master Han Guang. Meng-Chi's words bore truth. "Ah, I see," the youth nodded, still wearing that serene smile which, although seemingly affable, imparted to Meng-Chi a sense of condescension, as if he were looking down upon all aboard the vessel, including those safeguarding the ship's safety. This was increasingly suspicious, Meng-Chi mused. The feedback from the essence imprint confirmed that this youth undoubtedly possessed significant backing, yet at present, his cultivation was merely at the awakening stage. Even the most extraordinary essence imprint could not subtly probe the heart of a nascent awakened one, allowing only a vague judgment. Noticing the young warrior divert his gaze, Meng-Chi retrieved the universal knowledge token and dialed a number. After a series of beeps in his mind, the call was finally answered. "What is it?" Lin Yang's voice resonated in Meng-Chi's mind, devoid of any hint of confusion. "Senior Brother Lin, I am near Jinao Island and have encountered." Meng-Chi transmitted his thoughts, detailing the situation. Lingxiao Palace. Upon hearing Meng-Chi's words, Lin Yang rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, "Which great figure has arranged this for Meng-Chi?" A plethora of notable names danced in his mind, each a potential architect of this encounter. Whether it be the Celestial Emperor wishing to cultivate goodwill with Meng-Chi or the Taoist Lord seeking to attain enlightenment, any could have manifested their intentions, guiding Meng-Chi onto that vessel. Setting aside the identity of this celestial will for the moment, Lin Yang gazed towards the East Sea, observing the interaction between Meng-Chi and the young warrior, noting the tenuous connection between them, almost non-existent. It seemed that a mere thought could bridge the distance to the East Sea. As he scrutinized the young warrior, Lin Yang's thoughts shifted. Han Guang has indeed been reincarnated. The youth's age does not align with the time of Han Guang's demise. He was born prior, while Han Guang fell later. Thus, it is not that Han Guang's remnants seized him, but rather he has reincarnated, becoming someone who was already alive during Han Guang's active years. Although a reincarnated individual's soul would be replaced, becoming wholly new, the successful reincarnation indicated significant intervention from behind the scenes. Reflecting on Han Guang, whose true spirit he had extinguished, Lin Yang's eyes narrowed at the sight of the young warrior's essence. Who could have assisted Han Guang in his reincarnation? A being of supposed insignificance? Moreover, this temporal dissonance could only be orchestrated by someone with extraordinary capabilities or those adept in the ways of time. The omnipresent does not equate to omniscience. Had Meng-Chi not alerted him today, Lin Yang believed he would only become aware of Han Guang's reincarnated form once it reached a certain threshold of strength. By then, it may have been too late. As the time of great tribulation drew near, it appeared that many had begun to plot. Gazing at the oblivious young warrior, Lin Yang discerned the pathways of his martial arts within his being and smiled. Regardless of whose machinations were at play, he was determined to bite the bait. After all, with debts aplenty, he feared no further entanglements. His focus was on maximizing gains before discussing any reductions. The reverse palm of Tathagata, Lin Yang mused. Unexpectedly, just as he gathered the complete text of the divine palm of Tathagata, seeking to comprehend its overarching principles and complete the remaining 9 forms, the reversed palm of Tathagata presented itself to him. Without obtaining the demonic emperor's body related to the master and technique, he was tirelessly crafting demonic arts that aligned with his own realm. Should he acquire the reverse palm of Tathagata and comprehend this transcendent technique that bridges the divine and demonic, it would undoubtedly provide immense enlightenment. Furthermore, the reversed palm of Tathagata could significantly aid him in mastering the integration of the divine palm. Ananda had already integrated the divine palm of Tathagata before reascending to the other shore, mastering it to a degree nearly rivaling that of the supreme true Buddha. Obtaining the reversed iteration could possibly aid Lin Yang in achieving a momentous synthesis of the divine palm. With his thoughts settled, Lin Yang stepped out of Lingshao Palace, traversing the 9 heavens, silently descending upon the East Sea without arousing any attention. Chapter 893. I consider my actions to be upright and righteous. Lin Yang stood amidst the heavens, gazing upon the distant vessel, and spoke. I am aware of this matter. There is no need for you to dwell on it excessively, for I shall handle it. His words echoed in Meng Qi's ears, providing a sense of calm. Regardless of the schemer behind the scenes, at this moment, while they remained absent, they could not possibly contend with senior brother Lin. Since Lin Yang had intervened, it was evident that this was no longer a concern for an ordinary person like Meng Qi. As Meng Qi made his way towards the cabin, Lin Yang also set his plan in motion. He stretched out a finger and became very cautious in his heart, so as not to be ambushed under carelessness. Not to mention others, at least Lord Lu has mastered an extremely terrifying spell-killing technique. During the War of Sealing the Gods, Zhao Gongming, the true ruler of Xiantan, who was a great supernatural power, was all robbed because of it. If he is not careful, not to mention whether he will be destroyed by possible secret spells, at least he will suffer major damage to his vitality, which will slow down his progress in the coming period and narrow the gap with other great supernatural powers. Zhang, with a gentle flick of his finger, invisible patterns spread out, permeating every corner of the world and covering this period of time, making Lin Yang's perspective even more mysterious. He could easily observe the near future and also see various scenes from the past of this place. Countless scenes overlapped together, stretching into a line, and then at the end, dispersing into truly countless, all of which are different futures with infinite possibilities, standing in such a strange time and space. Lin Yang browsed through countless scenes of the past and future, tracing the past events of the real world. After a while, Lin Yang's gaze stopped at a certain period of time. On the second day, after a group of Dharma bodies rushed to Jineo Island, Han Guang, who was still a beggar, reincarnated and met an ordinary and unremarkable old monk. Even in Lin Yang's eyes at this moment, this nearly 100-year-old monk had no abnormalities, and his cultivation level was not worth mentioning. He was only at the level of a novice in outdoor scenes, and there was no difference from normal outdoor scenes. But what surprised Lin Yang the most was, an old monk who was just starting out on set unexpectedly mastered the Buddha's reverse palm, not to learn, but to master. This type of technique involving the level of the other side, although there were no abnormalities during the practice. In the eyes of Lin Yang, who was peering into the past, whenever the old monk began to teach Han Guang the reincarnation of the Tathagata's reverse palm, a faint mist enveloped him, making it impossible for Lin Yang to see the supernatural aspects of the Tathagata's reverse palm. Is it a characteristic inherent in the other shore technique? Can avoid being seen by creatures at other times? Lin Yang whispered. He came to a conclusion as soon as he calculated. To avoid being disturbed by this layer of fog, as long as he personally enters history, just like what he did in the old universe. Otherwise, standing at the current node, where one has not learned a certain other shore technique. Even if one can see past scenes, they will not be able to learn or master a peerless divine skill of the other shore level. Watching Han Guang's reincarnation become stronger under the guidance of the old monk and eventually embark on a journey to overseas, Lin Yang was distracted, observing both the old monk and Han Guang's reincarnation. It was not until the return of the Dharma bodies from the Middle Ages that Lin Yang's face changed slightly. Showing surprise, he saw the reincarnation of Han Guang with freckles all over his face, and at that time, he received a treasure that had returned from the Middle Ages with the various Dharma bodies. It was the same as what the other person was carrying now, but stronger than before. The old monk, who had been separated from Han Guang's reincarnation for a long time, coincidentally sat and transformed at that time. Namo, looking at the old monk who had already lost his vitality before the Buddha's name was even finished. Lin Yang's mind moved and his perspective stretched again, looking towards the deserted temple where the old monk was sitting at the current node. The deserted temple is empty with only spiderwebs, and no one has visited it for at least 10 years. Indeed, something is not right. Looking back at the past, Lin Yang saw that shortly after the old monk sat down, his body turned into a golden light and dissipated, as if escaping into a paradise world. He already had a rough guess about who helped Han Guang reincarnate. After his emotions churned, Lin Yang turned around and the world suddenly changed. He had already returned from the deserted temple to the sea ship where Meng Qi was located, and during this time, there was no sudden abruptness or discord, as if it had already existed, but it was only then that it suddenly became apparent. After confirming repeatedly that there was nothing unusual about Han Guang's reincarnation in the past moment, Lin Yang grabbed the strange treasure that Han Guang had obtained from his reincarnation with a weak hand, a string of prayer beads. Although the mysterious old monk passed on the reverse palm of the Tathagata to Han Guang's reincarnation, the time was still short, and Han Guang's reincarnation did not reach a high level of mastery of the reverse palm of the Tathagata. The complete inheritance of the reverse palm of the Tathagata was left in the prayer beads by an unknown figure who planned Han Guang's reincarnation. The prayer beads are light and colorless, with a total of 10 beads. They were originally shrunk to the size of a palm and were reincarnated by Han Guang to be worn on his wrist. Each one carries the Buddha's inverse palm and the general outline of the Buddha's inverse palm. Before my first visit to the world of one world, Han Guang had already received the inheritance of the Buddha's reverse palm in the pure land of Ananda on the back mountain of Shaolin, which became an opportunity for him to blend the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor and the Yanma. It seems that the person who reincarnated Han Guang probably also obtained the Tathagata's reverse palm there. Lin Yang suddenly said, "He put away the prayer beads, opened his right hand, and grasped them a few times in the void as if holding something. Sigh hiss hiss. The deeper energy that the Dharma body cannot perceive is surging and rolling in the sea. The vast energy appears in Lin Yang's hands along an inexplicable trajectory, gradually condensing into a jelly-like substance. This thing is a disaster rather than a blessing for you, instead of inexplicable disaster in the future. Let me take it away in advance." Lin Yang murmuret. The object in the palm finally turns into a rosary, which looks exactly the same as the rosary he took away, except that the inheritance carried in it has changed from the reverse palm of the Tathagata to the genuine palm of the Tathagata God. The essence of a prayer bead is very similar to legend, and can be said to be a celestial-level treasure that possesses some of the characteristics of legendary divine weapons. Therefore, even those with great supernatural powers need 1 or 2 breaths to imitate it, and it is transformed with the help of the ocean of energy. It is not completely a void creation that violates energy conservation. If Lin Yang wants to cut corners, it's also simple. He can delete some of the peerless divine weapon characteristics that the prayer beads originally possessed. In that way, in just one moment, the void creation energy can create a magical weapon of the heavenly immortal level. However, Lin Yang believes that he has always acted with integrity and uprightness throughout his life, and naturally would not do such shameless things. As for the packet loss at this time, Lin Yang looked around, wiped away the traces, and silently returned to the 9 heavens without attracting anyone's attention. Chapter 894. 3 years later, by the banks of the Yellow Spring River. 3 years later, on this day, Lin Yang continued to contemplate the Buddha's palm as usual, filling in the part that had been erased by the Supreme True Buddha. Suddenly, Lin Yang's heart stirred as he looked beyond the 9 heavens, into the real world, and into countless universes. A vast and boundless aura is rapidly climbing upwards, as if it were endless, constantly improving. In just a few short breaths, each aura is profound, as if it were an infinite universe, capable of accommodating everything. "It's time," Lin Yang murmured, and an imperceptible sense of urgency rose in his heart. Time flies. He has only returned to this realm for a decade or so, and the scenes of his Dharma body in the past years are gone forever. As the apocalypse approaches, the legendary powers that were once self-proclaimed or dormant have begun to return one after another, and this is just the beginning. With the passage of time, every 1 or 2 months, many legendary powers will return, at most in a few years, not to mention those who have a great understanding of the gods. Even those on the other side will return to the various realms of heaven and earth. The best time to reach the other shore, there are only a few years left. Putting away the withered and flourishing Bodhi, Lin Yang walked out of the Lingxiao Hall and headed towards the top of the 9 heavens. For the past 3 years, although he has not relaxed a day and has been constantly improving his own cultivation, he has only just broken free from the initial level of entering the realm of creation. And there is still a considerable distance to go before reaching the perfect state of creation. Even if the position of Heavenly Emperor has great benefits, allowing him to improve his cultivation speed 10 or 100 times faster than his normal state, he will not be able to achieve perfection within 10 years. Under the blessings of the 9 heavens, Lin Yang, having experienced the profound mysteries of the perfect creation in advance, felt assured that he could ascend to the pinnacle of creation in a decade. If not for the re-establishment of the celestial court and his ascent to the supreme throne across the myriad realms, Lin Yang believed that he would merely attain the legendary perfection at best. Although the secrets of creation were akin to an enigma for him, they remained a distant reality. A newly initiated master of creation, despite being a formidable figure among the myriad realms, capable of mastering the time stream of an infinite universe, would find little solace in the impending calamity. During the final tribulations, all-powerful beings from the myriad realms would emerge, and even the eminent figures from beyond would not escape the fray. What then could a novice in creation hope to achieve? Impatiently, Lin Yang sighed and ultimately stepped into the uppermost tier of the 9 heavens. There, in the 9 nether, the Dark Monarch stood at the banks of the river of Yellow Springs, hands clasped behind his back. His featureless visage was unnaturally smooth, resembling a mirror that reflected the darkest corners of the human heart. It appeared as though he had lingered there for an eternity, becoming an intrinsic part of that realm, rendering the Dark Monarch almost imperceptible to those nearby. Just as the tranquility was about to resume, a steady and powerful footfall echoed from afar, signaling the approach of another. The footsteps bore an extraordinary enchantment, each reverberation causing the river of Yellow Springs to tremble through every layer of the 9 nether, leaving countless malevolent beings at the riverbank in astonished silence. As the newcomer drew nearer, the Dark Monarch spoke, and faces emerged to utter blasphemous incantations, infused with the tainted essence of their true spirits. Those souls struggling instinctively in the river of Yellow Springs, close to the source, could not help but emit anguished wails, their forms darkening as if consumed by the most primal and frenzied evil lurking within. At long last, the time has come, announced the newcomer, the innate deity of the Yellow Springs, the Yellow Spring evil god, born of the river itself, a deity of life and death, presiding over the fates of all beings across the realms. This legendary figure had traversed far along the path of existence. Now, fortified by the blessings of the 9 nether, the Yellow Spring stood nearly on par with those who had just entered creation. Awakened fortifully by Lin Yang. The Yellow Spring had chosen not to succumb to slumber once more, but instead, after a series of tribulations, returned to the 9 nether to reconstruct its true form. Fortunately, its extraordinary lineage allowed it to evoke envy among countless beings, and even though it had awakened early, it regained its prime during the resurgence of legendary powers. The mysteries of the life and death nexus were unfathomable. Even after a singular visit by the true marshal, one could scarcely claim to know the secrets concealed within. At this juncture, the Yellow Spring paused, seemingly in contemplation. After a brief moment, it resumed, "While I can escort you to the nexus of life and death, what transpires within is of no concern to me." Its restoration to full strength was attributable not only to its remarkable heritage, but also to the fortuitous opportunities that had arisen. Shortly after returning to the 9 nether, the Yellow Spring was found by the Dark Monarch, who had departed from the lowest tier of the realm. The causal connection Lin Yang had left upon the Yellow Spring could not be obscured, even in its secluded retreat. In that moment, the Yellow Spring, whose cultivation was at most that of a celestial immortal, found itself facing the Dark Monarch, who had long since achieved legendary status and was nearing the threshold of creation under the auspices of the 9 nether. The outcome of their encounter was readily apparent. Ultimately, the two entered into a pact. The Dark Monarch would provide ample resources to hasten the Yellow Spring's restoration to its zenith, and once